Father Tang and Father Lin left happily after finishing the painting. Tang Qing, who had nothing to do, also became bored. Lin Jiaxue was next door, and the door to his room was open, and Lin Jiaxue's voice could be heard from time to time. For some reason, he felt a little frustrated at what he was doing at this time. He couldn't read or concentrate on painting. So Tang Qing began to slowly outline the composition and details of the next painting in his mind. The painting he gave Qin Yugong just now only had firearms and some simple outlines of the character's eyes. It still lacked many things such as background, environment, character expressions, and even full-body clothing, movements, etc. This time, he wanted to paint a more substantial picture to complete a real battlefield survival. Sitting at the desk, Tang Qing held his chin with his left hand, biting the thumbnail of his right hand, squinting his eyes slightly, and his mind began to expand infinitely. City? Rural? Roof? On the water tower? Jungle? Grass? Vegetable patch? Pictures in his mind kept flashing and combining in Tang Qing's mind, and the details were processed quickly by his brain, striving to achieve the most suitable artistic conception and effect. Drawing is sometimes like writing a novel, slowly building a clear world or scene in a blank space, some of which are real and some of which are fantasy. It's really addictive. Of course, this is for people whose imagination is what they get. Otherwise, if they think too wonderfully, the drawing will look like a piece of shit. The enthusiasm will dissipate in minutes, and everyone will be a passerby from now on. Half an hour later, the food was ready, and her aunt shouted loudly for dinner, which also called Tang Qing out of his mind. He was very satisfied with the picture he had just imagined. In just one night, a masterpiece was born, not with skill but with momentum. Tang Qing got excited again, thinking that he must draw it tonight. Fortunately, he bought bigger paper and board, otherwise he really wouldn't want to draw the small picture like before. "Brother, come and eat soon." Qin Shiyu stood at the door and called Tang Qing back to his senses. "Here we come." Tang Qing quickly stood up and said, "Walk out of the room. All the relatives have taken their seats, and he is the only one left." Qin Shiqi still looked at him with angry eyes, sitting on the left side of Lin Jiaxue, acting as a light bulb. The resentment is deep. It seems that it may not be possible to get it for more than 100 yuan. Qin Shiyu moved the chair for Tang Qing obediently, and even with her obsessive-compulsive disorder, she straightened the chopsticks on Tang Qing's bowl, with a pattern facing upwards, and placed the bowl in the center. She gently wiped off the water droplets on the edges, and showed a satisfied smile when she finished. This is where Qin Shiyu's simple pleasure lies. Tang Qing expressed understanding, and everyone expressed helplessness. Not long after they started eating, the conversation among the adults turned from the house to Tang Qing's sketches, and he immediately became the focus. Tang's father also passed around a few paintings he selected to everyone, causing an exclamation of exclamation. Tang, when did you learn to sketch? You're so good at drawing." Mother Tang looked at the work in her hand carefully and said in surprise, "Although she doesn't understand firearms, she can still tell the difference between good and bad. She only has one principle when looking at paintings. It just means if it looks like it or not. It's good if it looks like it, but it's bad if it doesn't look like it. That's all." "It's been almost a month," Tang Qing replied. "Strictly speaking, it's less than half a month, but you can't be too arrogant. It took just 1 month to draw so well. It's really amazing," Mrs. Lin praised. "That's right. One of our neighbor's children has been studying for more than half a year, but he is still painting fruits, tableware, and the like. His paintings are very ugly." Lin's father helped. "That's right. Tang is still very good and can learn everything quickly." Mother Lin looked at her future son-in-law happily. After reading it, Mother Tang carefully put away the painting. This was her son's work. She planned to have it molded and framed tomorrow and hang it at home. Her son's work was the best decoration at home. "By the way, Tang, do you know how to draw people? Draw a few for me someday." "No, you'll draw them for me later." Tang's mother suddenly said, "These paintings are all of guns, and they are really too monotonous to hang at home." "Okay, let's talk about it after dinner." Tang Qing agreed. "It's just a small thing, drawing people." Great, I want to draw something bigger. This paper is too small. By the way, I want to draw something more beautiful. The environment is by the lake. Mother Tang was so excited that she couldn't stop talking. Tang's father saw his wife's eyes gleaming, and he was about to dance. He quickly stopped her and said, Okay, let's eat later. Let's eat first. Tang's mother stopped immediately. Okay, come on, Joshua, eat quickly. This is your favorite sweet and sour pork loin. You're welcome. Eat more. Mother Tang gave Lin Joshua several pieces of tenderloin. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Joshua whispered. Why are you so polite? Come on. Sure you guys should eat more. Your aunt made this. You should eat more when you're growing taller. Don't think about losing weight. Thank you, Aunt. Mother Tang finished picking up the vegetables for her two cousins and started eating by herself. Mom, where's mine? Tang Qing pouted and said, Don't you have the skills? Why are you arguing with your sister? Tang's mother glared at him and said angrily. Tang Qing was speechless after hearing this and lowered his head. This kind of treatment is really like a biological mother. Forget it. Let me pick up the food for you. Come on, Mom. This garlic tastes good. Try it. Of course, Tang Qing wanted to repay evil with kindness. You brat, give him mother a piece of garlic. Mother Tang pretended to be a tiger and said, Their family atmosphere is not that serious, so they often play like this and find it quite interesting. This garlic made everyone here laugh. Haha, Tang, you little slippery guy. Garlic is quite delicious too. Eat the garlic first, then the fish. Tang Qing picked up another piece of fish and said with a smile, That's pretty much it. The family ate and talked and laughed and reported together to congratulate Qin Yugong on his promotion, the biggest official among their relatives. The Chinese people's enthusiasm for this can be seen. Many times, what they want is not the benefits of glory, but a little sense of security and confidence. At the same time, we also discuss the decoration matters. These are existing houses. There is no need to wait half a year or a year before handing over the houses. As long as you are willing, you can start decoration tomorrow. Both families are very excited about changing to bigger house. They are ready to spend money on renovations. Now, they have more money in their pockets than ever before. This month, they earned as much as they did in the previous year. Speaking of decoration, Qin Yugong directly introduced a friend. With his relationship, it was absolutely economical and affordable. Uncle, have you completed this year's investment recruitment task? Tang Qing suddenly asked. Qin Yugong was stunned and said, Not yet. Our Municipal Economic Development Zone police station still has an investment task of 11 million yuan this year. But fortunately, unlike other departments, some of which need to earn foreign exchange, we can do it in RMB. That's good. You can ask my second uncle to help you complete it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Tang Qing note that. What can he invest in? Qin Yugong asked curiously. Isn't the second uncle going to enter the mainland jewelry market? You can invest in a jewelry processing center. After all, the tariffs on imported raw materials and imported finished products are very different. When the time comes to settle here, I will have someone to take care of you. My second uncle will definitely be happy. Tang Qing explained that in order to give his uncle political achievements, Tang Kai's processing center was not the only one. He also arranged for soldiers to pretend to be merchants to come here to invest and sponsor. With this wave of assistance, he hoped that his uncle would move up quickly. Okay, I'll contact him tomorrow to see if he has such a plan. We are all family members, so we don't need to be so particular. If he has a plan, forget it. 11 million, although it is a bit difficult, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just the beginning of the new year. Qin Yugong nodded in agreement. I also hope that Tang Kai can complete the one-year investment recruitment task of the Institute, but I don't want to embarrass Tang Kai. Tang Qing immediately promised. Don't worry, Uncle, I've called him before. He hasn't decided on the location of the processing center yet. You can definitely mention it to him. Okay, if it works, I'll let go of a worry. Qin Yugong said with a smile. The city leader could figure out the investment promotion task of the police station, but he couldn't be so unaware that he discussed it at the dinner table. Qin Yugong's mood immediately improved. However, what made him really happy was not this incident, but the police station's record during this period. Since he took over the position of director of the Economic Development Zone police station, the police station's case-solving efficiency seems to have suddenly improved. The number of cases solved in 2 weeks is much higher than the number of cases solved in the previous 2 months, and some of them are relatively difficult and major cases. Finally, after analysis, it was found that the clues to solving the case during this period mainly came from reports from the masses, and some people even surrendered. He was a vicious gangster who killed many people and was on the run. He suddenly surrendered stupidly a few days ago, as if he had suffered a great psychological trauma. He told me that he was guilty no matter what he asked. Then there was no problem with the incident, and he even took the initiative to provide evidence to prove his guilt. He was eager to go to jail, but there is only one example. There was also quite a bit of evidence that was the perpetrator of the crime and was placed at the door by the masses. The surveillance showed that it was a sanitation worker. It was different every time, but she was always asked to put something at the door of the police station. At first, the sanitation workers were skeptical and refused, but after reading part of the content, they were instantly filled with indignation and offered to help for free. Afterwards, they didn't know anything about it and vowed to fight the lawbreakers to the end. The above is, of course, the command room strategy for the Qing plan. Reporting from the masses is only a small part. There are many other methods, such as insinuations, guidance of words, surrender, and the accidental discovery of crime tools and evidence that were originally hidden. There are many methods. In order to avoid the traces being too obvious. Such things have also happened in other places in Xinyan City, but the total number is just a little more than that in the Economic Development Zone. For this reason, since he took office, Qin Yugong has been praised every time the city bureau meets, and he's been asked about his skills and advice. However, Qin Yugong is also in a state of confusion, and he can't say anything. Others can only envy. As soon as the previous director left, Qin Yugong found such a piece of shit luck. Of course, there are people who are envious, jealous, and hateful, but among such people, no one has the ability to run Qin Yugong out of office, and no one dares to run his position. This is given by the provincial boss. Unless he is promoted, no one dares to move it. He doesn't even dare to make small moves. It's not that he dares, but he targets Qin Yugong as soon as he takes office. This is definitely a slap in the face and dissatisfaction. Are you dissatisfied with the decision of the provincial boss? That kind of person will definitely be punished. Leaders, even if they are wrong, are still right. People with ulterior motives can only prepare to talk about it later. Qin Yugong is not stupid, he is not arrogant, and he still lives his life on thin ice. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, he will be promoted soon. After dinner, Tang Qing was driven back to the room. Tang's mother was a little excited and couldn't take any time off, so she quickly picked up the mess. Tang Qing was disliked for being in the way. Seeing that it was too late, Tang's mother didn't let Tang Qing paint for her, thinking it would take a long time, so she just drank some tea after dinner and left. After several families left, Qin Shiqi ran into his room as expected. Looking at the pile of change on the table, she rushed over and grabbed a pile of change. Another $100 bill was tucked inside. Is it for me? Qin Shiqi smiled happily and put the money in her pocket. Cut first and play later. What do you think? Tang Qing rolled his eyes and put it in his pocket before saying, knowingly asking, Hee, then I will forgive you. By the way, why can't I find where you hide your 100 yuan every time? Qin Shiqi reached into Tang Qing's pocket again and dug around, but found nothing. TCH, you can find it if you can. Tang Qing spread his hand and said, why are your 100 yuan bills always new? Haven't you spent all your new bills yet? Well, brother, let me discuss something with you. Qin Shiqi said. What? Tang Qing asked. How about I exchange the old one for you for a new one? The new money looks comfortable. Qin Shiqi stared at him. How much do you want? Tang Qing asked. Let me think about it. 800, I have 800 and change. Qin Shiqi thought for a while and said. Tang Qing said nothing. He took out 1,000 RMB from under the mattress, counted 8 pieces, and handed them over. Here, you don't have to give me the change. You can keep it. I won't change it next time. Really give it to me? Got it, let's go. After finishing her question, she rushed out of the room like the wind before Tang Qing could answer, as if she was afraid that Tang Qing would regret it. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head, not taking it seriously. Fortunately, we have money in this life and can settle things evenly. In his previous life, he was not so courageous. He was a bit weak in character and rarely provoked Qin Shichi's anger like now. Get on with business. After closing the door, setting up the easel, and laying out paper, Tang Qing prepared to paint the full version of the battlefield survival panel he had just conceived. An isolated sniper, seriously injured, with a broken leg, weak eyes, and bruises at the corners of his mouth, had to cover the retreat of his teammates, harvesting the lives of enemies one after another in the ruins of the wall. They all had wives and children, but their positions were different. Every shot was filled with deep repentance and determination, until he lost too much blood and ended his 24-year-old life. A painting without background has no soul. P.S. This is the big chapter today. I just got home, and I'm so tired from all the relationship matters. Alas, thanks to the reader, withered yellow leaves for the tip. Please vote for comfort. It's 4:30 in the morning. It's still dark outside, but the hard-working vendors had already driven in to transport the entire city's needs for a day, so it was not quiet. The last stroke fell. Tang Qing finally completed the sketch that he spent all night on. Looking at this huge painting that occupied one wall of his house, he nodded with satisfaction. It was all in black and white, and he did not think about coloring it. Although the colors were bright and full, they were good, but they could not express the battlefield survival momentum. Black and white, life and death, good and evil. Only black and white can express it vividly, especially the sense of vicissitudes and ruin. Tang Qing also used the seal to stamp his own special mark. The seal was made by a seal engraving master found online. It was carved using Hetian jade and was expensive. The asking price was 100,000 yuan. He did not counteroffer because this was a real master and a traditional craftsman. Such people's counteroffering was tantamount to insulting our country's traditional craftsmanship. As expected, regardless of the materials used or other things, Tang Qing felt it was worth it. Above is a stage name that he struggled to choose, Qingxue, a somewhat feminine name. He and Lin Jiaxue each have one character in their names, which looks a bit silly. No, very silly, very bad. But he is happy with it, and it is not for sale anyway, and he does not seek to be famous all over the world. It is just a personal hobby to pass the time. But now he has a headache. Where to hang it? Hang it on your own wall? Just kidding. Where is the hang-up? Forget it. Just keep it and give it away someday. Let's sleep for an hour first. The next day, a company called Fenghua Asset Management was established in Qinyan City. This was the company that Tang Qing used to take over Tianyan's lending business. It was all selling dog meat anyway. The type of company didn't matter. He also searched the name on the internet. The naming was the most troublesome, and there was no telling how long this company would exist. Although the license has not yet been issued, this does not affect the lending business, because the creditor is only an individual and there is no company, so there is no need to stamp a company seal. Most of them are old customers and have already gained initial trust. The office location is still in the same building as Tianyan, and there are only 5 people. However, the office space is not small, and the environment is very good. The employees are all robots. There is little business now, and there is no need to add more people in a short time. The setting is a chairman, 2 salesmen below, and 2 security guards. It is quite simple. Of course, the part-time finance is not included. Early in the morning, on the way to school, Tang Qing called He Zixin. Although Tang Qing had just left the house, He Zixin had already arrived at the company because she had the keys to the company. There were 3 keys. One was with Do Jiao, one was with her, and one was in the hands of another deputy general manager. Do Jiao naturally did not need to open the door early, but the 2 deputy general managers had to take turns to open the door and had to arrive half an hour in advance. Mr. Tang, what are your orders? He Zixin saw that it was Tang Qing's number and hurriedly answered the call. Manager He, when you get to work later, you will ask someone to compile all the information about the loan business. Someone will come to get it at 10 in the morning. Just give it all to him. From now on, Tianyan will no longer do the loan business. Tang Qing said. Hearing Tang Qing's order, He Zixin was filled with joy. To be honest, He Zixin breathed a sigh of relief by dividing the lending business. If private lending was handled by a company, it would be troublesome if Chiu Ho settled the accounts one day. With a family business as big as Tianyan, He Zixin didn't want to capsize the increasingly huge ship of Tianyan because of this inconsequential and unprofitable matter. She had told Do Jiao about this hidden danger a long time ago, but it seemed that Do Jiao, who had a powerful background, didn't take it seriously at all, but that was Do Jiao's confidence. He Zixin, a deputy general manager, did not have the confidence to fight the law. No problem, Mr. Tang. I'll ask someone to prepare all the information right away. By the way, what's the name of the person who's coming? He Zixin asked. On this, Tang Qing couldn't tell for a moment. He really didn't know the name of the intelligence analyst. He thought for a moment and then said, Manager, this is the chairman of Fenghua Asset Management Company. He will arrive on time at 10 o'clock. He can't be wrong. The soldiers' time can be determined by the command room. They have a strong sense of time and discipline. If they say they will arrive at 10 o'clock, the error will never exceed 10 seconds. He Zixin was also shocked by Tang Qing's memory. This company must belong to Tang Qing, and he didn't run away, but he didn't even remember the name of the chairman, and there was no one left. She wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Okay, I understand. I will prepare information immediately to see if this company accepts the supervision of Tianyan. He Zixin asked again. No, this company is not mine and does not accept the supervision of Sky Eye. Tang Qing would not admit it, but He Zixin knew how to figure it out. It would be weird if it wasn't Tang Qing. She was just looking for someone to replace the chairman. She had seen a lot in the business world, but she really didn't understand why Tang Qing wanted to do the unprofitable industry of lending. Wrong. He Zixin suddenly thought of the companies overseen by Tianyan. I can't make much money. In the past few years, to be precise, the payback cycle has been a bit long. Well, thinking about it this way, He Zixin felt a little relieved. The world of rich people don't care about making money. I understand, Mr. Tang. He Zixin agreed. Well, bye. After hanging up the phone, He Zixin quickly asked someone to pack up the customer and contract files. Some expired contracts naturally need to be filed, but it won't be a fire. In fact, Tianyan's lending business during this period is not much. It all adds up to a larger file box. 10 o'clock. When the hourly clock on the wall rang, there was a knock on He Zixin's door, saying that it was someone from Fenghua Asset Management Company. Really on time. He Zixin hurriedly took the prepared files and went out. When she came to the door, she saw a handsome young man in his 20s standing at the door. His expression was very kind, but his temperament had a feeling of being thousands of miles away. Is a character. He Zixin looked at the analyst up and down and thought to himself. She admired it very much, but she didn't feel any emotion at all, which made her feel very strange in her heart. She was a well-informed person. When women see men, many of them will have fantasies, especially excellent men. But it is indeed strange today. She is not a person with a chaotic private life. She just has the evil mentality of a little woman. This is nothing. She basically has it. Could it be that I have reformed my evil ways? No way. Forget it. What do you want to do? So He Zixin didn't think about it anymore. Little did she know that in order to prevent robots from being noticed by normal people and causing all kinds of boring troubles, each body will automatically emit a unique light body odor that can inhibit the secretion of human hormones. The range is 5 meters in radius. The effect of inhalation lasts for more than 2 days. Even people who are like wolves and tigers and hungry and unselective will not have any bad thoughts after seeing it. As for 2 days later, by then the impression will be blurred and diluted. Even Tang Qing didn't know about this, or he was also succumbed to it. Hello, my name is He Zixin. Are you the chairman of Fenghua? He Zixin greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Tang asked me to come pick up something at 10 o'clock. After saying this, the analyst stretched out his right hand in an asking gesture, with a smile on his face, a little handsome and spring breeze, but Zixin became even more confused when he saw it. He had a beautiful smile. Why didn't he want to think about it for one more second? Here, Zixin handed it over directly. Thank you. The analyst took the information and turned around to leave. Zixin was left with a back view. Not polite. Zixin muttered, but no matter what, she was not a nymphomaniac. Turned around and returned to the office. Since Tianyan's lending business command room has a record, but Tianyan doesn't know about it, so this time it's just a process. And the loan process is also very simple. There is nothing to tell you. After that, all the previous loan customers received calls to hand over the business. They didn't say anything. They just needed to borrow money, and they just want to change their owners. But anyone with a little bit of brains will know that this is just changing the soup without changing the medicine. The real boss behind the scenes has just dived under the water. Even in order to maintain the loan quota of previous customers, Tang Qing directly approved 50 million yuan in funds to Fenghua Company. Of course, the money was all in the name of the analyst. He did not have a single share of this company. In future contracts, except for system tasks, I will use my real name, and other contracts will use the name of chairman. At this point, I finally eliminated a small hidden danger of the sky, and took it out myself. Tang Qing was in a good mood for a while. I bought another burrito and ate it deliciously. Walk. Huh. There's a new Xiao Long Bao shop, and there are quite a lot of people there. Come on, line up and eat. As for being late, well, eating is still important. P.S. To commemorate the round number of chapters, I have been writing for a long time, and there are only 300 chapters after 960,000 words. I feel that even if I write 3 million words, there will not be 1,000 chapters. For 1,000 chapters, Mouse promises to continue to write. Well, this character definitely does not pronounce water. Haha, don't worry. The main plot of this book hasn't really started yet. It's still being laid. 3 million words will definitely be reached. I hope everyone will continue to support this book. Eunuch? Bad ending? That's impossible. Morning. In class. Here you go. Tang Qing handed an A4 paper to Wang Yin beside him. Although he painted all night last night, Tang Qing still had not had enough fun. He had itchy hands and was in a daze out of boredom in class just now. He tilted his head and tilted his head when he saw Wang Yin. Inspiration suddenly came to him, so he buried his head and started painting. Wang Yin, a good student, was still paying attention to the class. With Tang Qing's extremely fast hand speed, a sideways portrait was freshly produced, lifelike, with only characters on it and no background. Wang Yin, a good student, took the painting from Tang Qing's hand doubtfully. In an instant, her eyes widened. She covered her mouth in disbelief, looking at herself on the screen, and then at Tang Qing's smile. Is this me? Wang Yin whispered excitedly. The gift from Tang Qing must be from her. She really didn't know that Tang Qing had this skill. Girls like romance, and she is no exception. At this moment, Wang Yin felt her heart beating violently, but she could only hint to herself that this was a friendship between friends. Yes. Tang Qing nodded in agreement. It's a bit different. Wang Yin looked at it carefully and said, Well, the technology is not yet there. Tang Qing said, a little embarrassed. This painting is of Wang Yin 3 years later. Her appearance has not changed much, but her temperament and demeanor are a little different. The one in the painting is slightly more mature, so Wang Yin doesn't think it is the same. This was Tang Qing's last memory of Wang Yin. Since then, Tang Qing had never seen Wang Yin again. Wang Yin didn't like to post selfies. Only the wedding invitation before her rebirth was the only photo she sent since the breakup. The moment I saw the photo, he was really heartbroken and depressed at the time. The woman he couldn't forget got married. Most people couldn't understand this kind of discomfort. He was so depressed that he just wanted to get drunk. It's already very good. I like it very much. Can you draw the front view? Wang Yin said, and carefully put the drawing into a folder, which contained the papers for each monthly, midterm, and final examination of each subject. It would not wrinkle when inserted, and the size was appropriate. Of course, I will draw it for you now. Tang Qing agreed immediately. Get out of class is over. I can't turn around during class. Wang Yin looked at the teacher on the podium and whispered, It's okay, just take a look and I'll keep it in mind. Tang Qing said and quickly stopped. Then he explained, well, my memory is just better, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Wang Yin hummed, lowered her head with a slight blush, and disassembled her pen. Tang Qing couldn't stand this atmosphere, and he wasn't someone who liked to play ambiguously. I'll draw now. After saying that, Tang Qing took out another chapter of A4 white paper and started to draw. There was an indelible memory in his heart, so he drew quickly. Within 15 minutes, a frontal portrait came out. Tang Qing also added some decorations to Wang Yin, such as earrings, headwear, hairpins, and even changed her hairstyle. It was her favorite hairstyle before, a bit cute, and all details were handled carefully and perfectly. A few strands of hair covered the beauty's pretty face in the wind, with slightly parted lips, slender eyebrow lines, and a pair of clear eyes. Perfect. Tang Qing feels that he is constantly moving towards the path of master. Here, Tang Qing handed it over directly after checking it. Just like before, Wang Yin had a look of disbelief on her face when she saw it. So beautiful. Is she so beautiful? But comparing it with herself in the mirror, she found that as long as she dressed up, she would not be worse than the person in the painting. This is her image in Tang Qing's heart. It turns out to be so beautiful. It's so beautiful, Wang Yin said happily. Put away quickly. If that guy Li Kai sees it, he will definitely ask me to draw it for him again. What can he draw? For a grown man. Tang Qing wu get. Get out of class was about to end, so it's better to be careful. Giggle. Wang Yin laughed happily when she heard Tang Qing's reason. She just covered her mouth and didn't dare to make too much noise. However, the classmates at the front and back tables naturally heard it, but no one dared to say anything. They could only be envious. Tang Qing didn't look like a nymphomaniac, but long-lost memories began to overlap. What are you looking at? Wang Yin glared at him. No, I'm watching the door. Tang Qing turned his eyes to the door. Liar. Wang Yin rolled her eyes at him and said, Eat. He wanted to say that he lied to you or something, but it was a little inappropriate, so he said, Liars are liars. At this moment, ding bell, ding, 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 ding. Tang Qing stopped talking. Of course, the teacher on the podium saw the whispers between the two and was not dissatisfied at all. The two college students had nothing to say. The college entrance examination was in 5 weeks, and their grades were basically stable. For students of this level, their improvement was limited. School ends at noon. After leaving the school with Wang Yin and Li Kai, Tang Qing saw his Audi parked in front of the school from distance. Sun Chao was leaning on the passenger seat. He had been here for half an hour. Wang Yin, let me take you home, Tang Qing said. What? Wang Yin, who was still thinking about something, asked. Tang Qing pursed her lips to the side of the road and said, Move, my company's car is over there. I have something to do at noon, so I can drop you off. But before Wang Yin could answer, Li Kai jumped out. What about me? Go have a meal with your little girlfriend and join in the fun, Tang Qing said. The food in the cafeteria is really hard to swallow, Li Kai said with a wry smile. His desk mate lived on campus and usually ate in the cafeteria, but Li Kai ran a restaurant at home. The food in the cafeteria made him want to ask, Is that pig food? Ba, cafeteria aunt, please forgive me for my rude words. Don't you know how to make a sacrifice? Besides, you don't know how to bring her delicious food. You are such a brainless person, Tang Qing said in a tone of, I hate iron but can't turn it into steel. Okay, then I'll go find her. I'll bring her lunch next time. I'll leave first, you heartless one. After saying that, Li Kai rushed to the school cafeteria. It seems like I did something to you. Kiki, you two started bickering after just a few words. Wang Yin covered her mouth and laughed. I'm used to it. Let's go and get in the car. When he reached the car, Sun Chao had already opened the rear door. After Wang Yin got in, Tang Qing followed. After sending Wang Yin to the gate of the community, Tang Qing left. Watching Tang Qing's car drive away, Wang Yin took out the 2 rolled-up sketches from her baggy school uniform turned around, and went to the photo studio on the next street to order and sculpt them. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing came to the door of Han Lung's shop. Last Friday, he received a call from Han Lung, asking him to go play. Tang Qing could tell from the tone that Han Lung had something to do with him. However, there was a dinner party for Lu Gan on Saturday night. He was going to buy a house on Sunday, and he would celebrate his uncle's promotion in the evening, so it could only be today. He hadn't been to Han Lung's place since the beginning of the new year. Strictly speaking, Han Lung was considered half of his master. He was really a little embarrassed, so he prepared a lot of food, and drinks early. After getting out of the car, a familiar store appeared in front of me. Nothing much has changed. Still the same. Tang Qing and Sun Chao walked into the store carrying large and small bags. The last time he came here, he was very curious about the military supplies here, but after unlocking the individual combat auxiliary equipment in the mall, various military supplies from various countries were available, and they were all genuine and of impeccable quality, so he was already immune to these things. As soon as he stepped through the door, Han Lung's strong figure appeared in front of him. The dinner table had been set, and all kinds of big fish and meat had been served. However, in addition to Han Lung's wife and children, there was also a middle-aged man who looked not ordinary at first sight. Another special forces soldier. Haha, Xiao Tang, you are finally here. Han Lung came up and patted Tang Qing's shoulder enthusiastically and said. He looked Tang Qing up and down and said, he's become handsome again. Come on, try to be better than I was back then. Tang Qing was speechless. I didn't expect you to be so cold. Khan, I am really sorry. There are a lot of things at the beginning of the new year. Tang Qing apologized quickly. Okay, I know you're a busy man, so come as soon as you come. Why don't you bring any gifts? Han Lung pretended to be dissatisfied. Yes, Uncle Han, who is this? Tang Qing asked proactively. It is impossible for someone to appear here without any reason. This person must be the purpose of today's dinner. Let me introduce, this is a comrade of mine, named Gao Ming, and this is Mr. Tang. Han Lung introduced. He can be called Xiao Tang, because he is a master and apprentice, but Tang Qing's identity is there. It is not appropriate for Gao Ming to be called Xiao Tang. Mr. Tang, hello. Gao Ming stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and smiled, wondering if this person was Han Lung's proud disciple. Looks a little thin. Hello, Uncle Gao. Tang Qing called politely. Hurry up and sit down. The food will be cold later. Han Lung asked everyone to take their seats. Okay. Tang Qing also gave a gift to Han Lung's wife. Everyone took their seats. 1 beer per person. As usual, they had a drink together to celebrate the reunion. Only then did Tang Qing know that Sun Chao and Gao Ming were also comrades in arms. Uncle Han, let's get straight to the point. If you need any help, just ask. I will never refuse if I can help. Otherwise, I will be worried and the meal will not taste good. Tang Qing put down his wine glass and looked at Han Lung and Gao Ming and said directly. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Han Lung thought for a while and said, Well, Xiao Tang, let me tell you the truth. This Gao Ming used to be my captain. He retired last year with 23 cents. He didn't want to go back to work. So he used his savings to open a security company, which can help some soldiers find a way out. However, the business has not been very good for more than a year. After all, the country is peaceful and the market is not big. This time I just want to see if you're interested in buying a share, and you know a lot of people. I wonder if anyone needs this kind of service. After saying that, Han Lung and Gao Ming both looked at Tang Qing a little nervously. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't get rid of the pot, Gao Ming wouldn't have made such a move. The security company was in trouble and was on the verge of being consolidated. He had to come out to attract investment. Even if it didn't work, he would get a customer to hold on for a while before dying. P.S. Chapter 2 is here. Security company? Tang Qing stared at Gao Ming, a little lost in thought, thinking of many things in his mind. In fact, he had previously planned to set up a security company in China, which was affiliated with Tianyan. Its main purpose was to provide security services for its corporate locations and was not open to the public. At the same time, it served as bodyguards and drivers for important people in his company. To put it bluntly, he is asking his controlled companies to hand over all security aspects to this company. One of the purposes is to unify management, which is more convenient, and the other is to prevent someone from watching and stealing. Otherwise, it will not be fun if the company's direct leader has evil thoughts. He is not afraid of losing property, but he is afraid of being disgusted by such things. However, the above is not the point. The key point is to insert soldiers and provide a legal working identity. Sky Eye's supervision only involves operations and finance. Soldiers are responsible for handling emergencies and playing a certain role as eyeliners, because soldiers can absolutely be trusted. It's just that at present, he holds few companies, and the Tianjin headquarters has not yet been built. Except for the communications server in the basement of the headquarters, there is nothing else of value that is worthy of others' covetousness. Although Shengtang needs it, he is not in a hurry. He was originally planning to talk about it in the second half of the year. After meeting Sun Chao before, he wanted to help people like Sun Chao solve their work and income problems. However, if he recruited too many people, he would definitely attract attention and investigation. But now that he heard Gao Ming's suggestion, Tang Qing was a little moved. Gao Ming was not a low-level soldier before he retired from the army, but was paid 23 cents. If he were a partner, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Even if he was suspected or even investigated, someone would suppress it or use gentler methods and would not go too far. And just like the security company in the United States, it needs a lot of ordinary people to support its appearance. Gao Ming is indeed a good partner. He used to hold it in front to keep out wind and rain. Han Lung and Gao Ming looked at Tang Qing's contemplative expression, and their hearts were beating. If business hadn't been really bad, Gao Ming wouldn't have made such a move and asked a child who was still in school for help. Even though he had been in the sea for so long, his face had grown tremendously, and he was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Gao, what is the price? How many shares do you have? And whether I can control it?" Tang Qing asked 3 key questions. If control cannot be achieved, then he will have to rebuild a company, this time as a help. "Mr. Tang, our company has a market value of 3.5 million yuan. I own 100% of the shares. We have training grounds and equipment, which I bought by selling the ancestral property and antiques left behind by my family. There are a total of 61 employees, all of whom are strong-willed men. There is no problem with holding the company. I just want to make a living for my brothers. I don't have high requirements for shares. I just hope that if you take the holding, the treatment can be maintained at the current level." Gao Ming introduced a little excitedly. 3.5 million. Tang Qing was a little surprised. "Good. Cheap." "Yes." Gao Ming nodded. "What will you do if I take control?" Tang Qing asked again. He didn't want to let go of his brilliant background. At this level, anyone who makes a move must consider it. Gao Ming said with a lonely smile on his face, "At worst, I will work for you. It depends on whether you want it or not. Business is difficult. Although there is not much intrigue in this industry, it is useless to say anything if he cannot support his brothers. There are a group of brothers there, and he does not want to leave and find another way to make a living." Tang Qing laughed after hearing this. "What I'm waiting for is your words. Yes, I definitely want it. How about 3 million yuan, and I hold 80% of the shares?" Tang Qing said with a smile. Hearing this, Gao Ming didn't know whether he should be happy or disappointed. "Thank you." Gao Ming thanked him. No matter what, Tang Qing was helping him. "Wait, don't thank me. I still need to inject capital. You can't keep your 20% shares at all. A company with more than 3 million yuan is really too small, and 61 people are too few." Capital injection, Gao Ming said in surprise. The company's capital injection was certain, but he didn't expect that Tang Qing decided to inject capital without knowing anything. This was really courageous. "My family must be rich. Yes, there are too few people in the company now. If we want to make it bigger, we need to make it bigger. I will inject another 30 million yuan, so your shares are only 0.5%. But don't worry, in the future, if you serve as the general manager of the company, I will give you an additional 2.5% management dividend. The shares are in my hands, and only that part of the equity dividend will be yours, and the salary will be calculated separately. How about? Tang Qing said slowly. The capital injection of 30 million yuan is huge, but it is nothing to Tang Qing. At present, this should be the poorest holding company under his control. Even the assets of Tianyin plus the headquarters are close to 40 million. But 30 million is as unimaginable as an astronomical figure to the few people in front of me. Everyone looked at Tang Qing dumbfounded. However, Sun Chao is not surprised. From the establishment of Shengtang to the present, the money spent has exceeded 200 million yuan, and 30 million yuan is still within the acceptable range. Are you serious? Gao Ming said happily. In this era, he has a huge sum of 3 million, and his purchasing power is astonishingly high. What he cares about is not equity, dividends, and the position of general manager, but Tang Qing's desire to develop. Tang Qing handed over another business card with Tianyin's address on it. Of course, I won't go back on my words. If you go to this address tomorrow, it will handle everything. By the way, in the future, this company will send special personnel to the company. You will serve as the general manager. There will be 3 deputy general managers below. One of them will be appointed by me, the other will be recruited by this company, and the third one will be recruited from your company. Each one will be responsible for different things. I will arrange it at that time. Don't worry. To be honest, I'm not very interested in making money. I also admire your behavior and want to help you. If someone wants to make money, I won't pay a penny at all. Tang Qing said. For a person of Gao Ming's level, there will definitely be arrangements after he changes his career, and he should be pretty good. If he enters the public security system, his starting point may be higher than his uncle's, at least at the deputy director level. At least his character was trustworthy. Even if he couldn't trust Gao Ming, he could still trust Han Lung and Sun Chao. Otherwise, either there wouldn't be this dinner, or Sun Chao would remind him, because both of them knew that if they wasted their money, it would be difficult for them to be friends. Thank you, Mr. Tang, Gao Ming said solemnly. He was not an ordinary person. He had no tears, only gratitude. You're welcome. I just want to do my little bit. It happens that my company also needs security guards. After the share transfer, I will give you half a month to liquidate your assets and formulate a development plan. I hope to help more people, but be careful of the impact. I don't want to be taken away to drink tea. Tang Qing said. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I will pay attention. No one will cause trouble for you. Gao Ming immediately promised. Although he has no background, he has many old leaders. He opened a company to solve the livelihood problems of his brothers. As long as he does not break the law, he will. Let him know the power of his fists if he dares to cause trouble. Tang Qing smiled. This move was a good one. When the sky fell, the tall man held it up. That's good. After you are familiar with the business in a month, the security work of the company under me will be handed over to you. Brother Chao, you will also be under President Gao by then, haha. Tang Qing, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but joke. Sun Chao smiled nonchalantly and said, It's up to me. Captain Gao has always been our big brother and leader. It's just the same as before. Okay, now that the business is handed over, you will continue to be my bodyguard and driver. You will be paid by the security company, and your workplace will still be Shengtang. Tang Qing said. Understood. Sun Chao nodded and said, By the way, Mr. Gao, is there anyone willing to go abroad? Tang Qing turned around and asked, What does Mr. Tang mean? Gao Ming said with a frown. He wouldn't let his men become mercenaries, would he? It's like this. If my business expands abroad in the future, I will definitely need bodyguards and security guards. Rather than using foreigners, it's better to use our own people. Don't worry, Tang Qing said. Although Tang Qing has soldiers under his command, they cannot be used in large numbers, and to be honest, the public security in the country is relatively good. Whether it is influence or income, it can only guarantee a well-off society, but Tang Qing cannot give them high salary for no reason. For example, Chai Ren's mine security. If you introduce it at that time, you can blatantly go on business trips abroad to distribute money, which is relatively safe. Why is it safe? Because there are combat teams composed of soldiers lurking in those places. If there is danger, The soldiers will clear it out as soon as possible to ensure that these people will not be wiped out by the group. He has never thought about building this company like Blackwater. Haha, what is Blackwater? It is just a tool for gambling. Making money is making money, but the political risks are so great that he does not dare to touch it. The company will not participate in those war businesses. That is Black Prison's business, and this is only Black Prison's small business. Black Prison will only handle tasks related to its own business and help people fight. You can get the contract first. This industry is too deep. Tang Qing had thought about the war business before, but now he is becoming less and less optimistic about it. Normally, he would order enough people to be killed. Tang Qing is really not interested in accepting orders from the United States or local forces in war-torn countries to fight for their interests and kill innocent people. For his own benefit, the other party is still a villain. He can give this order, but to fight for the interests of the United States and those who stir up trouble and prevent the common people from living a stable life, then he has lost his mind. There are many channels for him to get money. There are also many channels for gaining deterrence and influence. There is no need to get involved in these things, unless it affects his interests, such as that mining tyrant. What he really wants to do is to dominate the forces above Blackwater and other war companies, not to compete with them for business. In the future, the layout of the Black Prison will be ready. A company like Blackwater can be beaten to death with a single blow. Even if Tang Qing's compassion overflows in the future, and he sees Blackwater and other companies harming innocent people, and from the standpoint of a villain, he will probably order Black Prison to fight against them. Tang Qing is not a virgin, but he has a certain bottom line. Even if you intervene in the war, he is also on the slightly more righteous side. For nothing else. At least, it's a good thing in conscience. P.S. Many readers think that the protagonist should learn from war outsourcing companies such as Blackwater. But is that really good? If that were the case, the bottom line would be gone and the character of the book would collapse. Many people think that capital has no bottom line and is all derived from blood and sweat. However, Mouse hopes that in this book, and at least the protagonist's capital, there is a bottom line and that he will not mess around and will not really treat the lives of thousands of innocent people as child's play to make money. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and a butcher? Hope you understand and support. Next chapter, 11 o'clock. After listening to Tang Qing's explanation, Gao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Tang Qing was naive and liked to find excitement and let his brothers go to the battlefield. Fortunately, that was not the case. If Tang Qing dared to do this, he would not be able to save the company no matter how powerful he was. This is also the bottom line. Gao Ming continued, Mr. Tang, it's no problem. As long as we are not on the battlefield, brothers should be willing to work abroad. That's good. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. There will be no danger as long as you are careful when going abroad. There is no way I will let them do such a dangerous thing. Tang Qing said with a smile, the battlefield is the business of the soldiers. Even if there is a need to escort supplies through chaotic places in the future, he will find a way to have the company outsource it to a force controlled by soldiers, or let a small team of soldiers placed in the team do it. He didn't want these people to be lost in vain abroad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to himself. Of course, he was really unlucky and there was nothing he could do. I'm relieved about this. Gao Ming nodded and said, by the way, Mr. Gao, what is the name of our company? Where is the headquarters? Tang Qing suddenly realized that he didn't even know the company's name or where it was located. It was true. A little silly. Our company is called Zhongyu Tui Bodyguard Company. Although it is called bodyguard, it also does security work part-time. The headquarters is on the outskirts of the provincial capital, where I bought a large piece of land to build a training and accommodation venue. Gao Ming blushed a little as he said this, but there is no way. The domestic bodyguard business is really hard to do at the moment, so I can only do some part-time security business to prevent the brothers from losing their jobs. Tang Qing didn't want to just be in the bodyguard business, but a comprehensive security solutions company. Yes, the two can be done together in the future. When the time comes, a new training base will be built in Qingyan City. I have many companies here. Tang Qing said. Qingyan City is his base camp. In addition to soldiers, he also wants to have some influence here. Yes, Mr. Tang. Gao Ming has already begun to get into the role. Seeing that the business was over and everyone was happy, Han Lung poured everyone another drink and said, "Come on, cheers to celebrate your successful cooperation." Haha, okay. After a few glasses of beer, no one was drunk at all. Xiao Tang, I heard Sun Chao say that he can't even hit you with one hand. Let's try it after dinner. Han Lung suggested, putting down his wine glass. This isn't good, Tang Qing said with a bitter smile. Another fight, a one-sided fight. So boring. What's wrong? Sun Chao and I could beat you before, but this time I want to see how strong you are. Han Lung clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. This was unscientific and hurt his finger bones, but he couldn't help it and got used to it. Okay. Tang Qing didn't refuse. He seemed pretentious and disrespectful. Besides, he also needed to shock Gao Ming. Because Lin Jiazi only obeys the strong. Tang Qing hasn't gone to the command room to fight with a soldier for a long time. The main reason is that there is nothing to learn. Tang Qing can do conventional postures and moves that humans can do, but soldiers are war machines, and their bodies are incredibly flexible. He doesn't want to learn those illegal moves that can break arms and legs as soon as they are done. That is self-abuse. But sometimes I go to the training area to shoot targets. After destroying a bunch of guns, I have no interest in them anymore. After upgrading and unlocking new products in a mall in the future, if you have a big guy, you can try it in the training area with thousands of guns firing. Well, it's a bit of a waste of money. Just play a few times and have fun. To be honest, he thinks the equipment in the mall is enough now. Even if he unlocks more weapons, he doesn't know where to use them. Although the weapons in Miao are basically low-end weapons, and the soldiers are good at beheading operations, even if there is an enemy invasion, there will rarely be a head-on conflict. But it's also good for self-defense. For example, if there are missiles in the future, in any war-torn place, large targets need to be cleared. You can have a few strokes. I just don't know if those countries will be dumbfounded when they look at the unknown targets on the radar. After a lively lunch, Han Lung's wife was responsible for cleaning up the mess. They were drinking tea and chatting, listening to Gao Ming recalling some unimportant training or tasks, and Tang Qing also felt a little yearn for it, especially the plight of Gao Ming Company and his original ideal. Tang Qing also felt that the help this time was worth it. It can be regarded as fulfilling the original promise to Sun Chao. 1 hour later, the food was almost digested, and Han Lung's wife had already taken the child home. The man with glasses is outside looking at the store. The three of them came to the training room at the back. Early spring, a bit cold, but they are all hot-blooded strong men, stripped down to their vests. Tang Qing stood aside. Sun Chao and Han Lung stood opposite. Gao Ming stood at the door with his hands folded, watching the battle with interest. Han Lung said that Tang Qing was very strong, and he believed it, but he didn't know how strong it was. It has been a long time since Sun Chao last sparred with Tang Qing. He has not challenged Tang Qing since he was tortured by Tang Qing and doubted his life. Being abused is one thing, but Tang Qing is the boss is also important. Are you ready? Tang Qing looked at the two of them and smiled. He didn't make any moves and hung his hands on both sides. To be honest, the two people in front of him were basically no challenge. If there were 3 people, he might be more careful. After all, with one more pair of hands, the difficulty would increase several times. Even if you're a special forces soldier, if you face 4 or 5 knife-wielding gangsters attacking together, you will definitely have to kneel down. There is no way in reality that one person can pick out a dozen gangsters. As for the warriors, they are not human beings. Very confident, Han sneered. No, I just feel that there's not much difference between doing it and not doing it. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed. Here we come. Han Lung was not annoyed. Okay, please. Tang Qing raised his hand and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chao and the others immediately attacked. Looking at the movements of the two of them, Tang Qing wanted to say, it really hasn't changed at all. He used such sharp moves from the beginning. Have you considered my little brother's feelings? Yes, one directly kicked his head sideways, and the other used a dirty move. Tang Qing shook his head. It's a bit slow. After unlocking the first level gene lock, he still couldn't control his speed and strength, but after unlocking the second level gene lock, the attack speed of the two men posed no threat to him at all. I saw the afterimage floating by. Tang Qing blocked the leg beside his head with one hand and kicked the other leg away. Pong! Take a step back. The first move was to remind Tang Qing to be careful. Next, after Sun Chao doubted his life, Han Lung also began to question what he had learned throughout his life. Under the full attack of the two men, Tang Qing's expression never changed. He always looked unstressed. His strength and speed had already crushed the two of them. 5 minutes later. Stop. Han Lung took a step back. What's wrong? Sun Chao also stopped attacking. There's nothing we can do. Captain, let's go together. Han Lung said to Gao Ming. Is this good? Gao Ming was stunned. Come up. I also want to see if I can catch it. This time I will fight back. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay. Gao Ming took off his coat, revealing his strong muscles, and the three of them surrounded Tang Qing in a fan shape. 3 minutes later, as soon as the three people approached, they were defeated by Tang Qing's various skills. No one could get close to Tang Qing. He used all his tricky skills and even his killer moves, but Tang Qing was stunned to beat them back one by one. Pong! Han Lung was kicked back by Tang Qing again. Not coming. Han Lung waved his hand and said. The other two stopped attacking. Chung Rang, you are very powerful, Tang Qing said with a smile and clasped his fists in a joking manner. With three of them, he had to work hard to defeat the general. You? Not you. Well, they were hit by Tang Qing again. But just like the monkeys, after meeting Tang Qing, they became more hopeful about the future. If they didn't have a special relationship, they wouldn't be able to help but report it. Xiao Tang, your strength is very strong, but don't show it too much in the future, otherwise it will be bad for others to notice. Your strength is no more than what I have seen in my life. Those are the weapons of the country. You must also keep it secret. Gao Ming warned. As long as Tang Qing does not endanger the interests of the country, he is ready to side with Tang Qing. Understood. I know. Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention. Tang Qing thanked him. But if it weren't for the trustworthy relationship between Han Lung and Sun Chao, he would not behave like this at all. I really don't know how you practice. Han Lung said sourly. Is this what genius is? Just eat well, sleep well, and exercise. Maybe this is talent. Tang Qing started to talk nonsense. Everyone else looked at Tang Qing strangely. Okay, I'm going back to class first. I'm 1 hour late. Tang Qing looked at his watch and said, Go quickly. Come and play when you have time. Although the water here is too shallow to accommodate your dragon. Han Lung wiped his sweat and said, No, I'm just busy. By the way, Uncle Han, do you want to open a bigger store? Tang Qing suddenly changed the subject. I don't want your money, Han Lung said, shaking his head. It's not a gift to you. My friend has a company that specializes in lending. The monthly interest rate is 1%. I can decide and give you half of it. It's just like a bank loan, and no mortgage is required. I believe in Uncle Han's credit. Tang Qing said. This? Han Lung hesitated and walked to higher ground. He was not old yet. He was only in his 30s, so he naturally had an enterprising spirit. Seeing Han Lung's move, Tang Qing said directly, Let's make a decision. Your store is a bit small. Build a bigger store in the city and open a gym next to it. Think about it carefully. This is not a gift. Then, okay, I'll think about it. Han Lung still needs to discuss it with his wife, but he believes that she will agree. If it wasn't for lack of money, he wouldn't open it here. This is the company's address and phone number. You can go when you think about it. Just state your name. You can get the money the same day you sign the contract. Within 3 million yuan, it should be enough for you to open a pretty good store. Tang Qing handed over another business card of Fenghua Company. 3 million? It's definitely enough. How much is the rent in the city center? Han Lung was also frightened by this deal. The monthly interest rate was 0.5. What's the difference between giving it away for free? No mortgage required. Haha, that's good. There will not only be outdoor products, but also some sportswear and the like. I don't know much about it. Uncle Han, you can figure it out. Tang Qing suggested. Okay, thank you. Han Lung solemnly thanked him. He helped Tang Qing very little, but Tang Qing helped him so much, Sun Chao and Gao Ming. Now that it's up to him, he really feels that he owes Tang Qing too much. Tang Qing shook his head and said, "Why are you so polite? You taught me so much. Although I never called you master, the relationship between us is not that close. The only thing you have to pay attention to is not to tell my uncle about this matter." Okay, I will keep his secret. Han Lung agreed. P.S. Chapter 2, I feel dizzy, so go to bed first. Africa, Southern Democratic Republic of the Congo. A Toyota Silver SUV was driving quickly on a bumpy road, and the two sides were not rainforests, but low bushes. From time to time, some small animals would come out of the bushes, but they were all frightened and hurried to the other side. If you were unlucky, it could only be said to be God's will. There are very few vehicles on the road. The road, which has been in disrepair for a long time, has become a complete gravel road in many places. Although this off-road vehicle drives very fast, but there is something faster than that. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. When passing the off-road vehicle, the two of them arrogantly showed their middle fingers and cursed something, but they were covered up by the sound of gunfire. Sometimes when they encountered a bumpy pit, the two of them were thrown almost over the carriage. The two of them clung to the handrail and exclaimed loudly, having a great time. There were 5 people sitting in the Toyota off-road vehicle. Their faces were all African, and their muscles were very strong. The clothes they wore were not tattered or random brands, but uniform black suits and sunglasses. This was Tang Qing's previous request. It is best for soldiers to wear sunglasses when performing combat missions, so as not to cheat in an emergency and be treated as aliens invading the Earth. Then they will have to silence them, which is very troublesome. These are the 5 warriors who were sent to this country to deal with the mining tyrants. Those 2 idiots could tell at a glance that they had eaten flour and were in high spirits, so the soldiers ignored them at all. If they dared to shoot at their cars, the soldiers would let them know what hand speed meant. The soldiers did not take a plane because there was no direct connection. If they had a transfer, they might as well drive themselves. It's just that the command room also overestimated the complexity of traffic on the road. Although the distance was long, the road conditions were simply crazy. In addition, the bridge was blown up once, so we had to take a long detour, and we often encountered robbers and road bullies. In the end, it took a total of nearly 20 hours to cross Rwanda and the South Kivu province of Democratic Republic of the Congo to reach the southern part of Maniema province. It's only 2 hours faster than flying. At this point, we are still dozens of kilometers away from the mission goal, just 5 minutes after the speedster race passed. The soldiers encountered the first trouble when they entered Maniema province. 2 pickup trucks were lying across the middle of the road, blocking the 2-lane road. One was the pickup truck just now, and the other seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. There were 2 gangsters standing in the back of the 2 pickup trucks. It was noon now, and under the dazzling sunlight, the gangsters were so dark that they were a little reflective. It was obvious that they wanted to slaughter the fattened sheep. Although these warriors also have African faces, they do not have the slightest sense of belonging. They only know to complete the mission and eliminate all those who hinder Tang Qing's progress. Stop! One of the Africans stood in front and shouted loudly with a loudspeaker. There was no fear on his face. He also considered that people inside could not hear if the windows were closed tightly. He also held up a large handwritten sign with the word "Stop." It was quite conspicuous, but the words were a bit ugly. They were only more than 50 meters away from the soldier's car. But the soldiers had no interest in stopping and talking nonsense with. These people, even normal people who had seen so many road bullies along the way, would not sympathize with these robbers at all, let alone these emotionless war machines. 13 people. It has already been marked by the command room and assigned tasks. There are no innocent people here. Those who block the way of the soldiers are enemies, not to mention that it is already too late. Since the time promised to Tang Qing has exceeded, the entire mission has been directly marked red from a general mission to an emergency mission. So, it is driven so fast. Anyone who wastes their time and has malicious intentions must be eliminated quickly. The co-pilot and the soldier in the back seat immediately took out a pistol from their clothes, rolled down the window, just when the opponent has a chance to win, looks happy, and is ready to make a big fortune. Death is coming. Bang bang. Extremely intensive gunfire sounded. The three warriors took action together. Missless shots. In just 1 second, they heard the sound, and before they could pull the trigger, they were already lying down forever. Test the warrior's hand speed. That is courting death. Step. The off-road vehicle turned around the two vehicles and continued driving towards the city in the distance, leaving behind 2 pickup trucks without any living people. As for the loot, in this way, on the road of dozens of kilometers, they encountered 4 groups of robbers who wanted to rob them, and they were all dealt with in this way. They were all robbers with blood on their hands, so they killed them, and they don't care about killing or burying them. In this war-torn African country, the command room has no scruples. After paying the toll, the car slowly drove into a small county. It was said to be a county, but it was pitifully small. It was only about the size of a remote town in China. The infrastructure was extremely poor. Most people still lived in the dense forests of the countryside, leading a primitive life of hunting and gathering. Many people would never go far in their lives. They were born and died here. Today is the day to go to the market. The streets are very lively, and there are all kinds of hawking sounds, especially the fruits, which are extremely cheap. They sell them in piles because they don't even have scales. After finding a random place to park the car, the soldiers changed into clean, ordinary clothes and spread out in this place. They need to understand the basic information here and find a stronghold. At the same time, the teleportation node has already boarded the plane and is expected to arrive here tomorrow morning. In order to catch up with the plan, they need to take action tonight. Time is running out, just as the soldiers disperse to find out the news. A settlement 3 kilometers south of the county. This is the actual control of Karumba in this small county. Many people with guns were on guard around the station. A luxurious snow-white brick and stone house is located in the middle, forming a sharp contrast with the mud houses and thatched houses elsewhere. In the huge basement, Columba was having a great time with a few of his confidants, drinking wine, holding the beauty in his arms, and watching the performances that everyone loved to see. From time to time, he even performed in person to dance with the music. Just then, his butler came in. The scene inside was already familiar to him. "Chief, something strange happened on the way from South Kivu province at noon today." The steward came up quickly and said, "What a strange thing." The 39-year-old Columba said indifferently while smoking a cigar. "Those who collected tolls from outsiders are all dead, and there are no witnesses. It seems that it was a group of people." The housekeeper whispered. After hearing this, Columba became even more disinterested and said, "They are not our people anyway. If they die, they will die. Someone will replace them soon." These are local gangsters or gamblers who specialize in extorting people from other provinces, collecting tolls, and sometimes killing people. He despises such people and will die if they die. "Yes, Chief, by the way, the Chinese boss is coming soon. I heard that the mining equipment is already at sea." The steward added. Columba's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's really fast. It's much better than those Americans. We must give him a good blow when the time comes. The Chinese are easy to bully." He felt happy. "Yes, we will definitely make a lot of money this time, and it will be a long-term business. We will seize their equipment when the time comes." The butler was also a little excited, waiting to drink some soup. "Idiot, what are you trying to steal? Do you know how to use it? Even if you know how to use it, who will sell the mine or 2? All we need is money." Columba patted the butler on the head. With this IQ, if he hadn't been a relative, he would have been thrown out long ago. Yes, the leader is right." The butler nodded and bowed quickly. "Well, you go down first." Columba waved the butler out. A trace of pride flashed in his eyes. The conditions given by the Americans before were too low, and there was no profit because the money had to be divided among several deputy chiefs. This time, there's a Chinese boss who is not afraid of death. He must ask for more. When the time comes, he will lie about the price of the protection fee and take the lion's share himself. Although he really wants to kill the other deputy leaders and take it all for himself, he doesn't dare. Their power was formed by the alliance of some local tribes, just to fight against the alliance of other tribes. Only because their tribe was the strongest, had a large population, and had several gem mines under their control, he could become the leader. It's not like you can become king by killing other deputy leaders. After an afternoon of investigation, you, an efficient soldier, have mastered the local power structure and selected the higher person for this mission. A scumbag like Columba, who has done many evil things, was directly abandoned. Among the other deputy leaders, the second leader is relatively close to the justice side, and he has the best reputation among the deputy leaders. Even if there is something that has not been investigated, it doesn't matter. These are just wheat, and they're not a force directly under Tang Qing. There is no need to be too particular about it. Follow the scheduled plan. Each selected a target. Prepare to start execution in the early morning. 12 o'clock in the evening. The residence of Second Chief Martin Bahati. Naturally, his station and Columba are not together, but each is in his own tribe. It's just that Columba is the leader, so he lives near the county seat, and they usually get together when there's something going on. They're just a very loose alliance of interests. This is a tribe located in the mountains, with a population of more than 6,000, which is considered a relatively large force. Martin Bahati is the son of the tribe leader and the next leader, so the place to live is naturally not bad. It's just not as luxurious as Karumba. Martin Bahati's life is very regular. He goes to bed after eating and has no other hobbies. Although he has 3 wives, he is already 42 years old and doesn't have much interest. Sometimes he likes to sleep alone. Soon, his biological clock made him fall asleep quickly. In the jungle surrounding the Martin Bahati tribe, a figure walked quickly inside. By moonlight, the soldier directly turned on the auxiliary system, and his body was semi-forcibly taken over by the waiter. The main reason was to speed up the movement. He had to take a detour when walking on the main road, so the command room chose to let the soldier walk in a straight line. For a soldier who has failed at level 2, it is a joke that the jungle is dangerous. Arriving not far from Martin Bahati's tribe, the soldier's eyes flashed red again, ending the authorization of the combat assistance system. Squatting in the grass, looking at the peaceful tribe, the warrior waited quietly. Soldiers from other places also arrived one after another, waiting for orders. Early morning, Martin Bahati's home. He was sleeping soundly, unaware that there was a figure standing beside the bed, looking at him. Arrive at 12 o'clock. Dong, dong, dong. 3 banging sounds rang out in his room, like thunder, and Martin Bahati was instantly awakened. He had always been a light sleeper and would be startled by the slightest sound. Perhaps it was a habit he had developed from living in the jungle for so many years. It was very chaotic here. There are not only gangsters, but also jackals, tigers, and leopards. If you were not careful, you would die without knowing how. Martin Bahati opened his eyes immediately. The room was still dark, with only a faint moonlight, and the sound of insects outside came in, just like usual. It seems that he made the sound again, etc. Martin Bahati suddenly sat up and turned to look at the figure standing by the bed. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he almost had a heart attack. "Who are you?" Martin Bahati shouted. As he said that, he quickly took out the gun under the pillow. But the next second, before the gun was even raised, all he could see was a blur in front of his eyes, and the gun in his hand was snatched away by the other party, with such force that his fingers were pulled painfully. Martin Bahati cried out in pain. He was wondering why no one came to see him when he suddenly remembered that he had the habit of talking in his sleep and often yelling at night. Everyone was used to it, and every time I was woken up by my own voice. This kind of symptom is extremely rare. Even those doctors who provide international aid say, "Hello, Mr. Martin Bahati." In order to prevent him from yelling again, the soldier pointed a gun at his head and greeted him. Hearing this, Martin Bahati breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously and did not shoot directly. Conditions were better than no conditions. Although the cold feeling on his forehead chilled him and many thoughts flashed through his mind, he could not think of whom he had offended. He had always been a good person and rarely made enemies. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Martin Bahati asked calmly. Smart, I won't talk too much. It's very simple. I'll help you take the position of leader, and you agree to some conditions. The warrior was as straightforward as ever. Why should I trust you? What are the conditions? Martin Bahati asked with a frown. You have no choice, the soldier replied. Facing the threat from the man in front of him, Martin Bahati had thousands of thoughts flashing through his mind. He kept thinking about who sent him and what he was going to do. Suddenly, his brain was running out. However, the temptation of becoming a leader is still great. Columba controls the county seat and also has the largest dividend rights. The combined share of their deputy leaders is only slightly more than that of Columba. And, as the person in front of him said, he has no choice. Knowing this information, if he doesn't agree, he may die. What are you going to do? Martin Bahati said seriously. We don't have much time. Your leader and several of his sincere men will no longer see the sun tomorrow. Can you handle the rest? The soldier said. Do you think it's that simple? Just kill the leader and a few of his men, and I could take over? You are too naive. He represents a tribe, and every deputy leader level is the same. Their tribe is not something I can deal with. If this is your plan, I can only say that there is nothing I can do. Martin Bahati sneered. This plan seemed to him to be completely idiotic. Of course we have thought of this, but what if you join forces with other deputy leaders? The soldier then said slowly. You still found them? Martin Bahati asked in surprise. Of course, you can't handle it alone, so we found other deputy leaders, but the content of the conversation was different. You are the only one we think can be the leader, the soldier said. Hearing this, Martin Bahati didn't know whether he was happy or something else. He had to say that it felt good to be looked up to by others. But will they agree to join forces with me? Martin Bahati said a little worried. The warrior paused, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. They have agreed. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, Tokyo Police, a story about a soul traveling to Japan to become a police officer. Friends who like this kind of subject can read it. Thank you to readers who should hold your right hand, and Ming Min and Mo for their tips. Thank you for your support. I heard the soldier say that the other deputy leaders had agreed to nominate him as the new leader. Martin Bahati's first reaction was disbelief, but his IQ told him that it was impossible for the other party to tell such a lie that could be easily exposed. Is it true? This is too fast. Have they really agreed? Martin Bahati confirmed again. He stared at the soldier's eyes, trying to see if he could tell anything based on his rich experience. But the soldier's eyes and expression did not change at all. A robot without emotions would not have the emotion to understand the words itself when speaking. So of course Martin Bahati couldn't see anything. Yes, they have agreed. The soldier nodded. This operation was all carried out at the same time. When Martin Bahati asked just now, the other deputy leaders made the most correct choice between life and death. Life is more important. The moment those conditions were stated, they had no way out. Or die. Either agree. What about Leader Columba? Martin Bahati asked curiously. Just now the soldier only said that Columba would not see the sun tomorrow, but it did not mean that he would die now. He is now dead in his basement with his men, probably due to an altercation. The soldier has nothing to hide. Of course it is very simple to kill Columba directly, but many times it is necessary to consider the impact so as not to cause conflicts between several tribes. So the original plan was to only let Columba fall off the bed or die of a heart attack. But after seeing them having fun together, Tang Qing, who was watching from the sidelines, made the command room temporarily change the plan and let Columba and his close men go to meet the ancestors. Even if there is suspicion, no one will have evidence. There will be no conflict between tribes. Tang Qing needs stability here instead of a chaotic fight. After all, Columba's tribe is the strongest, and with the bloodline issue, even if Martin Bahati and the others unite to win, they will be in constant trouble in the future with all kinds of little tricks. The population of Columba's tribe is close to 10,000, and there are more than 600 guards stationed in the tribe. If they really work hard, thousands of people can be pulled out in minutes. As for the mind-bully force of the tribal alliance, it is actually just a part of the people we have sent there. The total number is more than 300. What we have put together is not the main fighting strength of each tribe. Even a Martin Bahati tribe can pull out more than 600. With so many people, the fight would really be endless. What fucking mind? After listening to the warrior's words, Martin Bahati forced to smile unnaturally. Maybe there was a quarrel? Damn, these crazy people. Martin Bahati became increasingly afraid of the power of the man in front of him. The unknown is the scariest thing. The method was so ruthless and decisive. Then I agree, but I want to know why you don't negotiate terms with Columba. Wouldn't that be faster? Martin Bahati asked again, suppressing the fear in his heart. It's nothing. Our regional director can't stand his behavior. The soldier paused and said, the regional director, of course, made it up. Regional heads? Who are you? Martin Bahati asked. Since you agreed, you are also qualified to know our name, Black Prison. Okay, now that everything has been resolved, let's talk about the conditions. The soldier once again set a solution. This time it was not the deputy leaders like Martin Bahati, nor Columba, who had already gone to heaven, but Columba's tribe. Columba is also the son of the tribal leader. In order to prevent the Columba tribe from unilaterally withdrawing from the alliance later, the position of the patriarch must also be changed in this world. There is never a shortage of ambitious people. Please tell me. Martin Bahati did not notice this and asked about the conditions. First, 25% of your future business income will be ours, and we will pay it monthly. The soldier said directly. Why? Martin Bahati became angry. Immediately after hearing this, 25%, you might as well go grab it. He thought it would be a one-time payment, but he didn't expect it to be so black and directly asked for a quarter of their income. He couldn't explain anything to those below or above. Martin Bahati, please remember, I am not discussing with you, but giving orders, and we can replace you at any time and let someone who is willing to give come up. The soldier's words made Martin Bahati instantly feel like a dead eggplant. But I can't explain it to the people above and below me. Not only am I unable to do this, but no one else can do it. Martin Bahati said with a wry smile. With this ratio, even if he were beaten to death, he would not be able to convince other tribes to buy this account. This is not a big problem. When the iron ore starts to be mined, you'll have a certain income. This 25% will be equivalent to about 70% of the iron ore income in the future. It basically does not involve your existing income distribution. Generally speaking, your income has increased. The soldier explained. This is the ratio set by Tang Qing. 25% of the membership fee is simply a robbery, but it is much lower than that of the robbery gang in the United States. This is mainly due to the actual situation. Too much will cause adverse effects. Soldiers can kill people, but they cannot destroy people's hearts. A steady stream of water is the right way. Although this money is not glorious, it can be used to do some glorious things. Tang Qing is going to use 25% of the membership fees collected from various places to help others, and the rest will be used to expand the power of the Black Prison, while leaving some funds as backup. Martin Bahati thought for half a minute. If this is really the case, it can still be done. Okay, I agree to this condition. Martin Bahati nodded in agreement. The soldier continued. Second, if necessary, you must obey our orders and do something. But don't worry, it won't be anything that will harm the core interests of your tribe. It's just a small favor. For example, although Martin Bahati was unhappy with the word order, he had no choice. The situation was stronger than the people, but he did not blindly agree. To tell you the truth, the companies that are planning to come here to mine this time have also paid us certain dues. Therefore, I hope you can treat us fairly, charge reasonable fees, and provide necessary protection. We don't want anyone to go to their place to cause trouble and hurt others. The soldier told a little lie. Immediately Martin Bahati said in shock, "Do they ask you to come? Do us. Do companies also have to pay membership fees? And it's a Chinese company, so how powerful is this black jail? It feels a bit like a mercenary, well, Definitely. Martin Bahati has determined that Black Prison must be a mercenary organization. In fact, if you count them all, there's a bit of overlap in business. No, they're just applying to protect the interests of members, and you are the same. As long as it does not violate our principles, we will provide you with necessary help and protection, but it is limited to your internal matters, external expansion, and being attacked. We will not provide direct help. We will only provide some paid services, such as intelligence and weapon support. At the same time, we can also provide transfer of your property or funds. The soldier explained. In general, it is because of this mine and to protect the interests of your members that you are here. Martin Bahati concluded. He didn't know what to think about this conclusion. On the one hand, he felt that it was good to be protected, but on the other hand, they had become a stumbling block this time, and he couldn't be happy in his heart. It was a very complicated emotion. Yes, you will also be a member from the day you pay your dues. As long as you don't kill innocent people indiscriminately and pay your dues on time, no one among you will dare to take your position. The soldier said, "This sounds pretty good." Martin Bahati also began to accept and support. What happened to Columba today was something he never wanted to happen to him. What other conditions are there? Martin Bahati said again. The conditions are gone, but there are two more requirements. First, do not reveal the name of our organization to the outside world. Your deputy leaders do not know it. Second, you can charge a certain normal fee for the company that comes to mind this time. At the same time, restrain your subordinates and avoid conflicts. If something goes wrong, our ruling center considers you to be the main responsibility, and you are likely to face a huge fine. The soldier said, the judgment center is naturally another name for the command room. That's no problem, I agreed. Martin Bahati said immediately. Columba was like a lion with its mouth wide open before, but now it has the connection of the Black Prison. He doesn't really want to make a fortune from this iron mine, lest he lose his life. That's good, Mr. Martin Bahati. Thank you for your cooperation. This is our phone number. If you have any questions, you can contact us directly. We will deal with it immediately. The soldier handed over a note and said, Then what do I need to do next? Martin Bahati said after putting away the note. Goodbye. The warrior said and turned to leave. Having reached this point, it was a complete tailwind. If Martin Bahati couldn't do the rest, then his years of life would have been in vain. Seeing the soldiers strutting out, Martin Bahati wanted to take out another gun under the sheets, but he just thought about it. If he did, he might also follow in the footsteps of Columba. Thinking of what he had experienced just now, Martin Bahati wanted to curse. He was sleeping peacefully, dreaming of sweet dreams, and living a leisurely life. Suddenly, an emperor appeared above him out of nowhere. He was not just beeping the dog. He wanted to beep the earth. Turn on the lights. The harsh lights made Martin Bahati's eyes a little uncomfortable. Squinting his eyes slightly, he sat on the bedside, lost in thought. He has to carefully plan his way to the top tomorrow. P.S. Next chapter, 10 o'clock, please vote. All night long. Martin Bahati didn't even fall asleep, thinking over and over about what might happen tomorrow. Also unable to sleep were the other 3 deputy chiefs, and the new chief of the Kurumba tribe who would take over. Everyone is thinking about one thing, and that is their own interests. Early the next morning, the person who came to clean the house smelled a faint smell of blood as soon as they walked in. Even the sound of the stereo inside didn't stop. It was completely different from usual, because usually Kurumba would turn off the sound when he got tired of playing. The old cleaning man, who was good at brainstorming, immediately gave up on his legs, put down his broom, and ran out screaming. After a while, he rushed in with a group of guards. Everyone was dumbfounded. Columba and several of his confidants were found dead in the basement of their home. No trace of foreign invasion was found, but from the scene it looked like several people died together, each holding a gun. The surrounding fruit plates and drinks were scattered on the floor. It was already very loud here every night, and people outside did not pay attention to what was going on inside. Why are there no women in it? Haha, this is why Tang Qing decided to send them all to heaven instantly after watching it. His eyes were dirty, damn it. Then he quickly watched a normal movie to wash his eyes. After a while, Karumba's brother Carol also received the news and rushed over. He escaped because he went out to play last night. Watching his brother die, Carol felt no sadness in his heart, but was filled with excitement. Now he can finally take over his brother's position and continue to live and drink. His father only has 2 sons. His brother is dead. In his opinion, the position of leader must be in his pocket. But he didn't dare to be too obvious. He immediately called his father, but he couldn't get through. He thought it was a signal problem. After all, this place was remote and backward, and they had never had any requirements for signals. Notify their deputy chiefs to come here for a meeting. My brother must have gotten into a fight with them due to a dispute and asked them to choose a new chief. Carol said to the housekeeper of Columba, who had just arrived from the county town. The housekeeper was a relative of their family. His brother had died, and the housekeeper was also one of his own. However, he couldn't stand the way the housekeeper took care of his expenses in the past, so he planned to let him return to the tribe to retire after he became the leader. The housekeeper quickly agreed and hurriedly went out to make phone calls. Carol is an idiot, but the housekeeper is not. Everything here is weird. He has to inform the clan leader quickly. Carol will definitely make things worse. But the patriarch's phone has been unreachable and he can't be contacted. Forget it if you can't get through. Let's discuss my brother's funeral first. Carol said nonchalantly. Anyway, even if he informed his father, the result would still be the same. After a while, the 4 leaders arrived at Columba's mansion. The speed was a bit fast, but Carol didn't think much about it. But the housekeeper was not stupid. He winked hard at Carol, but Carol ignored it all. The housekeeper was also helpless about this. It is terrible to be uneducated. It is this kind of person who harms others and himself, but there is nothing he can do about it. Carol has never even gone to school. He is just a creature walking on instinct, and his mind is full of women and flour. After saying hello, a bunch of people sit in a circle. Martin Bahati and the other 3 deputy leaders were all there, as well as their respective clan leaders. If they wanted to agree to Martin Bahati's appointment, the deputy leaders could not make the decision. Only the clan leaders could. However, the deputy leaders were all the next generation successors of their respective clans, and their words were quite serious. Therefore, after careful consideration, they persuaded their respective clan leaders to agree to let Martin Bahati be the leader. After all, without the consent of the clan leader, 25% of the expenditure would not be approved at all. The only representative of Karumba's tribe is Carol. Although his father has not been notified, Carol wants to make a final decision quickly, so he doesn't care. Anyway, their tribe is the most powerful, and the position of leader cannot be lost as usual. Everyone, let's talk about what we should do. Martin Bahati said and glanced around. Seeing the weird looks in their eyes, he was helpless. I think we should bury my brother Columba first. At the same time, it is best to elect a new leader today. Don't worry, I will lead everyone to make a lot of money. When the iron ore is mined, there will be a steady stream of money in the future. Currer was the first to raise his hands. My mind is full. Paste. This is the unanimous view of everyone here. The others didn't answer. They just looked at Columba's playboy brother as if he was a fool. They already know the conditions of the black jail, and they still want to blackmail the Chinese boss? Unless you're crazy. A strong dragon will not overwhelm a local snake. This time, they were so suppressed by the powerful dragon that they could not move and did not dare to resist. Martin Bahati thought to himself, how did this idiot survive until now? Just then, a soldier hurried in and whispered something in Martin Bahati's ear. He could no longer maintain his expression. Karumba's father had a stroke and died. The younger brother took over the position of clan leader forcefully. This news is usually nothing, but if it happened today, it must be the work of the Black Prison. Several other deputy leaders also received the same news, their eyes filled with horror. They thought they would have to use gentler methods today to avoid angering Columba's father, but now it seemed that there was no need to do so. Each of them looked at Carol with pity in their eyes. It seems like this man won't live long. Ahem, this burial is certain. We will discuss it later. The first step is to elect a new leader. Do you have any good suggestions? Martin Bahati coughed twice and said. Karuba stood up confidently. My brother is dead. As the younger brother, it is natural for me to be the leader. Idiot. This was the thought of everyone present. Even the people of Columba's tribe were a little ashamed. This idiot, please don't kill me. Okay, Columba is dead. It's not up to you to decide who becomes the leader. We are a coalition of several tribes. Naturally, we will vote as before to decide whoever gets more votes will be the leader. Martin Bahati ignored him at all. Carol was a little anxious and said, You choose me, and when I become the leader, I will blackmail the Chinese boss, and I will give you 80% of the money I get. After hearing this, the other deputy leaders said nothing and pretended not to hear. But Martin Bahati cursed secretly in his heart. What a shame. It's this iron mind that attracted the people from the black jail. How dare you make up your mind? If you are the leader, you can't kill us. If your brother Shilio hadn't opened his mouth and scared away the docile America, how could there be a corruptible Chinese boss here to take over? Although he benefited a lot and became the leader, the feeling that he was no longer in control of his life took away most of his joy. Okay, let's vote by show of hands. Those who agree with me as leader will raise their hands. After speaking, Martin Bahati took the lead in raising his right hand. The other three deputy leaders looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes and raised their hands one after another. They were all fish and meat. Before they found each other's weaknesses, it was better to be honest so as not to play in the mud with Karumba. This scene made Carol very angry, and his mind finally became smart for a while. Carol stood up immediately, pointed at the deputy chiefs angrily, and shouted, I can finally see it. You must have collaborated to kill my brother. That's it. This is what the butler was thinking at this time. As soon as Carol puts this shit in the pot, he is making trouble. Even if you think so, don't say it out loud. Carol, don't talk nonsense. How could we do such a thing? One of the deputy leaders looked at Carol coldly and said, They won't accept this shit. It wasn't them who did it. It was your brother who sought death himself. It must be you. Wait, when I return to the tribe, I will expose you. I will come back, Carol said angrily. After that, he walked outside, ready to go back and tell his father to withdraw from the alliance. Bang. It hurts me so much. Whoever fired the gun, kill him. Before Carol could take 2 steps, a gunshot rang out. Carol knelt on the ground, covering his wound and wailing, while others in his tribe were pointing guns at him. Don't even dare to move. Even if they were not robbed, they would not avenge Carol. Carol is stupid. They are not stupid. At this time, Martin Bahati stood up, walked to Carol, looked at Carol condescendingly. The smile on his face made Carol panic, and then Martin Bahati slowly took the gun from one of his men. He already knew Carol. It was the surrender letter left to him by the black prison. Seeing this situation, Carol panicked. Bahati, what are you going to do? If I die, my father will not let you go. Carol said in horror. Things developed so fast, and he still can't figure out why things develop like this. Your father? Haha. As far as I know, the leader of your tribe is no longer your father. Martin Bahati squatted down and sneered softly. In an instant, Carol's expression suddenly changed. What, you actually? Bang. You know too much. Martin Bahati said lightly. When the new chief of Columba's tribe takes over, the blame for the entire incident will be borne by that new chief. Anyway, if the yellow mud falls off the crotch, it is either shit or shit. Who said you're the biggest beneficiary? Compared with the position of the leader of the alliance, the position of the leader of this alliance is obviously more valuable and the benefits obtained are greater. The income of the county is not much compared to the various gems and gold minerals in the rainforest. Unless the iron ore is mined, the income of the leader here will be comparable to that of the leader of the Columba tribe. This will still have to wait a few more years. Therefore, Martin Bahati is only an indirect beneficiary. Thinking of this, Martin Bahati felt a little chill in his heart. One night, the damn ones are all dead. No one escaped. They all fell into huge pockets. They all also boarded the thief ship. Martin Bahati can only hope that the people in the black prison will keep their word and will not attack them. But he wasn't too worried. After all, we all had common interests in the future and were considered allies. His death would not be good for Black Prison. P.S. I came early and asked for tickets. There is never any distinction between closeness and distance in the struggle for power. After Carol's death, the helpless housekeeper received a call from the new clan leader. He nodded respectfully and put down the phone. He ordered his men to carry Carol out. He was a relative of Columba, and naturally, he was also a relative of the new clan leader. He was even closer, so he quickly accepted this reality. After all, no one wants to die alive. This is the biggest reason for betrayal. And when it comes to loyalty, it is to the tribe and the clan leader, not to a dead former clan leader or leader. This is the law of survival here. After the new tribal representative of the Columba tribe arrived, the inauguration ceremony of the new leader was held at the residence. The ceremony was very simple. After all, it was just a bond of tribal alliance. It was not grand. Some local rich, powerful, and respected people were just invited to witness it, and just buy a meal. When Martin Bahati took office as the new leader, it was also when Tang Qing came out of Han Lung's place after dinner. On the way back, Tang Qing received a text message. Text message content: Black 01 end. This is the first mission after the establishment of Black Prison, codenamed Black 01, which is very easy to understand. Putting away the phone, a faint smile emerged from the corner of Tang Qing's mouth. Finally done. 10 minutes later, Sun Chao sent Tang Qing to school. Enter the campus. When the guard saw Tang Qing, he quickly opened the door. He didn't dare to say anything about this school's baby. If it were another student, he would definitely ask the teacher to pick it up. Tang Qing politely responded to the guard's smile. A few times before, he habitually touched his pockets, ready to take out a cigarette holder, but found nothing. After a few times, he got used to it. After being reborn, he never smoked. After all, he had nothing to worry about. Why would he smoke that thing? Tang Qing did not go back to teach. Instead, he came to the playground. Not many school playgrounds today have plastic tracks, and their school certainly doesn't have one either. They're all paved with gravel asphalt and are in disrepair. They need frequent watering, especially in summer, otherwise they will be dusty all the way. It seems that after the college entrance examination, I need to donate some money to my alma mater and repair it. At this time, several classes of students were taking physical education classes, some were doing radio gymnastics, some were playing relay races, and some were practicing competitive sports such as high jump, because there was a sports meeting on May Day, but Tang Qing was a senior in high school, so naturally he didn't need to participate. He could just watch the fun. Standing by the playground, I watched the physical education class that I once longed for a while. Tang Qing took out his cell phone and called Chai Rin. Now Chai Rin is still playing in Qingyan City. Today, he happened to be taken to a farmhouse in a suburban village by Lu Gan. They were fishing, picking fruits, and other activities that city people like to see. However, neither of them was very interested. They had been to Mu Jian's farm and played in an original farmhouse. Playing here always felt a bit petty. Once upon a time, it was difficult to find water in the sea. If they hadn't heard that the spicy fish here was so good, they wouldn't have come at all. Sure enough, the spicy fish here was full of praise for the Chai Rin. It was spicy and spicy, so refreshing. The sun is not small today. Chai Rin and Lu Gan were sitting by the fish pond, holding fishing rods and looking at the float. They didn't put any bait because they had finished eating. They were just fishing for fun, and their respective bodyguards stood behind holding umbrellas. The dozen or so fish ponds here have all been reserved by Lu Gan, making them seem a bit deserted. The fish baskets of both of them were empty because all the fish they caught were released. At this time, a piece of soft music played. Chiron quickly took out his phone. The work phone was with the bodyguard, and this was his personal phone. Tang Qing? Looking at the phone number, Chiron was puzzled. Why should I call him? It had only been 2 days, and there were still 5 days left in the week, so he had never thought about what was going on in Africa. Press the answer key. Hey, is this Xiao Tang? Chiron asked. It's me. Have you eaten, Master Chai? Tang Qing also said non-nutritious words, but this is the custom of Chinese people, isn't it? Chiron was left speechless by such a serious Tang Qing. I just finished eating, and I am fishing. Aren't you supposed to be in class at this time? Are you skipping class again? Speaking of this, Chai Rin's mouth showed a smile unconsciously. Skipping class, a name that was so long ago. Recalling his youth, Chai Rin felt close to this kind of bad student. He didn't skip class, so why did he go to school? Let's not mention this for now. Let's get down to business. Is it convenient for you to talk there? Tang Qing waved a wicker and said. Chai Rin was stunned for a moment. Private matter? Looking at Lu Qian, who was not far away, Chai Rin did not get up and said, It's convenient. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. My friend told me that the matter over there has been settled. Tang Qing said slowly. Is it done? Which way? You mean the iron mine? Xiaivei exit instantly. So big? But it's only been 2 days. Do you want it to be so fast? Yes. Tang Qing's answer let Chai Rin know that he had heard correctly. At the same time, a strange feeling emerged in my heart. What should we do? Chai Rin asked. Tang Qing pretended to be stupid and said, I'm not sure about this either. He just said that after discussing it with their leader, he agreed. It seems that the fee is unavoidable, but it can be paid as normal. They won't ask for it. My friend's subordinates will contact you later for the specific situation. I won't be involved in the rest. Wait, Xiao Tang, does your friend have any requirements? Chai Rin stood up and walked aside and asked urgently. Don't worry, my friend is easy to talk to, but don't think of him as a fool or someone who has been taken advantage of. Otherwise, he will be in trouble when he is angry. I think you have seen his strength. He doesn't like to actively cause trouble, but he is not afraid of anything. As long as you follow the rules, I believe you will get along very happily. Moreover, my friend is really powerful and will definitely be very helpful to your business. Tang Qing began to boast about himself. Seeing that nothing could be found, Chai Rin stopped asking. I understand. Thank you, Xiao Tang. Chai Rin thanked him. You're welcome. I'm just a matchmaker. Okay, you take your time and play while I go to class first. Tang Qing said. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Chai Rin returned to his seat. Master Chai, what's wrong? What did Xiao Tang say? Lugan asked curiously. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't ask, but everyone knew Tang Qing. Chai Rin shook his head and said, It's nothing. I don't know much about it. Let me ask first. Lugan is also one of the shareholders of this iron mine. He is qualified to know some things, but not now. He still feels confused and how to tell others. After saying that, Chai Rin took the satellite phone brought by the bodyguard and dialed his classmate. There is no one working in the iron mine over there now. All the prospectors have gone to live in the capital. After all, the mine is not safe. To find out the information, I still have to ask that classmate. It took half a minute for the other party to answer the phone. Chai Rin, is that you? A rough voice came over, speaking in English. Haha, it's me, Adama. How are you these days? Chai Rin said with a smile. The last phone call was just last week to discuss the matter of Karumba, and Adama also agreed to lobby. It's okay. Except for a bunch of unsatisfactory things. Everything else is fine. You came here to. Asked about the iron mine. Don't worry, I have sent people to negotiate. I will notify you as soon as there is any news. Hey, wait a moment. Don't hang up yet. I have a call coming in. It's from the person I sent there. Okay, I'll wait. Chai Rin said. Although satellite phones are expensive, both parties are well funded, so it doesn't matter if they have to use them every day. On the phone, Chai Rin only heard a few murmurs and couldn't understand what was said at all, but the surprised tone could still be heard. He was also a little worried that something had happened. He hoped it was a good thing. 3 minutes later, Chai Rin, it's okay. It's fine there now. It's just that their new leader has changed. Don't worry. I heard that the new leader is easier to talk to. If we hurry up, we will have news today. However, hearing these words was like thunder in Chai Rin's ears, and he almost jumped up. Is there a new leader? Is this Tang Qing's friend solution? Adama, are you saying that their leader has been replaced? Chai Rin stood up again and walked to the side and said in a low voice. Chai Rin spoke English this time, and Lugan even had the guts to go to the toilet. Yes, the new leader took office just now, and my people had a meal there, but there was no chance to mention it at the time. Adama said, What's going on over there? What happened? Chai Rin asked hurriedly. I don't know the specifics. It seems that the previous leader and his brother died, and their tribe leader also changed. But it doesn't matter. This kind of thing happens often. My people will visit him later. Adamus said, Okay, I'll wait for you, good news. Chiron paused a bit. If this was done by Tang Qing's friend, this good news would have nothing to do with Adama. No problem, I'll get back to you. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Chiron's heart was still beating violently involuntarily and could not calm down. If it happened by such a coincidence, it must not be a coincidence. Solved? Is this how Tang Qing's friend solved it? He thought it was related there, but he didn't take it seriously. He even knew the president's son. But the current method is really too outrageous. He changed everyone from clan leader to leader and even sent them to heaven. This is too arrogant and unscrupulous. Aren't you afraid that you will get away with it? He was now certain that this was done by Tang Qing's friend. He planned such a sophisticated operation in such a short period of time, which far exceeded his original imagination. Quick, sharp, decisive, ruthless, and those who follow me will prosper. Although he has always claimed to be a wolf, he now feels a bit like dancing with wolves, and his solution is like that of a sheep. Lobbying? The other party doesn't do that at all. Just change someone to be the leader, you must listen to me. He could even think of how the soldiers threaten the new leader. If you don't agree, find someone else who agrees. Make your own choice. I wanted to do that too, but I simply can't do it and I don't dare. Just then, Chiron's phone rang again. He quickly took it out, and there was an unfamiliar number on it. He immediately realized that this might be the person Tang Qing was talking about. Press the answer button quickly. I am Chiron. Who are you? Chiron said. Hello, Mr. Chai. I have been ordered to be your contact person. Please take care of me in the future. The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to Chiron to be exactly the same as that of Brother Yuan, with the same coldness. Are you a subordinate of Tang Qing's friend? Chiron confirmed again. Yes, Mr. Chai. According to the previous conditions, we solved the problem of the iron mine. You asked U.S. to invest in Yunqi investment. Now that we have done it, there is no problem on your side. I can guarantee this. If your solution satisfies me, your shares will not be lower than the average. But I want to know to what extent you said it has been solved. Also, the leader has just changed there. Is it you who did it? Chiron asked. Yes, our boss couldn't stand the original leader, so he gave him a ride. As a condition for the new leader, you can mine this iron mine with confidence in the future. You only need to pay a certain amount of taxes and fees according to the rules. It won't be too high. At the same time, the new leader will also ensure the safety of our personnel and equipment in the mine. Of course, this is not an obligation. It just restrains his subordinates from causing trouble. This condition made Chiron instantly happy. Normal charges apply. Also provides protection. Are you serious? He would really do this? Chiron asked hurriedly. He had never enjoyed this condition in other mines in Africa. Yes, if he harasses you or raises taxes and fees, you can tell us and we will solve it. Solve it, Chiron murmured. Only now did he understand the meaning and chill of this word. Yes, tell me the specific shares after you have negotiated. This is also the first thing I asked you for today. The second thing is that I hope you keep it secret. If Tang Qing gets into trouble because of your leak, then I can only say sorry for the consequences. The soldier over there threatened unabashedly. Feel sorry? Although it doesn't necessarily mean killing yourself, it is definitely not a good thing. Chiron was also a little afraid of this force. Don't worry about this. I won't tell anyone. This matter has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Chiron immediately promised that he had no interest in making things uncomfortable, and he even made up the reason in an instant. Okay, let's talk about the third thing. As a partner, you also have the right to enjoy some of the services we provide. First, currency exchange. If it is a private business, we will charge a certain handling fee. If it is a business of our cooperation project, we will waive the handling fee. Of course, it is only limited to the currencies that can be exchanged at that time. Does Mr. Chai have any questions about this? In order to avoid the rounding of the exchange rate from pitting himself, Tang Qing added this. Cash or transfer. All cash is new banknotes. Chiron thought for a while and asked. No, we are only involved in transfers, and Tang Qing's U.S. dollar cash exchange business will also stop in the future. The soldier said, at home, luckily, if a large number of new U.S. dollar bills appear abroad, Who knows if they will find them here? So Tang Qing decisively stopped the US dollar cash exchange business. I understand. Is there anything else? Chiron didn't bother to think about the reason. Second, we can provide military equipment assistance in any cooperation area except your country, but can only be used for self-protection purposes and cannot be used for sale or war. Third, as a partner, you have the right to apply for our security services in dangerous areas. I think you have also enjoyed our services. This is charged by the hour, with a maximum of 10,000 US dollars per person per day for people. At the same time, if you're in danger, we will also take the initiative to help. You do not need to apply for this, but you will be charged according to the rental price after success. Fourth, you can get a loan from us, which varies according to the credit limit. For example, you're only entitled to a mortgage loan of 10 million US dollars from us, with a monthly interest of 1%, and it will be credited immediately. Does Mr. Chai have any questions about this? After hearing these rights, Chiron always felt like he was being promoted. It's just that what others are selling is houses and cars. What this person sells is force and currency. As for weapons, which cannot be used for self-protection, they cannot be classified as arms dealers and can only be classified as security. Every right sounded good, and Chiron instantly felt that his sense of security had improved a lot. It's just that the loan right is a bit weird. He doesn't understand what the other party is doing. Then how can my loan limit be increased? Chiron thought for a while and asked curiously. Everything else is dead, but the loan limit is a number, so it should be able to be increased. Mr. Chai, there are two ways to increase the loan limit. The first is the number of years. Partners can increase by 100% on the original basis every year. The second is to deposit money with us. Regardless of the amount, it will be returned after a quarter. At the same time, the loan limit will be increased 1 to 1.5 points based on the deposit amount. And when your total credit limit exceeds 500 million US dollars, all loans will automatically become interest-free loans, but they must be mortgaged and must be fixed assets, regardless of country. What Tang Qing really believes in are fixed assets, mineral deposits, houses, and land. As for the artificially high market value of internet companies, he does not accept it at all, unless it is definitely profitable, lest someone take advantage of the loophole to defraud him of his loan. You mean if I deposit 100 million US dollars with you, I can take it out in 3 months and get a loan of 160 million US dollars? Do you accept fixed assets from any country? Chiron asked in surprise. Yes. After hearing this, Chiron was a little excited. Although he could get a mortgage loan with his own connections, what about overseas ones? That would be a bit troublesome, especially for some mineral deposits in African countries. It is not too difficult to get a mortgage loan. Even if he tries hard, the banks in China will not buy face. After all, Africa, especially some chaotic countries, these fixed assets may be robbed. It's rare to meet a bank who eats everything. He really doesn't know whether the other person is a good talker or a talented artist who has his brains kicked. Maybe it's the former. P.S. Thank you to readers Ming Min, Mo, and Mr. Huang Zero for their tips. Thank you for your support. This is the chapter today. It's 5,000 words, and I'm too lazy to break it into chapters. I just coded it out when I got home. Chiron really didn't expect that there would be so many benefits as a partner, and every one of them made him feel a sense of superiority. By the way, except for me, do any of my other partners receive such treatment? Chiron then asked. If it is so good, then it is probably a sure thing that the second generation will agree. No, they are not the initiators of this cooperation, so they will not enjoy the loan increase service within 3 years. The limit can only be increased according to the number of years. At the same time, the cost of other services will be doubled. For example, the cost of security services will become 20,000 US dollars per day, but the currency exchange fee will be the same as yours. Therefore, it is recommended that your treatment is not leaked. At the same time, we will give them a website through which they can book services. My phone number is only open to you, the soldier explained. Chiron smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. Good. It smacks of privilege. Chiron liked this feeling. Be different. Don't worry about this. I won't talk nonsense. Chiron immediately promised. Wouldn't it make people hate him if he said it? He is not stupid. He is already past the age where he likes to show off. He doesn't like to show off that he is rich or powerful. He would rather be an unknown behind-the-scenes boss because his identity is too sensitive. Mr. Chai, is there anything else? The soldier asked again. Chiron thought for a moment and shook his head and said, Yo. He couldn't think of anything to ask for a while. The primary purpose now was to get his partners to agree to this new partner joining. Okay, Mr. Chai, tell me when you're done discussing it. Please resolve it within a week. We'll have someone sign the contract then. Just make this call for related matters in the future. Goodbye. Very direct. See you later. Chiron said in a daze. Beep, beep, beep. A beep sounded the next second. Hearing the busy signal, Chiron felt like this person's work style was exactly the same as that of Brother Yuan. He was rigid and impersonal, but it was undeniable that it was more efficient, and such a partner was more trustworthy. Otherwise, Chiron would definitely have to give dozens of big greetings to such a partner who would just laugh and talk nonsense when discussing such an important matter. As for whether this force is domestic, he doesn't care at all. When he reaches a certain status, many things are trivial and he is playing with power. What he does will not harm the interests of the country. Thinking back to a few phone calls this afternoon, Chiron felt it was so exciting. Although he was a little afraid of this method of doing things, he was also very excited. He liked such bloody methods. This is how men solve problems. I just can't use it myself. Put down the phone. Walk to the fish pond. Chiron sat down again, holding the fishing rod. Looking at the float, his eyes lost focus, and he became absent-minded. He had to think carefully about how to facilitate this matter as soon as possible. Suddenly, a strong force came from his hand. The fishing rod in Chiron's hand flew out directly, fell into the fish pond, and floated forward on the water surface. There are big fish. This was Chiron's first feeling. But Chiron didn't care at all. He just stood up and smiled. Mr. Liu, let's go back. We have something to do later. Chiron said to Liu Gan, who was about to ask the boss to go down and pull the fishing rod. Okay. Liu Gan agreed. He didn't dare to ask any more questions and could only accept it. Other side. Tang Qing hung up the phone and stood by the playground, enjoying the gentle warm breeze. Under the shadow of the weeping willows, he happily watched the students sweating in front of him. Seeing Tang Qing, a student, coming in from outside the school as if nothing had happened and making a phone call arrogantly, many students started whispering. Who is this? He's so arrogant. He dares to bring a phone to school. Not only that, it was more than 6,000 when the phone first came out. It is estimated to be 4 or 5,000 now. You're a rich man. 6,000? So rich. But his teacher doesn't care. Care? Ignorance. Do you know who he is? He is the first in the grade in the 3rd grade of high school. He has almost perfect scores in every exam. He doesn't need to study. He just picks Tsinghua and Peking University. Who will care? What? Is he Tang Qing? So handsome. Yes, especially that smile. Tang Qing's unusually developed hearing heard all these conversations with a wry smile on his face and quickly blocked a certain amount of hearing. Otherwise, he would not be able to help being proud. He had never been the center of attention in his previous life, and although he was bound to stand at the top of the world in this life, he did not want to be in the spotlight at all. It would be too tiring. Sit on the railing, holding hands, eyes narrowed slightly. I was thinking about the various convenient services open to Chai Ren this time. At this point, all the businesses in the early stage of the Black Prison have been opened, including currency exchange, security, and membership fees. It is just that except for the membership fees, they have not been opened yet, but they still have potential customers. It is also very simple to expand the currency business. There are many methods, but the network has not been established yet, so you need to go step by step. As for the last loan business, Tang Qing came up with it on a whim. Because these businessmen who can become partners of the Black Prison naturally have a good background and strength, as well as a certain foundation of trust, so it is okay to support and help these people. This is not only a display of strength, but also an expansion and attempt at the loan business. He does not have a bank, but it does not mean that he cannot do the loan business. He even has the feeling of raising a pig. That's right, it's raising pigs. But these pigs are not for killing. What he wants is a win-win situation, not killing the goose to get the eggs. He can't do anything to deceive his allies yet. This is why fixed asset mortgages from any country can be accepted. With the financial support of Black Prison, Chai Ren's industry will continue to expand, and his relationship and dependence on Black Prison will be deeper. At the same time, a powerful ally will be born, and the influence and voice he derives will be used by Black Prison and him. This is the purpose of loans, to expand non-core business power. Even if Chai Ren's turnover fails and the money cannot be paid, these fixed assets can become a black jail. There is no loss, and you can even make a lot of money. In order to prevent them from borrowing money and draining themselves of money, Tang Qing finally decided to use the deposit raise method. This is just an insurance to remind the prison that someone needs a loan. There are still 3 months left, so you must prepare to transfer it quickly. This money can also be used as your own emergency funds in the future. When Chai Ren's loan amount exceeds 40% of his assets, an upper limit will be set to prevent Chai Ren from using this place as a place to brush off loans. It's just that I haven't told Chai Ren yet. After all, I can't say now that I completely know how many assets you have. In the early stage, it is basically impossible to loan him out of poverty. A lot of money has been saved in each plan. If Chai Ren is really crazy and saves several billion yuan to come in, Tang Qing can still yell. It takes 3 months to prepare, and there shouldn't be too many ways to get money. It's not a big deal, but it's just the beginning. Chai Ren and He Jing still have a period of running in. Chai Ren definitely doesn't dare to play like this. He can save up to 10 to 20 million US dollars to explore the road, or he may not use He Jing's money at all. Everything is calculated. Seeing Tang Qing dazed on the railing, with the corners of his mouth raised, the girls on the playground became more and more excited. Some people even came up to get up close and personal with Tang Qing, a top student, but they were stared back by Tang Qing. So arrogant. Yes, but he is capable. Yeah. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Tang Qing. Tang Qing, what are you doing here? Class teacher Shun Mei appeared behind him. Tang Qing quickly stood up, turned around, and said with a smile, Teacher Shun, it's nothing. I'm just here to blow some air. Blow some air? Shun Mei's head was covered with black lines. She didn't know what to say. She had such a willful and straightforward reason. Tang Qing was the only one who dared to skip class and brag outside without being scolded. Well, when you are tired, go to the classroom and rest for a while. Shun Mei said helplessly. What can Tang Qing do in the classroom? It is definitely not about learning. He no longer needs to learn. After saying this, the head teacher was a little embarrassed. Is this what a teacher should say? But what else could she say? You can't ask Tang Qing to go home and sleep. She was already skipping classes, but if Tang Qing really didn't come, she wouldn't have sent an explanation to the principal yet. Okay, Teacher Shun, do you want to go out? Tang Qing asked as he watched the class teacher ride a bicycle to go out. Well, one of my friend's children got lost while shopping. I went to help look for him. Shun Mei said worriedly. Have you met a human trafficker? Tang Qing frowned. I don't know. It's probably because I've been searching for half an hour and called the police, but nothing was found. They're all running around in a hurry. I'll go and help look for it first. Pay attention. Shun Mei shook her head and said, Okay, I understand. Go ahead and do your work. Tang Qing didn't take the initiative to help. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but that he was thinking about another thing. He had previously thought about asking Black Prison to create a website specifically to help people find children. Originally, he was planning to talk about it sometime later, but seeing the situation, he decided to start first. This matter is actually very risky, so he's going to let Black Prison do it anonymously. First of all, you have found some of them, but what about the others that you haven't found? He didn't dare to make a guarantee. Once some people make a fuss, this website is likely to become a battleground of public opinion. Those who find firm support will find others, and those who cannot find them will curse and urge. These things will definitely happen, but he still has to do it. No one can find the Black Prison anyway. It doesn't matter whether you criticize or praise. Just do what you can as much as possible. People have to do something meaningful. Make a little money if you can. That's all. After watching the class teacher ride away in a hurry, Tang Qing made a direct call. Let me follow my class teacher, Shun Mei, and help me find the child. If he finds it, let me know. Just because he didn't go, it didn't mean he wouldn't ask someone to go. He couldn't stand by and watch this kind of thing. P.S. Yesterday when I was shopping, I met a grandma who had lost her little grandson who was less than 3 years old and was crying on her knees. I just want to say that those who abduct children deserve to die. Thanks to readers, my heart is still 0708 and Xiao Yu for their tips. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing continued to blow in the wind on the playground. Standing under the shade of a tree, the warm spring breeze blows on your face, which is particularly comfortable. I really want to sit on a chair and squint for a while, but that's just delusion. If I'm so arrogant, I might be told what the school people will say. 3 minutes later, the bell rings. Tang Qing wandered back to the classroom, waiting for news. Other side, at Tang Qing's order, a soldier followed Shun Mei. This was a soldier who specialized in serving Tang Qing. He had been secretly protecting him and handling emergencies at any time. There were 6 people in one team, working in 2 shifts. 2 of them were distributed in the places where he often went, and 1 followed him all the time. Be ready to rush forward at any time. After this warrior left, another warrior took over. Although it doesn't mean much, it is important to guard against. Of course, Shun Mei, who was riding her bicycle, didn't notice anyone following him at all. She just rushed towards the city's Commercial Street anxiously. When they came to the end of the field, they saw a woman standing anxiously at the street corner. She was the cousin of that good friend, and Shun Mei also knew her. When Shun Mei arrived, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Maisie, you're here. We've searched all the nearby streets. You go down Hongying Road over there and search. I'll go in the opposite direction, and everyone else will search one street at a time. Here, this is Chuner's photo from the day before yesterday. You can take it and ask around. The police are also checking the surveillance, but it's a bit troublesome because the current surveillance is not perfect in many places and some of the pictures are not clear enough. It's probably up to us." "Okay, sister son, I'll go and take a look at it." Of course he knew Chuer, a very cute and lively little girl. After saying that, Shun Mei rode towards Hongying Road. Many people watched the 2 people whispering. It had been happening for so long. Many people knew that a child had been lost, and they began to criticize those who abducted children. Some parents who felt the same way were so anxious when they thought of losing their children that they even cursed. The moment Shun Mei looked at the photo, the soldiers who followed had already sent the picture back to the command room. The next second, the surveillance of the entire Qingyan city and surrounding traffic arteries were all connected to the command room. The traffic monitoring of the operator's equipment suddenly increased the bandwidth utilization, but they did not pay much attention to it because the compressed video was small enough that it would not affect the network speed too much. Only 3 seconds. The waiter finished analyzing the various surveillance cameras in the area and was lucky enough to find the target. However, there was no exact video evidence because the gangster chose a place where there was no surveillance. After he succeeded, he quickly moved to a van on the street next to him. There was no sign of a child in the surveillance. However, the behavioral analysis model in the command room showed that there was a 90% chance that Chuer was taken away by this car. Following the surveillance, the command room determined the whereabouts of the van. It was found that the last location where he appeared was at an intersection in the suburbs, which was the intersection leading to a village. There was only one village in that direction. With the tasks assigned by Tang Qing, the command room must naturally find a way to complete them. The next moment, the soldier's mission was over, and he went back to continue protecting Tang Qing. Then 2 soldiers with cars drove towards the village. Bajiahu Village. Gan family. There was a white van parked in a yard. There are 2 brothers in the Gan family, the eldest brother Gan Han and the second brother Gan Lin. Their parents died young, and they have been wandering around. In the past 2 years, they have gradually become rich. They say they are running transportation, but privately they are in the business of abducting children. Now 2 years have passed, and the house has been renovated, but they have not taken a wife because they plan to work for a few years before becoming a full-time employee, Otherwise, whoever gets married will not be able to run away. This kind of thing is evil. The two brothers who succeeded were having lunch with their sister. I drank a little wine, pretending that the wine was a bit strong, making sizzling sound from time to time, and my face was full of excitement. Hang up a phone call. Brother, I've made contact, and I'll bid you this amount. Lin smiled and gestured with 2 fingers. Huh, you can make money faster this way. The boss Hanli burst out laughing. Lin nodded in agreement, took a sip of wine, and said with his tongue on top of the alcohol, Hiss. Yes, I really don't want to give up. It doesn't matter. I could do it occasionally when I get a wife. I can't bear to do it, Han said. That's right. We just said we were going out to work. Brother, you are smart. We will send him there after we eat, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Lin became excited at the thought of marrying a wife. Thankfully, there isn't much surveillance now. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Han said, putting away his smile. They decided on the crime location after several days of checking, just to avoid being photographed. He thought it was foolproof. Lin said, That's right, they are too. What kind of surveillance is it that wastes people and money? It's better to use it to provide some relief to us. We won't do such things if we have money. Yes, I heard that Western countries have good treatment. It would be great if you were born there. Then you have to be reincarnated again. That's right. I also want to be a big boss in the future, and I want to immigrate. You are so beautiful. Do something down to earth and make money first. Brother is right. Let's do it. After a few glasses of wine, the two brothers with their imaginations started bragging. That's when, crack bang, their large wooden door was kicked open, and the iron pins that were originally locked from the inside were deformed and fell off. The two people who had done something wrong were almost scared to death. Their legs went weak. They thought it was the police, but they instinctively picked up the bottle and looked at the person. A strong man, well-dressed, also wearing sunglasses. The two of them had a bad feeling. The visitor ignored these two people and looked at the side room. Seeing this, the Gon brothers felt their hearts pounding. The mind is broken. You're not here to find that child, are you? Who are you, and what are you doing? You're breaking into a private house. Be careful, I will sue you. The boss Han rushed over and blocked the door of the side room and shouted loudly. At the same time, he threatened with a bottle of wine, his voice trembling a little due to nervousness. The second brother also came over and stood next to his brother, looking at the visitor a little uneasily. The warrior ignored the two men. Along the way, the soldier drove to the village and found this family through the tire marks. It didn't rain today. Most people couldn't tell the wheel marks at all, but the waiter could. After modeling, the trace analysis was not too simple. So the soldier drove all the way to the door of Gon's house. One soldier was guarding the car outside, and the other was looking for someone inside. Neither of them was armed. Seeing two people blocking him from performing his mission, the soldier had nothing to say, and he didn't perform anything fancy for the people to see. He stepped forward and grabbed the two men's heads. The two men only saw the picture flash, and their minds were spinning and they lost consciousness. Headbutt. The force is still very strong. With such a big impact, it seems that the brain needs to be restarted. Smelling the faint scent of perfume. In the air, the soldier opened the side door and saw a child inside, with his mouth glued and tears streaming down his face. He looked extremely pitiful. The soldier quickly stepped forward to remove the tape and untied the rope that bound his hands. Wow, Mom. The frightened child finally couldn't help it anymore and cried loudly. This sound really embarrassed the soldier. Among their skills is the ability to coax children. Stop crying, you're safe, come with me. The soldier said as calmly as possible. The little girl was also puzzled. Usually when she cries by herself, someone will definitely come to comfort her. Seeing the dark-faced uncle and the man lying on the ground at the door, Chua immediately stopped her tears and looked at the unfamiliar face in front of her with a little fear. Are you a bad person? Kuer sobed softly. No, I will take you to find your mother. The soldier said. That's what the two bad guys said just now. Chua looked at the warrior with wide eyes. The soldier didn't know how to answer. He still had the basic logic of a child, so he thought for a moment and said, Uncle defeated two bad guys, so he must be a good guy. Let's go. The soldier didn't waste any words. After speaking, the soldier walked out. In non-combat areas, the target's ability to move has not been lost. Soldiers will not hug her. Soldiers have no concept of old people and children. They only make judgments based on whether they have the ability to move. The command room does not feel anything wrong. Unless necessary, they generally treat her equally. "Oh!" Chuer yelled and followed carefully. Seeing the two bad guys lying at the door, she was a little scared and went up and grabbed the soldier's clothes. After sending Chuer to the car, the soldier returned. Each of these two people lost one foot and was basically useless for the rest of his life. This was ordered by Tang Qing, who got the news to vent his anger. He had no mercy for such people. If he were a parent, death would be the easiest punishment for anyone who dared to abduct his child. The soldier drove back to the downtown commercial street. I found a shop and went in. The landlady recognized Chuer at first sight. "Isn't this?" The proprietress was about to call the police immediately. Boss, let this little girl stay here with you. You contact their parents and give this to their parents." The soldier handed over a piece of paper. Okay. The landlady, who was confused about the situation, agreed stupidly. The soldier didn't want to go to the police station to explain, so he directly found a store in a surveillance blind spot. After saying that, he turned around and left, walked through the community to the street, got in the car and retreated. At the same time, the waiter erased the traces of the car on the surveillance camera. Of course, it didn't erase everything, but some key information was gone. Otherwise, if a car disappeared in broad daylight, it would be weird if it didn't scare others. After the soldier left, the landlady quickly called the police, saying that the child had been found. There were too many doubts in her heart, but no one gave her answers. After hearing the news, Chuer's parents came over quickly. When they saw Chuer, they rushed up to hug her and wouldn't let go. They howled loudly, and Chuer couldn't help crying. "Chuer, what happened just now? Who sent you back?" Chuer's mother cried. Chuer said, "Mom, two bad guys captured Chuer just now and tied me up and didn't let me talk. Later, an uncle defeated the bad guys and sent me here." After hearing this, the relatives who came over after hearing the news knew instantly that Chuer had just met a human being. At this time, the proprietress remembered and handed over a note. "Sister, this is from the person who brought your daughter back just now. He asked me to give it to you, but I didn't dare to read it." Note? Chuer's parents quickly took the note and read it, only to see it read, "Your daughter was taken away by two people. We passed by and helped a little. These are the addresses of the two traffickers. Please call the police as soon as possible and bring them to justice. Remember, please take care of your children next time." The handwriting was very neat, just like it was printed. The police also took the note. I can't help but admire the neatness of the font. Chuer's parents were deeply frightened after reading the note. If this person hadn't passed by, their daughter would probably never see him again in this life. "Come on, let's catch those two beasts. I'm going to teach them a lesson," Chuer's father said angrily. His daughter almost lost sight of him, and there was nowhere to vent his anger. He wanted to beat these two people to death. "Yes, go find them, my poor Chuer, woo-woo." Chuer's mother couldn't help crying again. Calling someone, several cars, and a dozen brothers and sisters rushed to Gon's house angrily. In order to teach him a lesson, they drove faster than the police because the police at the nearby police station did not have many police cars, and they had to go back to apply. Looking at the Gon brothers who had woken up inside and were about to find a place to treat their feet, their family didn't care whether you were crippled or not. Seeing these two people getting angry, they started fighting each other with fists and kicks. It wasn't until the village committee and the police arrived that the two families stopped fighting. Especially their faces, which were scratched by Chuer's mother, were covered with claw marks. It was also measured and no one was killed. P.S. Here it comes. After recording the confession, people at the police station also had questions. Coincide? Passing by? Are you kidding? There are too many doubts in it. Are you passing by when you go to the village? There's also a problem with the time to rescue the children. The children are already in the house. How can you see through it if you pass by? From a time point of view, the soldiers have no conditions to meet and track down the Gon family home after such a long time. But it was written in black and white, and the person involved could not be found. The people at the police station had no choice but to write down the doubts in the report and try to find ways to find the other party. Because everyone is equal before the law. You have destroyed others. This is a fact. People are definitely looking for it. It's just that the police station is only out of work requirements and is not very interested in finding the other party to pay for medical expenses or anything. They work on the front lines. I have seen too many cases of missing children, how many families that cannot be found are broken up, and some parents and elderly people even commit suicide because they can't think of it. There are countless examples. Many of them are parents. If you catch such a person, you will definitely not let it go easily. As for the Gone brothers, if it weren't for their status, they would all want to kick him to vent their anger. In the classroom, Tang Qing looked at the word complete in the text message and smiled unconsciously. It's considered a good deed every day. The merit is immeasurable. Wang Yin on the side saw Tang Qing checking her phone frequently during class, so she lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Tang Qing, whose text message is it?" "Just keep reading. It's nothing. They are people from the company. I asked them to help me with something. It has been done now," Tang Qing said half-truthfully. At the same time, he flashed his phone in front of Wang Yan's eyes, saying done. She could still see the two words plus a period quite clearly. She thought Tang Qing was chatting with his little girlfriend in class, so she was relieved for no reason when she saw that it was serious business. There was a pause. Wang Yin came over again and said, "By the way, Tang Qing, the sketch you drew for me last time was so beautiful. My mother also wants you to draw one for her. I don't know if that's possible." "No problem, whatever you want." Tang Qing agreed. Wang Yin said, "She said it doesn't matter as long as it looks good. Don't worry, if you wrap it on me, it will definitely look good. If it doesn't look good, redraw it." Tang Qing assured that he was getting more and more experienced in painting people. After saying that, Tang Qing took out the pen and paper and started drawing with great interest. He kept a set of these drawing tools in the classroom. Wang Yin, who had nothing to do, would sometimes help him sharpen his pencils after class, and he did not have to sharpen them himself. Recalling the image of the Queen Mother. In 1 minute, the composition in my mind is complete. Open painting. Now he basically doesn't need to wipe the painting, but can do it in one go, with confidence. Watching Tang Qing write like a master, there is no redundancy in each stroke. The lines are smooth, without any pause or hesitation, and slowly, an outline emerges. Wang Yin stopped listening to the class and watched Tang Qing paint. Only 10 minutes. The image of her mother suddenly appeared on the paper, and he looks much younger. I also added eyebrows and eyeliner, by the way. There is no distortion, and it looks much better than in person. Put away the pen. "Here, how about it?" Tang Qing handed it over. Wang Yin took the paper and read it carefully, feeling very satisfied. "Perfect. With your skills, you can set up a stall." Wang Yin carefully put away the sketch. "What kind of stall are you setting up?" "I only draw pictures for my own people. It's just a hobby." Tang Qing put away the pencil and said. Wang Yin thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'll ask my mother to make some delicious pastries tomorrow, and that will be the reward for this time." It's a wish. The chat between the two ended here. After all, they were still in class. The third lesson. It was the class teacher, Shun Mei's class. She had asked for leave originally, but when the child found her, she came back early with a smile on her face. Looking at Shun Mei, who came back, Tang Qing thought again about the website that helped people find lost children. This website is very simple to build. It only takes a few minutes, and it doesn't need to be fancy or full-featured. It's nothing more than adding the functions of registering an account and uploading information. At most, he would add a dialog box for communication between customers and the command room. In order to prevent people from coming here to spam him in the future, he was not going to add any user communication or display of historical success records. He would not do anything to cause hatred. In addition, Tang Qing does not plan to add other functions. Because this is just an entrance, there is no need to attract investment or sell advertisements. It is only semi-philanthropic. He does not even want to accept the 1,000 yuan of funds decided before. It is entirely up to the individual's volition. He also thought about the operation method of this website. This time, because of the encounter, he could send someone to rescue Chewer personally. But what about the future? Does everyone have to send someone themselves? That would be a bit arrogant and would definitely not work. The problems he would encounter later would give him a headache. He was not afraid of investing the money, but was afraid of the huge trouble it would cause. A non-staff law enforcer will never be able to exist for a long time. Therefore, he plans to only provide information on this website. As for specific things, such as the information, he will hand it over to the police and let them do it. Why not hand it over to the parents who have registered accounts? Just to avoid excessive behavior and harming others. The child has been abducted for so long, and when you find the person involved, you could do anything when you get excited. This is not helping people, but harming them. The law will not let you avoid jail just because of this reason. 12 o'clock in the evening. Command room. Tang Qing boarded the missing person's website that he had been asked to prepare that afternoon. The website is really neat. It looks like it was made for $10. The website has no name and no logo. In the middle, the business introduction, user registration process, other explanations, and remittance accounts of each bank are all text, without a single picture. On the right is the registration area. After registration, the website will ask the user to authenticate with their real name to prevent anyone from messing around. There are also some problems with the real name authentication on this website because the command room does not have national population data, only a small part, and a larger file is required. Therefore, any identity can be authenticated in the early stage and can be modified and deleted slowly in the later stage. After logging in, a concise screen comparable to the level of a dialogue appeared. The operations were relatively simple, including entering questions, uploading images, and submitting applications. If it is a commercial website, at this level, it would be strange if the website builder is not beaten to death by the boss, but there is nothing special here. Let's start. Tang Qing ordered. After the website was built, it naturally needed publicity, otherwise the devil would not know about this website. Yes, Commander. Tang agreed. After saying that, the command room's powerful intrusion capabilities came into play. The method of use is also very simple. There are no pop-up windows like Penguin or modification of other people's website homepages. At the beginning, it needs to be trial run, and it is not suitable for large-scale expansion. Therefore, this time it will only be trial run in the provinces surrounding Shanghai. 12:05 a.m. All Internet users in Shanghai and surrounding provinces, whether they are Penguin, NetEase, or other mailboxes, all receive an email. The content of the email is very simple. It is a website link, plus a brief website introduction below. If there are parents who have lost their children, this will give you hope. Other than that, there is nothing. P.S. It's about 10 o'clock for the next chapter. It's already past 12 o'clock in the morning. Those who are still surfing the internet are night owls or those who work overtime. Shanghai Stock Exchange. In a tall office building. The 37th floor. This is the office space of a gaming company. Programmers are rushing to work on a game project. In a company of more than 50 people, more than 30 people are working overtime. Suddenly, a familiar loud sound sounded densely in the office area. The sound of mailbox. Everyone thought it was an email from a senior executive of the company, so they quickly opened it and read it. What is it? Looking for a child. A programmer opened it and looked at it and said speechlessly, "Let me take a look. It must be spam. Don't worry about it. It may be a virus." Another person also opened the email and looked at it and said, "Virus? I'll delete it immediately." The programmer quickly deleted the email. Although most of them are masters of programming in this field, not all of them specialize in computer security. They will not just open an unfamiliar link to avoid being tricked. Then their work results will be in danger. Doing it all over again will definitely make them want to die. However, there are still some experts in this field who are confident in the defense capabilities of their computers and are not afraid at all. Click the link. A website quickly popped up. What a terrible design. The designers of this website should go back and redesign it. A master said disdainfully, "What is this?" A colleague next to him came over and asked. That website was in the mailbox just now. Brother Gao said, "Let me see if there's anything there." The master brother leaned on the chair and put his head in his hands and said, "There's nothing in there. It's just some website registration introductions and various bank accounts. It says that if you find the child, you could just put some money in if you're interested. It seems that you are a liar." Nowadays, liars are really hateful. They specialize in deceiving anxious parents. "Did you look carefully? I will only give you money if you find it. If you don't find it, I won't ask for your money." A colleague, after watching, pointed to the screen. The master brother shook his head and said in a tone of, "You are too young. This is psychology. Maybe this website is a scammer who wants to try his luck. Some police helped to find it, and the boss behind the website made some money along the way. At first glance, he is a liar, a dead liar." "That's right to think so," the colleague suddenly said. "The employees of the game company don't believe this website at all, but with such a wide net, it is natural that fish will be caught. They would rather believe that there are many people there, holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Chi Hung, the boss of this game company, is one of them. When he saw such a website, his first reaction was anger. Someone actually did such a shameful thing to defraud money, because his 4-year-old son went missing last month. So far, it has been more than a month, and there is no news at all. His wife was also too angry and was hospitalized. She is still crying every day. He has been looking for it, posting everywhere on the internet for help, but unfortunately there's been no news. He didn't come to the company to look around for the first half of the month. During the past half month, he relied on work every day to numb himself. Thinking of the children's laughter, he felt resentful and regretful. He wanted to kill all those people. The most important thing is that Chi Hung is a computer expert. He has always followed a technical route and is proficient in computer intrusion and defense. He is considered a well-known hacker. Seeing such a hateful liar made him feel angry. So I turned on my dedicated computer and started preparing to hack this website to vent my anger so that no one would be deceived. But 10 minutes later, Chi Hung looked at the website stupidly. His previous intrusion methods were of no use at all, and all the methods he used were thrown in, but nothing was gained. "Master," this is what Chi Hung was thinking at this time. He can inject or cross-site intrusion into general large websites, and at least there will be some gains. However, this website has no gains at all this time. As for the saturation attack, nothing is done, and it is of no use at all. Obviously, the website server is not an ordinary server. Thinking of this, he became even more angry that a master would do such an immoral thing. Think about it. Chi Hung quickly contacted a few of his friends. They were all night owls. 12 o'clock? It's still early. Half an hour later, Chi Hung and his friends were shocked. Their methods are completely useless. The website is still the same website, but it feels like it has become a shabby. After tinkering there for a long time, I didn't even touch the opponent's fur. This was a huge blow. Yo, where did you find this website? Which internet security company's test product? It's amazing. A friend asked Chi Hung on the Penguin. Yo was his nickname. No, I received an email. Chi Hung said in big letters. Hey, so I also received the same email, but I was browsing online just now and didn't pay attention. Another friend suddenly said, You have one too? A friend from Beijing asked. Yeah, I don't know who sent it. Look, this website is pinned to the top of the Alliance homepage. I went in and took a look, and they all failed. Another hacker who had been lurking sent the message 3 times in a row. What? Several people immediately opened the homepage of the Hacker Alliance. One post was marked red. Many people commented below. There are various theories, but in short, his grandma's website is like a turtle shell with no gaps at all. They were completely defeated. Everyone is asking about the creator of this website. Seeing this, Chi Hung looked at the IDs of several familiar masters inside, and bursts of hope ignited in his heart. Return to the website. Chi Hung began to read the introduction carefully. He followed the process and registered an account. After all real name verifications, he got an ID number, 645. Maybe he was registered in the 645th. Chi Hung guessed. Look at the dialogue interface after successful login. Chi Hung felt like he was beeping. If he hadn't been a professional and had handled him just now, he would have thought that the owner of this website was a guy who had learned website production for 2 hours. Facing the introduction dialog box, Chi-Hung uploaded photos according to the process, filled in the description, and finally submitted the application. Then, damn it, there's no more. There is not even a prompt box indicating successful submission. Too lazy. Chi-Hung couldn't help complaining again. Why don't you become more normal if you cheat like this? Not only are you not taking the usual path, you're not walking at all, but swimming instead. No, I have to remind you. Then Chi-Hung wrote another one. Suggestion: add a success prompt box. Copied and pasted a dozen times. Upload. 10 seconds later, he received a pop-up window. Mr. Chi-Hung, thank you for the suggestion. Then there was nothing more. Chi-Hung's mouth twitched. Forget it. Just think of it as a little more hope. He didn't have much hope in the first place. Command room. Tang Qing watched the number of valid applications continue to rise, and the number exceeded 1,000 in less than an hour. Shower's computing speed has also improved rapidly. Although he has been working hard, until now, Shower's operating occupancy rate is 0%. That's right, 0%. Because the waiter told him that if the number is less than 1%, statistics will not be made. With access to all surveillance and networks in the 2 provinces surrounding Shanghai, the waiter has no pressure at all. Within 3 minutes, some tasks were marked green, which meant that the specific address was found. Some were marked orange, which meant there were several suspicious targets. The blue ones meant that there were clues but needed to be verified, and the red ones were unfinished. Looking at the green mark, Tang Qing was very satisfied. Tang E from now on at 12, noon every day, all the information of those children who are judged to be human rights children will be sent to the local police station. If the information of those children is green, it will also be sent to the local police station. For other colors except red, we will continue to investigate in depth for 3 days. If we are still unable to make a determination, we will make a report and send it to the local police station, let them investigate by themselves, and we will focus on tracking. In addition to the green, the 3-day investigation period is also particular, just to reduce the work of the police uncles. As for how to do it, at that time, the waiter fully shared the information in all the devices connected to the internet in several areas, and then conducted in-depth analysis and mining. Yes, it was all, whether it was computers, mobile phones, and storage devices connected to them. The first purpose was to increase the intelligence of the database, and the second was to find clues. This is a bit illegal, but it is all for doing good things. He has never thought about leaking it and using it to make money. He is not a commercial company. He does not need to rely on this to survive. It is just to increase the efficiency of completing tasks. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. P.S. Once this chapter is published, the book will already have 1 million words. 1 million words. What a huge number. Let's commemorate today, November 21st. It's not easy. It's just a pity that the mouse didn't save the manuscript. Otherwise, there would have been more celebrations. Thanks to the book friend whose last number is 7079 for the reward. Thank you for your support. After everything is done, Chi-Hung kept staring at this extremely simple website interface, waiting for any reply from the other party. Although he didn't believe it at all, he could get a little comfort from this glimmer of hope or luck, just like when he went out to distribute flyers. A flyer or a post was his hope. The flyer could not be tracked, but as long as the post was posted by him, he would read it many times a day, hoping to get some clues. The sound of every penguin message excited him. However, because his flyers and posts contained the words heavy rewards, many scammers also came to his door, claiming to have found his children, and asked him to send money first. They even found an unknown child crying and shouting "Dad," and other bloody things, making him angry and yelling. In short, these people wanted money first and could not deal face to face. In the end, Chi-Hung certainly would not be fooled and insisted that he see the child first before giving money. He even said that he would bring the police there, so the other party hung up the phone and stopped. In the past few days, he had really seen the ugly faces of those fraudsters. He was really crazy about money, and he didn't care about the grief and loneliness of a parent who was so sad that his hope had been extinguished. He hates liars. Forget it. These people cheat money. People who take advantage of people's anxiety about missing children to cheat money are simply abominable. They all should be detained. What Chi Hung didn't expect was, his child's clue was already marked green 10 minutes after it was uploaded. 12 noon the next day. Hunan Province, Ningxia County, Baihe Town Police Station. Director Wu Hao is looking at the study documents sent to him by colleagues in the county in his mailbox. Sudden, an email with the title Lost File appeared in my mailbox. What? Wu Hao's face was full of doubts. The sender is called Good Samaritan. He didn't have much safety awareness, and because of his professional nature, as soon as he saw the words file and lost, he clicked on it and entered. There are no documents in it, just a simple introduction and a picture of the child. Chi Wei, male, was born on June 7, 2003. He was taken away from Zayadongmen in Shanghai on March 27, 2005. Later, he was adopted by the Cheng Jie family from Group 5 of Ningxia County, Baihe Town, and Conxiao Village on April 13th. The adoption fee is unknown. The following is Chi Wei's photo. Please rescue him as soon as possible. Thank you. Kind-hearted person. The introduction is quite simple. The command room omitted all the discovery process and only passed on the results to prevent anyone from thinking wildly or hiding it. The fact that Chi Heng's child was found was not due to surveillance, but because another child was also committed by this gang. Then he followed the surveillance to find the county, and then discovered it through a set of pictures accidentally taken by the owner of a photo studio. Through the computer of the photo studio, all the information about his connected devices was uploaded to the waiter. Like the Gone brothers before them, they would avoid surveillance. Therefore, it is a coincidence. If there were no photos of this boss, Chi Heng's children would probably not be found now. With the advent of the information age, there are no airtight walls in the world. Even if you can't find it now, as long as the child grows up and appears in any device with surveillance or even photos stored in the internet, he can be found and located immediately. To put it bluntly, Xiao Air's modeling ability ensures that as long as there are photos, the body structure, behavior, eyes, and face shape have not changed significantly, and there is basically no problem with the growth analysis within 10 years. As for whether it will be wrong, haha, with the waiter's analytical skills, the auxiliary judgment of the intelligence analysts, and the supplementary behavioral logic, the probability of making a mistake is extremely slim. Wu Hao looked at the email and the photo above. He believed it's 6 points, because he had also seen Chi Heng's help messages in various posts and in the Penguin group. He quickly dug out the chat history of that group. The photo is correct. Personal information is correct. Only the address still needs to be verified. I would rather believe it. This is Wu Hao's decision. After printing out the information, he stood up and left the office. Director, you have to go out. A subordinate stood up quickly when he saw Wu Hao. Well, Xiao Miao, call everyone who has time, and let's go to Conxiao Village. Wu Hao ordered. What are you going to do there? Don't ask now. We'll talk about it after we get there. Wu Hao didn't say anything clearly, and he didn't dare to say anything without making a conclusion. Yes. The men hurriedly called for someone. 3 minutes later, everyone arrived. 8 people, plus 9 Wu Hao a luxury Santana, and others had motorcycles and even bicycles. There is no way, in this era, conditions are simple, and those who own cars are wealthy. The folk customs in the village are fierce, and it is difficult to suppress the situation without bringing more people. Let's go. After saying that, Wu Hao and his men rushed to Conxiao Village. The village chief who received the news was already waiting at the entrance of the village. Seeing the huge motorcade from a distance, the village chief thought something had happened and couldn't help but feel nervous. Wu Hao got out of the car. There are no wide roads in Conxiao Village, so they could only walk in with 2 feet. Director Wu, what's going on with so many people here? Siyu and Xing stepped forward and asked cautiously. Wu Hao shook his head and said, It's nothing. Take me to see Cheng Jie's family in your village. Cheng Jie? What happened to their family? The village chief asked doubtfully. Nothing. Let's go and find out the situation. How much do you know about Cheng Jie's family? Wu Hao was walking in front, and the village chief quickly followed. I know their family. There are 5 members of Chang Jie's family. He, his wife, and 3 daughters. The elderly on both sides are gone. No, there's 6 now. I heard that he brought back a son from his relatives a few days ago. The village chief thought for a while and said, "Son, a few days ago." Wu Hao paused and asked in surprise, "Yeah, let me think about it. It's been 2 weeks." The village chief nodded. This seems to be true. Maybe it was a coincidence, or someone in the gang noticed it with conscience. Wu Hao guessed. What he didn't know was that the gang was not in their town, so no information was received from these people. The information was sent to the local police station where the bad guys were. "Let's go, lead the way, hurry up." Wu Hao quickened his pace, and the village chief also walked quickly. He had already felt something. There's something wrong with this kid. Other police officers were also alerted. This is it. When they came to a relatively shabby house, the village chief pointed and said, "Dong, dong, dong." The village chief stepped forward and knocked on the door, making a loud noise. "Who is it?" Cheng Jizai, who was collecting rapeseed in the main room, walked out. But when he saw the village chief and the policeman next to him through the crack in the iron door, Cheng Jie's legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. "Village chief, what's wrong with you?" Cheng Jie's face became unnatural. When the village chief saw Cheng Jie's look, he knew why Wu Hao was here and said loudly, "Open the door. Director Wu in the town has something to ask you." "Wu, Director Wu, I didn't do anything illegal." Cheng Jie was frightened by the name of the director. "Open the door first and let us in." Wu Hao was a little angry when he saw Cheng Jie delaying in opening the door. After being told, Cheng Jie hurried forward and opened the door. Okay. After entering the yard, Wu Hao looked at Cheng Jie, who was sweating a little, and felt a little funny in his heart. This is because he has a guilty conscience and does not do anything wrong. How can he be so nervous? "Are you Cheng Jie?" Wu Hao asked with a frown. "Yes, I am." Cheng Jie agreed. "I heard that you brought back a child 2 weeks ago." Wu Hao asked directly. "Director Wu, I took this child from my relatives." Cheng Jie said loudly as if his tail was being stepped on. "Quibble." Wu Hao's face turned cold. "Take the child out and let me take a look." Wu Hao ordered. The child is sleeping." Cheng Jie hesitated. "Come here, handcuff him." Wu Hao didn't want to have a battle of wits and courage with Cheng Jie, so 2 policemen immediately handcuffed Cheng Jie. They also figured out what happened. This kind of thing is very common in rural areas, but it is also a kind of person that they deeply hate. "Officer, I didn't do anything bad." Cheng Jie was so frightened that he lost his voice. Cheng Jie's wife suddenly rushed out. "Master, what are you doing?" "Cheng Jie, I already know the origin of this child. Don't tell me that he got it from a relative. I don't believe it at all. I can walk here and find your house, which means there is evidence. You'd better tell me honestly. Do you need me to say anything more?" Wu Hao didn't want to be too rigid. He also understood the village's concept and wanted a male to carry on the family line. But understanding is understanding. Everyone is equal before the law. When Cheng Jie saw this, he knew he couldn't get away with it and said with a grimace, I did it. This child is indeed not my relative. He bought it from someone from other provinces. There is no way. Our Chung family can't afford to pay the fine, so we might as well hold one." Wu. As he spoke, he started crying, partly because of fear and partly because he felt ashamed of his ancestors. "Okay, stop crying. You're the only one who can cry. Have you ever thought about how the child's parents will cry? This is their only son. And you have 3 daughters. They're all pieces of flesh that have fallen off. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over the child. We can deal with it leniently. If the child is injured, I will not forgive you, and the law will not forgive you." Wu Hao educated him righteously. Seeing that he would not go to jail, Cheng Jie hurriedly said, Yes, I will take the child out right away. How dare we do anything to this little ancestor? He was treated to delicious food and drinks, but he just kept crying. After saying that, Cheng Jie's wife hurried to the house to take Chi Wei out. There were tears in the corners of the little guy's eyes. After so many days, he, who was already somewhat sensible, was extremely scared. Wu Hao recalled the appearance in the photo, exactly the same. "Chi Wei." Wu Hao stepped forward and asked with a smile. Yeah, Uncle Policeman I am. Although Chi Wei can't tell the difference between good guys and bad guys, he can still tell the difference between police clothes. His father has taught him many times that if anything happens, he should go to the police uncle. Okay, Uncle will take you home now. Cheng Jie, you also go to the office and explain the problem properly. Write a letter of guarantee and apologize to Chi Wei's parents. You won't be jailed. Wu Hao reported to Chi Wei and said, Understood. You take care of the children at home. I'll go there. Cheng Jie turned to his wife and said, Yeah. P.S. The next chapter is at 10:30. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chi Hung woke up leisurely in the office. He felt a little sleepy after the morning meeting and took a nap after lunch. Sudden, a sound coming from the system rang in his ears, making him jump all over. It was all caused by this period. He was particularly sensitive when he heard penguin or other message notification sounds. There are 3 computers in front of him. The one who made the noise was the one who opened the nameless web page. Chi Hung quickly shook the screen and exited the pipe screensaver. There is no change in the upload interface. There is no prompt box, and there is no response in the dialog box. However, a striking red circle appears on the user icon in the upper right corner, with a white Arabic numeral 1 inside. Website news? Chi Hung quickly clicked it and took a look. Enter another sub-interface. I saw it read, Mr. Chi Hung, your child Chi Wei has been found. Please wait patiently for the police to contact you. Thank you for your trust and support of this website. Finally, please take good care of your child. You will be rewarded as long as you like. Liar. This was Chi Hung's first feeling. He couldn't help it. Someone had defrauded him like this several times before, and he was very confused in his heart. Sit in the boss chair. Chi Hung smoked a cigarette. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. How long has it been? Almost 12 hours, and the information was uploaded just last night. You told me to look for it now. Aren't you mad at me? Are you kidding me? No matter how fast it is, it can't be this fast. Ding, ding, ding. The landline phone rang. Chi Hung's thoughts were interrupted. Unknown number. He hurriedly picked up the phone. Hi, I'm Chi Hung. Chi Hung said formulaically. Then a strong voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Chi Hung. I am Wu Hao, the director of Baihe Town Police Station in Ningxia County, Hunan Province. Your child Chi Wei has been found. Please come to our county to claim him as soon as possible. You liar. How dare you pretend to be a police officer again? Chi Hung became angry after hearing this. Wu Hao on the other side also looked helpless, being regarded as a liar, but this was understandable. It seemed that Chi Hung had received a lot of calls from liars during this period. Well, Mr. Chi Hung, I'm not pretending. Let's talk to your child about it. Wu Hao didn't talk nonsense and let the facts speak for themselves. Come again. Chi Hung was extremely angry, but the voice on the phone made his anger dissipate instantly. Baba, this is his son. This broken sentence, this familiar voice. Absolutely. Chi Hung's brain was filled with excitement, and he stood up. He didn't realize that the teacup fell on his precious laptop. Compared with the computer, his son was his most precious treasure. Chio, is that you? Chi Hung said with a trembling voice. It's me, Daddy, where are you? I miss my mother. Woo. Chi Wei shed tears as she spoke. Chi Wei hurriedly comforted. Don't cry. Chio, Dad will pick you up right now. You have to listen to Uncle. You know, Dad will buy you delicious food, okay? Chi Wei stopped crying when he heard the delicious food and said, Okay, I want to eat nuo. Hearing the word nuo, Chi Hung was even more sure that his son couldn't escape. This was his wife's specialty, fried glutinous rice balls, which was his son's favorite. And his son was always called no. Okay, I'll ask your mother to do it right away, okay? Chi Hung said hurriedly. Okay, he. Chi Wei laughed. At this time, Wu Hao answered the phone. Mr. Chi Hung, we will take good care of your child. Please come to the county bureau with your ID as soon as possible to pick him up, Wu Hao said. Okay, I'll be ready right away and will be here. Thank you, officer. Chi Hung Alliance thanked him. You're welcome. Serve the people. You should. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Chi Hung couldn't calm down for a long time. He couldn't sit still at all. After giving a few instructions, he hurried out of the company and went to the hospital to pick up his wife. When he heard that his son had been found, his wife was extremely excited and burst into tears. She immediately asked to be discharged from the hospital to see the child. The doctor saw that her heart was relieved and did not stop her too much. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they hurried over and saw their son. Faced with Chung Jie's apology, Shi-hung was also confused. After all, this person indirectly fueled the arrogance of those criminals. But now that he saw his son, Chang Jie had a very good attitude. He didn't say much and let him go out of sight and out of mind. Director Wu, thank you. Thank you for helping me find my child. Shi-hung held Wu Hao's hand tightly and thanked him. You're welcome. I also receive a report. Wu Hao said with a smile. He was happy to help others, and every time he heard thanks, he was proud of his work. What report? Shi-hung asked confused. I don't know who sent the email. Wu Hao didn't shy away from it. He didn't even know who reported it, let alone revealed it. Email. Shi-hung said in surprise. Thinking of that website message, Shi-hung was completely sure that it was made by someone from that website. However, we do not rule out the possibility that the website is the mastermind behind this incident, perhaps on purpose. You know, Wu Hao asked doubtfully. Do you have a computer here? Shi-hung asked. Yes, what's wrong? Wu Hao said curiously. Director Wu, let me show you something. After finishing speaking, Shi-hung followed Wu Hao to a computer and opened the website. Log into my account. Wu Hao also carefully looked at the website's business and the short message, and his first feeling was that this was a self-directed and self-acted scam by a gang. But this is too blatant. A scam that is so easy to expose is simply playing with fire. Shi-hung, what do you think? Wu Hao asked with a frown. Me? I don't know if they directed or acted themselves or what. I need your help to investigate, because this website is so powerful. Shi-hung said with a bitter smile. Awesome. Wu Hao asked doubtfully. Shi-hung began to explain. Yes, you know that I'm a software worker, and I'm also proficient in the field of internet security. As far as I know, this website sent the same message to hundreds of thousands of internet users in Shanghai and surrounding provinces from 12 o'clock last night, which is the link to this website. Many people in the hacker circle are very popular and want to take it down to stop him from continuing to deceive people. But now, most of the day has passed. This website has attracted almost all hackers in the country to attack, but no one has gained anything. Thinking of this, Shi-hung couldn't help but smile bitterly. The domestic hacker community is now in turmoil. Together, they can't break into such a dialogue website. It's a shame and a shame. But the fact is the fact. There's nothing they can do about the website. Invasion? Haha, others don't pay attention to them at all. If you hit you, I will stand still. So powerful. Although Wu Hao is an outsider, he also knows how powerful the website is that cannot be broken by the domestic hacker community. Yes. Shi-hung shook his head and sighed. At this time, the deputy director of the county walked into the reception room. Xiao Wu, is this child the one you found after receiving the email at noon? The deputy director asked. Yes, director, what's wrong? Wu Hao asked curiously. This matter has nothing to do with the deputy director. What's wrong? This good Samaritan has sent emails to his colleagues in many places. At least we have counted more than 600 emails, of which more than 400 are the addresses of missing children, and more than 100 are the detailed information of some criminals. Some places still don't take it seriously, but there are still colleagues in dozens of places who are trying to find it. This matter has been ordered by the provincial department. All such emails must be investigated on the spot, because so far there has not been a mistake. The deputy director said. What? So weird? Really? Wu Hao exclaimed. Well, the higher authorities are currently investigating this website, but there is no progress. The deputy director said with a frown. Is it possible that they did it? Wu Hao suddenly said. But the deputy director looked stupid and said, You are stupid. If they did it, why did they get themselves into it? Do you think it is possible? Besides, there are many gangs of people caught, and there is no exchange of information. How could they collude? That's right, don't worry. I will pay attention to such emails in the future. Wu Hao also had some blackouts and occupational diseases. After analysis by the deputy director, he found that it was true, but he was still full of questions. Well, this can be considered a good deed. If it wasn't done by the people from that website, I would really admire them, said the deputy director of the county bureau. Yes, Wu Hao agreed. Although he didn't know how they found them, it didn't stop him from admiring such people. As for why the deputy director did not avoid Qi Hung, it was because things were slowly fermenting and many children were looking for him. Therefore, there was a lot of news on the internet, and it was impossible to hide it. Qi Hung listened on the sidelines, and the doubts in his heart were slowly eliminated. Anyone with a normal IQ would know that it couldn't have been done by them. The deputy director took Qi Hang's inquiry record and left. Mr. Qi, you can go back and take good care of the children from now on. Wu Hao said. Okay, I don't know if Director Wu has time. I think. Qi Hung invited. Wu Hao waved his hand and said, No, it's our duty to serve people's names. I have to go back beforehand. You can spend time with your children. Okay, thank you. Qi Hung no longer insisted. Qi Hung and Wu Hao separated at the door of the county bureau. Husband, what should we do now? His wife said as she watched Wu Hao's car go away. Qi Hung thought for a while and said, I see that Director Wu's car is very old. I'll ask someone to donate some cars to their institute. As for the website, we will observe it for a few more days. If there is no problem, we will send a large sum of money to his account to thank him. Well, I support you, husband. Qiu, do you miss your mother? The wife's heart not was relieved, and she hugged her son tightly. The feeling of regaining what was lost really filled her with joy. I think so, Qi Wei said in a sweet voice. Good boy, Mom misses you too. Let's go eat first. Look at you. You smell a lot. Go back and wash yourself properly. Okay, let's take a shower. P.S. Come on, I feel like I've changed my writing style. It feels a little more comfortable and my writing is a little smoother. Hee. If you see typos in the future, please kindly remind someone to post what this chapter says. Thank you. The next few days. With a heated discussion among netizens, this website has become famous. Children were found and rescued one by one, and bad guys were brought to justice one by one, making many people in the industry fearful. They couldn't help but not be afraid. Some colleagues still needed to communicate with each other. However, as more and more colleagues were arrested and disappeared, they became panicked and prepared to rest for a while before going out. They had to get through this cold winter first, but what they didn't expect was that this cold winter would continue forever. Bitingly cold, yet heartwarming. This also directly led to a surge in the number of registrations on the website, which soon exceeded the 10,000-word mark. The business scope became wider and wider. Not only the newly lost, nor limited to children, but even those who were lost more than 10 years ago were found. Tang Qing was helpless about this. After more than 10 years, it is basically impossible to find him in a short time. Firstly, his appearance has changed. Secondly, the resolution of the surveillance video is too low to make calculations. Thirdly, there is no information at that time, so it is extremely difficult to find him. However, Tang Qing did not refuse such an application. Collect them all first and look for them slowly. Anyway, the website doesn't have any communication area, so it's impossible to curse anyone who can't find it. And at 12 noon on the third day, the fermentation of the incident received a huge boost because another large number of emails were sent to the local police station. These are all suspected targets. After reading the information in the email, the local police were a little convinced. Although they were very dissatisfied with the extra workload, they did not resist it. The meat was delivered to the bowl, and they were just waiting to be swallowed. What else could they say? If it was done well, it would not only be a good conscience, but also a lot of bonuses and a sense of honor. For example, Director Wu Hao received an Audi and 6 motorcycles as gifts from Qi Hung. There was a quarrel online, and it was the same in reality. It was just that neither formal TV media nor print media reported it clearly, but privately it spread by word of mouth. The current search scope is only in Shanghai and has not been carried out in other areas. Tang Qing is not in a hurry. The website will be put into trial operation for 2 weeks. The purpose is to improve and explore the necessary functions before accepting orders from across the country. However, Search tasks from other provinces can also be registered, but the SMS message received states that the search will be processed after 10 days, asking them to wait. This certainly does not satisfy some people. Under the guidance of some trolls who were just watching the excitement and were not afraid of big troubles, voices began to criticize the website verbally and writtenly on the internet. Look at those people on the internet who are afraid of chaos in the world. Tang Qing sneered. Make a noise. Keep scolding. Anyway, just don't make any noise on my territory. It looked upsetting. In any era, there is no shortage of people who want to cause trouble. What he is doing is of a public welfare nature, and he doesn't care if anyone supports him or supports him. His own conscience is his greatest support, and the praise and criticism from the outside world has nothing to do with him. Boring and boring. Command room. Tang Qing looked at the growing funds in several accounts, and his heart was full of joy. This is much more than charging 1,000 yuan. So far, the thank you funds in various major bank accounts have exceeded 5 million yuan. Among them, Qi Heng has given the most, a full 1.5 million yuan, and others have given more or less. Many rich people even said that as long as their children are found, they can ask for any money. How to spend the money? Tang Qing had already made plans in his heart. He is not short of money. He has no interest in millions or tens of millions of RMB. Even if the unit is converted into US dollars, he would just take another look at it. He plans to donate all the money to build some schools, donate to welfare homes, etc. But he knows that these accounts have been targeted for a long time, so he might as well be generous and give them all away, which can be regarded as a good relationship. But not now. But wait until the total number of accounts exceeds 50 million yuan. Then he will find a company to handle this kind of thing. He doesn't want to go through layers of exploitation at the hands of others. As for who and what company, he will wait until the time comes and find someone who is really willing to do good things to handle funds. With this money, he believed that no one would use their brains, because by the time 50 million yuan is collected, the influence of the website may have reached heaven. But that's when an inappropriate sound appeared on the projection interface. That was a message from a fake user. They wanted to cooperate to blackmail those parents. Saw this request. Tang Qing was instantly angry. Tang find this guy for me. Damn, does he have any humanity left? Go and let the soldiers teach him a lesson. You can even think of such immoral things. Remember, if someone sends such a message in the future, as long as it is sure that it is not a trap, teach me a lesson. If there is a criminal record, find evidence for me and throw it in. If it were not for the lack of law enforcement power, it would not be an exaggeration to throw this kind of person in and lock him up for 10 or 8 years. And in order to avoid being fished, he didn't teach everyone a lesson. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. However, several people in a county far away in Gan province had no idea how severe the punishment they were about to face would be. In addition, there aren't too many people asking for cooperation, technical exchanges, and advertising space. But Tang Qing doesn't want to deal with these people at all. The website thing is over. Tang Qing stopped paying attention. Let the netizens discuss it. He has a lot of things going on in a day and doesn't have much time to pay attention to them. Just when the internet was buzzing with speculation. Chiron has also convinced other shareholders to let Tang Qing's friend participate. Finish the video conference. Chiron breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, these partners had good relations with him, not just because of interests. Otherwise, they would have really messed up things if they had not seen the strength of Tang Qing's friend. And he can't stop it. Then Chiron quickly dialed the phone number. Hello, Mr. Chai. A familiar voice came. Hello. My matter here has been completed. Each of them will take out some shares. The final shares will be like this. I own 12%, and each of you owns 8%. The market value of the assets controlled by Yunqi Investment is about 30 billion yuan, so you actually need to invest 2.4 billion yuan. Considering the services you provide, we decided that only 2 billion yuan is enough. I don't know what your intention is. Chiron said quickly. Wait a moment. Let me ask the boss for instructions. Okay. Tang Qing, who was painting, received the news and immediately asked the soldiers to agree. 2 billion yuan is not too much. although it may need to be transferred from the remaining funds of various tasks, and the available funds in his personal account will be emptied. It is worth it. The original plan was just to get a piece of knock-on exchange, and he has also obtained so many high-quality and powerful relationships. He has achieved his goal. No problem, we agreed. Upon hearing this, Chai Ren was also very happy and finally facilitated this matter. Thinking of the treatment he enjoyed, he felt very beautiful. Then when will you come to sign the contract? I'll wait for you in the capital. Chai Ren asked. I will be there tomorrow morning, said the soldier. You? Chai Ren was confused. Isn't your boss coming? Chai Ren asked. No need. It's just a share worth more than 20 billion, and it's not qualified to be named in our boss's name. The soldier followed Tang Qing's words and pretended to be heart-wrenching. It's not really a pretense, but it's just less than 400 million US dollars, which is not enough to move out the big boss, and it also retains a sense of mystery. These words really choked Chai Ren. 2 billion? Not qualified? Is it so offensive? Then, well, you call me before you get on the plane, and I'll pick you up at the airport. Chai Ren said with a wry smile. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chai Ren was speechless. After working for a long time, others didn't care about this thing at all. 2 billion, this amount of money would rank among the top 3 in the country's rich list. This friend is so rich. Never mind. Comparing oneself to another would lead to death. In the past, others would compare themselves to others, and others would feel inferior. Now, when he compares himself with others, he understands a little bit how those people feel. But lost to such a powerful force, he still has no pimples. People are not of the same level and scope of activities, so there is no need to compare themselves with others. Others are strong, but that is abroad. If they are at home, their strength and influence are the strongest, so there is no need to belittle oneself. P.S. I have something to do all day tomorrow, so I worked overtime tonight to write a chapter. Ha ha ha. My shoulders are sore and I am exhausted. The next chapter will not be scheduled tomorrow night, but there will definitely be one. The next day, Beijing Airport. In order to welcome this new partner's men, Chai Ren came early. Although Tang Qing's friend never showed up, he had no grudges in his heart. After all, from what he saw and heard during this period, it was obvious that that person was definitely not a serious businessman. Would a serious businessman have such a cheating bodyguard? Would a serious businessman do anything on the streets of America without any scruples? Especially the iron or thing. The means of handling it were beyond his imagination. This kind of people may have some scruples and want to maintain a sense of mystery, which is understandable, and the others are not necessarily from their country. It would be abnormal to come to meet rashly and reveal the details. As I thought before, no matter who Tang Qing's friend is, which country he is from, or what his purpose is, as long as it does not harm the interests of the country and the people, he is someone who can cooperate. His 2 bodyguards stood behind him, very upright, and coquettishly wearing sunglasses. No way. They were also a little nervous when they thought about meeting those extremely professional bodyguards again. Being compared to each other every time would be unbearable for any of them. Chai Ren looked hard towards the exit. Beijing Airport is busy with flights, and even if you get out, you don't know which flight it is. That's when 3 people in suits and ties caught his attention. Each of them held a briefcase in their hands, but the sunglasses on their faces did not match the briefcase. He is used to the temperament of that brother Yuan, and now he also has a bit of discernment. It should be these 3 people. Sure enough, the 3 people walked up to Chai Ren. Hello, Mr. Chai. Walking in the middle, the man who was obviously in charge stepped forward and nodded. Who are you? Chai Ren suddenly realized that he still didn't know the other person's name. My name is it was Berninger. We talked on the phone last night. The analyst introduced himself with a smile. Those who perform combat missions are usually exchanged for soldiers, and those who perform non-combat missions can naturally only be exchanged for intelligence analysts. This is also a helpless move, because the command room currently only has 3 redemption items: warrior, intelligence analyst, and junior commander. The junior commander can only redeem 1 and cannot leave the command room, so the analyst can only come out to hold it. There are no business talents in the system. All business decisions are learned by the robots in the command room. As for who will be the boss and stand up to support the situation, it will be decided by drawing lots. It is the same anyway. Mr. Wen, nice to meet you. Chiron quickly held the analyst's hand and said. At the same time, he looked at the two cold-tempered warriors behind the intelligence analyst, and he felt a shiver in his heart. They are two very perverted characters who look strong at first glance. The soldiers sent to their friend Tang Qing are naturally not as good as the core members of their force, and Wen Zhuo must be one of the core members. He has no idea of competing now. In the past, he often watched his friends compete with his bodyguards. Many people lost to him or tied with him due to their status. But last time, Brother Yuan didn't care about him at all. If he loved someone, whoever dared to come up would just say, fuck him. Please come this way. Chiron made a gesture of invitation. Thank you. Analysts are becoming more and more humane. After speaking, Chiron took the three of them to a club that he was very familiar with. He arrived relatively early, and he had to wait for other shareholders to sign the contract before he could sign it. He was notified relatively late, just to communicate with the person in charge first and build a good relationship. Enter a luxurious living room in the clubhouse. Chiron called the waiter out and made tea himself. Where is Mr. Wen from? Chai. Rin said with a smile. Sorry, you have no right to know. The analyst still smiled. This sentence choked Chiron. The smile on his face turned into embarrassment. He thought that everyone was friends, but now it seems that it is just a cooperative relationship. Even when working with him, he has a feeling that the other party doesn't care too much. But when I think about a $2 billion business directly under the name of a subordinate, my business may not be as discerning as others. Forget it, it's almost as good as it gets. So as not to hurt your self-esteem. Then he pulled Wen Zhuo aside, and Chiron leaned over and whispered, Ahem. Brother Wen, I would like to ask if there are problems in other mines. Can you help solve them? After speaking, Chiron looked at the analyst expectantly. Yes, but we only help with matters under Yunqi Investment's name. We charge for the rest, and we only charge shares, no money. Wen Zhuo nodded. Chiron was very excited after hearing this. But the next sentence caused his excitement to fall to the ground. Chiron was also a little depressed. It's easy to ask for money, but it's a bit painful to ask for shares. According to the layout over the years, the mineral resources controlled by Yunqi Investment only account for about 40% of his assets. Of the other 60%, 1/3 is in China. He can handle it. Another third are in relatively safe countries abroad, with well-established systems and few problems. But there is still a third distributed in many countries in Africa. These are bargains bought at low prices, but this does not mean that the value is low. There are many reasons for being cheap, but the most important thing is that the parts he can get are severely exploited by local forces. These are extremely valuable minerals. For example, he acquired a gold mine in Tanzania. It was very cheap, only $1 million. What is the actual value of this gold mine? At least hundreds of millions of dollars, but he didn't make a penny because it was the same as the iron mine. No, not as good as it. The iron mine was said to charge a fee, but the gold mine was not allowed to be mined at all. It was mined privately by local forces. What a joke then. Here, he was forced to have no choice. In order for Yunqi to invest in another mine, he could only suffer the loss and be tricked into asking for money. And such a mine is naturally not owned by Yunqi Investment, but under his own name. If the mines under his name are in Africa, as long as he is allowed to intervene, the income from this part will definitely exceed the total annual income from other minerals controlled by Chiron. These things are legally yours, but if you can't get them, there's nothing he can do about it. These minerals, which are not profitable at all, can be used to test the power of Tang Qing's friend. If they are good, he will directly change his future development strategy. As for Yunqi Investment, it is a partnership business based on the bond of interests. If it is like this iron mine, Yunqi's market value may be left behind in the future. Thinking of this, Chiron has already made his decision. Damn it, that's it. He also has a bad temper. He is far away from home and has been cheated like this again and again. He is also angry. Anyway, someone is taking the blame, and it seems that they will handle the follow-up issues well, so why not do it? That's no problem. I wonder how many shares you want. Chai Run gritted his teeth and said, this is not necessarily the case. This will be comprehensively judged based on the difficulty, risk, follow-up impact, benefits, etc. of the task. We will only take action if you agree. Wen Shuo said with a smile. Hear the words. Although Chai Ren's heart ached, he wanted to pay a fixed share, but others were not stupid. So how could they do what he thought? But in an instant, Chai Ren agreed to the plan. It's better than no income. Okay, I agree. When will you need the information? Chai Ren said. You could do it now. This is the email address. Once it's sorted out, send it to us. The analyst picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote an email address. Chai Ren took the note and said, no problem. I've already asked someone to prepare it. After speaking, Chai Ren immediately made a call to his company. In 3 minutes, Chai Ren's men sent him all the difficult-to-process mineral information. Please wait a moment while our people evaluate it. Wen Shuo said. The two of them didn't say anything after that. Drinking tea. Wait for the results. 5 minutes later, Wen Shuo answered a phone call and pretended to say a few words. Okay, Mr. Chai, our people have finished their assessment. There are 13 mineral deposits in total, distributed in 5 African countries. The main problem is that the local forces charge too much and don't even allow you to enter the mining area for mining. However, there is no problem with your legal documents, right? Ah, that's right. Chai Ren felt like he was being questioned. Okay, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you're willing to do it. Wen Shuo said with a straight face. What? Chai Ren asked. It's like this. After discussion, we think we can jointly set up a company and transfer all these problematic assets to this company. You will hold 51% of the shares in these minerals, and we will hold 49% of the shares in exchange for the remuneration for solving the problem and handling the later problems. You mean without paying a penny, you will take half of the shares of these minerals, which may have a total value of more than 5 billion yuan. Chai Ren's breathing was a little uneasy. This is more than just a lion's mouth. This is a hippopotamus with a 180-degree mouth. Mr. Chai, I have to remind you that the value of these mineral deposits in your hands does not exceed 100 million yuan to you, and the annual income is very small. However, as long as we solve these problems, the annual income will conservatively exceed 800 million yuan. I think you should be able to calculate this account. Strictly speaking, we have suffered a big loss. If you had the mining rights and were friends and partners, we would not have intervened in this matter, and we would not have been able to give you such a discount. The analyst said slowly. Discount? So, I'm taking advantage? This sentence rang in Chai Ren's mind, and it was true when he thought about it. These investments slowly turned into sunk costs and did not bring any benefits. But once it is reversed, it will bring considerable benefits. 800 million yuan? Hee. During the initial exploration, we encountered a lot of obstacles. Some of the data was filled in randomly, and a lot was even reduced to avoid trouble. Once all mining resumes, the annual new profits are more than 800 million, 2 billion, or even more. 2 billion yuan, even if it's only half. Chai Ren was already tempted enough. Remembering that they are also responsible for maintaining regional interests in the later period, 49% of the shares is really not too much. Thinking of this, Chai Ren felt hot in his heart. Made. 49 is 49. P.S. Come on, there will be another chapter in the early morning because I have something to do tomorrow, so I have to hurry up. Please vote. 49%. It's not bad to think about it. At least he owns 51% of the shares and is still the controlling party. Then Chai Ren raised his head and said, No problem, Brother Wen. I agree to these conditions. How about we set up a group company together and register it in an offshore center? Okay. Wen Shuo nodded in agreement. Are there any requirements for names? Chai Ren asked again, lest the other party have any taboos. Whatever. The attitude and expression of Wen Shuo, that it was none of his business, made Chai Ren always feel like his hot face was touching his cold ass. But he still had to go up and post it. He was used to it, and he had somewhat accepted this setting. Chai Ren couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Chai Ren rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, How about this? Let's call it the United African Mining Group, because these problematic mineral deposits are all in Africa, and the headquarters will be located in the capital of South Africa, where I have a ready-made office building. Okay, after the company is established and all the mineral deposits are handed over to this company, we will take care of the rest within a month at the latest. You are responsible for preparing other mining procedures and equipment, transportation, sales, etc. 1 month later, we will also need to re-explore the reserves of all the mineral deposits. We will not interfere in the operations of all groups except for finance. But our boss does not want anything unpleasant to happen. Wenjua finally warned. Chiron said quickly, "No problem. I will ask someone to explain everything. Chiron, don't like this kind of money. Mr. Chai, I wish us a happy cooperation." Wenjua stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "It's a pleasure to work together." The two shook hands. After this cooperation, the conversation afterwards, still as lifeless as ever. The helpless Chai Run had no choice but to give up the tactic and began to notify his subordinates to prepare for company registration and mineral deposit transfer. There are a lot of things going on. These minerals are controlled by his 5 companies, and now they need to be divested. The transfer work also involves dealing with various departments in those African countries. Unlike at home, he has to send people to the locals to go through various procedures. Even if money is used to clear the way, it will not be completed in less than half a month. After nearly an hour of phone calls, Chiron finished his instructions and also called his friends in Africa to prepare for help. Put down the phone. Looking at Wenjua, who was calm and composed, Chiron felt like he was a twaller, but there was no way. There were too many things that needed to be coordinated, involving many companies and countries at home and abroad, and some of the relationships were personal. He also wanted to set up a company like Tang Qing Sky, but his status was quite special. In order to avoid trouble, he did not dare to hand it over to a company for supervision. Moreover, those personal relationships could not be handed over, as they involved too many interests and secret connections. Tang Qing handed over the dirty work to the black prison, but Chiron didn't have this ability. 11 o'clock noon. Chiron's partners arrived one after another. Although these people are powerful and powerful behind each other, the analysts still have no feeling at all. Always behave as if he is neither humble nor arrogant, loving everyone. Sometimes you really need to pretend like this. No, these people were suppressed. Signed a contract. Master Chai, who is this person? Does he look down on us? Just send one of his men down. A second-generation man who felt slighted said angrily, "Keep your voice down. I can't afford to offend anyone. Others don't care about this little money." Chiron said in a low voice, "Look down? 2 billion yuan? Are you kidding me?" The second generation didn't believe that it was true that the other party was rich, but looking down on 2 billion yuan would be the same as looking down on 10 billion yuan in 10 years. You think you are the richest man in the world. What do you think? Anyway, be careful what you say. Let me tell you the truth. They're very powerful abroad. If you offend them, you must be careful when going abroad in the future. Chiron reminded. In other words, it was a threat. So powerful. Yeah, who is this so arrogant? There are still people who don't believe it. You don't need to know. I won't talk nonsense, and you will gradually understand it in the future. If nothing else, don't take those benefits lightly. You will see them in the future. So you all just take it easy and don't be embarrassed. Chiron said mysteriously. Yes, there's no need for analysts to pretend to compare. Chiron just pretended. If Tang Qing knew about it, he would definitely say, give it, we have installed it for you. That's it. If it's not enough, you can continue to give it. In fact, Chiron had no choice. He was also in a confused state, so he had no choice but to create a strong image and fool around with it anyway. Now it seems that the effect is quite good. Okay, I believe Mr. Chai. That's okay. I'll leave first. Me too, Brother Chai. You can receive him. It seems he doesn't like these activities anyway. Well, goodbye. The young and old all left together again. They really have no interest in playing with someone who is not interesting, so they just don't mess with him in the future. As for the money, they did not raise it, because Yunchi Investment will use money in many places in the future. They have already discussed that all profits will be distributed as dividends at the end of the year. If there is an acquisition plan, sometimes they will not get even a penny and will pay back, but they did not say anything. They also hope that Yunqi investment will become bigger and bigger, and its influence will become wider and wider. Only low-level, second-generation people value money. If they dig everything into the bowl, they're crazy about being poor. Just like the peasants envy the emperor for eating a few big cakes. The levels are different. Of course, what we pursue is different. They are all like-minded people like Chai Run, and they pursue similar goals. There are many ways to get money for daily entertainment, but Yunqi's money cannot be touched, and he is even willing to give money to them. Chiron couldn't do anything when he saw it. These guys were just a little loose. Brother one, don't be offended. That's just how they are. They kind of go their own way, but they're not bad people. Chiron apologized. Understood, I'm really good-natured. Now that I'm fine, I'll leave first. I'll leave the group formation and mineral deposit delivery to you, and we will start the layout. Wenjua stood up and said, Okay. Chiron already knew the tempers of the people in front of him. They would not do anything if they said they would not do anything. They would not be polite at all and could not persuade them for any reason. Therefore, he did not say anything about playing for 2 days and even had a light meal for lunch. Chiron sent the 3 of them to the airport and waved goodbye. Seeing the 3 people disappear from sight, Chiron put away his smile. Hope this adventure is the right one. He made such an important decision without notifying his family. It was more than a risk, it was just a joke. His father and grandfather would definitely educate him well if they knew about it. He was also betting on a prosperous road, a bright future, and even a bet on Tang Qing's friend. If it came true, the influence on their family would definitely be very powerful. Subsequently, Chiron came to the office of Guijun, chairman of Beijing Airport. Hello, Mr. Chai. Guijun quickly got up and made tea. No, Mr. Gua, I need your help with something. Chiron raised his hand to stop him. What's the matter? Guijun asked, putting down the teapot. Looking up a person, I want to know where he comes from. Chiron said, No problem, I'll take you there. Came to the Information Management Center. Guijun asked his subordinates to retrieve flight customer information. 3 minutes later, Chairman Wenjua and the other 3 took off from Shanghai to Beijing this morning. They have no previous aviation records. Have they never flown before? Chiron frowned. No. Okay, thank you. I'll leave first. Thank you, Mr. Gua. Leave the airport. Chiron was also speechless. He wanted to find out where the other party came from, but he didn't expect that the clues were suddenly cut off. There were no entry and exit aviation records, and there were no domestic aviation records. It was really strange. Is this identity also fake? It's really possible. He didn't know whether it would be good or bad to cooperate with such a person. He could only take it one step at a time. Maybe we can learn something from Tang Qing. The relationship between Tang Qing and that friend was absolutely average. It seems that his relationship with Tang Qing needs to be deepened. However, I am quite busy during this period, so I will go to Qingyan City for some fun later. But the phone call still needs to be made. Young Master Chai, what are you doing? Tang Qing received a call from Chiron just after finishing lunch. Xiao Tang, thank you for your matchmaking. Your friend and I are now partners. Chiron said with a smile. That's good. Don't worry. My friend is easy to talk to. As long as you don't make any small moves, you can rest assured about cooperation. Tang Qing also understood Chai Ren's doubts. Although it was useless to make extravagant claims, and it would take time to confirm, it would still be good to give Chai Ren some reassurance. Sure enough, for some reason, Chai Ren had an inexplicable trust in Tang Qing. After listening to this, I felt much more at ease. Okay, I understand. I will treat you to dinner next time I go to Qingyan City. Chiron said, No problem, but to say thank you, I have a small favor right now. I wonder if young Master Chai can help. Tang Qing changed the subject and said, What's the big deal? Don't worry, there's really not much that Chiron can't do in China. Chiron quickly assured, It's not a big deal. You also know that I have a clothing company that is preparing to enter the national market, but the advertisement is stuck on CCTV. We want to get a better advertising space and see if you could do anything about it. Tang Qing said slowly. After such long negotiations, the company has won a lot of advertising and naming rights on local satellite TV. However, CCTV's advertising spaces have been put out to bid. Although they have been opened in coastal provinces, the CCTV advertising spaces are really making Tang Qing uncomfortable. Tang Qing is really not interested in naming rights. Calculating this joint mining group, Chiron really took advantage of it. With the continuous addition of mineral deposits in the future, it is likely that Chiron will earn tens of billions of yuan in additional income in the next 10 years. This gift is not a big one. Therefore, Tang Qing has nothing to be embarrassed about. Wonder if you can. What did I think was going on? Don't worry, it's all on me. I can't do anything about the prime advertising spot, but I can still do something else. Just wait for my good news. Chiron also thought what was going on. This kind of thing, there's basically no difficulty for him. Chiron also thought of going together with Tang Qing, feeling that he had taken a big advantage. But his ideas are crazier than Tang Qing's. If it really works in the future, it will cost more than tens of billions. That is a conservative estimate. The side benefits it will bring make him tremble and excited just thinking about it. P.S. Thanks to book friends, I really don't know what's wrong, and the book is a success for their rewards. Next chapter, tomorrow night. Hang up the phone. Chiron quickly called his brother-in-law and told him about the advertisement. As the deputy director of CCTV, he can still handle some advertising matters, especially since Chiron's tone is a bit solemn, and he dare not neglect it. Although he is Chiron's brother-in-law, he has no sense of pretentiousness in the face of Chiron, the direct grandson of the Chai family. Hang up the phone. Chiron began to be busy with the preparation work of the mining group. He felt that he was going crazy, but full of energy. He is looking forward to what the company will develop into in the future. As soon as I got home in the evening, Chiron was called to the study by his father Chai Guoqiang. Seeing Chiron, Chai Guoqiang asked with a serious face, "Tell me, what happened today?" These minerals are considered the property of the Chai family. Of course, Chiron will not be allowed to do whatever he wants. Of course, there are people arranged by the Chai family. Many things are not discussed collectively, but the opinions of the elders are consulted on major decisions. This time, Chiron was very dissatisfied with Chiron's decision to cut it off first and then leave it alone. "Dad, you are really well informed." Chiron was relieved and said with a smile, "Don't give me that playful smile. What are you going to do?" Chai Guoqiang still looked serious. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's just some unprofitable minerals." Chiron sat on the chair in front of his father nonchalantly. "It's not that simple." Chai Guoqiang snorted coldly. It seems that I can't escape my father's eyes. That's it. I plan to transfer all these mineral deposits to one company for unified management. As for the reason, that is because I have found a way to revitalize these assets." Chiron explained with a smile. "Revitalize? How to revitalize?" Chai Guoqiang frowned. "My partner this time will take care of those troubles." Chiron said. "What?" Chai Guoqiang, who was in a high position, asked in surprise. "Those troubles?" Of course he knew what it was. He also knew what obstacles would be encountered in solving these problems. Are you snatching food from the mouths of those desperados, or are you a local snake that occupies the home field advantage? Is it something you can solve by saying that it can be solved? Isn't this a joke? Is this your reason? Chai Guoqiang was unhappy with his son's way of talking like squeezing out toothpaste. "Dad, don't worry, I am certain this time. We have made a deal together before. Do you know the iron, or mine of Congo gold? They helped me solve the problem." Chiron said seriously. "How to solve it?" Chai Guoqiang asked. Then Chiron explained the matter. It sounded like his father was a little confused. He was not surprised by the method. He was surprised by the speed. In just 2 days, such a plan to seek power and usurp the throne was planned. The most important thing was that only a few people died, and there were no other casualties. This action has proven its strength, and it is qualified to say that it can solve the troubles elsewhere. But this does not reassure Dad Chai. The other party is very cheating, but this is also the tip of the knife. You can shock others for a while, but you can also shock them for a lifetime. Not to mention, for a lifetime, it is possible for the other party to have dissatisfaction and cause all kinds of troubles. Have you ever considered what kind of impact they will have on our country's enterprises if he uses excessive means to deal with those people and rebounds in the future? Chai Guiqiang expressed his worries. Chiron quickly explained, "That's why I transferred those minerals to a new company, which registered an offshore center. Many people knew that these mines were related to Yunqi investment before, but by transferring them to this company, I can get away. All the actions of this company have nothing to do with me and Yunqi investment. Aren't you afraid that the other party will know that you control this company?" Dad, there are so many ifs. If those people really have the ability to find out this, someone is obviously going to deal with us. No matter how hard we try to hide it, it's useless. And I believe in the strength of this partner. Although I'm a little unsure, I want to give it a try. Chiron said seriously. "Are you sure?" Chai Guiqiang stared at his son and said. He didn't know why his usually cautious son was so decisive this time, but he believed that his son would not play with the fate of the family. "Yeah." Xiaorui nodded decisively. "Well, you should find a way to hide the shares of this company and register joint holdings with companies from more countries." "How many shares did you give him?" Chai Guiqiang said nothing. 49. What did they do? Solve all the troubles and protect the regional interests in the later period. Yes, they still lost money. You have to find a way to understand the scale and strength of this force. Otherwise, I won't worry. I know, Dad. Well, in short, there is one principle: expand as safely as possible and consider the impact more, so as not to capsize our family in this kind of thing. Chai Guiqiang reminded again. I know, Chiron said. At this time, the conversation between the two naturally appeared on the projection screen in the command room. No way. Such an important group company is likely to become the main source of income for the Black Prison in the coming period. So risk monitoring is inevitable. Know yourself and your enemy. This is the consistent principle of conduct in the command room. It has nothing to do with morality and is just to avoid risks. After listening to the conversation between the two father and son, Tang Qing also lowered his head and fell into deep thought. I used to always want to stay mysterious, but mystery brings not only fear, but also a strong sense of insecurity. Tang Qing was actually a little surprised that Chiron was able to propose this cooperation and even quickly agreed to the conditions. Such a big matter may involve the lives of many people and have collateral impacts on many African countries. If it doesn't work well, it may cause huge trouble. But Chiron was so decisive. Could it be that my charm has improved? Tang Qing is a bit narcissistic, but this obviously doesn't make a difference. After thinking about it, Tang raised his head and ordered, Xiao, call up Chai Ren's behavior analysis report during this period. Yes, Commander. Xiao just finished his promise. All of Chai Ren's personal information appeared on the left projection screen, and on the right was the behavioral analysis report he wanted to see. Looking at the word count, which already exceeded 300,000 words, Tang Qing was a little dizzy, but he also understood that this kind of analysis report was accurate to the explanation of Chai Ren's every sentence and even every expression, and it was not a summary in a few words. I asked the waiter to read it over the past 2 days, and there were 40,000 to 50,000 words. Tang Qing looked at it carefully. My heart gradually became clear. It turns out that the problem may have arisen because of the soldier who saved him from the wolf. Chiron had stayed in the military camp for several years and had an unusual feeling for his comrades who fought side by side and the grace of saving his life. Because of the wolf pack incident, his view of Tang Qing's friend changed from being ordinary to trusting. This is a warrior's instinct, trusting those who fight side by side with him and are close friends in life and death. Although Chiron has been out for a long time, this quality has not disappeared. Even Chiron couldn't feel this. But once he is connected with relevant things, his first concept when making a decision is to believe, and then he will talk about other things. There are indeed too many things involved in this matter. If someone uses tricks because of the black jail, it may cause a diplomatic turmoil, and even the interests of other Yunqi mines or Chinese people. With the guarantee of Mr. He believed these things. Among them is also the belief in Tang Qing, which is the aura effect of origin qi. Only bystanders can see these things clearly, and the parties concerned will find various reasons to make this decision reasonable. Tang Yi, send someone to explore those mineral deposits first, formulate an action plan, and make arrangements as soon as possible. Chiren's father is right. In order to prevent these local forces whose interests have been harmed from angering other Chinese companies or Chiren and causing any disturbance, we need to strengthen the control of the local forces and use all the monitoring methods we can. If there are any changes or tendencies, we will deal with them as planned immediately. In the past, he just wanted to collect membership fees, but now it seems that he must send someone to call in, and he must strengthen monitoring to ensure that if something happens, it can be suppressed immediately without further trouble. Everything, all must be established under current controllable and subsequent safe operation conditions. This will also be the basic principle for future black jail operations. P.S. I'm here. I'm late. I'm a little confused. I'm going to bed. Please vote. At the same time, under the command of Tang, groups of fighters were redeemed and transported to the suburbs of Bangkok through transmission nodes. Under the pickup and drop-off of local fighters, they took planes from Bangkok Airport to various countries in Africa. The main purpose is to cooperate with Chiren, and the secondary purpose is to initially establish an intelligence network. The vast land of Africa is extremely rich in product resources. As the world's raw material warehouse, Tang Qing, of course, has to make arrangements in advance. It can be foreseen that in the future, he will definitely have many mineral resource industries in Africa. Therefore, the construction of preliminary intelligence network and black prison branches all over Africa has been put on the agenda. In the next period of time, all his income will be invested in this plan. In order to facilitate future operations, he will have to establish a complete set of relationships with all African countries. After all, fighting and killing is not a long-term solution. A steady flow of influence is the right way. Force is only the last resort. If the attack is too strong and the method is too fierce, it will cause a backlash if the defense is not guaranteed. Therefore, he also needs to have the ability to put out fires. This is what he wants. It's a bit expensive, but it's a necessary investment and can't be saved. The current fixed income of more than 30 million yuan per day seems to be a lot, but now the stalls are getting bigger and bigger. The early stage of the development of Black Prison is almost a bottomless pit. The establishment and expansion of the Industrial Alliance is also a big money burner. His own industry also needs money. It seems that he will be poor again in a short time, and very poor. He needs money, lots of money, huge amounts of money. The profits from currency arbitrage have reached their maximum. His company is not making any money. Myanmar and Thailand can only maintain operations in a short period of time. Especially in Thailand, his men have stopped many illegal businesses, and their income has naturally dropped sharply. There is not much legitimate income. Myanmar is better. There is still a large number of jade, gold, and other mineral deposits underground. When they're dug out, they are money, but it takes time to dig and sell them. There is no hope anymore. Sitting in the command room, Tang Qing was a little depressed. I had only been complacent for a long time before reality suddenly hit me in the face. But who said that his property is still in the stage of waiting for nourishment? Tang Qing had no choice but to find a solution from the black prison business. Fortunately, there is a backup plan. It was just used for life-saving emergencies before, but now it comes in handy. A decision was made. Tang Yi, start executing the Pichot plan. The level is medium. The duration is 1 week, and the upper limit is $1 billion. Tang Qing stood up and ordered. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, Tang Yi quickly began to mobilize. What are the common forms of non-capital trading? Of course, it's a gamble. The Pichot project is one of the plans in the open-source project that Tang Yi formulated a long time ago. It mainly uses Xiao Air's extremely abnormal computing speed and analysis ability to help the soldiers win money. However, he was not too nervous before, and he was not in a hurry to make money. Pichot's characteristic is that he can only get in but not get out. The name also contains the principle of the soldier's action. No one can make any plans for the money I win. Medium means to control the speed well, so as not to attract too much attention. In order to avoid causing too much reaction in the industry, a lot of rules and regulations have been formulated in the plan, mainly to restrict and standardize the behaviors and processes of the fighters. What to play, how to play, ways to win money, evacuation, emergency plans, etc., etc. All have plans. You can't win every time, still at the same table, and still within one day. Isn't this a bright light in the dark night? This is not a problem. If there is chaos, it would be strange if everyone in Las Vegas or Gambling King is not forced to close their doors and wash their hands. $1 billion. Just test the water first, and you can't do it often. You will do it at least once every 1 month, or even longer. The cash machine, as the name suggests, if you withdraw all the money from the cash machine, you need to replenish it. If you smash the cash machine, you will have nothing to do in the future. There is still a principle. If the water flows slowly, it is like leaks. When it grows, cut it. Perfect. This money is enough to initially establish an intelligence network all over Africa. This is only a shallow one. If it is to be slowly developed into a deep intelligence network, it is not a matter of money. It will take a long time to accumulate and develop. For a person who suddenly appears, whether it is to gain local rights or influence, it will take time, and it is measured in years. Now Tang Qing just asked the soldiers to take a look first, identify the main personnel first, and use them as the seeds and core to take root, such as cultivating a big businessman or a parliamentarian, etc. He will take his time and start with small things, and then he will slowly add auxiliary personnel to serve them. The personnel cost budget is around $500 million, and the remaining $500 million is mainly funds for subsequent maintenance and activities. $500 million, equivalent to more than 4 billion yuan. If converted into the number of soldiers, it would be at least 2,000. After deducting the highest ratio of analysts to soldiers of 4-to-1, the number of soldiers planned to be stationed in Africa this time may exceed 1,500. There are nearly 60 countries in Africa. On average, each African country is only more than 30, which is really not many. If you exclude the necessary action teams, it will be even less. However, these seed members are not much more expensive than Essence. It's a very reasonable amount at the moment. It's just that with more than 8 billion yuan thrown in, there will be no waves at all in a short period of time, and Tang Qing is a little bit pained. This was in 2005, 8 billion yuan, and it was just wasted. Really crazy. Fortunately, it's not my hard-earned money. Otherwise, I would be heartbroken. This is one of the reasons why he doesn't want to make money from industries such as the internet, because it is too slow and there is simply not enough money to spend. No matter how high the market value is, he wants cash flow, a huge amount of cash flow. See that everything has been ordered. Tang Qing also returned to the room. Just wait a week to collect the money. As for whether anyone among them will have any evil thoughts about the fighters who won the money, they can only ask for their own blessings. The emergency response plan made at the beginning will make them cry. In your own room, Tang Qing looked at the giant paintings on the wall and kept sighing at his versatility. As for the overwhelming power, it will take some time. Alas, there is such a perfect person in the world, and it must be me. Tang Qing instantly felt like he was looking down on the world and that he was the only one in the world. Just then, dong dong dong. Brother, if you don't turn off the lights when you go to bed, electricity is free. Qin Shichi's voice sounded at the door. Hear the words. Tang Qing lost all his momentum in an instant and said hurriedly, I'll shut you down right away. Hey, that's not right. I shouldn't talk when I'm asleep. I just said that brother is not asleep. Sister, I guessed it right. Qin Shichi said proudly outside the door. Yeah. Qin Shiyu's voice sounded. Then you sleep outside later. I'll sleep inside. Yeah. Tang Qing listened to the distant voices. I always feel like I'm being teased. P.S. Chapter 1. Just when Tang Qing was lying on the bed, counting the stars. The Pishio project has also begun. After those fighters going to Africa got on the plane, fighters from the program also boarded planes bound for various countries. Of course, this time the Pishio project does not use all newly exchanged robots. Many of them are temporarily seconded from other tasks. Tang Qing's pocket does not allow him such luxury. In the next week, these fighters will go to all the top 100 gambling establishments in the world to withdraw money and leave immediately after winning varying amounts of money according to the size of the gambling establishment. Finally, the money will be transferred to the bank cards that the soldiers use their own identity information. It will be summed up once every morning and transferred to a general account. This general account is also opened by one of the soldiers, but it is bound by the system. As long as the money is transferred in, it cannot be transferred out by others. Since several accounts are no longer used for currency arbitrage rotation, there are still many bank card binding quotas in various countries. These bank accounts will be used as safety accounts to serve various plans. If there is any induction, it is estimated that the bosses of gambling houses all over the world will shudder, so why not tighten up? They were targeted by a group of hungry wolves. They're not good people anyway, so Tang Qing has no psychological burden in taking their money. The more the better. Although he will not use the money for charity, when it generates profits in the future, it will benefit many civilians. Because almost all the plans in the command room have a small principle: to safeguard Tang Qing's local interests while ensuring the stability of the regional situation. The absence of war is actually a blessing for many places. In order to improve the reputation and influence of the fighters in the local area, force is one aspect, and benefiting the local area is the core method. Especially those intelligence analysts who are arranged to run for politics in African countries also need political achievements. If they blindly plunder, their own building may have an unstable foundation. If someone is lucky enough to become president in the future, no one will be able to drive it down. Early the next morning, Tang Qing had breakfast with his uncle and his family. Qin Shiqi was chattering there, complaining about Tang Qing, saying that he slept late at night and often left the lights on. Anyway, what could be explained clearly in one sentence, she had to add to it into 10 sentences, plus testimonials and historical evidence. Tang Qing was speechless about this. He buried his head in the porridge. Say it. You don't want to waste my saliva. Tang Qing thought like AQ. The aunt also listened helplessly as her eldest daughter kept talking because there was nothing she could do to stop her. Qin Yugong remained silent, looking at Tang Qing from time to time, as if he was hesitant to speak. Tang, did you tell Mr. Liu? Seeing that Tang Qing was almost finished eating, Qin Yugong finally couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? Tang Qing put down his chopsticks and asked in confusion. He really didn't know what Lu Gan did. Qin Yugong couldn't see anything, so he said, Mr. Liu donated several police cars to our office yesterday. It was quite a gesture. I called him to express my gratitude. He even mentioned you accidentally. After hearing this, Tang Qing knew what Lu Gan meant. Show goodwill. Last time, through his help, his second Uncle Tang Kai had promised to provide some support materials to his uncle's institute, but it had not yet been implemented. Unexpectedly, Lu Gan took the lead. He was really quick, but Tang Qing would not admit that it was related to him. He shrugged and said, Really? I don't know. Maybe the second uncle told him that they are partners now. Yes, they should be. After saying that, he nodded as if he believed it too. Maybe it's really strange. Everything feels so smooth lately. Seeing Tang Qing's denial, Qin Yugong stopped worrying. Anyway, it's just good things, but too many good things have happened recently. The crime detection rate in the institute has increased, and the security in his jurisdiction has improved a lot. Even the number of reports of petty thefts has dropped to 1/5 of the original number. Leaders take him seriously, his subordinates respect him, and his colleagues envy him. The society is peaceful. The thieves and gangsters have also become a lot more honest. I heard that the pickpockets who had been here for more than 10 years went to other places in the city for no reason, as if they were afraid of something. It's really strange. You think, if things don't go well, will you still be happy? My aunt put down the bowl and glared at her husband angrily. Qin Yugong said quickly, No, just business. Forget it. It was impossible for him to talk to his wife about these things. Some of them were hearsay. He was not a gossip. Work is work, and life is life. At this time, Everyone on the table except Qin Shiyu had finished eating. There was no other way. Qin Shiyu chewed slowly and finished last every time. She had to divide the porridge that could be finished in one mouthful into two mouthfuls. A bit too ladylike. At this time, Qin Shichi rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Mom, let's go shopping tomorrow at the weekend. Do you want to buy clothes again?" Aunt glanced at her. "No, I just went out to get some fresh air." Qin Shichi quickly denied. The aunt smiled and said, "Breathable? I don't know what you were thinking." Qin Shichi stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Hey, there's a big clothing store in the city. I want to check it out. Many of my classmates have been there. They said it is big and the clothes are good-looking, so I just want to have a look." "You mean the prosperous Tang dynasty," said the aunt with a smile. "How do you know? Have you been there?" Qin Shichi said in surprise. The aunt shook her head and said, "No, the store in the city called Shengtang is very popular recently. I heard that it is a local company in our city and very powerful. We have seen its advertisements on many satellite TVs across the country these days, especially in our province. The ads have never stopped. I have seen its ads on CCTV 6. It is really rich." Tang Qing also pricked up his ears when he heard his Shengtang. "Then let's go shopping," Qin Shichi said happily. She also received a Shengtang coupon on her way back yesterday. She is one of those people who can't help but get excited and want to use it as soon as she sees the word discount. "Okay, I haven't been there yet." Annie nodded in agreement. The prices in Shengtang vary from high to low, but most of them are very close to the people. Just support the companies that are going from this city to the whole country. Tang Qing on the side also thought of this advertisement. This was the one that Shengtang had won by himself, CCTV 6, but he was very dissatisfied. The advertising space on a movie channel was worth nothing. It was of no use at all. How could it improve the corporate image? So he asked Chai Rin to ask for the advertising space. "Brother, are you going or not?" Qin Shichi turned to Tang Qing and said, "I want to go to class." Tang Qing said, "You still need to go to class?" Qin Shichi said dissatisfied, "I'm a good student." Tang Qing was determined not to go, otherwise he would be the bag carrier again. He knew Qin Shichi's little calculations well. Seeing that the follower and wallet refused to go, Qin Shichi pouted and said angrily, "Huh, you bought so many clothes from the Tang dynasty and you never took me there even once. No matter what, you have to compensate for my mental losses." Yes, another reason was found. Tang Qing seemed to have remembered something. He returned to the room, took out a card and handed it over. He took it back last time and had no chance to send it out. "Here, I have a membership card. You can get a discount when you go shopping for clothes." Qin Shichi took the well-made membership card and looked at it over and over. "How much discount can I get?" Qin Shichi raised her head and asked doubtfully. "I don't know. I borrowed it from a friend. Anyway, the discount is quite large." Tang Qing didn't say 20% off to avoid a bunch of problems coming at him. It was so early in the morning, and he wanted to clear himself up. Qin Shichi's eyes widened when she heard the word discount. "That's great. If I need to fight a lot, I'll buy one more, okay, Mom? We'll talk about it after we wash the dishes." Annie suppressed forcefully. "Oh, P.S. Thank you to the book friend Kukuji Jinyo for the great prize. Thank you for your support." Just when Qin Shichi was washing the dishes happily, Tang Qing went out carrying the non-existent school bag. Although it had been a long time, Tang Qing was deeply resentful that the system had such a huge space, or it could be called huge, but it did not provide storage services for personal belongings. The high storage cost was directly ignored by him. 1 million yuan a day. He was stupid. He wanted it for free. Out of the community, Tang Qing dialed Lu Gan's phone number. No matter what, it was true that Lu Gan was trying to save face for his uncle, and he had other things to inform Lu Qian. At this time, Lu Gan was doing Tai Chi in his back garden. When he saw that it was Tang Qing's number, the monkey on the side quickly handed over the phone. Lu Gan did not dare to neglect. "Aha, good morning, Xiao Tang." "Good morning, Uncle Lu. Thank you for donating materials to my uncle's institute." Tang Qing thanked him. Lu Gan felt very relieved after hearing this. What he wanted was for Tang Qing to know, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned Tang Qing on the phone with Qin Yugang. He would hold on to this thigh no matter what. You're welcome. The police and the people are all members of the same family. Lu Gan laughed. By the way, Uncle Lu, I have something to tell you. Tang Qing got down to business. What's going on? Lu Gan also felt his heart skip a beat at Tang Qing's words. Tang Qing explained, it's about US dollar cash exchange. I'm going to stop this business and only provide domestic and overseas currency transfer services. Hearing the first sentence, Lu Gan almost dropped his phone to the ground. He thought he had done something wrong. The latter sentence made his heart suddenly excited, but he was not excited about domestic and overseas currency transfers. Now, the people behind Tang Qing's business are doing this, which is similar to those of underground banks. He was happy that he was qualified to participate in Tang Qing's business, especially since the relationship with this kind of underground bank is so close and there is still a personal relationship. This is what he cares about. That's great. How to do it? Lu Gan walked to the side and asked happily, Uncle Lu, I will no longer be involved in this kind of currency exchange in the future. My friend's subordinates will do it themselves. After all, the risk of US dollar cash transactions is a bit high. Don't worry, both the scale and security of the channel are extremely high. As long as you abide by the rules they set, I will give you a website later. The future business and scope will be introduced on it. So, I may apologize for future cash exchanges. Tang Qing said, Okay, the US dollar cash business is indeed a bit blinking, and yours are all new serial numbered $100 bills. I'm a little scared of shipping in large quantities. That's why I was so anxious to ask you if you can enable cross-border transfers. I'll go check it out later. Lu Gan quickly agreed. Okay, that's it. I'm going to school. I'll send you the URL later. Just go up and register. You must register with your real name. At the same time, keep the website confidential. Delete the text messages after reading them. No other people can be present when you go to the website. Tang Qing ordered. After all, this is not very legal, and future users will not be ordinary people, so it is not suitable for outsiders to know. Although the command room has also formulated a series of protective measures, reminders are still needed. Okay, after saying that, the two hung up the phone. Tang Qing hung up first, but Lu Gan didn't dare to press the hang-up button in advance. Within 3 seconds of hanging up the phone, Lu Gan, who was thinking about it, received a text message, but it was not from Tang Qing's number. Obviously, Tang Qing asked someone to do it. The URL was a bit long, and he was too lazy to type it in himself. Lu Gan looked at the website and didn't stop. Return to the room. Close the door. Turn on the computer. Enter the URL. In an instant, a website popped up. The layout of the website is also very simple, with only a login interface and nothing else. If you don't log in, you have no idea what's inside. Lu Gan started to register according to the obvious process and filled in his identity information. Click Register. Instantly, a dialog box indicating successful registration appeared in front of him. The next second, the internet has changed, and so has the content. The color of the website is a bit gray. The style is also a bit rigid, but not depressed. The two big words, Tong Tian, in the upper left corner are extremely arrogant. Lu Gan also felt that the name was too exaggerated. Tang Qing was the same, but he started casually. It didn't cost any money, and he didn't need to register. Tang Qing originally wanted to use the Black Prison directly, but he gave up. The entire website interface has 3 major classification blocks: currency exchange, information consulting, task release. On the home page are the rules of the website, which are not allowed to be disclosed, as well as punishments and the like, and there are strict rules. In short, it feels a bit scary. Lu Gan quickly clicked on the currency exchange and took a look. As expected, currency exchange, as the name suggests, is cross-border currency transfer. Currently, only a few currencies are opened, and the exchange rate and exchange rules are agreed upon. Most of Lu Gan knows that basically all underground banks operate in this way. There is nothing novel about it. It just has more restrictions than other underground banks. That is, they will not transfer stolen money. All transferred money must withstand investigation. If a business owner worth hundreds of millions sells the company and wants to convert the money into US dollars and deposit it abroad, then fine, you can do it. If the money is obtained through corruption bribery, misappropriation of public funds, etc., it will not be processed, but only within the country. There is no such restriction for other countries. This item actually made Lu Qian smile bitterly. This website seemed to be a typical Chinese approach. He didn't think it was a big deal. He wouldn't be interested in that kind of money. As for how it could withstand the investigation, Lu Qian didn't know, because the transfer did not require him to provide proof of legality. What really surprised him was what the hell were intelligence consultations and mission releases. Lu Gan then clicked on the information consultation. After reading the introduction for a while, Lu Gan understood what these two were doing. Intelligence consulting is mainly about purchasing some information that you can't find but want to know. At the same time, the website has regulations and will not sell any information about the secrets of various countries. As for task release, it is also very simple, and the coverage is extremely wide. As long as it is a paid service, there are specific restrictions. That is, it will not participate in the internal affairs of various countries, confidential intelligence, war, murder, and other businesses. The introductions to the latter two are quite simple. No way. This website was just created last night. Although the business scope of the latter two is much larger than currency exchange and are not on the same level at all, there are currently no users. Lu Gan is the only one. Chiron hasn't told him yet. It will take a long time to improve the specific business scope. Lu Gan was a little confused after reading it. Looking at this website, he didn't know what to say. He didn't need it, so why not try the transfer function first? Of course, this money was not transferred out by someone else, but his own. It's not an account that you want to prepare to run away. It was just necessary for the previous cooperation with Chiron, so I had to do one. Just do it if you want to do it. According to the operation process, Lu Gan first transferred the RMB to his specified account. Half a minute later, the website prompted him that the account had arrived, and he could make the transfer. So Lu Gan filled in the relevant US dollar account information on the interface and clicked to confirm the transfer. At this time, another dialog box pops up with a confirmation message and a reminder to the transfer that we will not be held responsible if the transfer is wrong. Lu Gan read it over to confirm it was correct. Click Done. Then he logged into the US dollar account website. 3 minutes later, reminder that $100,000 has arrived. Lu Gan's face was full of excitement when he saw it. The handling fee was much lower than that of underground banks. Even though the fee for converting US dollars to RMB was exorbitantly high, he didn't care. He didn't need to convert US dollars into RMB for the transfer. There is no way Tang Qing will lose money if he converts US dollars into RMB. At this moment, a message that the transfer was successful popped up on the website. At the same time, another message came over, followed by a dialog box. Hello, Mr. Lu Qian. Since your permission is a secondary user and you have a transfer order of more than 100,000 yuan at the same time, we can provide a transfer balance account to save you the risk and trouble of transferring money again and again. Lu Qian is not stupid either. He typed and confirmed. You mean I can deposit the money with you? Yes, it all depends on your volition, but I suggest you do this to avoid a lot of trouble. For reference only. Lu Gan thought about it and said it was good. It would be troublesome to transfer the money directly himself. He still believed in Tang Qing's credibility. I understand. Thank you. What does the second level of authority mean? Lu Gan asked doubtfully. Hello. We divide our customers according to credit and strength. The total transfer amount of in-turn users must be more than 100 million yuan, and they can only see the currency exchange column. The first level users must have a total transfer amount of more than 100 million US dollars, and they can see the intelligence consultation in the second column. The second level users have a total transfer amount of more than 500 million US dollars, and they can see task releases. Are there any other functions on it? Lu Gan typed and asked. Sorry, you don't have enough permissions to query. In order to pretend, Tang Qing set it up like this. Only with the level can he bind the user. Lu Gan, who had the privilege at this time, felt very happy. Apparently, Tang Qing's goal was achieved. I can be considered an important user. It must have been Tang Qing who upgraded him. Well, that must be the case. Lu Gan felt a little proud when he thought about it. Something suddenly occurred to me. By the way, I could buy information, right? Yes. I want to know what's going on with the iron mine I invested in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I heard it's a bit troublesome. Do you have a way to solve it? Lu Qian also wanted to show the value. He didn't know that He Jing had taken a stake in Yunqi investment, and he wasn't qualified to know. This information is priced at 100,000 yuan. Please pay first. Lu Qian was speechless. Really expensive. But he didn't say anything. He just read it. The starting price of the information is 100,000, which prevents people from asking for boring information. If my kitten is lost, everyone will ask, so why don't you bury the person? Lu Gan quickly transferred 100,000 yuan. 10 seconds later, the remittance has been received. The situation near the iron mine has returned to stability. Their leader, the analyst on duty, gave a brief summary of what happened there, all from an objective perspective, and there was no trace of anything related to them. What happened? Lu Gan felt something was wrong. You have no right to purchase this information. See this sentence. Lu Gan stopped talking. He had no right to buy, and he was not stupid. It was obvious that this organization might be involved, thinking of Chai Ren and Tang Qing's mysterious friends as well. As the information and time he just saw, Lu Gan was 100% sure that this was done by the group of people Chai Ren found. Although killing tasks cannot be issued inside. But Lu Gan didn't completely believe it. Okay, thank you. Lu Qian needed to calm down. His little heart was a little out of control. Goodbye. After saying this, the website was forced to close. Lu Gan, who still wanted to watch for a while, laughed bitterly. Things are getting more complicated. Who are these people? He usurped the throne so neatly and straightened him out. The iron ore mine that was thought to be a loss suddenly became profitable. Lu Gan's mood was contradictory. He had thought about the tiger behind Tang Qing for a long time, but he never expected that it would show up in front of him like this. He's a bit square. He thought again of the 2 houses that Tang Qing's parents bought. I was wondering if I should do some more activities to return the tens of thousands of dollars to his parents. P.S. The next chapter is around 10 o'clock. The channel used by the Tongtian website to help Lu Qian transfer money this time was certainly not systematic. Tang Qing only had a limit of 10 currency exchanges per day. He also wanted to use it for arbitrage, so how could he waste it here? All this money was borrowed from the account opening organization. After a long period of cooperation, Tang Qing's huge financial resources and business have made his credit very high. Within 100 million US dollars, unsecured low-interest loans, credited within 1 hour, with a term of 1 year, are the benefits he enjoys now. 100 million US dollars is not much, but considering that it is a loan to an unknown person or organization without any collateral, is already a lot. Of course, the money would not lie in the account of that bank. Instead, he had collected it into the system once, and then transferred it to the account of another bank alliance camp to avoid being traced. 20 million US dollars were left in the system and transferred to the black prison as operational funds. He transferred 80 million US dollars to the US dollar general account of Tongtian for transfer to various customers who needed it. There will also be a general account in the country. When the total domestic account accumulates to more than 300 million yuan and the US dollar general account is insufficient, he will make a transfer to fill the gap. In this case, the profit will be higher than a single currency arbitrage. To put it bluntly, the money in these 2 general accounts will basically not be misappropriated. At present, no matter how much money is exchanged, the 2 accounts can maintain a balance, and all the money earned will be invested in the construction and maintenance of the mission team of Tongtian. The 2 major business areas of intelligence consultation and mission release have been opened. How could no one carry out the execution? And it must be their own people. Now the combatants of each mission are a little nervous, and Tongtian must build its own mission execution team. You might even consider outsourcing. What he really wants is Lu Qian's balance deposit, which is a bit like UEBO, but without interest. This money is just like a fixed deposit. As long as the credibility is there and the number of people is large, he can generate huge amounts of misappropriated funds. Tang Qing has no interest in coveting this money, but it is an insurance to deal with emergencies. Just like Chai Ren's deposit-to-loan loan is mainly used to meet imminent money needs. While Tang Qing was in class, he received a text message. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon and treat you to dinner tonight. Look at the sender. Tang Qing's mouth showed a smile. Long time no see. I miss you a lot. The next day, April 30th, Saturday. Brother, go to class quickly. Let's buy new clothes. Qin Shiqi waved her handkerchief and said with a smile. In order to buy clothes today, she dressed up well and forced Qin Shiyu to wear the same clothes and jewelry as hers. Qin Shiyu had no choice but to accept her fate. They are really sisters. Just go, why are you so proud? Tang Qing retorted. Although he contributed a discounted membership card yesterday, Qin Shiqi would not let go of his wallet. Last night, she tried hard to get away with a few red notes, emptying his pockets without leaving any change. Knowing that Tang's father and Tang's mother made tens of thousands of dollars every month, Qin Shiqi no longer had the petty ambitions of the past. I told you not to come with us. Since you contributed a little money, I will buy something for you later if I see something suitable for you. Don't worry, it will definitely not be expensive. After saying that, Qin Shiqi did not forget to bury Tang Qing. After Tang Qing said that, he turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but mess up Qin Shiqi's hair. By then, he would probably have to chase him to the gate of the community. Noon. As soon as Tang Qing returned home, Qin Shiqi rushed up, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, Brother, tell me honestly, where did you get these clothes? A friend gave them to me. What's wrong? Tang Qing said. What kind of friend? Why would I give you such expensive clothes? I saw that many of your clothes are from the Tang dynasty and are custom-made. Judging from the materials and logos, it seems that they add up to tens of thousands. The most important thing is, brother, does your friend need a sister? Qin Shiqi's righteous words at the beginning immediately revealed her true nature. He smiled playfully at Tang Qing. Today, I spent the whole morning shopping with my aunt at Shengtang's main store and saw all kinds of beautiful clothes, prices that she could only stick out her tongue at, and a 20% off membership card that was almost free. After being educated by Shengtang's product brochure, she also knew what the logo on Tang Qing's clothes meant. After coming back, she looked through Tang Qing's wardrobe and found that they were all works by senior designers in Tang dynasty. Every piece was expensive. In an instant, Qin Shiqi had a wrong idea in her mind. Go, just be my sister. Tang Qing rolled her eyes at her and walked towards her room. But the corner of his clothes was held by Qin Shiqi. No, I am your sister and I don't have so many beautiful clothes to wear. Qin Shiqi vowed not to give up. Don't you have a discount card? You can afford it with your private money. Tang Qing said helplessly. I bought one, but it's so expensive that I can't bear to wear it. Qin Shiqi said confidently. It's my fault. Tang, who is this friend? He is so generous. Mine also came up and asked. Tang Qing explained. He is one of the top officials of the Tang dynasty. I met him accidentally. Don't worry, I won't take people's things randomly. That's good. We don't need to take advantage of people. Shiqi, why don't you let go quickly? The aunt glared at her daughter. Oh, Qin Shiqi said pitifully, but her eyes were darting around, obviously planning a bigger conspiracy. Sure enough, just when Tang Qing was finishing his meal and going out, Qin Shiqi also followed suit. Why are you following me? Tang Qing asked. Brother, I want to discuss something with you. Qin Shiqi came up and said with a smile. Seeing this, Tang Qing quickly took 2 steps back. This expression, poisonous. Go, stay away from me. I'm allergic to your smile. Qin Shiqi was surprisingly good at asking for help. Okay, just stay away. I just want to ask you for a favor. Is it possible for me to work at Shengtang during the summer vacation? You know they're leaders, so there should be no problem. Qin Shiqi is a person who can't walk when she sees beautiful clothes. She is just very measured and knows what ideas to make. You? It's illegal to employ child labor. Tang Qing looked at Qin Shiqi, but despite her height, she looked childish. I don't care. You just decide whether to help or not. Qin Shiqi started to act rogue. There may be no salary. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, if you don't pay, it doesn't count as employment. Well, perfect logic. Then I'm going to, I don't care. Qin Shiqi didn't go there just for money. so she was immediately happy. Okay, let you go. Why are you so anxious? It's still early before your high school entrance examination. Tang Qing reluctantly agreed. It's getting late. You should contact her first. That's it. Let's go to school quickly. Goodbye. Qin Shiqi turned around and ran away without waiting for Tang Qing to speak. It is really about using people to move forward and not using people to move backward. But seeing Qin Shiqi jumping back happily, Tang Qing didn't feel angry at all. Sister, shouldn't you just get used to it, whether it's a cousin or a kiss? At this time, Tang Qing suddenly thought of his second uncle's daughter who was far away in the United States. He seemed to have heard that an American young man chased her here last week. However, she was quiet by nature, and Tang Yin'er, who was strictly educated by her mother, did not agree and ignored her. Although this man was not a threatening target, the soldiers did not take action. But it also made Tang Qing unhappy. The American guy's initiative, stalking, and romance were all familiar. Don't be fooled. Fortunately, after investigation, the guy didn't have any bad records. Otherwise, that guy would not be alive today and would have been dealt with by inhumane soldiers long ago. Trash. If he dares to harass his relatives, he can only give him a free ride. Now, just ask the soldiers to scare them away. No foreigners are allowed among his brothers-in-law. This is the principle and bottom line. School is over in the afternoon. As soon as Tang Qing left the school, he saw Dou Jiao and Pan Yu standing in front of a Mercedes-Benz SUV on a roadside, looking at the school gate. Dou Jiao saw Tang Qing and waved happily from a distance. Tang Qing stepped forward quickly. Little boss, we haven't seen you for a long time. Why are you getting a crew cut? Dou Jiao looked up and down at Tang Qing, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't have any clothes or shoes, but her hair made her feel uncoordinated. Tang Qing chuckled and said, "It's more convenient this way. I'm too lazy to wash and comb in the morning. If my uncle and my mother hadn't stopped me, I would have wanted to have a bald head. It's better to take care of it. This is a fact. He doesn't want to look cool like a young man. He still prefers a flat or short hairstyle. On the one hand, it is easier to take care of, and on the other hand, he feels very energetic when he looks at it. Nonsense, a bald head doesn't look good. You should grow your hair long and be more handsome." Tang Qing said with a smile. "You also said I'm handsome. If I grow my hair long, I'm afraid I'll cause a sensation when I go out. Brother Pan, hello. That's good for you too. Xiao Jiao is right. It's better to look more handsome with long hair." Pan Yu quickly stated his position and smiled at Dou Jiao. Okay, you're right. Let's get in the car. I'm hungry." Tang Qing watched the two showing off their affection and could only deal with it casually. Fortunately, we're not single and will not choke on this wave of dog food. It's right in the first place, isn't it? Yes, Master Jiao Jiao is right. Pan Yu said quickly. Of course, the villa project in Shanghai could not delay so much time, but the two went to meet their parents. After various guarantees and Dou Jiao's insistence, and Pan Yu's family was not ordinary people. Both parents were rich, and his uncle and uncle were both big officials. One of them might be promoted to the top of the province next year. Dou Jiao's family agreed to their relationship. If nothing happens, the marriage may be decided this year. On the way to the hotel, Dou Jiao was still chattering about all kinds of fun things, but of course she didn't forget about business. There were basically no problems with the villa project. Construction has started now, and many of the main parts have been completed. They're just waiting for the subsequent decoration, greening, etc. In particular, Tang Qing's large villa was given priority for construction and was of high quality. It could be moved in when Tang Qing went to college. The driver, Pan Yu, was driving a new car bought for him by his family. Strictly speaking, his ability to catch up with Dou Jiao was considered a high achievement. But when two people fell in love, it was not so particular. In order to save their son's face, this car was a new car. In addition, in order to gain recognition as soon as possible, they also provided money for his son to expand his business. Anyway, I'm trying my best to promote this marriage. Tang Qing smiled and nodded there. He was also quite satisfied with Pan Yu. Both the various analysis reports in the command room and the investigation of Pan Yu's experience while studying in the United States showed that he was a good man who really loved Dou Jiao. Otherwise, Tang Qing would have let him rest a long time ago. Arrive at Tianfu Hotel. When the doorman saw Tang Qing, his face changed. I was wondering why this great god was here again, and I had to notify the manager quickly. Tang Qing also noticed something strange about the doorman, so when he passed by, he whispered, "Brother, don't be nervous. I don't eat people." After saying this, he left a figure behind. But the doorman still informed the manager Yu Zhengfeng without stopping. He. Have you ever beaten him? He is so afraid of you." Dou Jiao couldn't help but laugh when she saw the doorman in a hurry. "How is that possible? It's probably because I come here so often that he gets annoyed when he sees me. Maybe he's jealous of my handsomeness. Smelly, let's go and introduce you to my aunts and uncles and my grandma. They have wanted to meet you for a long time. Do you want to beat me and accuse me of exploiting your labor force? No way. It's too late for them to be happy. I have praised you to the sky. Just wait and perform normally. You can do it." Dou Jiao said. "Okay, I'll try my best. P.S. Thanks to the book friend, I am an LS for the tip." As Dou Jiao walked, she briefly introduced the people she would meet later, and Tang Qing quickly took note of them. Came to a box on the 3rd floor. Pushed the door open. I saw a big round table. There are already 5 people sitting on it, old and young, arranged in order, and the seats are clearly arranged. Tang Qing only knew 2 of them, Feng Hai, a senior official of Qing municipal law, and his son Feng Sen. The others are obviously Feng Sen's mother and Dou Jiao's grandparents. Feng Sen's mother, Chu Qian, is a section chief in the Qingyan City Education Bureau. She is a soy sauce type who has few things to do and is close to home. Dou Jiao's grandparents have retired and spend their time at home planting flowers and raising grass. However, Dou Jiao's grandfather, Cui Guangming, used to be one of the big bosses in the province. Although he has retired for many years, he still has a strong sense of officialdom. Several people were dressed formally, but very simply, without any extravagance or vulgarity, but their temperament was something that people dare not look down upon. Of course, except for Feng Sun, who was chewing fruit without any image. Feng Sun, who was bored, instantly became happy when he saw Tang Qing. "Brother Tang, long time no see. Come and sit here." He patted the chair next to him. It was rare to have a peer to talk to. Everyone else looked at Tang Qing, an outsider, curiously. It was generally impossible to invite outsiders to this kind of dinner, but Dou Jiao accidentally mentioned this familiar brother to her grandmother. Knowing that Tang Qing not only knew Dou Jiao, but also Pan Yu and Feng Sun, and was Dou Jiao's boss, she had long wanted to meet him. In the end, Dou Jiao's grandfather decided to call Tang Qing to check and see what kind of person he was, lest the other party was a sinister person who approached Dou Jiao just for their power. Cui Guangming has read countless people, and he can basically see through a person with a simple contact. Go, the little boss wants to sit here with us," Dou Jiao said, and pulled Tang Qing to sit next to her. There was only seniority here, and there were no employees or bosses, so Tang Qing naturally sat at the end. "Then I'll sit next to Brother Tang." After saying that, Feng Sun came over and sat next to Tang Qing and took a basket of fruits. "Brother Tang, eat some fruit." Feng Sun handed it over eagerly. "Thank you." Tang Qing picked up an apple and put it on the plate in front of him. "You're welcome. You should be. I plan to follow you from now on." Feng Sun said in a low voice, "Study hard, do what you need to do, and hang out wherever you want." Yes, what Brother Tang said is insightful. He briefly introduced his name. By this time the food was almost ready. Dou Jiao's grandfather started talking, and he couldn't stop talking. He kept saying all kinds of cliches more and more vigorously, and was finally stopped by his wife. Then they introduced each other. As a junior, Tang Qing was naturally the last one to introduce. This time, it was a detailed introduction, not just the name before. "Let me introduce to you. His name is Tang Qing. I recognize him as my younger brother, and he is also my boss. I work with him for a living, and his character is absolutely fine. I won't tell you some of the company's secrets, but the little boss is very rich." Dou Jiao introduced. Average. Basically nothing was said. End of introduction. Tang Qing naturally toasted one by one. Although he didn't like it, the Chinese people still had to abide by this process. It was formalistic and ritualistic. I used to think that casualness was enough, but after seeing it more often, I realized that it can only be partially casual. In formal occasions, the procedures should be followed. Your uncle is Qin Yugong, right? Feng Hai suddenly asked. Yes, I didn't expect Secretary Feng to still remember me. Tang Qing admitted with a smile. Of course I remember. I just said you look familiar. We met in a restaurant last year. The young man was very energetic. Yes, I have heard many things about you from Jiao Jiao. You are quite resourceful and have many companies under your umbrella, some of which are very big. As far as I know, you control Shengtang clothing. I want to ask where your money comes from. I'm not doubting you. After all, your uncle is only a deputy division cadre. It is impossible. Before he could finish, Do Jiao interrupted. Do Jiao said with a dissatisfied look, Uncle, what are you talking about? How can a small boss do bad things? Women are so emotional, and they will believe it unconditionally. Tang Qing was also very grateful to Do Jiao for trusting and protecting him. Sometimes women are really cute when they're silly. Feng Hai was helpless. He had known Tang Qing's information for a long time, and Shui Guangming asked him to check it, so that Do Jiao wouldn't encounter bad people. That's why he asked such a sharp question. Otherwise, how could he say such things here? Tang Qing hurriedly said, Sister Jiao Jiao, it's okay. Most people will have doubts, especially those who care about you. I can explain this. Part of the money was borrowed from friends, and part of it was the help of my second uncle. You may not know that my second uncle has been doing a jade jewelry business in Thailand, and it is very big. In fact, I don't know how much money he has. It is really useful to have a rich second uncle. Anyway, it was impossible for Feng Hai to find out. Is the friend you're talking about Lu gone? Feng Hai continued to ask. No, as for who it is, it's hard to say. Tang Qing pretended to hesitate, but in fact, he was thinking who would take the blame. Feng Hai seemed to have come prepared. It seemed that he would not be able to pass the test today without giving an explanation. Is there anything bad to say? Feng Hai said with a frown. Could it be that he borrowed a loan shark? Got it. I wonder if you know Chai Ren from the Chai family in Beijing. Tang Qing said lightly. Chai Ren? Who is it? Feng Hai asked. He has been working in Qingyan City and has never been out, so naturally he can't tell the difference. But Do Jiao's grandparents were not inexperienced people, and their expressions changed when they heard the names of Chai Jia and Chai Ren. Okay, Xiao Dang. No need to say more, Xiao Hai. Don't ask anymore. This is someone else's private matter. Shui Guangming continued. Okay. Feng Hai was stunned and said. At the same time, he looked at Tang Qing with a strange look in his eyes. Obviously, the two elders knew that this family was from the capital. Feng Hai wanted to know something for a moment, and chose to shut up. This was indeed his private matter. Speaking of which, he was already giving a lot of face. Tang Qing smiled. It's nice to have a pot on your head. Xiao Tang. Yes, you are so capable at a young age. Since it is Chai Ren, I can rest assured. Shui Guangming said with a smile. He also knew who Chai Ren was. He also knew that the second young master of the Chai family helped manage most of the Chai family's properties. He was a good person. He was not the second generation of playboy. Since he could catch Chai Ren's eyes, his character must not be a big problem, but he didn't know how deep the relationship was. This kid is so good. Does he have a girlfriend? Grandma will introduce you to one. Girlfriend? Tang Qing's face was a little unnatural. I'm only a senior in high school. Should I be so direct? Well, thank you, Grandma. I have a girlfriend. Tang Qing said with a wry smile. What he was most afraid of was someone pulling strings. Speaking of his girlfriend, Feng's son on the side immediately became energetic. That's right. Brother Tang already has a girlfriend. She's in our class. They grew up together. Don't worry about it. Why don't you find me a girlfriend? Feng's son said with a smile. You? If you don't learn well, why do you want a girlfriend? Go to school first. If you have the ability of Xiao Tang, I will introduce it to you. My own child. What kind of girlfriend do you want? Introducing. Tang Qing's girlfriend is a way to maintain the relationship. Okay. Feng's son looked aggrieved, but my heart was full of pride. He was just talking about it. He secretly had a girlfriend, although he would probably not be recognized by his family in the future. By the way, Xiao Tang, you are so rich. Why don't you support the frontline police officers? Feng Hai no longer bothered about the source of Tang Qing's money, but instead thought about his wallet. Go, uncle. Don't blackmail our little boss. Do Jiao said, dissatisfied. I don't have any. I just want some luck. Feng Hai said with a bitter face. That won't work. All the money from Shengtang is useful. Every penny has to be invested in the opening of new stores. How can I give you any money? You don't have to have any idea of Shengtang, not even Tianyan. Do Jiaojiao said arrogantly. She is the general manager of Tianyan. She has a natural sense of closeness to the companies she owns and a sense of responsibility as a manager. If she wants to watch it thrive, she really doesn't want to spend a penny. Feng Hai was speechless. His little princess was too outgoing and wouldn't give in to any chance. Secretary Feng, this is not a big problem. How about I ask Tianyan to donate 5 million yuan to your Qingyan City Public Security Bureau this week for purchasing transportation vehicles? Tang Qing said. It doesn't make sense at all. Besides, in order to prevent the vehicles that Lu Qian and his second uncle gave to the Development Zone police station for being seconded by the city bureau, he had to pay for it. Haha, that's great. I'll be disrespectful. Feng Hai laughed. It's embarrassing to ask a junior for money, but face is nothing compared to improving the working conditions of his frontline police officers. Even though the $5 million spent were not hers, Do Jiao still felt very distressed. He looked around and his eyes lit up. You bully my younger brother. No, I want to bully your son. After Do Jiao finished speaking, she came behind Feng's son and rubbed his handsome hair hard, making it messy, to vent the hatred in my heart. Sister, what does this have to do with me? I'm just passing by. Poor Feng's son shouted, but he did not dare to resist. After a while of fussing, Do Jiao returned to her seat, leaving behind Feng's son, who was looking at her hairstyle with a look of lovelessness on her face. Secretary Feng, I would like to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Shengtang Group's establishment ceremony in a few days. Tang Qing invited. No problem. I have received the invitation a long time ago. I will definitely go. During this period, you Shengtang have become famous all over the country. You must keep up your efforts, do a good job, and bring glory to our Qingyan city name. It is best to go to the world. This kind of recognition is not just verbal. It also represents their actions, which determines the degree of help Tang Qing can get from them. Pan Yu carefully dealt with the inquiries of the elders. Fortunately, they were not dull people, and their social skills came into play after the initial nervous period. Everyone is also very satisfied with Pan Yu. At least he is a good match to a certain extent, and there will be no conflicts in three views in life. A family like theirs examines all aspects of marriage in the early stage. This is not only a matter of two people, but also represents the alliance of interests behind it. They're not an ordinary family. They break up immediately after separation. They involve too many areas. If you're not careful, it may lead to a fight. It is not a child's play. P.S. 10 o'clock for the next chapter. Tang Qing looked at Pan Yu's tragic situation and could only look at him with sympathy. Just when Pan Yu was dealing with inquiries from Do Jiao's elders. Brother Tang, during this period, those guys who want to have ideas about my sister-in-law have been educated by me one by one. They don't dare to disturb my sister-in-law anymore. Is there any reward? Feng's son came over. What reward do you want? Tang Qing asked. Hey, it's nothing. I just heard that you're going to Thailand after the college entrance examination. Take me with you. Don't worry, I will pay for it myself. This was naturally the information I got from Su Zhuang. Li Kao is a big talker. The whole class knew that he was going to Thailand after the college entrance examination. Tang Qing was also helpless, which made the people in the class look at them even more strangely. No problem. Don't take care of everything yourself. You pay for the travel expenses yourself, and I'll cover the expenses there. Tang Qing agreed without thinking. It was just a few people. It would be nice to help carry the bags when the time comes. Okay, thank you. Feng's son said excitedly. What are you talking about? Do Jiao asked curiously when she saw Feng Sen's excited face. Brother Tang promised to take me to Thailand after the college entrance examination. Feng Sun said proudly. Chu Qian frowned and said, Thailand? Is it dangerous over there? I heard Bangkok was quite chaotic some time ago. It's not dangerous. We're not walking around. We're just going to see famous places. Feng Sun said quickly. Everyone looked at Tang Qing again. Tang Qing had no choice but to say, Don't worry, there's nothing dangerous. The security there is pretty good now. He didn't know about other places in Bangkok, but in the place he managed, petty thieves were dragged away to work, and those who fought were also frightened. Before going there, he would let the security there be rectified. With the mayor of Bangkok taking the lead and working together, there wouldn't be a big problem. Well, if you don't do well in the exam, you won't be allowed to go. Chu Qian also agreed. No problem. There is absolutely no problem with undergraduate studies. Feng Sun assured. At this time, Lu Gan knocked on the door and came in after receiving the news. They each toasted. Do Jiao's grandfather was an old leader in the province. Of course, Lu Gan knew him. He even came to visit Do Jiao and had a relationship with her. After a while of greetings, I stopped interrupting. Seeing Lu Qian smiling and winking at him, Tang Qing immediately understood. After walking to the outside of the box, the monkey was waiting outside. Walk to the corner with Lu Gan and watch the monkey. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Tang Qing asked directly. Xiao Tang, I logged into the website you gave me. Does that website have no other task restrictions except those prohibited by famous quotes? Lu Gan asked in a low voice. Not necessarily. If it can be done, you need to submit a task description. Are you in a hurry? Tang Qing asked curiously. One thing is that I have a friend who owed me a lot of money and ran away and went abroad. He obviously had money, but didn't pay me back, so I want people to find him and let him pay me back. Lu Gan said, Do you want to collect debts? Tang Qing's face was filled with doubts. He didn't expect Lu Qian to target Tang Tian with all his business. It was a little bit weird, but it wasn't impossible. As long as the reason was legitimate, debt collection didn't matter. Paying back debts was a matter of course. The fees for debt collection are not low. Tang Qing reminded. It's okay, 50%. As long as you take it back, I can accept it within 50%. Lu Gan said, although it hurts a bit. But it's better than not having a penny at all. Well, I'm not sure I can take it. You go to the website and ask first, post the task, and provide the necessary description information. They have the final say on whether it can be done. Tang Qing couldn't give a direct answer. Okay, I'll go. Right away. With Tang Qing's words, Lu Gan felt more at ease. Okay. After they separated, Tang Qing turned and returned to the box. Others didn't have any doubts. Even if they did, it was a private matter, and they wouldn't say anything if they saw it. At this time, a bold idea came to Tang Qing's heart. Since Lu Qian's matter was not a big problem, could he take on a large number of such orders and help others get back the money that should belong to him? As for those who borrowed money and refused to pay it back, and those who thought, why should I pay back the money I borrowed based on my ability? Tang Qing had no mercy. However, due to the special nature of the Tangtian website, we certainly cannot let a large number of people know about it and post tasks there. That would be a mixed bag and would be too troublesome. Is it possible to establish an agency system? For example, if Lu Gan summarizes and uploads tasks, can he be given a portion of the commission? However, Tang Qing prefers to use a robot as the agent to facilitate confidentiality. Collecting accounts is indeed a good business. It is not unacceptable to charge a 50% handling fee for a debt that cannot be paid. Even if Lu Gan's tone is higher, he can accept it. Think about it. If you get less than half or even 4 levels, you will definitely make money. This is a relatively large market. Well, you can think about it carefully when you go back. It is another huge source of income. This business can be carried out not only in China, but all over the world. Gee, it's a lot of money again. Tang Qing thought beautifully. Little boss, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm thinking about Shantang Group. Oh, in the evening, I went home. Tang Qing quickly entered the command room. After consideration, it was finally decided to set up a Tangtian branch on each continent, with about 10 people. It mainly does business on the Tangtian website, which is fundamentally different from the core business of Black Prison. The core business of Black Prison is to penetrate and establish an intelligence network and protect its own interests by force. Tang Qing is only an auxiliary one and is used to make money. At that time, the soldiers in the Tang Qing branch will contact various wealthy bosses and provide various services for a fee, and debt collection is just one of them. The business soldiers on the Tang Qing website will promote them. For example, when asking for debts, according to Tang Qing's regulations, all commercial debts will be charged 50%, and there will be no counteroffers. No matter how difficult it is, if you do something yourself, you must accept the results and learn a lesson. The fee for recovering money is 60%, but if money is embezzled from public welfare organizations, only 20% is charged to prevent someone from doing something fishy. As for embezzlement of public funds, Tang Qing is still considering whether to start this business. After thinking about it, the country's business is not easy to do, so put this business on hold for now, and we will talk about it later. The water is too deep. At this time, Tang Qing also saw the mission uploaded by Lu Gan. It turned out that a relative in a province borrowed money from him last year, mainly to expand the factory's production. Lu Gan didn't want to borrow at the time, but he had no choice but to borrow money. Finally, he asked someone to inspect it and saw that the factory was operating well, so he reluctantly borrowed it. But within 3 months, he learned the news that the factory had been transferred, and the boss Ning Hua couldn't get through on the phone. When he finally found the boss, he said it was none of his business. He also said he didn't know where Ning Hua was. Lu Gan, who had no credentials, was dumbfounded. He almost cursed at that time, but he didn't dare. Another month passed. Yes, Lu Qin did it, but I still don't want to get the money back. Finally, after many inquiries, Lu Gan learned that Ning Hua had fled to Canada, but he did not know the specific location. In the end, we can only let it go. What else can we do if we are in another country? Now that he has the opportunity, Lu Qin will certainly not let it go. This is not small money, 50 million yuan. After reading Lu Gan's introduction, there is also additional intelligence and logical inferences from the command room. Tang Yi, tell Lu Qin that you can do it and charge 50%. Yes, Commander. At this time, Lu Qin was looking at the order interface of the Tang Qing website a little anxiously. After uploading all the information, he had been sitting by the computer waiting for news, full of hope. Ding dong. The beautiful prompt sounded in vain. He realized that the station short was coming. Lu Gan quickly clicked on the flashing icon, and a dialog box popped up. Hello, Mr. Lu. We have reviewed your task and can take it on. The fee will be 50% of the total amount of debt collection. However, regardless of whether it is completed or not, we will charge 100,000 yuan as a deposit, which will not be refunded to prevent someone from uploading false tasks. At the same time, the recovered money must be stored with us for a month before you can get it. If there is no problem, please click on the payment process below. Yoshi. Lu Gan couldn't help but get excited. As for those conditions, he didn't care. Compared with the long-term prospects and the fact that he couldn't get back a dime, this was already great news. As for the condition that the funds be retained for a month, it didn't matter. Lu Gan read the message carefully 3 times, and after confirming that he understood it correctly, he quickly transferred 100,000 renminbi into the specified account. It was only 100,000 renminbi. Compared with the money recovered, it was only very small. As for whether the other party cheated him, Lu Gan never thought about it. Such a force, cheating him of 100,000 renminbi, would be embarrassing. Complete payment. Another message came from the other side. Mr. Lu, thank you for your support of our website. This task has been issued, number K01. If the task is completed, you will receive a task completion text message from the number previously given to your website address. Thank you for your cooperation. After reading the text message, Lu Gan suppressed his excitement, closed the website, and lay on the bed, unable to sleep at all. Command room. Tang Yi, find Ning Hua's specific address immediately. Tang Qing ordered. The profit of 25 million yuan is quite a lot. Back to the Commander-in-Chief, we have found him. According to the Canadian Immigration Service registration record, this person is now living in Vancouver and has no job. He also lives with his current wife and son. At the same time, we found his bank card information and password on his personal computer. The login test passed. The total deposits in the two bank cards are equivalent to 130 million yuan. Tang Qing opened his mouth after hearing this. How long has it been? Have a minute? You just said it was done for me? Do you want this speed? You mean you can complete the K01 mission right away? Tang Qing confirmed in surprise. Yes, Commander, but Ninghua may file a lawsuit against the local bank, which does not comply with the concealment regulations. Tang, he reminded. You mean we still need to warn him not to cause trouble? He also knew that this regulation was formulated by him. The purpose was to avoid touching the bottom line of those bankers too early or even causing a head-on conflict with various countries. If Ninghua files a lawsuit, things may be very troublesome later on. If the bank compensates Ninghua, the bank will still have to blame Tongtian or even Black Prison for this debt, which will be very detrimental to their future actions. Yes. Tang, he said. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, I understand, so 50 million is too obvious. You transfer Canadian dollars worth 60 million yuan. After all, the transfer requires a handling fee, and I can't bind a Canadian dollar account. After the transfer is completed, you find a reason to scare him to prevent him from causing trouble everywhere. At the same time, send a soldier from the United States to deal with emergencies at any time. Yes, Commander. Tang, he said. After that, Tang, he began to issue tasks. The other side of the earth. Canada. Ninghua, who is far away in Vancouver, is living quite a comfortable life. It is now afternoon. After lunch, he takes his 8-year-old son and his beautiful wife to watch a baseball game. With a generous savings, he has begun his retirement life. He made so much money in China, borrowing no less than 100 million yuan from private individuals, plus the money from selling the factory and the money he earned in the past, all transferred out through underground banks. This money is enough for him to spend the rest of his life. Pay back the money? He never thought about it. Why should he pay back the money he borrowed on his own merit? As for who will clean up the mess left behind, never mind his business. He started out as a gangster and thought he had a thorough understanding of human nature. In this society, everything is based on money. He thought other people were stupid for all of this. If you want to blame it, blame this society. He also calls himself a victim. Holding his young and beautiful wife beside him, the 46-year-old Ninghua felt that this was life. As for his wretched wife and his daughter, who only spent his money in China, he had long forgotten about it. At that time, he left a house and a savings of more than 100,000 and immigrated here with this mistress, who had secretly given birth to a son. Feeling the free air of the stadium and the warm sunshine, holding the beauty in his arms, Ninghua had already forgotten all the people and things in China. Husband, Chanel has released a new perfume. Can you buy it for me? Okay, buy it. My mother has been in poor health these days and is in the hospital. Can you send some money back? No problem. 50,000, that's enough. Ninghua knew that the woman was cheating him out of his money, but since she gave him a son, a little money was nothing. Thank you, husband, you are so kind. Huh, long time no see, Bruce. A strong Westerner came up to say hello to Ninghua. Ninghua named himself Bruce in English, which is simple and easy to remember. Hello, I've gained weight again. I told you to eat more vegetables. Ninghua joked. Although his English was terrible, others could still understand him if he spoke slowly. There's no way, we can't reduce it. We're going to Las Vegas in the United States next week. Are you interested in going there? Okay, I haven't been there for a long time. Ninghua knew, of course, that the other party wanted to enjoy the Oriental culture of treating guests again. Great, I'll contact you in advance when the time comes. Ninghua kept saying hello to some acquaintances one by one. Although they all had their own agendas, many of them had extreme contempt for him. But so what? He was rich anyway. This is the truth. He was planning whether to make some investments or something, not because he wanted to make money, but to gain some social status here, and his desire to be a boss had sprouted again. He felt happy when he thought about the attitude of his subordinates who scolded him inwardly, but had to flatter him on the surface. That's when the phone in his pocket vibrated. Take it out and take a look. Ning Hua ignored the unfamiliar number and pressed the answer button. "Hello, I'm Ning Hua," Ning Hua said in Chinese English. "Hello, Mr. Ning Hua." What came over the phone was the purest Chinese, with clear enunciation and definitely reaching the level of broadcasting. Ning Hua frowned and couldn't remember anyone with this voice among his acquaintances. "Who are you?" Ning Hua asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Ning Hua, you don't need to worry about who I am. I am informing you that we have withdrawn 60 million yuan worth of Canadian dollars from your bank account according to customer demand. I advise you not to think about asking the bank to recover this money. Otherwise, you will have nothing." The soldier's threatening tone was very straightforward, a classic idiot, but it cannot be discussed. "My money is 60 million yuan less?" Ning Hua couldn't accept it for a while. He didn't want to know what customer demand was, but he knew that his money might have been transferred away inexplicably. "Who are you? What did you do to my money? I'm going to the bank to sue you and get it back as soon as possible." Ning Hua roared angrily in Chinese because he had received a text message and the money in his account was missing a lot. He didn't have time to think of anything else, so he directly threatened him. From the conversation just now, he knew that the other party was afraid that he would go to the bank to recover the money. As for changing the password, it seems it's too late. "Mr. Ning Hua, it seems that you are very uncooperative. 70 million. Do you still have any questions?" 70 million? What's the meaning? Ning Hua was stunned for a moment, but the text message on his cell phone stopped him. Looking at the content of the text message, he saw that the money was gone again, and nearly 1.5 million Canadian dollars was gone. Ning Hua's blood boiled. "I almost couldn't stand. Hold on to the railing. You, who asked you to come here? I'm going to sue you," Ning Hua said angrily, unaware that he was being watched by people around him, but he couldn't care anymore. This is his blood-earned money. 80 million. Another sentence came over the phone that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The next second, the text message came again, and nearly 1.5 million Canadian dollars was gone again. Ning Hua was really scared this time. Face panicked. Don't, brother, stop. Let's have a good talk. If you don't give in, you'll probably become destitute if you continue." "Okay, Mr. Ning, you have finally calmed down. To tell you the truth, you can't get this money back. If you can't mess around, you won't keep a penny. It's just that we don't want to meddle in other people's business. It is unlikely that all the money belongs to Ning Hua himself, because according to the investigation, the market value of Ning Hua's factory at that time was only 40 million yuan. However, thieves have their ways. Tang Qing does not advocate taking all of it, lest it becomes too easy to keep, especially if two customers are collecting debts from one person. And if you take the money, the other customer will be embarrassed. Ning Hua took a deep breath. "I was thinking about how to be nice, but judging from the other person's tone, I couldn't be nice today. Brother, I admit it. I will give you 60 million, but can you pay me back the other money?" Ning Hua begged sadly. "Yes, because of your good attitude, I will give you the extra 3 million Canadian dollars, but if you cause trouble for us, I will make you in trouble for the rest of your life. Please believe that we have such strength." "Okay, goodbye, Mr. Ning." Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Ning Hua's brain was a little short-circuited. He just lost 60 million yuan, so he couldn't resist? At this time, a text message came from a mobile phone that 3 million Canadian dollars had been transferred back. Maybe this text message gave him confidence. Ning Hua made a decision. No. Yes, call the police. After that, Ning Hua quickly called the Canadian police and said that the money in his bank had been illegally transferred. Finished the call with Vancouver police, just when Ning Hua was about to call the bank to freeze the account. The next second, 2 text messages came to his phone. The last words in the 2 text messages were, "The balance is 100,000 Canadian dollars." Ning Hua's hands softened after reading this, and the phone fell to the ground. Bang! The phone belonged to Nokia, but it wasn't broken. All the money in his 2 bank cards was gone, and the remaining 200,000 Canadian dollars was only more than 1 million yuan. What can this do? It's over. Ning Hua's vision suddenly went dark. He couldn't accept this reality and passed out. Various screams came from his ears, and then his thinking came to a standstill. The next day, Ning Hua woke up in the hospital and smelled the smell of disinfectant. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the doctor and his wife beside the bed. He couldn't remember why he fainted for a while, but he didn't lose his memory. However, after a moment, he remembered the fact that he would probably become a pauper. Then, fainted again. 2 days later, Ninghua woke up again and did not continue to faint. Instead, he was trying to find a way. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He couldn't accept that the money he had worked so hard for half his life was basically gone. Although he still has more than $1 million on other cards, he is indeed penniless now compared to before. Yes, he wants to call the police. He wants to appeal. He wants media exposure. He wants to find the best legal team to fight this lawsuit, and the bank must compensate him for this money. Just when Ninghua was feeling excited, a male doctor with a Western face and a white coat walked in. He looked quite handsome, but his face was expressionless. "Hello, Mr. Ninghua." The Westerner closed the door and walked to the hospital bed and said. Ninghua was also very surprised. Didn't the doctor come just now? He also told him that the police would come to take a statement later, and that his young wife was on the way here. Now, there's another one, an intern doctor? It should be. "Hello. When can I be discharged from the hospital?" Ninghua asked nonchalantly. He had to go out and quickly arrange for prosecution and recovery. As for freezing the account, it was no longer necessary. Freezing this little money was useless. No, it's still too early to be discharged from the hospital, and you're probably going to die soon. The kind-faced Westerner's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a sinister tone. This expression, it almost scared Ninghua to the point of peeing. It's impossible. The doctor just said that my blood pressure is a little high. Ninghua leaned on the back of the hospital bed with excitement and said in fear. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that his eyes and expressions were just like the faces of those killers in movies. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. What the hell? You won't be lucky like that. Mr. Ninghua, of course it is possible. If you still want to cause trouble and report to the police and prosecute, you are really going to die. As he said that, the person took out a pistol from his clothes, loaded it, and pointed it at Ninghua's head, feeling the cold muzzle on his forehead. Ninghua was immediately frightened, and his mind was in confusion. Are you the person who made that call? Ninghua was not stupid and immediately connected the two. Otherwise, this conversation would not have happened at all. You have no right to know. You just need to know that if you continue not to give up, I can't imagine your future. The soldier sneered. Seeing the other party's admission, Ninghua didn't dare to think about calling the police again. He didn't want to die. He couldn't afford to offend this kind of power. For a moment, he missed his country, the country where guns were banned. Can you return the money to me? Ninghua said weakly. I'm sorry, I gave you a chance and you didn't want it. So you only have that little money. I believe you still have money in other bank cards, but we are not interested. Please don't force us to be interested again, okay? Okay, I will never call the police. When the police come later, I will also say that the call was wrong, and I will not go to the bank to report the loss and sue. What else could Ninghua say? If he said wrong, he would die. He knew how to choose. Ninghua's heart felt chilly. The origins of these people were too mysterious, but no matter what, he didn't want to die. He still had a good life to live. The money I have left is enough to live on if I spend it slowly. Thank you for your cooperation. Please cherish the days when you can see the sun. If you see me next time, it will probably be the last time you see this world. Do you understand? Yes, brother, I understand. Ninghua nodded hurriedly and agreed. Goodbye, Mr. Ning. No, I hope we won't see you again. After saying that, the soldier put away his gun and turned around to leave. His mission is not over yet. He still needs to keep people here to deal with emergencies, lest Ninghua really jumps over the wall in a hurry, although the probability is not high. Watching the soldiers leave, Ninghua had no strength to resist at all. He didn't know the specific origin, but he definitely couldn't afford to offend him and had to suffer the consequences. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine the consequences. P.S. Next chapter, around 10 o'clock. Tang Qing, who is far away in China, did not expect that the debt collection business could be so profitable. Another income of more than 100 million yuan. He didn't do anything wrong. leaving enough money for Ning Hua to live on until he died. As long as he didn't mess around, it would be enough for his wife and children's livelihood and education expenses. There was no deep hatred between the two. If Ning Hua hadn't cooperated, gone back on his promise, and wanted to call the police, Tang Qing would not have touched the other money in Ning Hua's account. This money was also used by him in the construction of the Tongtian branch. This income alone was enough to basically complete the preliminary construction of the Tongtian branch. However, Tang Qing also discovered a big drawback of debt collection. That is, you have to make the other party admit their fault, otherwise the matter will get bigger, and they will go to the bank one by one to file claims and lawsuits. Generally speaking, banks are fine, but many banks are state-owned, which directly amounts to a conflict of interest with those countries. If this cannot be prevented, Tongtian is likely to become the target of public criticism and affect other businesses. After all, debt collection is only one of the businesses of Tongtian, and other businesses are much more important than debt collection. Tongtian is even strictly regarded as a task platform, a mercenary platform. In the future, it may even join independent registered ordinary people's task teams, not just robots. Just like JD.com, it can be self-operated or merchants can settle in. It's just that it's not well known yet, so it's not fully open to this business. Tang Qing. In the future, you should pay attention to the methods when collecting debts, and use less personal threats. No matter it is a trap or something, try to use mild methods. Even if it is cheating, robbing is too eye-catching. As for what to do, you decide for yourself. This is Tang Qing's solution. Can't grab it. Threats are not good either. In other words, it can be used less. But you can always cheat. It's just a game. These guys in front of me are professionals. If debt collection is disguised as financial ruin, the bank will not be involved. This method of collecting debts and recovering stolen property is rare. Tang Qing felt a little ashamed just thinking about it. Yes, Commander. Yes. After saying that, Tang Qing ducked back to his room. It was noon in China at this time. Tang Qing went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of minced meat made by his aunt and ate it one bite at a time. It was delicious. Looking at the empty room, without the noisy sound of Qin Shiqi in the past, Tang Qing really felt a little uncomfortable. Now is the golden week of May Day. Other schools have a week off, but Tang Qing's senior year of high school only gives 3 days off. This is the second day. Everyone else is nervously reviewing for the college entrance examination, but Tang Qing is panicking. I'll go see my wife after dinner later. Thinking of Lin Jiaxue, Tang Qing hurriedly raked the remaining chaos, washed the dishes, and changed clothes. Go out. Early yesterday morning, my uncle and aunt's family did not go on a trip. Instead, they took Qin Shiqi and her sisters back to their parents' home. They also drove back Tang Qing's second uncle's Mercedes-Benz. Before leaving, they packed about 10 kilograms of chaos and put it in the refrigerator. Mayday. The sun is shining brightly, the weather is full of spring, and the sun is not too poisonous, so it is very suitable for going out. Tang Qing didn't bother Sun Chao and took a taxi directly to Lin Jiaxue's house. This time, we didn't buy fruit at home. Since Lin's father and Lin's mother's income has increased dramatically, the family is no longer in a tight situation and they no longer think about saving this small amount of money. The food they eat is better. The two of them are usually busy, so they will buy a lot of home at a time. Father and Mother Lin were so excited when they thought that they would be able to move into a big house soon. They had to take time to visit the house that was being renovated every day, otherwise they would not be able to sleep. Dong dong dong. Jiaxue, here I come. Tang Qing knocked on the door and shouted. He called on the way and knew that Lin Jiaxue was doing homework with his classmates. Tang Qing also knew this person. Lin Jiaxue dropped in on her way home, and she gradually became familiar with him. The female classmate from May Day in the previous life was doing homework here at Lin Jiaxue. At that time, they were both thin-skinned. Suddenly, it was exposed that their childhood sweethearts were teased by the classmate. Tang Qing still laughs when thinking about it. Anyway, he was a very interesting person. He even went to Lin Jiaxue's grave and burst into tears. The most important thing is that this was Lin Jiaxue's only classmate in this class who came to visit the grave, except of course the teacher. In addition to saying that Lin Jiaxue was introverted and had few friends in her previous life, Tang Qing also had a very good impression of this classmate of hers. It wasn't that she was pretty. Her appearance could only be described as average, but her heart. I'll open it. A weak voice reached Tang Qing's ears, and Tang Qing smiled, a voice he had not heard for a long time. Click, Xia. The door was opened. Xishan, who is half a head taller than Lin Jiaxue, is still dressed in the same way as in her previous life. Although the clothes are washed very clean, it can still be seen that they are a bit old. Xishan, who looks ordinary, still keeps in touch with Tang Qing and occasionally chats on Penguin. Later, Xishan became a strong woman with a good income. She married an honest civil servant husband, had children, and lived a happy life. She occasionally posted photos of her son and daughter. He would think of Lin Jiaxue every time he chatted with Xishan, like now. Xishan looked at Tang Qing at the door, thinking about something, and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Then what are you thinking about? Xishan said. Tang Qing was called back to his senses. Oh, my name is Tang Qing, not that other person. Tang Qing said awkwardly. I don't know what your name is, so if I don't call you what is your name, Xishan muttered. The logic is very thorough. Tang Qing was speechless. Your name is Xishan, right? Hello. Tang Qing quickly changed the subject. Do you know me? Xishan asked curiously. I heard Jiaxue say it. Oh, come in quickly. You are quite capable, and you even caught up with our sister Lin. Xishan gave up her position. She also just knew that Lin Jiaxue actually had a master. If Tang Qing hadn't come today, she would have been kept in the dark. At school, Lin Jiaxue kept a distance from all her male classmates. She thought that Lin Jiaxue wanted to concentrate on her studies and not talk about her children's personal affairs, and she used this as her own example. Look, such a beautiful female classmate who is good at studying is working so hard. Why should you slack off? Slowly, the two of them became friends. But the moment I just learned the truth, her faith collapsed. Therefore, he was full of resentment towards Tang Qing. How dare you destroy my faith and make me study so hard in vain? Well, what? We've known each other since childhood. Tang Qing corrected. We just let nature take its course. That's good. I know, kid. You know how to choose people at such a young age. You have a good sense. Xishan said, dissatisfied. That's right. Tang Qing was instantly proud. You're still out of breath. Tang Qing didn't answer, just smiled. Come on, sit down quickly. I'm almost done with my homework. Lin Jiaxue stood at the door and said softly, looking at Lin Jiaxue. If Xishan hadn't been there, Tang Qing would have rushed up and had a long kiss. Okay, then write quickly. After we finish writing, we will go shopping. The weather is nice today. Let's go out and get some fresh air. Tang Qing walked around Xishan and walked to Lin Jiaxue. She held her little hand and entered the room. If she hadn't known that she was going to do homework, Xishan would have collapsed. The idol had fallen like this. Xishan quickly followed in, seeing Tang Qing lying on Lin Jiaxue's bed swaggeringly. Xishan sat next to Lin Jiaxue. Jiaxue, does this guy often take advantage of you? Xishan turned around and asked. No way. After listening, Lin Jiaxue blushed slightly and lowered her head to do her homework. Xishan was not stupid. She understood immediately. She pointed at Tang Qing with gritted teeth and said, It must be true, Tang Qing. You, a man with a human face and a beast's heart, can actually do something to Jiaxue. Tang Qing rested his head on Lin Jiaxue's pillow, looked out the window, whistled softly, and did not dare to answer, lest he be criticized again. Everything he said at this time was wrong, knowing that Xishan really cares about Lin Jiaxue. Although Xishan is a bit like a dog trying to mess with a mouse and meddling in other people's business. But Tang Qing couldn't get angry. Seeing Tang Qing's dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, look, Xishan didn't know what to do. I'll finish my homework first and educate you later, Xishan said angrily. Turning around to do his homework, Tang Qing took a bite of his friend's beautiful cabbage with his so-what expression. Just thinking about it made him feel lost for Lin Jiaxue. Next, Why are you drinking from Joshua's cup? I've always been like this. You. Hey, that's Joshua's wardrobe. What do you want to see when you open it? Do you dare to look through it? I'm not looking at anything. I just want to see what clothes our daughter-in-law lacks, and buy her later. This time Tang Qing really didn't mean what he said, and his face was a little red. Joshua, don't worry about him. He's rifling through your clothes. No, it's okay. Although Lin Joshua was shy, with an outsider like Shishan here, she couldn't say much. Tang Qing forced her to buy many of the clothes. The more time she did it, the more time she went to buy it. She wasn't so embarrassed anymore. You are really mad at me. Shishan really hates iron, but cannot turn it into steel. Tang Qing was very proud. In the previous life, I was relatively stupid and was taught by Shishan that I was ashamed. In this life, I have to make a comeback no matter what. This is not over yet. Come on, Joshua, open your mouth. This apple is sweet. Is it delicious? Yes. This mango is also delicious. I'll feed it to you. Open your mouth. Tang Qing finally sprinkled the dog food crazily and was very interested for a moment. When it was time to let go of the past life, the beauties had already left. This life, no matter what, you have to spread enough. In this way, for the next hour, Tang Qing enjoyed the angry looks of certain people. It can't kill anyone anyway. Homework. Tang Qing skillfully helped Lin Joshua prepare the necessary items for going out. Out the door, carrying a small bag, holding the weak and boneless little hand, and so on, followed by a frustrated light bulb. P.S. Thank you to the reader. My heart is still 0708 for the reward. Regarding your reminder for the update, the mouse said that it has tried its best. I will see if there is an update tonight. Haha. Tang Qing held Lin Joshua's left hand, but Shishan was not as arrogant as Qin Shichi, so Tang Qing didn't even have to hold Lin Joshua's hand. Instead, she held Lin Joshua's right arm, and from time to time whispered in Lin Joshua's ear some how to be a charioteer that she heard and watched on TV. Tang Qing's sharp ears could of course hear it clearly. However, he is not worried that Lin Joshua is a bad learner. He is not an outsider. He has grown up together and knows everything about everyone. He does not need to be like other couples who see each other right, playing tricks and plotting, thinking about how to make the other party pay more to achieve the purpose of cherishing him more. Lin Joshua is not stupid, doesn't she know? Of course I know, but I just can't bear to embarrass Tang Qing and ask random conditions to gain a sense of presence. So it goes in with the left ear and out with the right ear. Although Shishan had no plans to break them up, seeing Lin Joshua being so cowardly and doting on Tang Qing, she felt worried for her. Called a taxi. Several people came to the city center. May Day holiday. The street was also very lively. Since this place had been expanded, there was no crowding. The three of them walked side by side and occupied a narrow road. Joshua, do you want some candied haws on a stick? Tang Qing asked. This was what Shishan invited just now. She likes sweets. It's too sweet. It's okay, just eat one and open your mouth. Tang Qing was like feeding a child. People were coming and going on the street. Lin Joshua was very shy, but she still took a bite. It's so sweet, I can't finish it in one bite. Lin Joshua said, after taking a small bite. Don't worry, I'll eat the rest. After saying that, Tang Qing ate the hawthorn with a missing hole in one bite. Yeah, delicious. Shishan on the right couldn't bear this scene and felt uncomfortable. That's about it for you two. I'm almost dying of acid. Shishan said angrily. Then you're still clamoring for candied haws. Tang Qing shot back. Shishan was very angry. She ate the candied haws I bought for nothing and still suffered from this anger. At this time, I was walking to a knick-knack stall to collect money. Tang Qing glanced at it and directly picked up a white carved headband and put it on Lin Joshua. Joshua, this headband is nice and beautiful. How much does it cost, boss? Tang Qing did not ask Lin Joshua for her opinion, because his previous experience told him that if he asked Lin Joshua, she would instinctively refuse. It would be better to buy it first and give it to her by force. Sometimes he has to be so domineering. 2 yuan each, the boss said. Here. Tang Qing handed over a large ticket directly. The boss didn't pick it up. Little brother, do you have any change? This one is too big, and I can't find it. Tang Qing was embarrassed again. He looked at Lin Jiaxue and remembered the last time he sent flowers. He originally had change in his pocket, but Qin Shiqi took it all away before leaving yesterday, leaving only 100 yuan in his pocket. Lin Jiaxue shook her head and smiled empathetically. I knew you didn't bring it, but I have it here. Lin Jiaxue took out her wallet and gave the boss $2. This scene made Shishan finally look for a breakthrough. Don't you take any change with you when you go out? Huh, you asked Jiaxue to pay for it. Aren't you very rich? You can spend $100. My Jiaxue is happy, isn't it, Jiaxue? Tang Qing said proudly. Yeah, I'm so pissed off, you weakling. Listening to Lin Jiaxue's answer, Shishan felt that she would be pissed to death by Lin Jiaxue's cowardice. Im just eating some food. La la la. It was rare for Tang Qing to meet someone who didn't need to call her sister and was still interested in bickering. Giggle. Lin Jiaxue looked on and laughed. Shishan was helpless. Lin Jiaxue was too spoiled to Tang Qing. She couldn't find any helpers and had to fight alone, so she had no choice but to admit defeat. That's all. Soon, the group arrived at their destination, the main flagship store of Shengtang Clothing. When she came here for the first time, Tang Qing also felt that this place was very big. It had 2 floors, each with a large area. She had never been here in person before, so she naturally didn't bring Lin Jiaxue here. This was a rare opportunity, so she called Lin Jiaxue to buy her clothes. Of course, our daughter-in-law must wear her own clothes. Welcome to Shengtang Clothing. 2 beautiful saleswomen at the door smiled and nodded in greeting. As the flagship store of Shengtang, the quality of the store staff must be first class, as well as the service attitude. As for other flagship stores in various provinces, there is generally no such dedicated reception at the door. They're all face-saving projects. Even the prosperous Tang dynasty could not escape. Seeing people coming and going inside, he thought the business must be very good, but he hadn't read Xingtang's weekly report for many days, and he didn't know the specific amount. Jiaxue, I came to this store last time and bought a coat. It's pretty good. Shengtang's advertisements have been spread all over the country, and stores have been opened all over the country. It's great. Who is that? We Jiaxue can choose the clothes later. Don't feel bad. Shishan continued to introduce, not forgetting to glare at Tang Qing. My name is Tang Qing. I know. Let's go to Jiaxue. Let's go shopping. Who is that? You're responsible for carrying the bag. Shishan's resentment was still lingering, and she pulled Lin Jiaxue toward the women's clothing area inside. Okay, I got it. Tang Qing followed Lin Jiaxue and walked around on the first floor. However, the clothes on the first floor are all mass-produced goods. Although the quality and style are good, the clothes on the first floor are indeed not as good as the limited edition ones on the second floor. But don't be in a hurry. Finish your selection on the first floor and then go to the second floor. In the end, the 2 of them chose for a while without deciding which one to choose. Tang Qing looked anxious. Why don't you go upstairs and choose? Tang Qing said. The ones upstairs are very expensive. Don't worry, we're not short of money. Let's go, I'll pay. After saying that, Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue towards the stairs. Let's see if you can still laugh when you see those prices. Shishan muttered and followed. Lin Jiaxue was pulled up to the second floor by Tang Qing. Although she didn't know how much money Tang Qing had, she never asked about the price when buying things for her. Coming to the second floor, the decoration style is very different. The dark decoration style and the scattered goods are arranged in rows, which shows that the prices here are high. After seeing the real thing, Tang Qing was also very satisfied. This decoration style was decided by him. It was very different from the bright sunshine on the first floor. Just looking at it would put ordinary consumers away. It's not that he really wanted to chase people away, but it was just more suitable. This time Tang Qing was too lazy to wait for them to make their own choices, but directly took Lin Jiaxue for a stroll. But before he had taken 2 steps, he met an acquaintance. Brother Xiao Tang, is this your little girlfriend? Do Jiao, who was about to pay the bill, screamed and came over when she saw Tang Qing. She looked at Lin Jiaxue, who was holding his hand. She knew that Tang Qing style would not lead people around. She must be the classmate in the same class as her cousin Feng Senator. She also knew that Lin Jiaxue didn't know about Tang Qing's company, so she didn't mention the word boss. Ah, Jiao, sister Jiao Jiao. Tang Qing wanted to say that retribution came too fast, and the nemesis came in an instant. Yes, I brought her to buy some clothes. Jiaxue, this is a sister I recognize. Her name is Do Jiao. You could just call her Jiao Jiao. Next to her is her fiancé Pan Yu, Brother Pan. This is my girlfriend Lin Jiaxue and her classmate Shishan. Tang Qing introduced them one by one. Sister Jiao Jiao, Brother Pan, hello. Lin Jiaxue greeted politely. Seeing Lin Jiaxue's well-behaved and Zaijidu, Do Jiao was also very satisfied, with a smile on her face, just like looking at her sister-in-law. My sister and I are so good-looking. Come and buy some clothes. Don't worry, I'll pick them out for you. I guarantee they look good. My sister will give them to you. Do Jiao said generously. Just ask Tang Qing to buy it for me. Lin Jiaxue whispered. She didn't know Do Jiao, so she didn't know if this was a polite comment or something else. It's okay. Don't go out with your sister. Brother Xiao Tang, you and your brother Pan sit down while we choose clothes. Shishan, right? Let's go together. My sister will also buy some for you. Do Jiao said. Lin Jiaxue looked at Tang Qing and listened to what he said. Tang Qing nodded to her and said, Jiaxue, you can follow. Okay. After that, she was pulled by Do Jiao to choose clothes. Shishan was also pulled over. The two older men were taken to the rest area, and the salesperson made 2 cups of tea. Brother Pan, you haven't gone back yet. Tang Qing took a sip of Longjing. Pan Yu nodded and said, Yes, your sister is unwilling to give up the job under you. I'm going to stay with her for a few more days. After I go back, I will arrange the business before coming back. It would be great if the sky is over there in Shanghai. Ah, this is not easy. Just move your company's headquarters here. You also know that Jiao Jiao's grandparents are here, and many acquaintances and connections are also here. To be honest, the Shanghai side is not your family's sphere of influence. I know you are in the liquor agency business. Isn't it the same wherever the headquarters is located? At worst, you can turn the company in Shanghai into a branch. It depends on whether you want to let go of the environment in Shanghai. Tang Qing said. Tang Qing's company headquarters are all planned to be located in Qingyan City, and branches will only be set up in other provinces and cities. Firstly, he has feelings for Qingyan City, and the most important thing is the 4-word sphere of influence. There is Do Jiao's family's network here, as well as her uncle's network and Lu Qian's network. You can basically eat well in the province. It would not be a good thing to go to other places. He also wants to make some contribution to the development here. I'm willing to give up. Of course I'm willing to give up. I'll give up anything for Jiao Jiao. You're right. It doesn't matter where the headquarters is located. I have to take more care of your brother Pan's business in the future. Pan, you made an instant decision and chose love. I don't run restaurants and bars, so how can I take care of you? Tang Qing chuckled. Haha, don't think I don't know. I've heard of the reputation of young Master Chai Rin Chai and Lu Gan, a local snake. Isn't he now transformed into a service industry? He has many KTVs and hotels under his command, especially his network in the province. I heard from Jiao Jiao's grandpa that he is a very powerful person. Pan Yu stared at Tang Qing and said. He also didn't expect that Tang Qing actually knew so many important people and seemed to be very familiar with them. This was something he knew, but how much did he not know? Okay, for Sister Jiao Jiao's sake, if there's a chance, I will help you fight for it. Tang Qing promised. It's just a small matter. Thank you then. I'd like to go to my place for a drink later to satisfy myself. Pan Yu laughed. Be careful if I file a lawsuit or instigate me to drink. Tang Qing threatened. Aha, let's have a drink. Qingyan City is your territory, and I heard that you're going to Shanghai for school. I know it very well and have many friends there. If you need help with anything, you are welcome. Although it is not my family's sphere of influence, one of my childhood friends is the son of the executive deputy mayor of Shanghai, so we have a good relationship. Pan Yu revealed a little about his personal network. Although he is not as powerful as Chai Rin is a big boss in his opinion, and he usually kills chickens with a powerful knife. He never tells others about this relationship easily, lest anyone come to him to try to get in touch with him and make himself embarrassed. But Tang Qing is already qualified to use this relationship because he knows that Fa Zhao's father is from the Chiron family. Thank you in advance. I won't be polite to you if something happens. Tang Qing, thank you. Afterwards, the two chatted about the company's operations, but Tang Qing didn't understand this. They just listened to Pan Yu's introduction of his company's next plan. He was in the fog. No, he had no interest. Pan Yu was so excited about the profit of 10 million yuan a year. Tang Qing couldn't despise him, so he could only congratulate him. P.S. Today's third chapter is here. It's so exciting. It's not easy. It's been a few months, and it's the second update. Or the second watchdog. Recommend a friend's book, My 1982. After being reborn in 1982, Li Zhongxin became a trendsetter with foresight. In this turbulent era, let's see how he turns the tide and becomes a world-class tycoon. It's the end of the month. Friends who have monthly tickets, feel free to drop by. Tang Qing and Pan Yu drank tea leisurely. Dou Jiao led the two of them to try on various clothes. Every time she wore something she thought looked good, Dou Jiao would pull Lin Jiaxue over to take a look. Tang Qing repeatedly said it looked good. However, due to age and activity restrictions, they couldn't wear many clothes, especially those that exposed a lot of clothes. No matter whether Lin Jiaxue dared to wear it or not, Tang Qing would not agree. She was determined not to enrich others' beauty, so there were not many suitable clothes, but they were almost selected in more than half an hour. In the end, Dou Jiao bought 6 pieces of clothing for Lin Jiaxue, which cost nearly 20,000 yuan in total. As for Xishan, she only chose 1 piece, which cost 1,800 yuan. Dou Jiao didn't use Tang Qing's free card. It was given to Lin Jiaxue by Dou Jiao. If she used Tang Qing's card, wouldn't it become a gift from Tang Qing? Even to show her attitude, Dou Jiao didn't even use the discount and paid the original price directly. Tang Qing wanted to stop him, but considering the gift of the first meeting, Tang Qing stopped trying. Dou Jiao was now a wealthy person. As the general manager of Tianyin, every project Tang Qing invested in basically got a certain bonus. Just from the acquisition of Mengyun Group, she received a bonus of nearly 30,000 yuan after tax, not to mention Pan Yu's wallet. After watching tens of thousands of dollars being spent, Lin Jiaxue couldn't refuse and secretly looked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing nodded before she felt relieved. She believed that Tang Qing would not take other people's things randomly. Although Lin Jiaxue has 6 pieces and Xishan only has 1, who calls Lin Jiaxue Tang Qing's girlfriend? She's already getting a big deal if she can get one that costs 1,800 yuan. She was just shocked at the relationship between Dou Jiao and Tang Qing. They gave away more than 20,000 yuan without looking for it, which refreshed her outlook a little. This is the world of rich people. I will also make a lot of money in the future and buy a lot of beautiful clothes. Xishan swore secretly in her heart. Of course, all the clothes are from Tang Qing and Pan Yu. Come on, Sister Joshua, sister, I will take you to go shopping elsewhere. There are only clothes here. Then go buy something else for our Sister Joshua. Brother Xiao Tang, tell me, why don't you buy some nice jewelry for your sister? Come on, sister will take you to buy it. Dou Jiao accused Tang Qing. Although Lin Jiaxue's previous clothes were not cheap, she did not have any accessories on her body. You are a dignified boss with hundreds of millions of dollars, but your girlfriend doesn't even have any jewelry. How can you feel sorry for her? Faced with Dou Jiao's accusation, Tang Qing could not defend himself. No, this is enough. Lin Jiaxue also knew the principle of no reward for no merit. Even if it was her own sister who spent money so randomly, she was still a little trembling, let alone a sister that Tang Qing recognized. Hey, sister, why don't you even have your ears pierced? That's not okay. We women will definitely go to various occasions when we go out in the future. Earrings are a necessity. Let's go. Sister will take you to get them. Lin Jiaxue was frightened and panicked, so she had her ears pierced. It hurts. No, I'll fight you later. I'm in school now, and the school won't let you take care of her. Dou Jiao didn't insist anymore after hearing this. Okay, After you finish the college entrance examination, my sister will take you to get your ears pierced. Well, let me take a look. Then buy a necklace to match this dress. Do Jiao suggested. They just tried on a very good outfit. Tang Qing and Do Jiao said that it was good to wear it like this, although Lin Jiaxue felt very uncomfortable. Sister Jiao Jiao, forget about the necklace. Jiaxue's family runs a jewelry store, so don't waste this money. Seeing that Lin Jiaxue was in a dilemma, Tang Qing hurriedly came out to support the scene. Do Jiao didn't ask much about her family background. Okay, let's buy some cosmetics. This Tang Qing quit. Don't harm our Jiaxue's skin. It's so white and natural. Tang Qing also pinched Lin Jiaxue's face twice. It was white and rosy, especially when Tang Qing was teasing. Lin Jiaxue's face became even more red, and she didn't need any cosmetics. Do Jiao also took a serious look at Lin Jiaxue's skin and touched it with envy. Lin Jiaxue quickly took 2 steps back. Then Do Jiao nodded in agreement. That's right, if you have such good skin, don't be harmed by those cosmetics. I thought about it again, and by the way, I haven't bought any shoes. There are no shoes on the second floor here. Do Jiao finally found a breakthrough. Sheng Tang's shoes are indeed in batches and are a bit miscellaneous. However, this is also what Sheng Tang will solve in the next step. Tang Qing is even thinking about whether to create another shoe brand. That's right, Jiaxue, let's go buy some shoes. I'll pay the bill this time. Sister Jiao Jiao, you can also choose a pair. Tang Qing said, as courtesy is reciprocated. Just 1 pair. Do Jiao pouted and said dissatisfiedly. 2 pairs will do. Brother Pan will also choose 1 pair when the time comes. Choose whatever you want. Tang Qing had a look of pain on his face. Of course he was pretending, but it could liven up the atmosphere. Do Jiao immediately became happy. She would have made money by extorting an extra pair. If she were an ordinary person, she would definitely be angry, but Tang Qing, a rich man who mistook money for money, was just joking. That's pretty much it. Let's go, Jiaxue. You have to take good care of your boyfriend. Oh, Brother Xiao Tang is really blessed to have such a good confidant like you. If he bullies you, tell me if I don't teach him a lesson. Where will you live? From now on, my sister will take you with her when she goes shopping. Dress up my sister well. I tell you, women just want. Do Jiao's talkative nature is clearly visible. Various preachings began chattering. Lin Jiaxue could only keep nodding. Being quiet by nature, she was really not used to having such a talkative person around her, but Do Jiao's enthusiasm made people feel warm, and Lin Jiaxue gradually got used to it. As for Shishan, Do Jiao was not too indifferent and chatted with her from time to time, but her thoughts were obviously on Lin Jiaxue, and her younger siblings were naturally different. Tang Qing and Pan, you were carrying bags behind. Fortunately, Pan Yu's car was parked not far away, so a few people went to put down their large and small bags before continuing. When they came to the Brand Street in the city center, Do Jiao and her daughters were shopping one by one. Qingyan City is only a prefecture-level city, and it is still a less developed prefecture-level city. Naturally, there are not so many big international brands settled in, but it is not nothing. After all, a big city with a population of 1 million still has high-end consumption power. Although it is not much, it is enough to support the business of this street. Tang Qing and Pan Yu usually wait at the door. The high-end brand stores are not too big and can basically be seen at a glance. How do you like this pair? It looks good. What about this pair? It also looks good. Which one of these 2 pairs is better? I'll take them both. No. Why buy 2 pairs of the same brand? The 2 pairs add up to more than 3,000. You like to choose whatever you want. I'll pay the bill today. No. Yu, which pair looks good? They all look good. Or don't you listen to Xiao Tang and get them both? No. It seems we have to toss a coin to resolve the matter. Do Jiao really settled this dispute by tossing a coin. This bastard. Tang Qing and Pan Yu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Brother Pan, please bear with Sister Jiao Jiao's temper in the future, Tang Qing said with a sympathetic expression. Pan Yu smiled calmly. This is natural. This is her. We have known each other for so many years, and I am not used to her not talking. Yes, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. This is true love. At this time, Do Jiao's voice sounded again, and it was estimated that several nearby shops could hear it clearly. Tang Tang, your name is really good. It's easy to remember and sounds good. I'll call it that from now on. Whatever. Brother Tang Tang, come and choose a pair. Do Jiao shouted from inside. Let's talk after you choose yours. But this is a men's shoe store. You two are always outside, so how do you choose? Hearing this, the two of them looked inside the store. It's really a men's shoe store. Okay, here it comes. The two of them could only reluctantly go in and try on the shoes. So another joke about I said yes, but you said no was played out. Basically, it was Do Jiao who was talking. Although Lin Jiashua was standing by, she was helping Tang Qing. When Tang Qing said it looked good, she said it looked good. Do Jiao stopped asking for her opinion after several times. A talk show was started. In the end, Tang Qing bought 2 pairs of shoes for everyone, but Shishan only wanted 1 pair, and the shoes cost more than 1,000 yuan. Shishan was not prepared to buy them at all, but Lin Jiashua persuaded her to accept them. This also allowed Shishan to see Tang Qing's financial resources. Not short of money. Spending more than 10,000 yuan was as easy as spending a few yuan. She had no idea of taking advantage of others, and only hoped that Tang Qing, a rich second generation, would not let Lin Jiashua down. Tang Qing himself was forced to buy a pair, but they were not leather shoes but sports shoes. In his opinion, soft shoes were comfortable to wear. Tang Qing had already worn enough leather shoes when he was running business in his previous life. The comfort of leather shoes is simply incomparable to that of sneakers. Snort. We won't wear leather shoes. Of course, this is a normal occasion. If I meet the President of the United States or the Prime Minister of an island country in the future, I will wear cloth shoes. What do you do to me? Ahem. No more bragging. P.S. Write about your daily life. The excitement will begin soon. Thank you to the reader for the tip with the tail number 8424. Next chapter before 12 o'clock. Finished buying shoes. No one continued shopping. After putting the things back in Pan Yu's car, they prepared to go to the show. Today is the second day of the May Day Golden Week. As the iconic scenic spot of Qingyan City, the Duanqing Mountain Scenic Area is naturally the first choice for many people in Qingyan City who do not want to travel far. In order to attract tourists, there will be performances there every day during the Golden Week. It is hosted by the Qingyan City Tourism Bureau and the Cultural Bureau, and hosted by the Duanqing Mountain Scenic Area Operating Company. It's still early, it's only around 3 in the afternoon, so it's impossible to go to eat. Brother Pan, let me drive, so you don't find the road. Tang Qing volunteered. There is no navigation yet, and looking at the map, it is better for him to drive. Pan Yu didn't ask Tang Qing whether he had a driver's license, because it was impossible to have a driver's license. Tang Qing couldn't do it at this age, but the driving skills are definitely passable. Okay, just don't drive in a ditch, huh? Pan Yu laughed. Don't worry, my driving skills are second to none. After saying that, Tang Qing sat directly in the driver's seat. Pan Yu was in the passenger seat, and the 3 ladies were chatting in the back seat. This Mercedes-Benz Cross Country is also an automatic transmission car. It is still a top-of-the-line vehicle, and it feels good to drive. There's soft music playing, and the trains are going fast. Stuck in traffic. Tang Qing was speechless. I had only driven 100 meters. If I had known better, I would have taken a different route. For several minutes, there was still no movement ahead. Tang Qing was also a little anxious. Seeing that there was no obstruction on the right side of the isolation belt, he was going to drive directly up and turn around and take a shortcut. Clang! A collision sounded. The car shook slightly. But his car hasn't moved yet. How could it hit someone? Besides, with Tang Qing's control, it would be difficult to hit anyone. It must have been a rear-end collision. Although we just want to break the traffic rules, we haven't done it yet. You guys sit in the car, I'll go down and take a look. Tang Qing got out of the car after saying that. Get behind the car. Looking at the car behind him, Tang Qing's head was covered with black lines. He was actually rear-ended by a bicycle. I was driving on the motorway. Even if you get into trouble, you should still be in front. But looking at the face of the person who fell on the ground behind him, Tang Qing's expression froze. He quickly stepped forward and helped the man up. It turned out to be his class teacher, Shin Mei. "Teacher Shun, are you okay?" Tang Qing asked with concern. When Shin Mei saw it was Tang Qing and then Pan Yu who got off the car on the other side, she quickly said, "Tang Qing, I'm fine. This gentleman, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Just tell me and I'll apologize." There is indeed a shallow mark on the paint on the back of the Mercedes-Benz on the edge of the handlebar of her bicycle. Although it was not easy to see, it was indeed her scratch, but it probably wasn't too expensive. "No, Teacher Shun, this is my friend's car. Brother Pan, this is my class teacher, Shun Mei." Tang Qing introduced. It turned out to be one of our own. A smile appeared on Pan Yu's face. "Hello, Teacher Shun, are you okay? It's just a small scratch. It's okay. Hey, your hand is injured. I have disinfectant and gauze in the car. I'll get it for you." Seeing that Shin Mei's arm was a little scratched, Pan Yu quickly opened the trunk to get the medical kit. No need. But Pan Yu didn't care. Tang Qing's teacher was one of his own, so he couldn't really care if he was injured. "How did you bump into it?" Tang Qing asked doubtfully. Speaking of this, Shin Mei felt angry. "I was riding well just now. There was a young man overtaking me, and I tried to dodge, so I bumped into him. That's it. Be careful next time and don't ride too fast." Tang Qing smiled. He thought he was here for a fight. This idea probably hasn't arisen yet. "Okay," Shin Mei said. Just then, a rough voice sounded. A bald man stood next to the car behind and shouted, "Hey, your car is okay, but my car is okay. Look at my car logo." Tang Qing looked at it. It's true. It's also a Mercedes-Benz, but the logo is bent. "How much? I'll pay." Shin Mei took a look and then remembered that when she fell, she had knocked something down with her hand. It turned out to be a car badge. "Compensation? 5,000. The bald man sneered. "Why don't you go grab it?" Tang Qing said with a frown. "Don't you know each other? You have the ability to help him." The bald man looked at Tang Qing and said, "Who is this? He is so arrogant. He is not going to meet a mentally retarded character. We are also Mercedes-Benz. If you come up and talk nonsense like this, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?" Tang Qing couldn't turn around for a while. How did such a troublemaker survive to this day? And the bald head looks a bit familiar. I'll go, that loan shark guy, the guy who almost screwed up his mission. It's just that the last time I saw this guy in the video, he was still wearing pajamas. He was scared to death when a soldier put a gun to his head. Thinking of this, Tang Qing felt a little funny. This is quite a comedy role. Seeing Tang Qing smile, the bald man said confidently, "Why are you laughing? Don't think you don't have to pay to drive a Mercedes-Benz." He has seen many bosses who drive Mercedes-Benz, and not many people have begged him. This Mercedes-Benz was also given to him by a boss. "Benz? Is it awesome? Aren't you a loan shark? You still have a little money left," Tang Qing said with a faint smile. Hear the words. The bald man was stunned. "Do you know him?" So he asked, "Who are you?" "You know me." Tang Qing shook his head and said, "I don't know. Originally, I wanted to give you 500, but now I don't want to give you a dime. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be polite. Teacher Shun, please leave first. It'll be fine." "But," Shin Mei said hesitantly, looking at the bald man who was not easy to offend. "Don't worry, you go first." Tang Qing righted the bicycle, and Pan Yu had already disinfected and bandaged Shin Mei. Shin Mei was pushed by Tang Qing and got on her bicycle. "See, Shan Mei is leaving." The bald man couldn't turn a blind eye. His words fell on deaf ears, and he became angry. "Stop. Don't even think about leaving, old man." But before his son could finish speaking, his vision suddenly went dark. Bah! He was slapped to the ground. Of course it wasn't Tang Qing's fault. Tang Qing had no interest in beating people and even dirty his hands. This was naturally done by a soldier. While he was talking, he sent a text message, the content of which was that this guy was pestering him and executing the security plan number 23. In order to perfectly protect the parties concerned, when encountering such situations, such as conflicts, someone looking for trouble, etc., soldiers need to find ways to divert the conflict so that the protection target can escape quickly. Just like it is now. "I'm going to make you owe money and not pay it back. I'm going to make you owe money and not pay it back," he said loudly while hitting the soldier in the mouth. The surrounding onlookers immediately figured out the whole thing. This bald man was being collected for debt. So I started pointing and watching the play. Many drivers also got out of their cars, and the depression of the traffic jam just now was gone. When Tang Qing saw it, he didn't know whether he was sad or what he felt. Hey. Just watch. Don't eat melon seeds and respect other people's fruits of labor, okay? And that naughty kid, don't applaud. He is prone to violence at such a young age. How can he get it in the future? Shenmei and Panyu on the side were also dumbfounded. I don't know anything. The bald man's face was swollen from being slapped, and he tried his best to deny and resist. But the warrior was not something he could resist. Deny? Useless. The soldier continued to slap, one slap after another. The bald man wanted to dodge, but couldn't. In the end, his speech was completely slurred. Teacher Shun, leave quickly. This guy won't pay back the money he owes me. It looks like the police will come later. You leave first. Tang Qing urged. He didn't want to go to the police station to record a statement during the big holiday. What about you? Shenmei said worriedly. Tang Qing smiled and said, I'm fine, I didn't hit anyone. Besides, the road ahead is clear. I'll just drive away. He can't find it. Let's not get involved in the mess. The road ahead is clear. From a distance, there are traffic police heading this way, so he has to leave quickly. Then, okay, I'll leave first. Tang Qing, you guys should leave quickly. Shenmei didn't want to get involved in such boring trouble. Okay. After saying that, Shenmei pedaled away on her bicycle. She didn't speed up until she saw Tang Qing getting on the bike. As for watching the excitement, she had seen enough from a close distance, and she didn't dare to stay any longer. A kick of the gas. Tang Qing drove away quickly. Subsequently, the soldiers have had enough fighting. Mission accomplished. If you don't pay back the money next month, I'll beat you every time I see you. Put down these words. The soldiers also left. Float away. The onlookers cheered. A good man with a bloody spirit. The bald man lying on the ground wanted to cry, but couldn't. His face hurt and was numb, and he cried out of grievance. This was an unforeseen disaster. He had just had his car emblem crushed and was beaten for no apparent reason. He regretted not bringing two men out with him. This time, he was going to meet his lover, so he didn't bring any men with him at all. After a while, the police came, but the bald man could not speak clearly at all. When the onlookers finally told him, the police also looked at the bald man with disdain. He deserved to be beaten for driving such a good car and not paying back the money he borrowed. So he left. The bald man can only suffer the loss of this dumb man. What a strange day. I have always pushed others to pay their bills, but today I was beaten up in the street for no reason. What is this? P.S. Chapter 2 is here. This month is coming to an end. Tomorrow is a new month. If you have a monthly ticket, please continue to support this book tomorrow. Thank you all. In the car. Brother Tangdang, what happened just now? Asked Do Jiao, who was busy. Since she was sitting in the middle of the back seat, she just saw the drivers around her, as if they were watching a show. Tang Qing smiled lightly and said, It's nothing. My head teacher accidentally hit Brother Pan's car just now, and then a mad dog came up and prepared to bite people. He was taught a lesson by a kind person passing by. The onlookers applauded. It was concise and clear. The whole thing was processed by Tang Qing and turned into a dog-biting incident. Lin Jiaxue is still behind. How can something as violent as hitting someone and slapping someone in the face be talked about like a storytelling? But how could Do Jiao believe this nonsense? It had no logic, so she looked at her future husband. You is it true? Panyu also smiled bitterly after hearing this. Although Tang Qing lied, he obviously had a deep meaning in what he said, so he nodded in agreement. Yes, that dog was vicious and was about to pounce on us. Finally, a kind-hearted passerby went up to teach the mad dog a lesson and beat it until it screamed. In order not to hurt Chiyu, we left quickly. Then why did I vaguely hear people paying back money? Beating or something? Do Jiao asked again. Well, what he said is that he still deserves a beating. Well, that mad dog is disobedient and deserves a beating. Panyu, a guy who can't lie, really can't lie. Tang Qing can only give 30 points to this. That's it, what a pitiful dog. Do Jiao said with a look of regret. Although Do Jiao didn't believe it, she also discovered something and knew it might not be appropriate to talk about it. Hear the words. Tang Qing almost stepped on the brakes. This position. Tang Qing was also drunk. Pan Yu looked at the innocent Lin Jiaxue in the rearview mirror and understood a little bit what Tang Qing meant. He just felt that he was too protective, but it was understandable. He had seen and heard too many dirty things, but he would not tell any of them to Do Jiao. He only picked up the nice things. At this time, Pan Yu, who was fully involved in the entire incident, also had a question in his mind. What a coincidence! If you happen to encounter a debtor and hit him instead of collecting the debt, it is obviously unreasonable. It was as if he was deliberately trying to hit someone, and he didn't let them say a complete sentence. Thinking of this, thinking of Tang Qing's last rude words and his calm application, he certainly didn't believe that Tang Qing, a thin scholar, could do anything violent, so he must have something to rely on. So is it possible that this person was deliberately arranged by Tang Qing? The more Pan Yu thought about it, the more likely it was. He looked at Tang Qing, who was driving skillfully on the left with a thoughtful expression. Do Jiao was chattering in front of the eldest sister in the back seat. Arrive at the entrance of Duanqing Mountain Scenic Area. Fortunately, there are not many private cars now, and there are still a lot of empty parking spaces. There are quite a few buses parked there, but the buses are a bit ugly at this time. Other citizens of the city usually come by bus, and it's not too far anyway. Park the car. A few women walked in front, so they didn't need to lead the way, just follow the places with more people. 2 grown men walked behind. Of course, there are at least 3 warriors secretly protecting him, hidden in the crowd. Do you know that person just now? Pan Yu couldn't help but asked curiously. Tang Qing wasn't surprised either. The whole incident didn't stand up to careful consideration. It wasn't surprising that Pan Yu could guess it. Brother Pan, maybe. After saying that, Tang Qing quickly caught up with the 3 women. He was not worried if they were too far away. Although there were soldiers secretly protecting her, they could rush forward in 3 seconds at most, but he could never be too cautious with his lover. Maybe? Pan Yu murmured. This was naturally an admission in disguise. Pan Yu looked at Tang Qing's old and cunning, young face, and the more he looked at it, the more mysterious he became. Then he quickly followed. The closer we get to the performance stage, the more and more people are watching. Girls singing folk songs are waiting loudly on the stage. This folk song is indeed a folk song. You can probably hear it clearly on the top of Duanqing Mountain. It's a bit noisy, Jiaxue. Let's not go in and squeeze in. The sound effect is too bad. Let's go over there. There are acrobatics to watch. Wow, there are also line dancers. Let's take a walk. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Jiaxue's answer, Do Jiao happily took the 2 of them to watch the fun. Tang Qing and Pan Yu followed, eating one big marshmallow at a time. It's so sweet. That's right, after taking a big bite, it's just a little bit in your mouth. Tang Qing took a big bite, and it turned into a tiny bit of sugar in an instant. It's not like that. It's all rolled up into a ball and stuffed into your mouth, but not much. Boring. Yes, it makes you feel tired after eating too much, Pan Yu said with a smile. The 2 big bosses were discussing quite boring topics, as if they had never eaten marshmallows before. Just when Tang Qing disliked the marshmallow in his hand. In front of him, a little girl of 5 or 6 years old in shabby clothes was looking at the marshmallow in his hand and salivating. It was obvious at first glance that he was not a child from a normal family. Tang Qing looked at the marshmallow in his hand that he had only eaten a few bites of. She squatted down, handed it over, and said with a smile, "Come on, kid, this is for you." The little girl looked at the marshmallow in Tang Qing's hand, swallowed, took 2 steps back, shook her head, and said nothing, but her eyes were still fixed on the marshmallow. Tang Qing looked a little worried. This kid is so pitiful. He did not continue to pass it over, but took it back and continued to ask with a smile, "Kid, what's your name?" "Don't worry, my brother's not a bad person." The little girl still shook her head and said nothing. He stared intently at the marshmallow in Tang Qing's hand, and looked at Tang Qing with a malicious look on his face warily, his face full of tangles. To this, Tang Qing was not angry, but pleased. At least this child's anti-fraud education has been done well. If there were so many such sensible children in the world, many children would not be lost. Although the person tracing website has helped at least thousands of families find their children during this period, the number is still very small compared to those who cannot be found. It does not even reach 1/10 of the submitted information. This is a long way to go. At this time, Tang Qing didn't know what to say, because no matter what, it is estimated that this little child who is a bit vigilant will not listen. At this moment, a 17 or 18-year-old woman of the same age squeezed through the crowd. She had a delicate appearance and the same clothes as the little girl. Although she was very clean, she could not hide the fact that she was shabby. "Fei, why are you here?" The woman squatted down and said with concern. As soon as she turned around, the child disappeared, which frightened her a little, but luckily, she found him within a few steps. "Sister, there were so many people here just now that I was pushed over. You said, don't wander around if you can't find you. Also, don't walk with strangers and don't eat strangers' food." The little girl said with a smile. "You're so good. You did the right thing." The woman also touched the little girl's head and praised. "Hello, is this your sister?" Tang Qing asked. The woman saw that Tang Qing didn't look like a bad person, so she nodded and replied, "Yes, we are from the Star Orphanage. Although she's not my biological sister, we are all a family. Are you bringing your children to play today?" Tang Qing asked again. The woman smiled at this time and said, "That's right. Although the orphanage has daily expenses is not too much. Therefore, taking advantage of the large number of people here, we came here to sell some gadgets and make some money to cover the expenses of the orphanage." Perhaps it was Tang Qing's temperament that made her answer the question involuntarily. "Well, how is the condition of your orphanage? Is it sufficient?" The woman was also surprised that a man who looked the same age as herself asked such a question, but she honestly said, "How can it be sufficient? Although the Civil Affairs Department has allocated funds and some social donations, it is only enough to feed and clothe children, because children with congenital disabilities or defects are a huge expense, and the Civil Affairs Department does not provide full advance payment or even reimbursement, so sometimes we have to find a way on our own." When saying this, the woman couldn't help but smile bitterly. Tang Qing also understood this. The country was too big to manage. "What are you selling? Are they sold out?" Tang Qing looked at the woman who had nothing but 2 poles. The woman raised her pole and said, "We are selling garlands. They're all fresh. I have finished buying the ones I just took, and Fei also took some. Now I'm going to pick up the goods from the tricycle over there in the parking lot. Business is good today." As she spoke, the woman showed a happy smile. "That's it, then I won't disturb you. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to give the marshmallows I had eaten to Fei. It was a bit rude. I'm sorry." Tang Qing remembered that his behavior just now was also a bit inappropriate. "You're a kind person. Thank you." The woman thanked her. "Does your orphanage accept donations?" Tang Qing asked. The woman's eyes lit up, and she said, "Okay, our Vice-Dean has set up a donation box there, and the scenic spot has given us a small place. It's not far in front." She pointed in a direction. Tang Qing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. You go ahead and do your work first. If the flowers are sold out later, you have to buy a marshmallow for Fei. Okay, I will definitely buy something for the children after they're sold out." The woman said with a smile, "Goodbye." After saying this, Tang Qing said goodbye. The woman looked at Tang Qing's back and showed a faint smile of gratitude. Pan Yu followed. They didn't go far before they came to the donation box. Tang Qing took out a handful of 100 yuan bills from his right pocket and stuffed them into the red donation box, and then took out a handful from his left pocket and stuffed them in. The total amount is just over 20,000 renminbi. If there wasn't too much in his pocket, he might have to give more. If you encounter someone, please help if you can. At this moment, he also knew how the money in the thank you money account given by the parents was used. Since it was related to children, it should be used to help other children. Many of the children who were abandoned by their parents for various reasons in the previous life were pitiful. Now that they were rich in this life, they had to help no matter what. He planned to set up a shelf first. It would definitely not be possible to directly cover the whole country in the early stage, but to establish a complete help system. After the system matures, the scope will be expanded. First, The dangerous ones will be dealt with first, and then the secondary ones will be dealt with. After all, dying and physical defects are not the same level of concepts. Tang Qing feels more and more like a philanthropist, not like a cold-blooded, ruthless banker. Hee. If it doesn't look like it, it doesn't look like it anymore. Just do things with a clear conscience. Fuck you bastard bankers. If you have the ability to make this world a little more beautiful, why not do it? So what if it's just to satisfy my own hypocritical sense of superiority? Who cares? The passers-by on the side were shocked when they saw this scene. Is this kid crazy? He gave so much money to the orphanage. He must be mentally ill. That's right, it's great to give me this money. You think so well, others are doing good things. I guess he will be beaten to death by his parents when he goes home. Maybe he has money. No matter how rich you are, you can't throw it away like this. Tang Qing didn't take it seriously, good or bad. Facing the white-haired old man who was speechless with excitement, who was the deputy director of the orphanage, Tang Qing turned around and left without saying anything. Pan Yu looked at Tang Qing's back. He quickly took out all the money from his wallet and stuffed it into the donation box, and hurried after him. Another fool. It seems that the two of them know each other. Oh, poor people. Only people with no money say such sarcastic words. Who are you talking about? I'm just talking about you. When others have money, that's called charity. As for you, all you can do is make sarcastic remarks. I'm not as knowledgeable as you. Coward, if you dare to touch my old man, I'll let you work for nothing for a year. If you don't have the ability, don't laugh at others. Tang Qing and Pan Yu quickly caught up with the women. Xiao Tang, you are very caring. Pan Yu praised. Aren't you the same? Tang Qing chuckled. Love? He is a little bit, this is true, but it is only a little bit, because he has not yet dissipated his family wealth for charity. I donated it just because I followed you. If I were alone, I would never give it all. Pan Yu admitted. Haha, as long as you have the intention. Tang Qing said with a smile. Is this your social responsibility as an entrepreneur? Pan Yu said. Tang Qing shook his head and said, there's no such thing as an entrepreneur. I'm just a high school student. I admire you. You praise me so much and you don't make any money. Tang Qing said helplessly. Haha, even if you don't make any money, you still have to praise me. Fan Yu laughed. He had already walked up to some women. The last sentence was heard by Do Jiao. What are you praising? Do Jiao asked. Nothing. Just praise me for being young and rich. Tang Qing said with a smile. Do Jiao rolled her eyes at Tang Qing and said, Smelly, Joshua, you have to take good care of him from now on and don't let him out. Tang Qing said casually, what are you doing if you don't go out? What you do is none of my business. Do Jiao also meant nothing, and she felt something was wrong as soon as she finished speaking. A bit naughty. Speaking of this, Lin Joshua immediately blushed and lowered her head. Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed, or maybe he was looking forward to it. He thought about the end of high school again. Ho-ho, there's still more than a month. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to go to Thailand to do this? Tang Qing became more and more excited as he thought about it. Pan Yu snickered from the side. Shishan finally figured something out. She glared angrily at Tang Qing, who looked stupid, and thought to herself, the good cabbage is about to be picked. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness for a moment. Ahem, it's an adult topic, but Tang Qing is still underage. That candy man is pretty good looking. I want one. Do Jiao quickly changed her attention. Okay, I'll go. So what, dear, have you brought any money? Pan Yu took out his wallet, and then remembered that there was no money in his pocket. Where's your money? Do Jiao asked doubtfully. It was donated to an orphanage just now. Pan Yu told the truth, but he didn't mention Tang Qing's share. I didn't bring it either, I thought you did. Do Jiao took out less than 10 yuan in change from her pocket. At this time, Tang Qing appeared. I have it here. I'll lend it to you first. Tang Qing casually grabbed a handful of banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Pan Yu. Why give so much? Because he doesn't want to buy things and pay for the bills. He, who calls you a brother-in-law, even though you are not a biological sister. Pan Yu took the money, a little confused, but he immediately understood Tang Qing's. Attention. Brother-in-law, I want one too. Tang Qing pointed in the direction of the candy man and said with a smile. The corner of Pan Yu's mouth twitched. It seemed that this coolie job was gone. After buying the candy, one for each person, and started eating. Tastier than marshmallows. P.S. That's it for today. I'm facing a major decision in my life. My brain is overclocked, and I can't stand it anymore. Does anyone have any tips for preventing hair loss? Except eating black sesame paste. Pity. Sugar Man is too small. Tang Qing finished it in just a few mouthfuls. He was used to eating in big mouthfuls, but he was really not used to chewing slowly. The others ate slowly, and Tang Qing also understood that a few girls didn't like the food that was too sweet, and Pan Yu was a bit tasteless, so he probably didn't like this kind of roadside stall. After a while, after watching various performances, the group came to the entrance to the mountain. Do Jiao suggested enthusiastically, "Should we climb up the mountain?" Pan Yu looked at his watch and said, "Jiao Jiao, it's so late, it will be almost dark when we get down." "That's just in time for dinner, which is good, right, Brother Tang Tang?" Do Jiao said to Tang Qing that he was beaten. "I don't care, Joshua, climb or not." Tang Qing asked Lin Joshua's opinion. "I listen to you." Lin Joshua quickly shifted the blame when she saw everyone looking at her. "You have the final say." "But, Sister Joshua, you two should stop arguing. Listen to your sister. Go ahead and just treat it as exercise." "Sister Joshua, it looks like you usually lack exercise. You should exercise regularly in the future to maintain your figure. If a woman's figure wants to be perfect, she still needs targeted exercise. Do you know that dieting alone is not good?" And Do Jiao started her performance again. Lin Joshua and Shisham were both stunned and nodded repeatedly. Hee. Interesting. Then several people walked up the mountain together. Although Duanqing Mountain is said to be the highest peak near Qingyan City, it is not too steep, and it is not too tiring if you walk slowly. Unlike large scenic spots, there are no cable cars, electric cars, or other means of transportation. If you want to go up, you have to rely on two legs. Tang Qing remembers that in 2010, the Duanqing Mountain scenic area expanded in size, developed a large area of the mountain behind it, launched a cable car project, and built a large reservoir where fishing, farm entertainment, swimming, vacations, etc. could enrich people's daily lives. Only then can it be worthy of the word scenic spot. Now, it is said to be a scenic spot, but it is just a few hills and some artificial buildings and sculptures along the way. Real. Very refined. Not steep though, but climbing a mountain is always tiring. But Tang Qing didn't feel anything at all, not to mention leaving. Even if he ran to the top of the mountain, he would not feel tired during the twists and turns of the 5 or 6 miles. At most, his heartbeat would speed up. Today is May 2nd. Yesterday, the monthly assessment of the system was naturally passed, but there was no upgrade. As his level got higher and higher, the terms of the loans issued became longer and longer. Although the experience of each level was twice that of the previous one, and the personal asset achievement task had been refreshed to 100 million yuan, it was of no use. It was almost impossible to upgrade to one level in 2 months. Upgrading to the next level would only be possible at the end of May. By then, a loan from a non-recommended customer would be due, and he was somewhat looking forward to it. 5-level system. I don't know what surprises there will be. However, although he may not have guessed the surprise, the loss of money is definitely real. The Comprehensive Service Center currently only has a Combat Dispatch Center open, and the others have not yet been opened. Once any one is opened, it will naturally require money, and according to what the waiter said, the next level, what can be determined is that the upgrade function of the robot will be unlocked, as well as the opening of the scientific research area. And after the upgrade, the currency exchange types will definitely increase by 1 country. The most important thing is the system mall. After all, vehicle weapons and some large-scale weapons and equipment should be open. Otherwise, he really can't think of any small military equipment that is not open in the mall. Never mind. Tang Qing shook his head. Although these are surprises, they mean that he still has to spend money, a lot of money. Just wait. Walk. All 4 of them were a little out of breath. Climb mountains. They are very excited at first, but many people regret it halfway through the climb. They can't advance or retreat, make progress, and feel tired. Retreat, unwilling to give in. And Do Jiao is a person with this kind of enthusiasm. I'm so exhausted. I knew I wouldn't be able to come up here. Come on, let's rest for a while. Do Jiao took the two girls to rest on a long wooden chair. Pan Yu quickly stepped forward and gently handed a tissue to Do Jiao to wipe her sweat. This dog food. Tang Qing wants it too, but I touched every pocket on my body and found no paper. Embarrassing. Do Jiao burst out laughing when she saw it. Haha, brother Tang, you are so cute. Here, Pan Yu gave him one. Tang Qing took the paper, walked to Lin Jiaxue with a smile, and wiped her sweat carefully. Lin Jiaxue was a little embarrassed and did not refuse. She just looked down at the toes of Tang Qing's shoes, twirling her fingers, blushing and looking at a loss. Again. Not enough. Wipe it again. Tang Qing was stunned and wiped Lin Jiaxue 3 times. He was condescending. This tricky angle was still Xia Tian, which made him angry. However, having reached the second level, his ability to control his body has greatly increased, and with the thought, his desire has been suppressed. Shishan, who was being fed dog food, could only silently take out a piece of paper from her pocket and wipe her sweat. Tang, then did you die? You didn't even break out a sweat. Do Jiao asked curiously, looking at Tang Qing Rishu's forehead, which didn't even shed any oil. If you're not tired, why don't you continue climbing? There's still half the distance. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. Yes, but my feet are sore. You carry me on your back. Do Jiao started to act coquettishly. Okay. After hearing this, Pan Yu squatted down next to Do Jiao obediently, and Do Jiao climbed up with a smile. Tang Qing was not to be outdone. Jiaxue, come up. He squatted in front of Lin Jiaxue. Thinking of the contact later, Lin Jiaxue blushed even more and said, I can walk. No, it's a bit far. I'll carry you on my back. Come up. Tang Qing couldn't refuse. Oh. Lin Jiaxue could only hug Tang Qing's neck obediently. Hiss. Tang Qing suddenly realized that he hadn't carried Lin Jiaxue on his back for many years. The little girl had really grown up. Never mind. My flesh aches from thinking too much. The source of qi enters the mind. In an instant, Tang Qing's mind became clear. It's really useful. We're also good men who can sit back and relax. Tang Qing thought proudly. It's just that people are a bit strange. All animals have an estrus period. For people, especially men, the estrus period lasts basically 24 hours. Tang Qing can only restrain evil thoughts at all times. To avoid making a fool of yourself. In order not to attack Pan Yu, Tang Qing was always 2 steps behind. Shishan swore from behind that she would be single in college. If she continued like this, she would be starved to death. Walking slowly. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the top of the mountain. Tang Qing let go of Lin Jiaxue. It was better to enjoy this blessing at home. There were still a lot of people on the top of the mountain at this time, and some were taking photos. Standing at the pavilion where he chatted with his second Uncle Tang Kai last time, looking at Qingyan City in the distance, Tang Qing remembered the last conversation he had with his second uncle. Tang Kai asked him what he wanted to do in the future, and he said maybe to be a teacher. Now, Tang Qing suddenly wanted to open a school. Hee. Tang Qing shook his head. Crazy again. Should we build a city next time? Huh. This is possible. It's okay for a place as big as the one over there in Myanmar, but what is it built for? Is it necessary? It's better to build a farmhouse. Tang Qing thought with evil intentions. No money anyway. Why haven't you even come out of the Han dynasty? Pan Yu looked at Tang Qing with sweating profusely and muttered, You're in good shape, brother Pan. You need to exercise. Tang Qing said seriously. Pan Yu quit immediately and said, I do exercise regularly. Look at my figure. I have 6-pack abs. It's a standard strongman. You are the one who needs exercise. You don't look like you have any muscles. Tang Qing, can you say that I can torture you 10 times? Cannot. Then you're still sweating and a little weak. Pay attention to your control. Tang Qing winked. You don't learn well at a young age. Pan Yu couldn't laugh or cry. I'm very good. If Do Jiao bullies you, let's bully your husband. Even after standing on the top of the mountain for a while, everyone went down the way they came. Night. Do Jiao treated her to a treat and had a big meal before they separated. Knowing that Lin Jiaxu didn't have a phone, Pan Yu took one from the trunk and gave it to her. Do Jiao also complained that Tang Qing was stingy. Of course, she was just talking. How could Tang Qing, who treasured Lin Jiaxu so much, be reluctant to part with a mobile phone? When I returned to my uncle's house, it was a bit deserted. Tang Qing dodged directly and entered the command room. Although there were robots here, there were a lot of them, and they seemed to be more popular. After all, humans are social animals. Command room. Looking at the person tracing website that has become a battlefield for many hacker groups and individuals at home and abroad, as well as the website that has become a myth in major technical forums. Tang Qing found a bit fun. The most important thing is, relevant departments have sent dozens of threat letters. First, they said that he had no company registration procedures, that he was illegally collecting citizens' information, endangering network security, etc., and finally that he put the overall situation first, which sounded like recruiting security, and requested to contact him. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. Recruitment? Dream. But the money earned by the website needs someone to protect it. Cooperation is not impossible. It depends on what price you can pay. Maybe. You can still make a lot of money. The income of the person-finding website is too single and not enough. P.S. I can't help it. The heroine hasn't appeared for a long time, and some people have opinions. 9:30 in the evening. National Information Warfare Research Center. Director Du Jun was in the office with his left hand supporting his head and his right hand gently tapping the table, with a sad look on his face. Tang Qing may not know what kind of influence the person-finding website he created has, but he is quite clear about it. Everyone in the country, whether they are hackers, white hats, or major internet companies, all those who have some knowledge of internet technology have deified this website because no one has been able to take down this website so far. Of course, they are one of them. All means exhausted. It's no use at all. This website seems to have no loopholes, but as an expert in this field, Du Jun naturally does not believe that there are no loopholes in the program or website, but it has not been found. However, after such a long time, the arrogant top students in the research center were all slapped in the face. Real. It hurts. It hurts so much that I've been working overtime these days and going crazy. One of my subordinates even thought about it while walking. He was like a man in a daze. He accidentally stepped on a dog's tail and was bitten by the dog. He asked for sick leave for a few days. What the hell is this? And this is the opponent's defense technology. Although they did not find any traces of intrusion technology, they are not fools. After analysis by the expert team, the people responsible for this website must have shared a surveillance network, and it was a large area. Facial recognition technology is definitely not something that can be completed by humans. As for real-time monitoring, they had never thought about it because such a huge amount of traffic would definitely be recorded by the operator, and the traffic transmission rate of each communication equipment port was certain. Information collected across the country during this period showed that there were no large-scale monitoring lags other than technical failures. Du Jun was a little dumbfounded now. More and more children are being looked for. Things are getting more and more out of hand, and they can no longer suppress their influence. They originally wanted to start with those bank accounts, but the other party has no chance of transferring money or withdrawing cash. As for the owner of the bank card, haha, don't mention it. It will make me cry if I talk about it too much. Then, this website inevitably attracted the attention of the big guys. So when the task of thorough investigation came up, he complained to the leader with a rare wry smile, but it was useless. You represent the highest technical strength in the country. If you don't shoulder this task, who will? Drinking strong tea. It made Du Jun feel better for the time being. That's when one of his men suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Director, they have responded." You mean that website? Du Jun was not stupid. He immediately connected and stood up straight. Yes, they sent a message asking you to come over. They want to talk to you. The subordinate nodded vigorously and said, if these people were not a gang, he would dare to eat the big flower pot at the entrance of the research center. Alone, just kidding. Du Jun burst into tears after hearing this. Finally, he was willing to pay attention to them. If there was no news, he would have to complain to the leader and write a letter of guarantee. Then Du Jun rushed to the information hall of the research center. The hall is more than 300 square meters and is densely packed with computers. About 30 staff members were already furious, stopped what they were doing, gathered around a computer, and started talking. The above is the user interface of the People Search website, but it is different from usual. It is possible to have a conversation. Unlike before, you were only allowed to upload information. What are you doing around here? Go back to your posts. Don't you know the regulations? Du Jun shouted loudly. It would be impossible for these technicians to know about the following. Conversation. All the experts were also kicked back. Don't blame them either. Their devices and brains have been abused by this website thousands of times, and the curiosity in their hearts is almost reaching the sky. But no matter how curious I am, I dare not challenge the rules here. The state has national laws, and every family has its own rules. After sending his men away, a deputy director on duty also arrived at the same time. For such a conversation, as the director, he had no right to contact the other party alone. With sweaty palms, he looked at the words on the dialogue box. Please ask your leader to speak. Du Jun quickly typed. Hello, we are members of the country and want to talk to you. 10 seconds later. I just tell you, but don't talk about the overall situation, whether it's legal, patriotism, recruitment, etc., so as not to waste everyone's time. My time is very precious. If you talk nonsense, I will be angry. Next time, maybe I won't have time to deal with you until the year of the monkey. His tone was very straightforward. Be concise and to the point. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business, otherwise I won't have time to talk to you. Du Jun took a deep breath and controlled his hands that were preparing to impress the other party with a speech that was both rational and emotional. Obviously, the other party had no intention of being recruited. Think about it too. With such awesome skills, are you recruiting? Receive a salary of several thousand yuan a month? Who could be so stupid? Can we cooperate? Du Jun typed. Yes, it's paid. The first two words made Du Jun extremely happy, but the last two words left him speechless. He was used to using his righteousness to influence people and getting all kinds of help at almost a low price. Now that he was talking about paid, it made him feel a little weird. We are very interested in your network technology. Du Jun said. Okay, the source code package price of this website is 100 million yuan. This price scared Du Jun half to death. The annual funding of their research center is only so much that they can only afford it. It's too expensive unless all the technical staff also join us, and the maximum is 5 million yuan. Du Jun also knew that the other party obviously did not want to sell the source code of the website, but he still had to say it. So, this business can't be done, and we have never thought about making money from this. I hope our cooperation is based on equality. We are a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate relationship. What do you mean? Du Jun asked. Don't keep thinking about our technology. Let me tell you, it's useless even if we give you the website source code, but we can undertake tasks such as land security solutions, website security hosting, intrusion, and other tasks. The source code of this website is actually nothing unusual. At most, some loopholes have been fixed, but it cannot be said to be an absolute defense. What is really awesome is not this website, but the waiter. As the core server of the website, the systems it runs are not the same thing. The external Internet Communication Protocol also stops at the interface between the communication server and the waiter, and the communication server does not undertake processing tasks, only forwarding tasks. Invading a system that is not the same Internet protocol at all, and a semi-intelligent supercomputer with unfathomable screening and defense, there is no other way to describe it other than a dream. This is the core. Invasion? What do you mean? Du Jun knew the first two. One was for self-protection, and the second had little to do with them. They were not involved in commercial use, and at most they maintained the government's website. As for the invasion, the scope was a bit wide. Haha, you're really only interested in this. The meaning of invasion is very simple. We will help you take down the equipment that you want but can't take or the equipment that can't be taken down silently. We will charge a certain fee according to the difficulty and importance. You want to be a mercenary on the internet? Du Jun frowned. No, no, no. We also have national borders. Who says we are our own people? I'll only provide these services for you. You should be happy. Don't think that you are taking advantage. In fact, you can earn back the money. Ow! Du Jun was confused. For the first 2 cooperation projects, the domestic internet has just started. It is full of loopholes and the security situation is severe. I am worried when I see it. It is difficult not to hack in. So, as an authoritative organization, isn't it good to provide security support for the local area networks and websites of governments and institutions across the country? And through you, the big internet companies will also cooperate with you. How much money you can make is up to you. We only provide technical support. As for the market, that is your business. The intrusion you mentioned also means that the information on this website came from the intrusion. Du Jun suddenly changed the subject. Making money? Not their primary interest. You already know the answer, don't you? Okay, I've made my conditions. You must have meetings, reports, discussions, and decisions. It won't be decided for a day or 2. In this way, if we talk in detail at this time the day after tomorrow, you won't have the right to decide what is wrong. Is this an admission? Although Du Jun had doubts, there was no information he needed to know. Okay, we'll contact you at this time the day after tomorrow. Goodbye. End the call. Tang Qing was very satisfied. Another successful attempt at pretending to be very exciting, but it's a bit cliché. It's really not fun to bully children. His first 2 businesses, through technical strength, may be able to achieve a near monopoly in the field of network security for governments and public institutions. In fact, Tang Qing has no interest in making money. This is something that Du Jun and his leader have to consider or balance. Tang Qing is only responsible for collecting money according to the tasks. The purpose of the first 2 businesses is just to let Du Jun know that they are not dedicated to sabotage. After all, this image is not glorious. As for the civilian network security field, forget it. It is still necessary to leave some way for domestic enterprises to survive. Since the charges for the tasks he sets in the future will be very high and there will be many restrictions, he will not force good security companies, such as Jin Shan, to death. As for foreign companies, should you ask a soldier to set up such a company? Let one or a few Western-faced warriors create a large company that monopolizes the cybersecurity field in Western countries. In order to avoid being broken up by anti-monopoly, it seems that it would be okay to open more companies. Interesting. You can think about it. Let them tremble. P.S. Yes, this book was first published by Chidian. You are welcome to download Dianyang's app. 10 p.m., just when Tang Qing kept trying to pin down those 4 network security companies one by one to the ground and stomp on them violently. Du Jun was crazy busy. Late at night, his immediate boss had just finished dinner and hurried to the research center after listening to a brief report. Large conference room. There were 5 people sitting at this time. The director of the research center is Du Jun, the other 2 deputy directors, and one of Du Jun's immediate bosses, Yu Tao, the director of the Industry and Information Technology Department. Director Yu, it's like this. Du Jun introduced the conversation just now in detail, and also handed over the written materials that a deputy director had prepared on the way Yu Tao came just now. Yu Tao repeatedly looked at the content of the call in his hand, including the tone of the other party. His brows furrowed into many wrinkles. Apparently, they wanted to recruit people or spend some money to recruit people, but the other party was not willing at all. Instead, they negotiated conditions with them. The conditions were not too harsh, but they were a bit far away from their predetermined goals. They were not lower, but higher. The worst outcome they predicted was that the other party would ignore them at all. Now, it is considered good, but with this result, it is obvious that they can only make a difference, and the credit is a bit short. Yu Tao also wants to achieve greater results. Director Du, do you think there is still room for negotiation? Yu Tao raised his head and looked at Du Jun inquiringly. Du Jun doesn't want to win over the opponent, but as a technician, he naturally understands the arrogance of such people. Graduates from famous schools and computer geniuses can find reasons for the opponent, show affection, or even threaten to poach them, but they're not identified at all, so there's basically no need to think about it. The leader, I don't know. The other party's tone was very firm. I was not qualified to negotiate any conditions at that time. Otherwise, I should report to the leader and let the leader make the decision. We can discuss the details next time. Du Jun gave a standard answer. Yu Tao didn't say anything. His question was just to confirm his intention to pass the blame. It seems like this is the only way. Well, I'll report to the leaders over the phone and let them make the decision. Yu Tao was not qualified and could only report it. In this way, the news was reported layer by layer. Orders were passed down one level after another. In short, it's just one sentence. Let's talk about something substantive next time, and at the same time look at the other party's strength. It's really unsettling to face such a force that is completely intangible but possesses huge energy. The top moves his mouth, the bottom runs and breaks his legs. Multiple departments and experts also work together overnight to discuss the content and benefits of the next negotiation on this matter. It also freed Du Jun. Just wait for the script. Other side. The instigator of this incident was currently swimming in the training area of the Combat Dispatch Center. That speed made Phelps wonder if he had been swimming fake for half his life. Certainly, he hasn't reached the point of running quickly yet. After all, water also has resistance. The greater the force, the greater the reaction force. If you fall from a height of 30 meters and hit the water with a bang, congratulations, you can be reincarnated. Later generations of Tang Qing even saw a video saying that someone had done an experiment. If Battle's bullet was fired at the water, the high-speed bullet would have broken into many pieces the moment it touched the water. Two warriors stood on the shore looking at the water. It's not that the soldiers are looking at their clothes. There are no outsiders here. And it's not that they are afraid that Tang Qing will drown, which is impossible, but it is to increase their popularity. Otherwise, there would be no one around on the shore, and there would only be some algae and plankton in the water, and not even a fish or shrimp would be seen, and Tang Qing would be terrified. Especially since this is the entrance to the training area. There is no shallow water area, and the deep water area with a depth of hundreds of meters is directly on the shore. It's not that there are no beaches and other environments. There are, but they are a bit far away. At the end, directly opposite the entrance of the training area, he went there once last time. It was not bad, but it was not lively. There was only sand and not even any shell creatures. He also wanted to pick up shells. I can only return disappointed. Tang Qing really wanted to use this vast water area to raise fish that could be eaten, looked at, and fried. System, will I be charged for raising fish in this water? Tang Qing originally had no hope. A stingy system that wants money. But for the first time, the system said something satisfactory. Back to the host, you can release aquatic organisms into the waters of the training area, but the number that the host can eat and take to the outside world must not exceed 1/10. Otherwise, charges will be based on general cargo storage standards. After hearing this, Tang Qing felt a little confused. Can only take away 1/10? Okay, but what does the system want the fish to do? Tang Qing asked, System, what does the dispatch center do with the fish here? Back to the host, the canteen in the living area needs organic matter, such as protein and fat, and aquatic organisms can be one of the supplementary sources. The system explained. Can you still play like this? Tang Qing instantly understood that it turned out to be food for the soldiers. It didn't matter if it didn't exceed 1/10. He could still run a fishery business. If it was stocked here, it could be regarded as a wild fish farm, and it was very large. Although the entire 1,500 square kilometers of fish ponds are seawater, they are enough. You can raise your own seafood to eat, and there is no need to buy in the future. It is also natural and pollution-free. What nice feature. Wait 1/10. Tang Qing suddenly realized that if fish farming could provide 9/10 of the food for the soldiers, what about other things? What else? Forehead. Damn it. I didn't think I could use it for a while. Tang Qing was speechless. This flash of inspiration was just a stupid idea. I really don't need anything urgently to save for myself, but I can also give it to the soldiers. All right. He is indeed mentally retarded. System, can I still farm on the other side? You see, it's overgrown with weeds, and the soldiers don't need training. I want to plant some fruit trees, rice, etc., okay? Tang Qing had a rhythm of changing fields every minute. Soldiers are born with mastery of all soldier skills. The role of these places is estimated to be experimental sites for various weapons and equipment in the future. If one day you can buy missiles in a mall, there will definitely be no place outside where you can play as you please, but here you can just smash them and throw them as you like. Just watch the fireworks. Okay, got a positive reply from the system. Tang Qing became excited immediately. I want to farm on a large scale. A yarn. The land area of the training area is also 1,500 square kilometers, more than 2 million acres of land. All or most of it is used for farming. He still couldn't find a decent reason, but it was still a way out, a source of food. At least the food security of himself and his family would be guaranteed in the future. Self-sufficient. Pretty cool. How about raising some pigs? Where's the cow? Where's the horse? It seems to be of some use. Forget it. Stop being stupid. Xioia. Tang Qing stepped on the water and shouted. Commander. The waiter's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Let the soldiers over in Bangkok take the time to bring in some fish fry and seafood. Get more, and the quantity is up to you. You must maintain the stability of the water ecosystem and don't let certain seafood or exotic aquatic plants overflow. Find some flowers, trees, and the like, and by the way, fruit tree seeds. Bring in some that can grow inside and see if they can survive. Tang Qing could only think of so much for a while. The landform conditions in the training area are very special. There are all kinds of environments that can be found in the outside world. Maybe some environmental modification equipment is maintained. Hot, cold, drought, and rainy conditions are all available. If the soil quality is okay, you can survive. However, the quality of the soil should be no problem because the land in the training area is not barren of grass. Instead, there are a large number of grasses, but none of them are edible. But it looks like it will take a long time to eat it. It takes a lot of time for all kinds of seafood to grow up, but Tang Qing is not in a hurry, so he is too lazy to bring in mature fruit trees. If there are too many, it will be troublesome. Then the waiter happily accepted the order and left. Tang Qing continued to dive and play in the water. Not to mention, as long as it was not too deep, the field of vision was still pretty good, especially with the artificial sunlight source. The water quality was exceptionally clear. It really looks like that. Just take a sip of seawater. A bit salty. P.S. Next chapter, 11 o'clock. The next day, May 3rd, Tang Qing did not go to play with Lin Jiaxue in the morning, but painted at home. The object this time is not a gun, but Lin Jiaxue. I have been accomplished for so long, but I have never painted for her. One is not enough, two, three many. There are no failed works in his hands. The one in the painting is his lover, and he does not allow himself to tear up any of them or roll them up into a ball and throw them in the trash can, because this is what he loves in this life. After completing the largest pair, Tang Qing took it and hurried to the framing shop. This is the largest and best scroll framing shop in the city. Tang Qing had never been here before. The information was collected by the command room. He knew it as soon as he asked. It's not far away. It only takes 5 or 6 minutes to get there by taxi. It's just a block away from his school. King Feng's. It sounds very artistic, and the plaque is also very particular. It looks very high-end. Tang Qing kept nodding his head. The handwriting is good, and it is comparable to what we have. It is the material of the plaque. He doesn't understand it all. I just know it's wood. Once inside, the cultural atmosphere hits your face. The main purpose here is to frame hand-painted works of art, not photos or posters. The business is relatively simple, but also professional. It's just that some of the display works placed in the entrance hall are a bit awkward. Tang Qing curled his lips. You really feel good about yourself after copying it into this ghostly look and showing it off. If it weren't for the fact that most of them were good works, he would have turned around and left. An old man who looked very energetic was carving wood carvings on the counter at the entrance of the store, but it looked like he had just started and he couldn't tell what he was going to carve. Seeing Tang Qing enter the door, the old man stopped what he was doing. "Hello, little brother. Do you want to frame something?" The old man rolled his eyes and smiled. The smile is kind. A painting uses the best materials. Tang Qing Zeeplit, our best frame material is yellow. The old man's careful explanation was interrupted by Tang Qing. "I want it, frame it." "Ah, okay. I met a rich man." The old man was also very happy. As he spoke, he took the painting from Tang Qing's hand without opening it. As soon as he touched the paper, he knew it was a sketch. He originally thought it was a clumsy work of a young man, but when he slowly opened it, a beautiful woman with an awe-inspiring, celestial spirit appeared on the page, and he took a deep breath. Good painter, good composition. Normal sketches are limited in what they can express through shadows, especially when it comes to characters. Drawing an old man has a more realistic sense of vicissitudes of life than drawing a young man. However, Tang Qing sketches look unusually smooth, with no extra lines and no less than every stroke, yet they can express the beauty of a woman extremely perfectly. It's really amazing. In all his life, the old man has never seen such a perfect sketch of a character. It's really a master level. "Little brother, is this painted by an adult of yours?" the old man asked in surprise. "No, what's wrong?" Tang Qing shook his head. "No, I just want to meet the artist and ask which master this Qing Shue is." Looking at the large red mud seal on it, he was sure that he had never heard of it, but the word Qing Shue was firmly imprinted in his mind. Listening to this, Tang Qing felt a little too cute unconsciously. "Master, I don't dare to accept this. This is my painting. Old man, please frame it quickly. I'll add money. I'm in a hurry to give it away." Tang Qing urged, and he was going to give it to Lin Jiashua later. The old man's expression changed. He looked at Tang Qing in shock and asked, "Did you draw this?" "Well, that's troublesome," Tang Qing said. No trouble, little brother. Please, Xiaoka, come and pour tea for our distinguished guests." The old man quickly took Tang Qing to the sofa in the corner of the hall and greeted him to the backyard. "Here we come." A clear female voice came from the backyard. The old man smiled at Tang Qing and said, "Little brother, please wait a moment. I will definitely get it done for you within an hour, no matter the price increase. May I ask where you learned from?" "I'm self-taught." "Self-taught? You are really a genius," the old man exclaimed. "Thank you." Tang Qing smiled. At this time, a 16 or 17-year-old woman came out, wearing a school uniform. Tang Qing smiled. She seemed to be from the same school, but she shouldn't be a senior in high school. Otherwise, she would not be able to recognize him. "Grandpa, who is this?" "A distinguished guest. You look at the shop first, and I will frame this painting," the old man said. "Oh." The old man arrived in the backyard. After a while, there was a clanging sound and the sound of a cutting machine. Tang Qing didn't look either. That's other people's craftsmanship, so it's taboo. The woman was minding her own business at the front desk. "It's nice to have Grandpa here." Tang Qing couldn't help but think of his grandfather. There was an old man in the family, and it was like having a treasure. Unfortunately, his grandparents had already gone west. Thinking of this place and all the things in the past, Tang Qing felt a little sad. Tang Qing did not wait foolishly, but went out to buy some snacks and gave some to the one named Xiaoka. The two started chatting because of this. It turned out that she was really a schoolgirl, a sophomore in high school, a liberal arts student. Her parents died young, and she lived with her grandparents. She was a very strong girl. Time passed slowly. 1 hour later, the old man took out the framed painting. 40 times 60 frame. Tang Qing took it and looked at it carefully. He was very satisfied with the exquisite workmanship of the frame. "Boss, how much does it cost?" Tang Qing wrapped the painting in paper and tied it up. "I'll charge you the cost price, 6,003. The old man looked at Tang Qing a little uneasily. 6,003 is not a small amount. Tang Qing exchanged 7,000 RMB from his pocket, counted 7 and handed them over directly. "Here." When the old man saw Tang Qing turning to leave, he hurriedly asked, "Brother, do you have any paintings to sell?" They framed the paintings here, but they can also sell them on their behalf. The reason for asking Tang Qing was not because of money, but because he also loved painting and wanted to carefully appreciate Tang Qing's other works. Sorry, my paintings are only given away, not sold. Tang Qing refused. The old man felt much better about Tang Qing instantly. This reason, he accepted. I was rude. If you have paintings to frame in the future, come to my place, and it will be the cost price. This is also a sign of respect for art. No problem. Thank you in advance. He left the store. Tang Qing took a taxi to Lin Jiashue's home. Ring the doorbell. Once inside, there was no surprise, but there was one shock. The light bulb she shone is here again. Why are you still here? Tang Qing muttered. Why can't I be here, lest you bully Jiashue? Shishan said angrily. It's strange to be happy to be treated as superfluous. How could that happen? Tang Qing said awkwardly. He really planned to bully his wife. Shishan didn't bother him anymore, looked at the picture frame in Tang Qing's hand and asked, What are you holding? It's so tightly wrapped. A painting, Tang Qing said and walked in. Lin Jiashue was watching TV. When she saw it was Tang Qing, she quickly got up and poured tea. Sit down together. Tang Qing handed the painting over. Jiashue, this is for you. What is this? Lin Jiashue asked doubtfully. Open it and take a look. Tang Qing said. Lin Jiashue did not tear the package, but carefully untied the rope and slowly opened the wrapping paper. Look at the contents of the scroll. Lin Jiashue covered her mouth, her heart trembling even though she was a little prepared. She looked up at Tang Qing, with deep emotion in her eyes, and her face slowly filled with tenderness. Did you draw it? Lin Jiashue gently stroked the scroll through the glass. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart. She had seen Tang Qing's painting skills at the last dinner party. It was really admirable. Seeing the beautiful herself in front of her, Lin Jiashue simply loved this painting. Well, it was just framed and delivered to you. Do you like it? Tang Qing said. I like it very much. Lin Jiashue hugged the picture frame with a glimmer of light in her eyes. Do you have any nails at home? Let me see where to hang them. Tang Qing stood up and prepared to find nails. Lin Jiashue quickly stopped and said, No need to hang it, just put on my bedside. That's fine. Shishan, who had just gone to wash the fruits, also saw it. Wow, you can actually draw? Of course. Otherwise, how could you be worthy of our Jiashue? Tang Qing said with a proud look on his face. Why don't you draw a picture for me too? Shishan's expression suddenly changed, and she begged, secretly lamenting that Lin Jiashue was so lucky to have such a versatile, handsome, and rich boyfriend. Oh no, fiancé. Next time, I don't have anything today. Tang Qing declined. Oh, Shishan could only write down this promise first. Then Tang Qing sat down and directly kissed the pretty face of the beauty next to him. You, I'm still here, Jiashue, you don't care. Shishan was hit by thunder. Lin Jiashue did not object, but just lowered her head silently. Tang Qing was fed dog food by Shishan and her husband for so many years in her previous life, and she must pay it back in this life. I'm going to do my homework. Shishan also turned her back and went back to Lin Jiashue's room angrily. Without outsiders, Tang Qing didn't care about anything and enjoyed this rare time as if no one else was around. Lin Jiashue also became more enthusiastic than usual. Just don't let him take action. But there's no rush. It's only a little over a month, and he can still bear it. P.S. Improve the heroine's presence. In this way, Tang Qing stayed at Lin Jiashue's house for a whole day, although the meaning is still unfinished. But it can be regarded as a relief from the pain of lovesickness. Shishan looked at Lin Jiashue, who had never resisted Tang Qing's gangster behavior, and she hated iron. She vowed to drag Lin Jiashue to her home to do homework next time to see if Tang Qing dared to chase her. Tang Qing didn't know what Shishan was thinking, but what if he knew? Because Lin Jiashue and the others would start school tomorrow, and there would be basically no time to rest until the end of May. Make you mad. In the evening, after returning home, Tang Qing went to the training area gloriously. Gone to farm. That's right, farming. The order Tang Qing issued last night was naturally the first series of urgent tasks that needed to be completed immediately. Therefore, in just one day, the soldiers in Bangkok purchased a large amount of fish fry and various seafood, basically covering all the nurseries in Bangkok. The water area of more than 2 million acres required a huge amount of fish fry. If it were not free of charge, Tang Qing would not be so extravagant. Even in order to maintain ecological balance, some seawater creatures with strong reproductive capabilities were also introduced. Although there are algae and plankton in the seawater in the training area. But the fish are getting bigger and bigger, and it is impossible to eat these things. They may not be full from morning to night, or they're not eating fast enough. So some small fish, shrimps, jellyfish, etc. are needed to maintain the stability and orderliness of the entire food chain. At this time, these hydroponic species have been released. All that's left is to plant trees and growing food, raise some small animals. For example, there are rabbits, cows, horses, and sheep, but not many. There are only a few dozen of each species. Throwing them into such a huge space, they're almost impossible to find. Although there are basically no natural enemies, if you want to eat meat, it will take a long time to form a large-scale herd of cattle and horses. As for the rabbits, they are kept in captivity to prevent them from flooding. Even if they do, the soldiers carrying guns and cannons can suppress them minutes, but the ground full of rabbit holes is a bit ugly. In the open space at the entrance to the training area, 2 square kilometers of land were cleared. One by one, working people dug holes in the ground with military shovels. Others sow seeds, plant saplings, water, and fertilize. In apple pie order, Tang Qing. It belongs to digging holes. It was a scene of hot matches. Of course, these soldiers were not professional farmers, but analysts temporarily transferred from the command room. With 2 square kilometers, it was indeed not a difficult task in front of these guys with abnormal physical strength. The scene was just a little deserted. Boy, let's play some music to suit the occasion. Tang Qing shouted, "Unity is strength." Silly boy. Tang Qing covered his face. Change 1. Tang Qing shouted again. Our hometown is in the field of hope, and the smoke is on the newly built houses. A little sideways. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Keep working hard. Just like this, in front of the professional farming skills of a group of people. The land had been planted in one night. In order to avoid the trouble caused by the horses, the entire planting area was surrounded by a simple mesh military fence. A soldier was sent to watch with a gun. Who knows if any animal would go crazy and jump over the 1-meter fence, which still needs to be guarded. The saplings are just a bit small, half a meter tall. If you want to eat the fruit, you may have to wait a while. After working, I took a swim. After waking up for a while, Tang Qing put on her clothes and went to school. Tang Qing was busy all night. Du Jun and others who were far away in the capital were also busy for 2 days and finally determined the process of the next conversation. And the bottom line, night. Information Hall of Information Warfare Research Center. It's the same computer. He was surrounded by many people. As the director, Du Jun sat on a stool, waiting for the negotiation time to approach. To be honest, the people standing behind him were basically leaders. He was really a bit stressed. As a specialized technical department, his director was only at the deputy department level. Behind him were 2 leaders above the deputy and department levels, and a general he didn't know. The atmosphere was serious. Obviously, they can't do anything about this website, otherwise they wouldn't come here. Du Jun's palms were slightly sweaty. Look at the time approaching. Staring at the screen, suddenly, the dialog box popped up again, and Du Jun let out a long sigh of relief. He is not worried about the outcome of the negotiation because it has nothing to do with him. What he was most worried about was that this group of people would be let off the hook, which would make him extremely embarrassed, and there would be no place to put his face. "Hello," Tang Qing said in a bleeding voice. It was true that he was talking, and the waiter was responsible for typing. "Hello, what is your name?" Du Jun asked quickly. He forgot to ask the other person's name last time. Although he knew it was impossible to tell his real name, he couldn't feed him. "You can call us Guardians." Guardians? It's really a bit appropriate. But Du Jun was absolutely sure that the other party made it up temporarily. "Let's take a snack." "Mr. Guardian?" Du Jun wanted to make sure the male and female came first. "Just call me Guardian. I don't want to talk nonsense." Next, I want to get to the point quickly. Don't ask for my information, and don't try to trick me by presenting facts and reasoning. I hope to negotiate now on the 3 businesses I proposed last time. Tang Qing looked at the big battle in the video in the information hall and smiled. Big figures who had never been in contact with him in his previous life were all listening to me. What a big difference in life. Du Jun was not surprised that the other party knew his name. He had not thought that his surveillance system had been hacked, because there were many people in the industry who knew his name. Seeing that the other party is uneasy, the routine comes up. Du Jun looked at the leader behind him. A few people whispered for a while and decided to skip and get to the point. He nodded towards Du Jun. Du Jun hurriedly turned around and typed, "No problem. Let's discuss the last business you mentioned last time. How about it?" The first 2 leaders have no interest in it. Profitable business is not what leaders should consider. Okay, let me talk about our business scope first. First, regarding intrusion, the starting price is 5 million yuan, so don't ask us for trivial matters. At the same time, you pay with one hand and deliver the goods with one hand. We will charge additional fees that vary according to the value of the goods. Second, we will definitely archive and review the things we obtain. If I say not to save, you won't believe it. Therefore, if you think we are not qualified to review the mission objectives, please do not do it for us. Otherwise, everyone will gradually become more and more suspicious, which will not be beautiful. Third, we do not like to bargain, but we will not ask for it, so don't argue with us about the price because this is related to the next point. Fourth, we will not ask for any of this money, plus the income from the website. We will invest all of it in public welfare and charity. I know that the country is now very strict about the management of charitable foundations, and ordinary people are not likely to apply for it. So, I need you to establish a nationwide charity foundation specifically for this fund. We will recruit people to manage this charity foundation ourselves. You're not allowed to interfere with personnel issues, but you can supervise the flow of all funds, and you have no right to allocate or misappropriate funds. Otherwise, I will be very angry. Fifth, I hope you will keep our cooperation secret. Otherwise, if I find out, I cannot guarantee that you will be my only partner. After all, I don't want to be dug out by other countries. Sixth, the website business test has ended, and after 12 o'clock tonight, the website's business scope will cover the whole country. Therefore, the senders in the future will not be us, but all will be sent to you, and you will assign the task to the local police station. That's all now. Do you have anything to ask? Du Jun and others looked at it carefully 3 times and looked at each other. There's something wrong with the style of painting. The other party doesn't want the money for himself, but uses it all for charity? This is a bit unbelievable, but I have to believe that this lie is meaningless. Everyone couldn't help but stand in awe. Other conditions are normal, nothing wrong with it, and I bought a good one, which gave the public security department some face. As for the business scope, there is basically no problem. The other party is only in the testing stage now, and its strength is not yet known. Of course, it will not give any too confidential tasks. Seeing the leader behind him nodding again, Du Jun typed, "We all agree to your conditions, but it's all based on your strength. I hope you understand. Of course, it's normal for you to have concerns. In this way, for our first cooperation, we will undertake a task for free," Tang Qing said. "Well, we don't take advantage. Our center owner can be said to have the best land defense system in the country. There's a folder called Winter in the core server of our center. There's a string of numbers in it. The server will not disconnect from the network for the next day. Within 1 day, if you can get the string of numbers inside, we can officially cooperate. Enter." I was waiting for the other party to reply, but the next second, the reply came. 72160. Looking at these numbers, Du Jun's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, and he stood up hurriedly. He. Du Jun couldn't even say a complete sentence. He kept talking. The general who knew this number later also changed his face suddenly. He had put this number in 3 minutes ago. It was accessed from the back end through the physical interface of the server. Their computer had never been connected to the internet through any wired or wireless connection. Was it just broken? The country spent huge sums of money and invited many people in the industry to test the defense system, but it was just gone? This is a more complete version. In the past, the test version of the center's defense system was attacked by domestic and foreign hackers and was only compromised once. This time is the most complete version. It is connected to the internet for the first time. It has only been a few seconds. You are cheating. Leader, what should I do? This was beyond his authority. It's so horrible. Is this a dream? Activate the backup plan. Yes. After speaking, Du-jun quickly returned to his seat. We have seen your strength. Can you take on the first task today? Yes. Send the task description, and someone will review the delivery time. Tang Qing said, we want an account with access rights to the American Blue Gene supercomputer. Du-jun hit the enter key. Look at this message. Tang Qing in the command room really didn't expect that the first task given by Du-jun would be this. Blue Gene is part of the Advanced Simulation and Computing Program of the U.S. Department of Energy Security Administration. It seems that the world's #1 supercomputer is currently a set of Blue Gene, manufactured by IBM and located at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory of the U.S. Department of Energy and the National Nuclear Security Administration. Tang Qing frowned. Tangy, can you handle this guy? Tang Qing asked. No problem. The global network device, scanning and analysis software we wrote has a record of successfully connecting to the intrusion and concealing. The computing service. Tangy said, you mean even if you use it, you can still cover up your traces? Tang Qing said in surprise. Yes. Tang Qing asked again. How does this set of blue genes compare to Xiao Air's calculation speed? This is a pile of garbage. Tang Qing was speechless. Okay, yes, the wonderful supercomputer with more than 100 trillion times is really haha. Compared with a super-era existence like Xiao, it is really like a pile of scrap metal. However, Tang Qing has never thought of selling Xiao's computing power directly. It is better to keep the good stuff for himself. 1 minute. Du-jun and others waited anxiously for a minute, wondering if it was too difficult. A message came. Everyone quickly took a look. No problem. The deal is done. One account is priced at 5 million yuan, but I don't know if you need additional services. Okay. Du-jun was excited. Ancillary services? What's the meaning? What ancillary services? Du-jun asked. You are definitely not asking for this for fun, and it is definitely not a calculation for a confidential project. However, if you want to calculate something, we will be responsible for covering up the traces so that the account will not be blocked after a few clicks. It is not expensive, 1 million yuan per month, and we can guarantee 30 trillion calculation services at any time. Tang Qing agreed. 30 trillion times is already the limit, and if it affects other services anymore, it will be exposed. Besides, even if it is insufficient, the waiter added that it was just the last resort at that time. This promise is still valid in the short term. Okay, no problem. Du-jun quickly agreed after receiving the instructions. This is a question. If you can get long-term benefits, you can do it. The fastest domestic supercomputer is only 12 trillion times, which is 10 times less than its counterpart. Domestic research institutions are in short supply of computing resources, but they can use unimportant computing services on the internet. 1 million a month is really not expensive. Okay, we agree to deliver the goods in 1 hour, and you will pay the bill after the test is completed. For future cooperation, a dedicated person will contact you. Just use this account to upload the task and describe it. At the same time, you can only undertake 1 task per day, and it will be too busy for you. Also, you'd better complete my conditions by the end of the month. I will find all the staff. You can handle the rest and supervise the operation of the funds. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Du-jun quickly replied. Yes, can you give your website a name so that people think it is our official website? No problem. P.S. There will probably be another chapter later. Good night, everyone. The mouse will continue to code. It's so pitiful. Please count your votes before going to bed. Tang Qing understood it after seeing it. It looks good on the surface, and for such an influential website, it is natural that it should be incorporated on the surface. It's just so boring. The most troublesome thing is choosing a name. Whatever name you choose, it's best to name it nice. Forget about the ugly one. Tang Qing said. Du-jun and others were attracted by Tang Qing's first words. Does it have to sound good? Fortunately, the other party agreed to the request. The Family Search Network is an enterprise under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security of our country. Du Jun said according to the script. Tang Qing curled his lips at this. What a straightforward name. Find Relatives website. I thought you guys would come up with an awesome name. That's it. It's not that bad either. Never mind. Just change it. In the past, the website didn't even have a name, and it was still sharing your monitoring network. I'll give you this face. Okay, to give you this face, okay, it has been changed. The next second, the home page of the computer next to it changed instantly. 3 large block letters appear in the upper left corner. In the registration information below, a line of text appears for the first time. This website is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Public Security of China. Please feel free to upload information. Thank you for your trust. It's completely different from what Du Jun thought. Really, it's a bit illegal. The filing format is just like filling it out randomly. But after everyone thought about it, they decided to forget it and just take it if it gives you face. No more, I have something to do. Goodbye. I wish us a happy cooperation. Tang Qing said. Goodbye. The web dialog box disappeared. Leader, what should I do? Du Jun turned around and asked. The leaders at the back also frowned, and for a while they couldn't figure out the behavioral logic of the people behind this website. They don't need any money and donate it all to charity. Thinking about it this way, the fees are not too unacceptable. After all, they will be used for charity. They're also doing good things indirectly. Director Du, this account and today's events are classified as top secret. This account will also be used by us and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology in the future. As for the cooperation projects he proposed, we will talk about it later. The unflappable general said, it is not yet certain how strong the other party is, and other cooperation needs to be put on hold for a while. I got it, Chief. Du Jun quickly agreed, and finally gave away this hot potato. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The future events did not have much to do with Du Jun. At most, they would only need their technical support sometimes. 1 hour later, Du Jun was sent away, and the new security department took over. No more, no less, 1 hour. An account and password were passed over, along with the login method, of course. The technicians quickly logged in to check and test. 10 minutes later, Chief, there's no problem. It is indeed the blue gene. I have seen that we are a special permission account and can be regarded as one of the super users. However, the other party seems to have restricted many functions and can only perform calculations. It cannot increase or decrease the number of users, tamper with, or query the data of other calculation tasks. Moreover, our account seems to be hidden. In the statistics of the total number of users, there is no such account information. That is, we theoretically do not exist. The technician said in surprise. It's surprising that such unfair authority can be obtained in China. He almost dropped his jaw. This is the most powerful supercomputer in the United States. Its computing power is still ranked first in the world. The U.S. government's treasure is not good. Who is this master? But he didn't dare to ask. What is the opponent's technical strength? The general asked. If we talk about strength, it can be said to be unfathomable. They're not only proficient in software systems, but also know blue jeans hardware systems like the back of their hands. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this was not a backdoor created by someone within IBM. The young man couldn't help but admire. He wanted to become a disciple. At the same time, go to another room. Professor He, what are the results? No problem. All simulation data are accurate. Is this the country's new supercomputer? In order to verify its computing capabilities, they found an astrophysics professor from Peking University to check some calculation tasks that only supercomputers can complete in a short time. All of them have been calculated in China. This time, they will compare the results. Well, you go back first, the general said, and at the same time, a thought came to his mind. That is, since the other party can obtain one account authority, can he obtain many more to solve the problem of domestic computing resource shortage? Less important computing services can use this. All supercomputers in his country serve confidential computing projects. Very nice. But there is no rush. They still need to continue testing other areas and report to the public until the use is stable at the end of the month. Just when the website was renamed, many night owls noticed the willful registration information at the bottom of the website, and the internet exploded. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be a website from this country. No wonder it can't do such a good thing. I guessed a long time ago. It was probably an experiment. You guessed it. You were the one who made the sarcastic remarks last time, and you said it would be banned in minutes. I know that the website is affiliated to the Imperial Court. Those who were jealous and had many negative thoughts and abuses about the website chose to shut up. If you charge an individual fee, you may even go up and scold him. But this is money collected by the state, which is different. Moreover, it is voluntary and not forced. In a short time, many passers-by became fans. It won't work if it doesn't turn. The legitimate issues were resolved, and there were no more loopholes in the website. The next day, 12 o'clock, the website has launched a nationwide person-finding service. Suddenly, the server prepared by the Information Center of the Ministry of Public Security instantly had thousands more pieces of information, all of which were information about missing children from other provinces, as well as information about those people. In the past, because the website was a non-governmental organization, the police station was also in trouble for those people who had no direct evidence. But this time, it was the document and investigation report sent by the domestic boss from the previous boss. Everyone no longer doubted it, and they all thought that something extraordinary was tested within their own system. But no one knows. These things just change the sender. For a time, many places set off firecrackers to celebrate. As for the criminals, every one of them was frightened. Even if there was no evidence, they were directly called for questioning and investigation. Many of the ones who couldn't bear it confessed the facts of the crime. Gradually, more and more people confessed, and basically no one doubted the authenticity of those files. Greet them. It will be a fair ruling of the law, so that in many places where children are often lost, no one will dare to commit crimes. This also made the Public Security Department think of another cooperation plan. They were sure that there must be a powerful analysis, tracking, and identification software behind this website, so they reported to the superiors and requested negotiations to obtain this system. But will Tang Qing agree? Of course not. These things are all based on the waiter's abilities, not software. Later generations of the Sky, a system, and the Fian system covering the whole country can achieve this effect, but it is still early, and the monitoring network and communication infrastructure are not perfect, so it will be of no use. But it is okay to provide case analysis services. It can also be regarded as a way to make money. But he has to cool them off. I will give you whatever you want, and I still think about you. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? The website business covers the whole country in just 2 days. The funds in the account of the family-finding website exceed 100 million yuan. So much money. It's time to find someone to run the operation. P.S. Recommend a book, Super Village Director. A story about a retired military officer who led his fellow villagers to make a fortune. A story about a man who is committed to building his small mountain village into the best village in the world. A story about a land father-in-law who works as a god in a low profile. More than 1 million words. If you like it, support it. Finding a qualified president and staff for this charitable foundation is both difficult and simple. It's simply because who doesn't know how to be a leader? You just have to sit in command and do things under the supervision of the relevant departments. In addition, it is not easy to make money through small actions. Therefore, for the sake of the purity of this charity foundation, all staff will be directly recruited by the command room. No interviews are required, and resume delivery is not used, but invitation-based. At this time, the personal information archives that the command room downloaded and shared frantically on the internet came into play. After several rounds of screening, we have basically identified a lot of candidates. These people must be responsible and caring people. Those who work for a mixed salary are not enthusiastic about charity and don't like children. No matter how capable they are, I'm sorry, I will pass them out. Tang Qing always believed it. If you do something, you must love it. A sense of responsibility and honor is the mentality that people who engage in charity should have. However, there is no rush. The Charity Foundation is not expected to be established until the end of this month. They will still need a period of cooperation to complete the accumulation of trust and long-term collaboration. Therefore, during this period of time, Tang Qing just ordered the command room to carefully select people and continue to collect information online. As long as they are connected to the internet, I'm sorry, I will borrow your hard drive data for use. A charity foundation does not just have a few people at the headquarters. In the early days, every province and municipality will have branches, and particularly large prefecture-level cities will also have branches. Therefore, there are many people, even a few hundred people. This may not be enough. In the future, when there are no problems in the operation of the foundation, it will expand on a large scale and cover all prefecture-level cities and county-level cities as much as possible. As for the county seat, forget it. There are more than 700 cities at or above the county level across the country, which is crazy enough. The next step is to hand it over to the city-level branches. Besides, the initial purpose of this fund is to rescue children in orphanages who have become seriously ill due to various reasons. It would be good to send them all to cities with better medical conditions for treatment. After all, the medical conditions in the county cannot be compared with its superior management agencies. Of course, those counties with strong economies are accepted. Therefore, it is safer to divide according to administrative regions. There is no need to set up branches in places below county-level cities. Considering whether the other party is willing to work in the end, the command room has already selected thousands of people, so as not to be embarrassed when there are not enough people. But this is all the business of those analysts. Tang Qing, the hands-off shopkeeper, just needs to speak. Don't even say it. The feeling of planting the land is really different. From time to time, Tang Qing would like to go to the command room to plant the land and see how the previous crops are growing. No, when Tang Qing passed by the seed store when he came back in the evening, he bought a lot of vegetable seeds, which he could use for fun. So Tang Qing also added another entertainment project, digging soil, planting vegetables, watering, and waiting for harvest. Only, this kind of seed grows a bit fast. Early morning on May 6th, Tang Qing habitually visited his small vegetable garden. He looked at the green vegetable garden in front of him. A little unbelievable. I'll go. They all sprouted. This is unscientific. Xiaoer, is there no problem with the flow of time here? Tang Qing raised his head and asked in surprise. Come back to the commander. The time flow in the training area is normal, and the timing is synchronized with the outside world, the waiter replied. Tang Qing nodded. Yes, he had been in and out of the command room for so long, and he really didn't miss any time. But how to explain this? Tang Qing pointed to the vegetable garden and asked, Then why do these vegetable seedlings sprout here? Is there something in the soil that promotes growth? Return to the commander. There is no such information in the waiter's database. He meowed. Is it going to become an unsolved case? No. System, what's going on? Tang Qing changed the target and asked. Host, there are indeed substances in the soil and seawater in the training area that stimulate biological growth. They have little effect on native plants, but they have a strong stimulating effect on low-level foreign plant life. The system replied. Native plants? Tang Qing thought of the many flowers, plants, and trees that existed on this land. They were really different from the plants in the outside world, but there was nothing advanced about them. Did you say those weeds before were also high-level plants? Tang Qing asked. Yes, these native plants have a relatively stable genetic structure and strong survivability, and the gene chains of the plants you brought in are not only unstable, but also chaotic, easily tampered with and affected by various environments. Tampering? Influence? Could it be some kind of genetic technology? Can you give me an example? Tang Qing didn't understand at all. The native plants in the training area have extremely strong survivability and can adapt to various harsh environments. However, they're regulated by me and cannot spread on a large scale. At the same time, its gene chain itself has strong protective properties. Any purely physical genetic modification of it will cause the gene chain of the plant's seeds to collapse and prevent it from growing, the system said. It's still protecting, but it always feels weaker. Why do you need to protect like this? Tang Qing gently tore off a weed on the ground and said with a smile, I thought it was so powerful, but it was just a little harder to tear than ordinary grass. What's the use? In order to maintain the ecological stability and uniqueness of the species. System said. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, Okay, forget it. I don't know what your purpose is and whether there are any benefits from eating it. The host has no benefit from eating it, but ordinary people will have some effects after eating it. Long-term use can strengthen their own immunity, strengthen gene stability, block and restore abnormal expression. What do you mean? Can it also cure diseases? Tang Qing seemed to have heard something. Yes. What disease can it cure? Tang Qing looked expectant. After gene stability is strengthened, all harmful viruses and substances that affect the normal expression of the original gene and damage the normal work of cells can be effectively repaired and defended. What? So stupid? Tang Qing was a little excited. Holy shit. Will eating it cause cancer? Tang Qing asked hopefully. Okay. This word was as beautiful as a fairy sound in Tang Qing's ears. Cancer can do it. Etc. Something is wrong. Can these vegetables of mine cure cancer? Tang Qing suddenly remembered that what he had just asked was about eating genetically stable foods. These are genetically unstable vegetables. No. The system poured a basin of cold water on Tang Qing. Tang Qing was immediately disappointed. The seeds you brought in as host are inherently unstable in their gene chain. Only native plants can store this material and pass it on to the next one in the food chain. It cannot be passed on continuously, the system explained. You mean, if you want to cure cancer, you have to eat those grasses? Tang Qing said in disbelief. Tell him to sell grass? Who will eat it? And who will believe it? Yes. Can this substance be extracted? Tang Qing held the last straw. If it doesn't work, his happiness will be in vain. Is he sick? Come and eat half a pound of grass. Tumor? Eating half a caddy of leaves. Haha, this scene is wonderful enough. Yes, extraction equipment can be purchased after the scientific research area of the Combat Dispatch Center is upgraded to level 3, and the host needs to reach level 7. The system replied. System and eyes Wakai. Tang Qing choked hard from a system. Obviously, level 3 is not something he can upgrade to immediately. There are also level restrictions for personal systems. But it's okay. You can upgrade to a level at the end of this month, which is something to look forward to. The scientific research area has such powerful things. Money? Is it still a big deal? Wow Kaka. Lots of votes. It is possible to monopolize the global pharmaceutical market in the future. Looking at the weeds and leaves that can cure cancer in the distance, Tang Qing became more and more fond of them. Should I start my own pharmaceutical company? Tang Qing thought beautifully. Forehead. Just forget it. This thing attracted too much hatred, so it would be better to exist in the form of an industrial alliance. In a short period of time, he didn't want to be kidnapped, blackmailed, and monitored by others. Those pharmaceutical companies had deep backgrounds and would threaten him if they couldn't protect everything. The murder thing. He didn't want any direct contamination. On the surface, he must be a legitimate businessman, at least for a short period of time. Otherwise, this hard-won, peaceful life will be said goodbye. Fighting with people everywhere? Business intrigue and conflict? Let the soldiers handle it. Tang Qing attended class honestly for the next 2 days. On the afternoon of May 6th, Annie and the others are back. The house became lively again. Tang Qing couldn't help but feel a little sad when he thought that it would be difficult to have such a scene in a month. Fortunately, we have money. We want to fly directly when we come back. By the time school starts, the airport in Qingyan City will be open to traffic. Brother, I heard from Sister Joshua that you gave her a painting. It's quite big. I want it too. Qin Shichi walked into the room. Can you fit it in your house? It's full of stuff. It's not easy to settle down. I won't put it away if I can't put it away. I don't care. Each of our family wants one, so you can say it's half dude or not. Yes, we must do it. We must do it. Who dares to say no? I won't agree, but you put the knife down first. That's enough. Move. I'll give you an apple. Qin Shichi handed over the apple, she had just peeled. "I'll draw it for you right away." Tang Qing took it and took a big bite and promised. "You have to draw beautiful, otherwise I'll scratch you." "Don't worry, it's absolutely beautiful. P.S. Next chapter, 10 o'clock. 11 p.m. After finishing several paintings, Tang Qing came to the command room. Looking at the mission description uploaded by that special account, his head felt a little big. The mission on May 4th is to obtain an account on the Blue Gene supercomputer of the U.S. Department of Energy. The mission on May 5th was to obtain research information on animal organ cloning technology from a biological research institution in the island country. Tang Qing offered the price of 20 million yuan, and after passing the inspection, the money was credited to his account. But today's task made Tang Qing a little embarrassed. It's not that it can't be done. It's not too difficult either. But I was a little speechless. The mission description is very simple. That is, a foreign Chinese doctor wants to return to China, but is restricted from leaving the country by the United States. Although no one is watching at all times, he still needs to check in every day, and his family cannot board any plane in the United States, let alone entry and exit. As for smuggling, there's a way, but the risk is extremely high. There are 6 members of the other party's family, including old and young. If they cannot all be transferred back to the country safely, it means that the mission has failed. However, this task has not yet been completed, so the other party has not uploaded detailed information. The task content is also very simple. That is, he is expected to tamper with and forge the registration information and entry information of major American airlines, so that he can successfully pass the inspection, transfer to Europe, and then transfer back to the country through Europe. After the operation is completed, he must tamper with the information again and erase the traces. Tang Qing was not worried about whether he could accomplish this task. It was very easy to handle. He could erase all the information in the surveillance and flight information and tamper with the surveillance video. It was just a trivial matter, leaving no trace at all except for witnesses. What he hesitated about was whether he should let others get involved. This kind of plan can only succeed and cannot fail. If the intelligence is inaccurate and the other party is really being monitored, then all the actions in the command room will be deduced. If that is the case, what will happen next will be fun. Waiting to be listed as a key mining target in the United States, the FBI and CIA will definitely try to find Tang Qing and the others like crazy and implement tighter monitoring of all their targets in the future. To put it bluntly, Tang Qing did not participate. He was worried. It is very likely to harm others and yourself, and it is very likely to lead to an incident that exposes oneself and the United States as a direct enemy. It is also possible that this method will become ineffective in the future. It is not a good thing for Tang Qing or other important Chinese who are patriotic and want to return to the country to suddenly abolish such an important way of action. Other side, many people were nervously staring at the dialogue box that had yet to receive a reply. Everyone was very worried. This is their only way. Before, they wanted to take it slow and test the opponent's strength, but the plan could not keep up with the change. Suddenly, such a difficult task was assigned by the superiors, and they had to see if there was any hope. Old Pei, is this task too difficult? Of course it is. It involves not only the airlines, but also the restricted entry and exit lists of the FBI and CIA. The two agencies are connected to the airlines in real time. I heard that these two agencies will check and compare the list in the connected server every 5 seconds to prevent someone from tampering with the information. So, you can imagine how difficult it is to get this list. Oh yes, but time waits for no one. It can only be the last hope. It's stupid and impossible for 6 people to sneak across. Yes. Ding dong. The message is coming. The 5 big guys in front of the computer cheered up instantly. This task is a bit difficult, but it's not impossible. However, our people have to take over the entire plan. To be honest, I'm not worried about your people. Looking at this reply, several people were blinded. Take over? Aren't you a software developer? What is this mission? Do you have the ability to take over? We are the professionals, okay? This matter is of great importance. Our people are all professionals. The plans and personnel have been arranged. We are just waiting for you. A person quickly replied. If they just agreed, they would all have to retire early. 10 seconds later. Let me tell you this, your plan has nothing to do with me. I only care about whether my actions will be leaked. This involves the two major intelligence agencies and various airlines in the United States. I have to ensure my safety. As for the strength of our people, you can rest assured. As long as your people don't cause trouble, I'm 90% sure. Tang Qing said. 90%? It's 40% higher than their success rate. Even if Tang Qing erases the traces according to the previous plan, the success rate is only 50%. 90%? No one here believed it all. What should we do? If they don't agree, they will definitely give up. But they're engaged in software. If they don't participate, we don't even have a chance of 30. This is a bit difficult to handle. If such an important matter is handed over to a wild organization, they cannot bear the responsibility if it fails, unless there is some reason to convince them. Tang Qing looked at the tangled faces and understood. The stakes are high. It's a shame that you can leave it to him like this. If they don't come up with something substantial, it's very likely that they would rather cancel this mission than take the risk. At this time, the screen flashes again. Yi Hong, male, 39 years old, received a Ph.D. in biology from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1995. He is a professor in the Department of Biology at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He currently works as a senior researcher at the Mellenser Virus Research Center in California. He lives at 42 Garter Street, Ploy City, California, USA. He lives with his parents, wife, and 2 sons. Chu Tian, male, entered the country in January 2005. Lu Zun, male, entered the country in September 2004. Wu Kai, male, entered the country in September 2004. There are 4 people's information in total. The first one is the target of this mission, and the next 3 are the personnel from the United States in this operation. In order to save face, the information of the following 3 people is very brief. But someone who was doing it had a sudden change of expression. These are all secrets, yet they were posted directly. The director of the intelligence department was already sweating on his forehead. Another of his immediate superiors almost jumped up in shock. Haven't typed to ask yet. Tang Qing's information came again. The following 3 people are currently scattered in the city, and one is near Dr. Yi Hong's residence. How do you know? Where did you know? Wu Shu, the intelligence director, looked at each other and his boss and asked quickly. Don't be nervous. I know the 3 of them from the entry and exit records and surveillance videos. As for why I targeted Dr. Yi Hong, analysis, when the amount of information is enough, there are no secrets in this world. What do you think? Tang Qing started again. Faced with Tang Qing's reason, everyone could only accept it, and, at the same time, they raised the strength of this organization to another level. After discussion and request for instructions, they can only take the risk once. Are you 90% sure? Yes, the remaining 10% is still held back by you guys. The big bosses are full of black lines. Are our elites holding you back? You really dare to say it. What about the fee? This time, the fee is based on the number of people. In line with the principle of equality for everyone, regardless of gender, age, or child, the price is 5 million yuan per person. The total price for these 6 people is 30 million yuan. Tang Qing sure opened his mouth. After all, it was used to save those children. Even if he shouted too much, the other party would not say anything more. Sure enough, what if it fails? 30 million yuan is still acceptable, but it's not lost. We will not fail. Tang Qing said firmly. Okay, when will you take action? The bosses stopped talking nonsense and had urgent matters to do. This is a secret. Only after the mission is completed can you know our action plan. Also, please try to reduce the number of such missions in the future. We can help complete the transfer and acquisition of information, but the consequences of picking up people too many times will be unpredictable. In order not to get himself into a trap, Tang Qing could only set such a rule. There was no other way this time. Yi Hongfang couldn't ignore it. Okay, we will pay attention and wait for your good news. Well, goodbye. Both parties ended the call. Can they complete it? People with such strong skills must have rigorous logic and will not take meaningless risks. The probability is very high. Old he, you really know how to comfort yourself. What else can you do? Imitate Xiaowu's bitter face. Yes, Xiaowu, this has nothing to do with you. It's because the other party is too cunning. Wushu's face was full of helplessness. Who calls himself a junior official? He can only be teased by the big guys. Command room. Tang Yi, immediately make a plan to bring Yi Hong's family safely back to China. Are there enough Asian-faced soldiers in the United States? In order to avoid the misunderstanding that they are foreign forces, they really have to use Asian-faced soldiers. Commander, there are 3 who can be mobilized at any time. Tang Yi replied without hesitation. Is it enough? Tang Qing asked with a frown. Coming back to the commander-in-chief, we have enough main operations personnel. The auxiliary personnel will have Western-looking soldiers to cooperate and secretly provide support. We don't need to fight with people. We just send people to the plane. Tang, he said. Tang Qing nodded. If it can be done, it will be done. Otherwise, it can only be transferred from Europe. Well, hurry up and make a plan to send them back as soon as possible. Remember, the first goal is to ensure the safety of their whole family, and the second is to send them back. No one is missing, Tang Qing warned. He knew the soldier's style very well. Yi Hong was the primary target. In a logical judgment of the soldiers, when encountering danger, they are likely to choose the core goal of completing the mission. The lives of other people will be ignored in the weight judgment. Yes, Commander. Then, under Tang Yi's order, a plan was quickly formulated. Tang Qing looked at it and saw that there was nothing wrong with it, so he ordered it to be implemented. P.S. Maybe there's another chapter. Give it a try with your mouse. USA. California. Under Tang Qing's order, 3 soldiers with Asian faces flew over from all over the United States. They did not gather together. Instead, they drove around the city in their cars, modeled the city, and calculated the best evacuation path and mop-up plan. Although the command room had models of major cities in the United States, the mission was imminent and had to be calibrated again. At the same time, auxiliary personnel have also made preparations to ensure safety along the evacuation route and handle emergencies. Within an hour, the modeling was completed and the detailed plan was released. The soldiers rushed to Yi Hong's residence and made their own preparations. They would start again at night. After all, there were too many witnesses during the day, and the cleanup work would be very troublesome. And according to the surveillance network, not only was one of the 3 people from China being targeted, Yi Hong's residence was also monitored in real time by the FBI, and even his home was monitored in real time. Fortunately, it was only remotely monitored, and no one was sent to keep an eye on him. There were too many places where he could do anything. There is video surveillance outside the house and a listening device inside. It's all the same, and it's the usual modus operandi of the U.S. intelligence agencies. It's a little tricky, but it's the little things. Xiaohe is also a success, and Xiaohe is a failure, since there are no FBI people nearby. These data are transmitted through the internet and arrive at the FBI's data analysis hall. The messages collected by each eavesdropper are aggregated to a nearby receiving device and then enter the internet for forwarding. When sorting out the surveillance, the analysts incidentally found the data stream of the eavesdropper. This made Tang Qing sigh at the power of current spy equipment. In a house not far from Yi Hong's house that has been uninhabited all year round. Second floor location. A pair of eyes stared closely at Yi Hong's residence through the sparse curtains. Wu Kai, 26 years old, is a member of the 3rd Division of the Overseas Operations Bureau. He came to the United States not specifically for Yi Hong, but to lurk as a secret chess player, waiting for various tasks from his superiors. Not long after arriving in the United States, he carried out 4 missions, succeeding 3 times and failing once. This ratio is already very high. After all, the American Intelligence Department is not a vegetarian. 4 days ago, he received this escort mission and lurked nearby. He only waited for an order from the country, and he and a few colleagues carried out the plan according to the plan. However, he was just an operator, and he was not the one who had been in contact with Yi Hong. Originally, she thought she would take action in the next 2 days, but she suddenly received an order from her superiors to cancel the action and instead pay close attention. No matter what she saw or what happened, just report it immediately. Wu Kai thought that something must have happened, but he was not qualified to know. We can only keep an eye on Yi Hong's residence. 12 o'clock in the evening. Inside Yi Hong's house. Although it was very late at this time, he couldn't sleep at all. He thought that the country would start taking action in the next 2 days to bring him and his family back to the country. However, he suddenly received news this morning that another group of people would be sent to pick him up. However, the time was uncertain, so they should be prepared at any time. This time he was anxious to return home because he had mastered some powerful virus or a magic medicine to cure some malignant diseases. If that were the case, people from the FBI would definitely be watching around him at all times, and they would not allow him to live here. Instead, a private laboratory came to his door and asked him to join a biological research project. At the same time, for the sake of confidentiality and convenience, his family would move elsewhere to restrict their freedom. It was nothing at first. The most important thing was that he had heard about this laboratory. This laboratory had been undertaking scientific research projects for the United States, military and government. As an insider, of course he had heard some rumors. That is, he might not be able to get out of the hospital for the rest of his life. For Americans, this kind of plan would basically not restrict freedom, because there is no need to betray, but it is different for foreigners. Even if Yi Hong's family, old and young, were not here, he would not be eligible to receive the invitation. Of course, he didn't agree in his heart. He just excused himself and said that he would give himself a week to think it over. The other party's attitude was very indifferent, as if he was convinced. Yi Hong knew that even if he didn't agree, they would let him agree. So he quickly contacted his contact person. He had delivered this information and intelligence to the country many times before, all for free. This was why he continued to stay, but now he no longer wanted to stay in this country. It is foreseeable that in the future, in addition to creating value for the United States, he wants to bring research results back home. Haha, he knows that this is a dream. The FBI, laboratory boss, and the American military and government are monitoring him. He is not a professional spy, and there is no way he can continue to deliver information and news to the country. That being the case, what are you still doing here? It's just that he doesn't have much hope for reporting on this evacuation, but it's still a hope. Since the people of the country have agreed, he must be somewhat sure. And the only thing he could think of was to smuggle across the border, and also by sea or plane. Don't even think about it. Thinking that the next period of time is likely to be spent running around or in a container, it is inevitable to feel a little disappointed. Yi Hong drank coffee one sip after another. That's when, ding dong, a computer prompt sounded, and the screensaver turned into a black screen. Yi Hong took a closer look. I saw a sentence popping up on the computer in front of me. Hello, Mr. Yi Hong. It was still written in Chinese. Yi Hong Jing sat up. It was late at night, and in the stillness of the night, a sentence suddenly appeared on the computer. 9 out of 10 people would be afraid, especially him. He grew up in the countryside of Nian. Although he is now a doctor, he still has some doubts about the theory of ghosts and gods. Mr. Yi Hong, please pick up the headset next to you. Another sentence replaced the previous words. Yi Hong suppressed the panic in his heart and hesitated a little, but slowly picked up the headset on the table in front of him. Put it on. Hello, Mr. Yi Hong. A male voice came through the headset. Who are you? Yi Hong frowned and whispered softly. This person must be a master of computer hacking, so he first ruled out people from China. After all, he had not returned to China for many years. To be honest, the development of the internet in China was still in the primitive stage. Don't be nervous. I am sent by the country to help you return home. You can speak in a normal voice. We have solved the surveillance and eavesdropping devices in your residence. Yi Hong sneered. Who do you think is pretending this? It's a famous FBI. If you say it's done, it's done. Do you think I believe it or not? I don't understand what you said. Yi Hong still didn't believe it, so he didn't dare to answer the question randomly. Mr. Yi Hong, I know your concerns, and I can't convince you through this call. However, our people have arrived at your house. Just follow them later. He will explain it to you in detail. You're already here? Where are you? Yi Hong said in surprise. Behind you. Behind you? Yi Hong murmured, 3 words that are not difficult to understand, but wait. The next moment, a creepy feeling spread throughout Yi Hong's body, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Under the light, his shadow was reflected on the wall, and he suddenly noticed that a black figure appeared behind his shadow on the left. Yi Hong suddenly had the urge to call his mother, but it was suppressed by reason. It was so late at night. How could it be so scary? A person came up behind him silently. With fear in his heart, Yi Hong slowly turned around and saw a Chinese-faced man standing behind him. His eyes were resolute and upright, but his face was expressionless. Yi Hong quickly put down his headphones and leaned back against the computer desk. His calves were trembling slightly. A stranger appeared in his study like a ghost. How could it not be scary? He looked at the open window out of the corner of his eye and thought he had climbed in through the window. Who are you? Yi Hong said in a deep voice. The person who is picking you up, Mr. Yi. Please pack your things as soon as possible and follow us. The person said, Are you from the country? Yi Hong was still doubtful. Yes, we have prepared everything, but time is running out. I know you may be suspicious of me, but please believe in the country. At this time, an unsolvable chain of suspicion emerged, and the soldier could only use the word country. Obviously, the effect was very good, and Yi Hong was shaken. The word country. To Yi Hong, they are 2 sacred words. No matter how far away he is, he knows that he is a descendant of the dragon and a son and daughter of China. Where's the person who contacted me last time? Yi Hong asked. You're talking about the person named Qinghu, right? He is just an intelligence officer, not a member of the mission. We also have a division of labor. The soldier explained. I believe you. I'll tell my family to get ready right away. Yi Hong stared at the other party, added the word country and his own intuition, and he believed it. Please hurry up. I'll give you 20 minutes to bring the necessary items. Okay. Saying goodbye, Yi Hong quickly woke up his family. Come to parents' room. Dong dong dong. Dad, Ma. Now that the eavesdropping device was taken care of, Yi Hong stopped talking in a low voice. He had communicated some important things in handwriting with his family in the past few days. Easy, what's wrong? His mother's voice came from inside. Mom, open the door quickly. Yi Hong said quickly. Thin footsteps sounded click. The door was opened. His tired mother asked, What's wrong? The country has sent people to take us back and clean up quickly. Yi Hong said. What? Really? Fu Qin, the mother, said in surprise, her sleepiness disappearing instantly. Well, pack up quickly. Just bring 1 set of clothes. We'll leave right away. But there's surveillance around. They said it's done. Do you believe it? Fu Qin was a little worried. I believe it. At this time, Yi Hong has no way out. He can't show hesitation in front of his family. Besides, the other party has already found his doorstep, so he has no choice. It's a matter of life or death. Okay, I believe you. Old man, clean up quickly. Fu Qin believed in his son. After saying that, Yi Hong hurried to the room of his wife and children and called them up. The family was busy packing their things. Wu Kai, who was in the room on the 2nd floor in the distance, saw the lights in Yi Hong's rooms turned on, and his sleepiness immediately disappeared. I remember my boss's instructions. He quickly made a phone call. Boss, something happened. Yi Hong and the others got up in the middle of the night. What? Let me ask. Half a minute later, after receiving the affirmative reply that Tang Qing's people had taken action, Wu Kai's boss also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just his own people, but he didn't know why their people had to be replaced. However, his domestic bosses did not explain. Obviously, he didn't have the right to know. It's okay. You continue to keep an eye on the people around you. They're your own people. But aren't they afraid of surveillance? I heard that network experts were invited this time. I don't know anything else, but be careful. You still have to watch carefully. At least there won't be any problems at this point. No problem. 20 minutes later, Yi Hong's family packed up. Taking Yi Hong's family to his garage, the soldier got into the driver's seat amid doubts. Aren't you going to drive my car? Where's your car? Yi Hong asked. Just drive your car. Here, my car has a tracker. Yi Hong almost wanted to curse. Even if you come alone, you still have to drive my car. It's been taken off. Get in the car. I'll drive. In the evening, the soldiers sneaked into the garage. In order to facilitate the family's travel, Yi Hong bought a 7-seater Volkswagen commercial vehicle. It was just right for them to sit down, so there was no need to prepare additional vehicles. Okay, let's go up quickly. What else could Yi Hong say? Yi Hong's family got in the car. The car started slowly and drove out of the parking garage, and the door of the parking garage slowly closed. The car drove quickly towards San Francisco. It was late at night, and there were no flights to New York. They planned to go to San Francisco first, then transfer to New York, then transfer to Singapore, and finally return to China. They had no choice but to go direct, but considering the time connection, there was no such flight. The car was driving fast on the road. Yi Hong knew that it was heading to San Francisco and felt a little uneasy. Their status meant that they couldn't fly, and they couldn't even buy a plane ticket. Is it possible to board the ship from there? Well, it should be. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there were not many cars on the road, but it was not none. It was late at night, and there was no need to worry about encountering the police. Soon, everyone in the car slowly fell asleep. Only Yi Hong was in high spirits. He was sitting in the passenger seat and looking at the silent person next to him. The atmosphere was a little strange for a moment. Brother, where are you from? Yi Hong broke the silence. Sorry, this is confidential. Where are we going? Yi Hong originally wanted to ask where to get on the ship. Airport. What me? We can't take the plane. Yi Hong's face changed suddenly, and he gritted his teeth. He was really furious. Taking a plane? Wasn't this a joke? Don't worry. We will know, of course. Hearing this. Yi Hong took a deep breath and stopped talking. He chose to trust the Chinese man next to him who didn't talk much. 3 hours later, the car arrived at the San Francisco airport. Although it was early in the morning, there was no shortage of passengers here. Outside the airport, Yi Hong looked at the ticket in his hand and couldn't believe it. He could actually buy the ticket without the airport police coming out to warn and detain him. After carefully passing through the security check and looking at the plane outside the departure hall, Yi Hong and others still couldn't believe it. Just past it? This made Yi Hong feel how fully prepared the country was this time. Could it be someone who bribed the airport? Looking at the calm and shameless soldier beside him, Yi Hong was convinced of this guess. 5:30 in the morning. Gastrodia is bright, standing at the security gate at New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport. It wasn't until he got the ticket that he fully believed the soldier's identity. Mr. Yi, we can only separate here. Someone will come to pick you up in Singapore. The soldier said goodbye. Aren't you going back? Yi Hong was still a little reluctant to leave. Although the contact time was short, he felt full of security. I still have a mission. Please be careful along the way. You will be safe when you arrive in Singapore. The soldier said. The escort mission ends in the country, and Tang Qing's people will naturally escort him all the way. Thank you. You have to be careful. You are all heroes. Yi Hong admired him sincerely when he thought that this person whose name he did not know continued to perform various dangerous tasks for the country. Although I only saw the person in front of me this time, there were definitely many people working hard behind the scenes. Goodbye. He said goodbye to Yi Hong's other family members again. Yi Hong and others turned around and went to the security check. Passed the security check. Got on the plane. Yi Hong finally felt relieved, and at the same time lamented that his country was so powerful that he could send them out blatantly. Watching Yi Hong's plane take off, the soldier then turned and left. Then we have to deal with the finishing touches to prevent the FBI and other agencies from finding out something and calling the plane back, which would be really disgusting. P.S. The plan was wonderful, but reality beat me up. I wanted to write a chapter last night, but I kept writing. I'm so tired. Since Yi Hong couldn't go to work the next day, he would definitely be discovered and reported. The agents can arrive in 10 minutes at most. Although this city is not a big city, it has many scientific research institutions and laboratories. It is a key area monitored by the U.S. intelligence agency. 10 minutes may be considered slow. As expected, the news of Yi Hong's disappearance will spread not long after dawn. Even if the vehicle and airport surveillance are erased, the person's memory cannot be deleted. Therefore, the command room will not completely erase Yi Hong's traces, but will use misdirection. The command room is preparing to turn Yi Hong's family's departure from the country into a great escape across the United States. That's right, it's the Great Escape. By modifying the content of the surveillance video, the same empty car is allowed to run around the United States, causing some troubles. Occasionally, Yi Hong's family appears in the video, diverting the FBI's attention elsewhere, and even fakes some smuggling videos to Canada. Until half a month later. Even if those people at the airport were interrogated, they would not be able to recall any information about Yi Hong's family. This marks the complete end of the mission. Therefore, Tang Qing is very reluctant to take on this kind of task. The cleanup work is too difficult and tedious, especially if it happens too many times. The risk of leakage will be great. Even if the intelligence personnel in the country discover something, then it will really be So this kind of task is a mess. If it's okay to pass on information, he can have no scruples, but there are too many living people, which is really unlucky. At the same time, the country is also waiting anxiously. After learning that Tang Qing's people had started taking action, they never left the computer and kept sending messages to ask, but the reply was always, "The mission is in progress." A group of people who watched it went to the toilet many times in a hurry. After staring for most of the day, everyone felt a little sleepy, but no one went back to rest. Yi Hong had delivered a lot of extremely useful information and experimental data to the country over the years, and he had done a lot of credit. Plus, there were 6 people, so they couldn't help but be careless. The most important thing is that Yi Hong still has value that he has not discovered himself. A key domestic biochemical research project is stuck. This is a link of a very large plan, and Yi Hong is an expert in this field. Although Yi Hong will not conquer it immediately, it is a huge help. Otherwise, people from so many departments would not be able to sleep together and gather here. The atmosphere was depressing, just when everyone was waiting anxiously. Ding dong. A message came over. They quickly stepped forward to take a look. Ching Hu, a member of your team in California, has been suspected and monitored by the FBI. There are 2 people watching in a Volkswagen on the roadside outside the residence at the front entrance. Please evacuate him from the United States as soon as possible. After reading this news, everyone here was nervous and did not panic. Another one was discovered. They have become accustomed to this kind of thing. Many people who have performed several missions will be sent back to their country or to other countries. The intelligence agencies of various countries judge people based on the principle of presumption of guilt. Everyone is a target of suspicion, and suspicion does not arise until evidence is discovered. As long as any abnormal behavior is discovered, they will immediately become the target of reporting. Lu Xun just carried out several missions there. Maybe he was suspected somewhere, but he didn't know how much information the other party had, whether he wanted to investigate or fish. But no matter what, the exposed person cannot stay there any longer. Thanks for the reminder. We will arrange it as soon as possible. Where are Dr. Ye's family? Asked the typist with 23 cents on his shoulder. Their family has already boarded the plane. As for which flight it is and where it is going, I'm sorry. It needs to be kept secret. Only if we are sure that they have arrived at an absolutely safe place can you know the details and location of the mission. Now that there is an explanation, there is an extra risk, and Tang Qing will not take this risk without objection. How long will it take before we know? 24 hours from now, you will know the details of this mission and the location of Dr. Yi. 24 hours later, Yi Hong's family should have arrived in Singapore, and by then there will be nothing to fear. 24 hours? It's not unacceptable. At least it's better than knowing nothing just now. Okay, just 24 hours. We are waiting for your good news. Well, please pay attention to the confidentiality of this operation. If the mission fails due to your improper behavior, we will not be responsible. We will pay attention. Goodbye. End communication. The big bosses naturally know what you mean by inappropriate behavior, but those who could be here cannot have any problems, but it needs to be reiterated. Director Chun, tell Qinghu to withdraw immediately. Yes. Everyone, please strictly abide by the confidentiality regulations. United States. Now that Yi Hong's family is gone, the people deployed there will naturally have to evacuate and either return home or go to other places to wait and lurk. It is very dangerous, but for the sake of the national interest, they are willing to do so and have no regard for life or death. After receiving the message from his boss and knowing that he had been discovered, Lu Xun quickly got up and picked up his things. Open the window. Lu Xun jumped down and landed lightly. Fortunately, it's on the second floor. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to jump. Seeing that there was nothing unusual around him, he hurriedly evacuated according to the original route. Several other operational team members also immediately began to move. This was also the reason why it was difficult for intelligence personnel. Just like a foreigner appearing in a domestic crowd, he was as conspicuous as a light bulb. It was very difficult to hide. At this moment, something even Tang Qing didn't expect happened. When Lu Xun turned the corner and passed through an alley, the scene in front of him made Lu Xun a little dumbfounded. Crack! The sound of dense bullets being loaded sounded. Lu Xun wanted to curse God when he saw it. What's more, I actually ran into two groups of people who looked like they were doing illegal business. There were 6 very old cars, and at least 20 people pointing guns at him, some black and some white. If he hadn't had a strong psychological quality, he would have been killed immediately. Who are you? Asked a big black man with earrings and a nose ring. After inspecting goods, just now, a guy suddenly rushed out. Not only was Lu Xun frightened, but they were also frightened to the point of peeing. If the police came, they would just wait to pick up the soap. When they saw that it was one person, a Chinese, both groups breathed a sigh of relief, but they did not dare to be careless. It is not that there are no Chinese police in the United States. I'm passing by, let's go. Lu Xun raised his hands to show that there was nothing in them. Let's go. You've seen something you shouldn't have seen, and you still want to leave. The big black man said with a ferocious expression. Whether it was for face or safety, Lu Xun should not leave today. The monitoring scope of the command room is only the areas where there is monitoring. Although the surveillance coverage in the United States is very wide, this is only in 2005, and it is still an area in the building, not a traffic road. Naturally, it will not be so luxurious to monitor, because once installed in many corners, it will be quickly destroyed by people and become a place where darkness breeds. In the end, it will be ignored. Monitoring is only installed in public areas and non-public areas with a large flow of people. This also resulted in the danger here not being discovered by the command room. Lu Xun's expression suddenly changed after hearing this. Although he has a gun on him, he is no match for more than 20 guns. It was too late to run. He didn't want to die either. After so many years of training by the country, he is proficient in 3 foreign languages, graduated from a regular military academy, and earns only 21 cents when he goes back. He is here for no reason, just to escape, which will definitely make his teacher angry to death. I'll pay the ransom. Lu Xun could only use the last option. The money was not really taken, but to delay the time and wait for the rescue of his companions. This was written in the manual, but he didn't expect that he would use it today. Oh, how much? Hearing that there was money, the big black man lowered his gun slightly and became interested. In the United States, money comes first. If you have money, it will be easier. Make a price. Lu Xun said quickly. The big black man put down his gun and winked at his men. Then 2 big men immediately stepped forward and grabbed him with his backhand. Firearms and some miscellaneous items were found. Looking at the firearms, no one was surprised. The United States does not prohibit guns. What's so strange about having guns? Look at the passport. Not immigrants or native Chinese. The big black Thomas frowned slightly. He is not an idiot. Only a foreigner who comes here with a gun and says he is a tourist will believe it. There was already some speculation in his mind. Do you want to offend a country just for some money? This is obviously unwise. Thomas, what's wrong? The person who was trading with him came up and asked. He was a Westerner. Thomas folded Lu Xun's passport. How about leaving this person to me? Thomas asked. He already had the answer in his heart. What do you want him to do? Want to keep all the money? The Westerner sneered. No, it's about the FBI. Thomas leaned over and whispered. The man's expression suddenly changed. FBI? The term has a powerful influence in the United States. There was no time to think about the details. He didn't want to know anything else, lest he be silenced. He didn't know that Thomas had the courage to take over, but he didn't. "I'm leaving first." After saying that, the Westerner quickly evacuated with his men. Only 3 cars remained at this time. "I saw 3 cars driving away." Thomas sneered. "Stupid human." Turning to look at Lu Xun, Thomas stepped forward and patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, let's talk about the price in another place." Lu Xun was not stupid and knew that Thomas seemed to have guessed something. "But don't wear it either." Want to resist. But looking at the number of people around him, he gave up the idea for the time being. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. Several big black men were holding his hands quietly. They also had guns. Even if he was a soldier with excellent physique, it would be useless if he couldn't use his strength. Movies are always movies. Fight back. Hee hee. P.S. There are 2 more chapters today, which are just supplementary. Lu Xun was then forced into one of the cars with his hands tied. There were a total of 3 cars brought by Thomas. Lu Xun was put into the middle one, and Thomas sat in the front one. Just as Thomas left the alley, 2 men in civilian clothes also rushed out. Seeing that they found nothing, they called to report, turned around, and left, leaving behind an angry FUCK. Out of the alley, Thomas hesitated before making a call. "Thomas, what's the matter?" A man's voice with an impatient tone came from the phone. As the deputy chief of the Ploy City Police Department, John Roberts was yelled at by a phone above before he got up. When he learned that a Chinese doctor and his family were missing, John Roberts just wanted to scold him. A Chinese doctor, even a professor, has nothing to do with the police. If he is lost, that is your FBI's business. Why do you let me run around? In the movie, the FBI are so awesome. You are everywhere, making it seem like the American police are useless. In reality, you're always bossing them around. Although there are 10,000 curses in his heart, he has to get up and go to work. It turns out that although it's not yet time for Yi Hong to go to work, he can't handle emergencies. One of Yi Hong's subordinates, who was working overtime, needed to use a piece of equipment urgently in the laboratory. So he called Yi Hong and asked for the key to the advanced equipment room of the laboratory. He could have waited for Yi Hong to go to work or ask someone else to get it. But as a Chinese, it didn't matter. Although he was Yi Hong's subordinate, he didn't take it seriously at all. It's simple. Yi Hong is a foreigner. In the short term, Yi Hong is very good, and his experience and knowledge in all aspects are better than him. But this has a ceiling, an artificial ceiling. All the most sophisticated laboratories and projects are basically qualified for Westerners to join. Now this research center is just a springboard. It will not be long before his status surpasses Yi Hong. This is also a common situation here. The people who work hard are people from other countries. They seem to have high wages, but there is no place for him at the core level. So Yi Hong's phone couldn't be reached, so he found Yi Hong's home phone number from the duty room, but he still couldn't get through. Finally, his mind suddenly became active, and he felt something was wrong. So he directly notified the security department of the research center. So I called my nearby colleagues to come and take a look, but by this time the building was already empty. This incident was reported immediately, alerting the FBI. Then, John Roberts, deputy chief of police in Ploy City, was arrested, and he received a call from Thomas as soon as he left the house. Very angry, Thomas was considered one of his informants. At this juncture, any illegal transactions were unimportant. "Dear Roberts, I have a gift here. Do you want it?" Thomas also thought that Roberts was angry because he got up. "What gift? What important deal? Don't bother me with this kind of thing now. I have urgent matters to attend to," John Roberts said impatiently. Thomas was angry when he saw the deputy director's bad tone. Everyone wanted to be respected, so he stopped beating around the bush and said, "Director Roberts, I have a foreigner here with a gun." "What? Foreigner? What foreigner?" The alert Roberts asked hurriedly, almost slamming on the accelerator. "A Chinese," Thomas said. "Chinese. Great, even though it's just one person, but who cares, just going out with a gun is enough. At least it could be regarded as some merit." "Okay, where are you? I'll pick you up," Roberts said excitedly. Thomas didn't know what excited Roberts, and he hadn't yet expressed his suspicions. "I'll wait for you at the same place. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Thomas said. As for the exchange conditions, we can discuss them later. The two have been working together for several years, so they have built up trust. Okay, I'll come right away. Keep an eye on him. If he disappears, you'll be in trouble, Roberts warned at the end. Okay, no one can run away. Hang up the phone. Thomas kept thinking about this harvest, and the more he thought about it, the happier he became. As for losing people, how is that possible? John Roberts made a sharp turn and drove toward the trading location amidst a chorus of abuse. At this time, Lu Xun in the car behind was also preparing for the worst, that he would be betrayed by Tonus. I'm so pissed off today. Lu Xun's face was full of wry smile and helplessness. Other side, Yihang's residence has been surrounded by a group of FBI agents and police officers. They have set up a cordon, took pictures, and checked surveillance equipment. Naturally, nothing useful was found in the end. No clues were found in Yihang's family's computers, mobile phones, and faxes. All the equipment was intact, and there was no trace of disassembly. And a family of 6 people just disappeared. The group of people on duty in the surveillance hall of the FBI San Francisco branch were scolded miserably. It was late at night, there was such a big movement, people left, and cars drove away. There was no problem with the video. Those people must have dozed off. Needless to say, don't even think about this year's bonus. Everyone watching the monitoring and surveillance is helpless. Did you really take a nap at night and relax? Well, I can only pay attention next time. When a person is staring at more than a dozen screens, it is inevitable that the other person will escape if he is not careful. Although the probability is small, it does not happen, and it happens 5 or 6 times a year. After scolding, naturally, we have to start investigating and monitoring. Branch Chief Miller stood behind a group of busy technicians, staring closely at the surveillance camera. Less than 10 minutes. The good news came. Director Miller, we have already found the Yihang family. According to the surveillance, they appeared near a gas station in Kolpat town 15 minutes ago. They also changed into a commercial vehicle. The Yihang family got out of the car to get some air and left 2 minutes later. Now on the road to Sacramento City, there is another person driving the car. His identity cannot be identified. The license plate number is registered as a vehicle that disappeared 3 months ago. Constantly fast-forwarding to the surveillance of the surrounding arterial roads. Good luck. They were looking for it in a few seconds. Everyone was also extremely excited. Like a cat catching a mouse. I also despised Yihang for being stupid. He even got out of the car to blow off the air while being monitored while escaping. How stupid did he have to be to do such a stupid thing? Couldn't such a big camera not see it? Director Miller quickly ordered. Asked the nearby police to intercept them immediately and keep an eye on the surveillance to catch them. He had already determined that someone must want to send Yihang's family away. As for who it was, there was no need to guess. And it looks like the route is to Canada. That's a pretty idea. Miller felt that his country's surveillance network was so easy to use, and he felt a sense of pride. Yes, Chief. The technician was ordered to continue tracking and notify the police over there to intercept and set up the card. This time, Miller's assistant jogged over. Chief, I just received news from Deputy Chief Roberts of the Ploy City Police Department saying that a Chinese man with a gun was found. We checked and found that that person was still the target of our surveillance. It's just strange why he didn't leave last night. Tell them to take them to the Ploy City Police Station and let Agent Clark on the scene interrogate them. We will assist remotely. Miller felt that things went well today. Yes, the assistant was ordered to leave. The command room is not omnipotent. Naturally, it does not know these things. It only knows that Yihang's departure was discovered in advance and the reason was found. However, it does not take it seriously. This is part of the plan and does not affect Yihang's safety in terms of time. But when Lu Xun arrived at the police station and got off the bus, the command room saw Lu Xun on the surveillance camera of the police station. Tang Qing was speechless after receiving the news. It was also his fault. He should have informed him earlier. He didn't expect Lu Xun to be caught like this. He had previously ordered that Lu Xun would be given certain conveniences if Lu Xun was discovered during surveillance. But Lu Xun was not a key protection target, so he was not discovered even if he had not reached the surveillance area for an hour. After all, if Lu Xun evacuated from the sewer or took a driving test in a hidden corner, how could he really send someone to look for Lu Xun if he was not seen in the command room. At this time, Tang Qing also had a headache. But since we have encountered it, of course we have to save it. The only question is how to save it. Rush into the Ploy City police station and rob people? Haha, that was a scene from the movie. If the analysts made such a plan, Tang Qing would dare to fall to the ground. If you rush in and rob someone, it's very cool to watch. But there are endless consequences. Such a big thing can be quickly sold by both parties. Well, it would really cause trouble for him. That's all. We are all compatriots. Just help. Tang Qing naturally couldn't sit idly by and ignore it. Tang Yi, find a way to rescue Lu Xun. Be careful to avoid fierce frontal conflicts, and try not to kill anyone. Tang Qing rubbed his temples and said, "Why are we encountering difficult things these days? Shouldn't we cooperate with the country?" No, he didn't regret it. It was very simple. It was the income from the family finding website and the guarantee of the use of funds. In order to have bargaining chips and help more children, this was the right path. Firstly, he found a most awesome backer for the use of the funds. Secondly, it was also an important source of funds. It was not selling out one's own skills, so it was not completely unacceptable. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, Tang Yi began to urgently issue tasks and mobilize personnel. The two auxiliary soldiers who had not yet evacuated during this operation hurried to the police station. Fortunately, it was not far away, otherwise it would have taken quite a while to get there. Ploy City Police Department. The interrogation has not yet begun. Lu Xun was placed in a separate detention room and handcuffed. A total of 4 American police officers were watching inside and outside the door, preparing to hand it over to the FBI. Lu Xun looked gloomy. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of the person he least wanted to meet, and the days to come would be sad. P.S. There is one more chapter. I guess it will be at 12 o'clock. Everyone goes to bed early, and we'll read it tomorrow morning. Thank you for your votes. Thanks. Get orders. Senior Detective Clark and his men drove 2 cars quickly toward the police station. Knowing that the branch had discovered Yi Hong's trace, he no longer worried, but he was confused. The other party ran away, so you caught the trace? Do you really think that the IQ of someone else's doctor is negative? And if this Chinese man had something to do with Yi Hong's escape, why did he leave now? This is definitely not the way of a professional intelligence officer, and he was even caught by the police. This is too much. One is a coincidence, the other is premeditated, and together they are a mess and confusion. Clark's brain was also a little excited. I can only ask later. He is the best at interrogating people. Just when Clark was thinking about how to deal with Lu Xun, his car drove into the middle of an intersection. Just listen to bang sound. His car shook violently and slid sideways, and his head hit the door frame. In one word, it hurt. Then the car shook again. Apparently, the car behind him couldn't brake quickly enough and rear-ended him. This sudden car accident shocked Clark. Looking at the off-road vehicle that crashed into him, Clark was a little lucky that it was not a big truck. Otherwise, at this speed, he might have gone to see God. Damn it. It makes me restless so early in the morning. Clark got out of the car angrily. You get out of the car. Clark took out his gun, came to the off-road vehicle, and pointed at the person who crashed into his car. What did you say? A confused voice came from the car, and a man in his 40s had a face full of drunkenness. Seeing that he was a drunkard, Clark wanted to go up and beat him up, but the situation was urgent, and he couldn't care less. He took out the keys of the off-road vehicle and called the police directly. Let's go. Clark turned around and prepared to get in the car. It was not a serious car accident, but the car door was a little deformed. He didn't want to waste time here. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't get yelled at when asked. This interrogation was not only conducted by them on site, but also remotely with psychology experts and Miller watching. But the drunk man stood up reluctantly, took out the car key, and became angry. He got out of the car and directly blocked Clark's way. He muttered foreign languages and walked in vain. I saw the car was blocked. Clark wanted to shoot him, but this was a street, and it was an area with a lot of traffic. He didn't dare to mess around with a civilian who had no weapons. Damn it. George, take him away and wait for the police here. Let's go to the police station first. Clark made a quick decision. Yes. One of his men immediately got out of the car, took out handcuffs, and cuffed the drunk man directly, and handcuffed his other hand to the sign on the roadside. It was delayed for a few minutes. Clark didn't want to be late. Everyone was waiting there. But before they had gone far, the road was blocked again. Ask carefully. It turned out that the traffic light at the intersection in front was broken, which directly caused many people to have a close encounter without breaking in time. Fortunately, the road section was busy and no driver dared to drive fast, so no one was injured. There has been a lot of scolding before. Watching the traffic lights flashing red and green, Clark felt that it was really not a good time to go out today. Everything bad happened. There was such a traffic jam that his car was stuck in the middle and couldn't move at all for a short time. Get off the car and let's walk. It's not far from the police station. As Clark walked to the police station, the soldiers who arrived at the police station early took action. Lu Xun was locked up in the detention room on the first floor. If he wanted to go in, he had to go through the entire police station office area. There were dozens of people in the office area, but this was easy. It was normal for the police station to have outsiders, and it was not an isolation area. The difficulty was passing through two doors with handles. Time is urgent. Two soldiers with Western faces walked into the police station with their heads held high. Not timid at all. No expression either. Wearing a suit, carrying a briefcase, and wearing sunglasses. The American police officers didn't say anything when they saw him. They looked like they were lawyers, so they didn't care and continued their work. The two stopped outside a door. One of the soldiers' eyes flashed red, and under the control of the waiter, he used a tool to quickly open the door at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Click! The two got in. This is the locker room. This is the only way to take Lu Xun away without causing conflicts. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get through the first door. There are no windows that can be broken in the basement. The rest is easy. For the soldiers, the mechanical lock on the cabinet inside could be opened as quickly as opening it with a key. I quickly found two suitable police uniforms and put them on. 1 minute. The dressing room door was opened. Two upright and awe-inspiring American police officers just appeared, wearing sunglasses. Extremely cold. It's a bit like the Terminator, but not as impressive. The Terminator can block bullets, and even with one shot, the warriors' bodies are no better than those of ordinary humans. They just have strong self-regulation and sustainability repair capabilities. When they arrive at the first door, a middle-aged, chubby black policeman looked at the two people up and down and said with a smile, "Man, that's cool. Are you new? Well, we want to go in and interrogate someone." A soldier said coldly, "Ooh, you'll find out later." Okay, this is a detention center, not a prison. Internal interrogation of a person does not require any paper procedures. Besides, there is no registration here. There are dedicated people inside. The iron door was opened. The two soldiers walked in one after the other. Come to the first negative floor. The layout here is all in the City Bureau database, so there is no need to check the terrain. At the door on the first floor, the two black and white people responsible for registration looked at the two soldiers. "Hey, new guy, why are you so serious? Let's have a drink together tonight," the big black policeman who likes to joke said with a smile. But before the water came out of the cup, he saw a figure flash in front of him. A pain came to his head, and the big black man fainted. Another one also followed suit. One per person. It was all solved in an instant. The soldiers helped the two black and white policemen lie down on the table, pretending to be sleeping. The two soldiers do not need to communicate. They only need to follow the action plan passed from the command room. Turn the corner. This is a long corridor with detention rooms on both sides. The iron door is closed. There are many people inside, and it is a bit noisy. "Hi, hello, new here. This is friendly and flattering. Would you like to come in and play? This is perverted. Let me out, you bastards, F-U-C-K. This is a failure to understand the situation. When I get out, I'll beat you to death, aha. This is a lunatic. Coward." Most of the people detained here are restless masters. Detention is a common occurrence. They just treat them as returning home. They gradually become familiar with the doorways here, and each of them becomes a little bit more arrogant. The soldier didn't care, and he didn't even have the slightest interest in the emotions. In the eyes of the soldier, These people were no different from cats and dogs on the roadside. Quickly walked towards the place where Lu Xun was imprisoned. This is the corner at the end of the corridor. It is considered a relatively good detention room. There are 5 of them. You don't need to look for them. You can tell where Lu Xun is being held just by looking at them. The door is closed. There were 2 policemen outside, guarding the surroundings. The 2 American policemen felt that there was no danger here, so they didn't care too much and just smoked small cigarettes and chatted. Seeing the 2 soldiers, neither had any reaction. One look at the clothes makes him look like one of his own. Is something wrong? A white policeman asked. Let's interrogate the people inside. As he said, the soldiers slowly approached. He's going to order us around, and we have to do it all by ourselves. Hearing this, the white policeman became angry. He heard that the FBI was coming to arrest someone, and they even sent their police to do this. It was simply abominable. "Fuck," another white cop said. "Can we take him away?" "Okay." After saying that, he opened the door of the detention room and saw Lu Xun being roasted on a semicircular iron ring embedded in the wall. Looking at the person coming, Lu Xun was heartbroken. Was he finally here? After explaining the reason, there was no doubt about it. A white policeman inside unlocked the handcuffs holding the ring on Lu Xun. He stood up Lu Xun. "Here." As soon as one person finished speaking, the 2 soldiers took action directly. The 2 white policemen at the door were knocked unconscious instantly. The other 2 people saw that something was wrong and were about to shout for help, but a fist flew and they both fainted. The whole process did not take more than a second. Lu Xun looked at the 4 American police officers who fell to the ground. A little dizzy. "What's going on? Into the wolf's den again? Who are you?" Lu Xun said coldly in English. "Whoever solves your troubles, get out of here quickly." A soldier said, "Where are you taking me?" How could Lu Xun believe it? "A safe place, Mr. Lu. Please cooperate." "Do you know my name?" "Who are you?" Lu Xun's face turned cold when he heard his real name. This name was only used in China. It was not this name on the confiscated passport. His first feeling was that someone had betrayed him. "We have received the mission to rescue you and send you back to the country. Stop talking so much nonsense. Otherwise, you could just wait for the FBI's various methods." A soldier said coldly. "Task? Return home?" Lu Xun noticed these 2 words. Do you want to believe it? He was full of tangles in his heart, but he was not his mother-in-law's person. "I'll go with you." Lu Xun had to agree. Now he has no choice. At least there was still some hope of running out. Anyway, there was no difference between a wolf's den and a tiger's mouth. What he was afraid of was that this person was from the CIA. But if it was the CIA, it would not play like this at all. It is such a big game, and it is completely possible to directly ask for people. They are all brother agencies, so it is not difficult. Then the 2 soldiers took Lu Xun out, and there was another burst of noisy curses. "Come to the door." Lu Xun looked at the 2 policemen in charge of registration who were asleep with a serious expression on his face. "Smooth ride. Come outside the police station." Got into a prepared car. No one noticed anything unusual. Also, only the deputy director or above knew Lu Xun's information, and they would not think that something had happened. According to the rules, it was impossible for the other party to come up and snatch him. However, they never expected that there would be such an unruly person as a soldier. Got in the car. Breathed the air of freedom. Lu Xun's face was full of doubts. "Where are you going?" "A safe place." There was no words all the way. When he came to a corner of a building not far from the police station, he took a package and box from a passerby and threw the package directly to Lu Xun. This is one of the 3 Asian-faced warriors. One is a logistical support, one is performing tasks, and one is diverting attention. Looking at the face of that compatriot, Lu Xun felt a little complicated and couldn't figure out the situation. After people leave, Lu Xun opened it and saw that it was a passport, but it was not his, but the name of another person, but the photo was a little different from his, and the nationality was still an island citizen. He looked at the 2 people in front of him in confusion. "We sent you here. This is the hairstyle and beard you should have, the clothes and the suitcase you should have. I know you can speak Japanese. Find a way to leave this city on your own and return home quickly. If you are caught again, it has nothing to do with me, and we will not rescue you again." Do you understand? Understood. Lu Xun nodded mechanically and got out of the car. Watch the car drive away. There are also various props in hand, wigs and beards. Lu Xun always felt so unreal. Could it be that he was still in detention and dreaming? Pinch it. Pain. Not a dream. No one can answer all the doubts in his heart, but it is really important to leave here quickly. He is so well prepared. If he is really caught again, he will not have the shame to return to his country. Change your clothes and put on your wig and mustache. Pulling the suitcase. Lu Xun looked like he had just landed here for a trip. Listening to the sirens at the police station getting louder and louder, Lu Xun felt that today was really exciting and wanted to sing a song. P.S. I'm half an hour late and have been waiting for a long time. The overseas plot is a bit difficult to control, and I don't dare to be too messy to avoid crossing the line. Please give me a ticket, by the way. The place where Lu Xun got off the car was not far from the police station, just over a kilometer. Soon, seeing the police cars driving one after another out of the city, towards the direction of the car he got off just now, Lu Xun could only wish them good luck. The sun is rising. Walking on the roadside, looking at the Western world that I'm tired of seeing. Lu Xun really wanted to sing, but his reason and experience told him that anyone who dared to quibble at this juncture would have grass growing on their graves. After the disguise, he did not wear a hat to cover up, but blatantly walked on the street with his suitcase. Instead of stopping to look at the passing police cars, he dared to look at the people immediately. The police ignored him because the surveillance showed that the car that robbed Lu Xun had been driving without anyone getting out of him, and Lu Xun's figure could be seen from several traffic surveillance cameras. Although it was not complete, they believed in their own eyes and reality. The perfect one is Lu Xun. No more running. Fantasy about catching Lu Xun today and having a few drinks in the evening. So, in this inexplicable self-confidence, the police in Ploy City became a mess. Just when Lu Xun wanted to play a trick. Ploy City Police Department. Clark was trained like a grandson by his boss Miller. Clark, what happened to you? Such a big man has gone like this. Why didn't you arrive in advance so that they wouldn't run away 5 minutes earlier? Don't tell me that you encountered a car accident or traffic jam on the road. It's better for you to come up with such excuses and go find him quickly. Otherwise, you can wait to go to work in the logistics department. Miller said and hung up the phone. Although the police officers from the Ploy City Police Department did not pay attention to Lu Xun in the United States, the police department and the FBI are not directly affiliated departments. It was not Miller's turn to scold him, so he could only vent his anger on Clark. Clark was wrong too. It's my fault. I didn't want to be late. Who knew this would happen to me? But this can't be said to the angry Miller. Miller is actually not angry that Clark didn't arrive early, but that he was tricked by unknown forces and robbed the person he wanted. In fact, for Miller, the disappearance or escape of a scientist has little to do with them. It is just a routine restriction of entry and exit and surveillance. He is also very reluctant to do such a thing because there is no credit, but there is still hard work for him. Only ghosts are interested. This is incomparable with those who want to cause destruction in the United States. This is where the bulk of funds and bonuses can be spent. Hang up the phone. Clark looked at Deputy Director John Roberts, who had a serious face on the side, but he was sure that deep down in his heart, that fat face was laughing. But it was also the case. Deputy Director Roberts was indeed laughing in his heart. A scientist ran away. He had little to do with the FBI, and even less with the police. They maintained public order, not surveillance. At most, they only assisted the FBI. Even if Lu Xun ran away from him, the two people who kidnapped him looked professional and were probably from other countries. That was the matter of the FBI and CIA. They're not on the same level as the other party at all. The blame can be dumped on these two intelligence agencies, and you have to continue. After all, they are your enemies, and it is definitely your responsibility to ignore them. Therefore, even though a scientist and Lu Xun were sent away, his boss said something indifferent about cooperating with Clark and said nothing else. The two systems have a long history of feud. Who told you that you usually steal the limelight one by one? Although we will try our best every time we cooperate, it does not mean that we are of the same mind and like to see each other make a fool of ourselves. Deputy Director John, let's go. We must catch those guys and teach them a lesson. Clark said viciously. Exactly, Roberts said, clenching his fists as well. Although he wanted to watch the excitement, it was a fact that one of his own had been beaten, and he had to regain his place no matter what. The two left the police station. A cat-and-mouse drama began. I really don't know how frustrated they would be if they didn't get anything done after being busy for more than 10 days. Other side, Lu Xun also quickly notified the country and sought an explanation. Otherwise, he would not dare to use the passport. Use a public phone box to call a number you haven't spoken to in a long time. Hello, this is the West Convenience Store. A polite female voice came over. Hello, I'd like some mixed noodles. Lu Xun said. I'm sorry, we don't have noodles here. We only have tobacco, alcohol, and drinks. I bought a side of mixed noodles without spicy sauce from you last time. You haven't given me the seasoning packet yet. I remember it was $13, which is too expensive. Lu Xun faced the secret code. There are many kinds of secret codes, and the information contained in them is different. Different people only know their own secret codes, because this answer also hides their identity. Please wait a moment. Let me ask for you. Thank you, Lu Xun said, knowing that the code is not finished until now. If you answer a wrong word, you'll have to waste all your efforts and start over, and the number of words and modal particles will also change. Half a minute later, a plain familiar male voice came. Qinghu, what's the matter? Yulong, I was caught by the police in Ploy City just now, and my passport was confiscated. The FBI must have known my previous identity, but just when I was about to be interrogated by the FBI, two Westerners rescued me and gave me a new passport and some money. I don't know if it was arranged by you. Lu Xun asked. This news was like a bomb, blowing up the Yulong on the other side of the phone and almost dropping the phone. What? You were arrested and came out. Tell me the story in detail. That's it. With that, Lu Xun explained in detail what had just happened, including his guesses and the soldiers' methods of action. When he thought of the opponent's strength and courage, Lu Xun gave him a thumbs up. Anyone who dares to go to a police station in the United States to rob someone is a scene that has only been seen in movies. After hearing this, the Yulong on the opposite side was silent for a second and quickly said, according to the general incident handling plan, Qinghu, Ploy City should have been sealed off and martial law now. You should find a place to stay nearby. I will contact the country immediately. Don't go to the airport yet. Lu Xun's leader also knew that something was going wrong. An intelligence officer was rescued by an unknown force. The purpose was unknown. The strength was unknown. The reason was unknown. Everything was a mystery. Yes. After ending the call, Lu Xun found a hotel to stay and touched the $20,000 in cash in his pocket. Lu Xun really felt so rich. In previous actions, the funds for activities were very tight. A few $1,000 would be enough to cover the sky, and he had to spend it on tasks. Spending money was far from as cool as 007. Before, he was almost running out of money, and only a few $100s were confiscated. Now that he had an extra $20,000 in cash, he felt like he was a rich man, but it wasn't like he had never seen the world. In this business, he had already put aside the struggle of life and death, let alone the things outside his body. Bought a mobile phone. Find a luxury hotel. Lu Xun took a bath beautifully. But Lu Xun's boss did not dare to neglect the news and quickly contacted the country. Message received. The big bosses were also confused. Because they had not left the meeting yet because of Yi Hong's matter, they were in the middle of a meeting to discuss such a dramatic scene. He was caught inexplicably and rescued inexplicably. The conference room fell into silence for a while. Everyone thought hard and couldn't think of anyone who would do such a meaningless thing. Deputy Director Hai, tell me what you think. Looking at Deputy Director Hai Tian, who was hesitant to speak, the boss sitting in the first place asked, Chief, I have a guess whether it was someone from that website who did it or not. I don't know whether it was done by someone from that website. Hai Tian said carefully. Oh, tell me. They are all veterans, so naturally they have thought about this possibility, but we still have to give young people a chance. Yes, I think so. First of all, the people who can help us must be from our own camp or neutral. First of all, we can rule out the FBI and CIA. They have no motive. People from other countries can also be ruled out. Finally, I thought of this mission and came up with this guess. Haitian said. The conference room fell into silence again for a while, making Hai Tian feel a little weak. He didn't know if he had said the wrong thing or if he was just guessing. Don't even think about it, just ask. I couldn't think of anything, so I might as well ask. Then the group came to the room again. Hurry up and type to contact us. Hello. Before you knew that we have a person named Lu Zun, may I ask if he is one of your people? He sent an inexplicable and illogical sentence. If so, the other party will definitely understand. 10 seconds later. Everyone was stunned after seeing the news. Sure enough it is. Yes, you can't just sit back and watch if you meet him. Also, call him back as soon as possible. I see that he is still staying in a hotel. Staying there for a long time is very risky. Why are your people? Isn't it strange? Of course, you have to send the most suitable people to complete the task. If my people go, wouldn't they be like light bulbs, so I asked a friend to help. Thank you, my friend. I wonder who your friend is. Okay, there is one more character, and everyone present has a big head. It's hard to find this friend of mine. I've paid a price, and he's not as easy to talk to as us. So in the future, we'll try to limit the number of tasks like this. It's best to inform us at least a week in advance. Otherwise, the rush may delay things. As long as the early arrangements are made, there are many ways to evacuate people. Erasing and modifying the monitoring content are only emergency measures. If there are too many, it will be easy to be discovered. Okay, we'll try our best. He didn't dare to agree directly, lest he get slapped in the face. Well, tell Lu Zun to come back quickly. Goodbye. End the communication. Don't hesitate. Tell Lu Zun to come back quickly. Yes. After receiving the call, Lu Zun went to the airport doubtfully. Seeing that everything was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. The airport in Ploy City had not yet been put under FBI surveillance, and there were fewer police than usual. He could only blame the two for attracting the police's attention. What he didn't know was that the police and the FBI in Ploy City were being fooled around. They found clues everywhere and missed everything. Then new clues appeared, and they continued to repeat the previous step. They were always in a state of being infinitely close, but unable to get it. Their various blockades were meaningless, and this will continue until they no longer want to do this business. P.S. Thank you to readers Mickey Sanson, Landuro's Starry Night, and Running Pegasus for their tips. Thank you for your support. Tired. Dizzy. Go to bed first. 3 updates tomorrow. Mouse guarantee. Fuck. 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 Throughout the whole day, Clark said countless swear words. No matter it was Yi Hong or Lu Zun, none of their people was caught. Pursuing and intercepting them was completely useless, let alone arresting them. They had never even seen each other. He felt like a clown who ran around for a day with the siren on. He was a little confused about the strange behavior of the other party, but he couldn't think of other possibilities. In this era, P-chart software was available, but he had never heard of real-time P monitoring technology. At the same time, the failure to return for so long has alarmed the director of the FBI headquarters. He reported it layer by layer and scolded him layer by layer. Naturally, he was the lowest level punching bag. He couldn't find anyone to continue scolding, and he was very angry. Clark's subordinates watched their boss being scolded like a grandson by phone calls one after another, and they also waited in silence and fearfully, not daring to make sound. That's when, Boss, the technical staff of the branch sent another message, saying that the Chinese car appeared at the number 71 gas station 3 minutes ago. A subordinate put down the phone and said, "Didn't we pass by that gas station just now?" Clark thought for a while. Yes, it seems they didn't keep driving and rested for half an hour. His subordinate said weakly, "Damn it, you're kidding me." Clark gritted his teeth and said, "Chasing." From being very excited at the beginning and very happy to hear the clues, to now being so angry that he wanted to scold those people watching the surveillance to death. I wonder if I can give you an accurate message. After many tossings, I'm not a human being. I also scolded the manufacturers who made the trackers, the Bureau's procurement, and the technicians who installed the trackers. If the tracker signal on Yi Hong's car disappeared, it must be because the quality was not up to standard or the location was not good. Well, sure. Clark could only comfort himself by passing the blame. Otherwise, he thought he would have to see a psychiatrist if things continued like this. He really wanted to have a name for today. It's called Unlucky Clark, just when Clark was so angry that he wanted to commit suicide. Other side, sitting on the plane flying to the domestic capital airport, Lu Xun felt at ease. Although the plane was made in the United States, it was an Air China plane. Watching the plane slowly move away from the United States, Lu Xun was relieved. He didn't know what arrangements would be waiting for him after returning to China, but he was probably in the same field and would probably be sent to other countries to continue performing tasks. If you're lucky, you can come back and arrange a leisurely job, work from 9 to 5, live a small life, marry a wife, and have children. If he is unlucky, he will have to bury his body in a foreign land, but he is not afraid. The sense of honor he has developed since he was a child is a sense of mission, which makes him know that everything he does is for the people and the prosperity of the motherland. Having seen the most essential things in various countries, he understood that fists are everything and everything else is empty. On board another Emirates Boeing aircraft, Yihang's family was sitting in the economy class. His parents sat in the front row, and his wife, and their 2 children sat in the back. Yihang sat by the window, looking at the continental shelf slowly emerging in the distance. He knew that he was almost reaching the terminal of this flight. Singapore. He remembered that he had gone a play once before. To be honest, it was not interesting except for the novelty of seeing it. Honey, are we almost there? Yihang's wife also noticed the land in the distance, and looking at the sea made him sick. Yihang nodded and said, well, we will arrive in Singapore in about half an hour. This is Indonesia. I don't like this country. Yihang's wife Zhang Yu frowned, thinking of something in her mind. Hong immediately understood what was going on, and his face was full of contempt. I don't like this country either. I didn't expect our return would be so smooth. Zhang Yu said with emotion as he straightened his hair that was messed up due to sleep. It was simply unimaginable to have such an unimpeded return to China. She also thought she would be rushing to Europe, and smuggling in containers made her sweat. This was simply a nightmare. Yeah, I didn't expect the arrangements to be so thorough. Yihang said softly. After so long, he also carefully considered how the other party helped him evade airport inspection in the United States. In the end, he only came to one conclusion, which was that he had tampered with the entry and exit restriction lists of the 2 major intelligence agencies, FBI and CIA, or intercepted and modified the comparison function of the airport's internal system. In addition, it could also solve the surveillance problem. He believed that this guess was close to the essence. Should we buy the tickets ourselves then? Zhang Yu also guessed this possibility, but he didn't dare to say it on the plane, lest the walls would have ears. They said someone was picking us up, and we probably won't stay in Singapore for long. Yihang shook his head. When we parted before, that person told us that someone in Singapore would pick them up. Okay, I can finally go back. The motherland is better. Zhang Yu said with emotion. Are you overseas Chinese? A young man on the right asked in Chinese after hearing this. Yeah. Zhang Yu said softly, not talking nonsense to strangers, so of course she borrowed it. What do you do? Are you going back to visit relatives? The young man talked a lot. That's right. Zhang Yu said perfunctorily. Yes, when you make money, you should go back and visit and help the folks in the hometown. This time I went to the United States, it really opened my eyes. The streets, the traffic, the environment, really I want to immigrate there, but the old man at home is not willing. The young man kept talking. Yihang answered with a sneer. Haha, America? Young man, it's not as good as you think. It's a paradise for the rich, and it's exclusive. If you can't go there, don't go there. There's nothing good about it. How could it be possible? The United States is so powerful and so popular. The young man wanted to brag, but was interrupted by Yihang, another young man who was poisoned. Stop it, I know. If you want to, just make tens of millions of it first. Otherwise, it won't be as good as at home. Yihang said, do you need that much? The young man was obviously frightened by the number of tens of millions. If not, you can try. After speaking, Yihang ignored him and closed his eyes to rest. Many people have asked him this question, and he has been helpless and refused to listen to explanations. Some people always think that the moon in foreign countries is rounder but that is just propaganda. Just like the house over there, it is said that if you buy a house in the United States, it will belong to you forever, but that is when you pay taxes ranging from 1 to 3% of the market value of the house every year. Once the transaction is stopped, the house immediately belongs to the U.S. government. In China, the property rights of houses are 70 years, and the tax is collected in a one-time manner. There is no need to pay taxes on the house in the future. The system is quite rigid. Is there any need to compare these two methods? Not at all. In other words, the results are almost the same, especially houses. 70 years from now, whose descendants will live in such houses, especially the high-rise buildings? How could there be fools to demolish them after 70 years? Do you really think our country has no land? If we calculate based on the real estate tax rate of 1 to 3%, in 70 years, the tax the United States will pay is 70% to 21% of the house price, and it is still floating. If inflation and prices rise, the taxes paid will also rise. If your salary does not rise, then you can only If you calculate it this way, buying a house in the United States is cheap, but in the long run, it is extremely expensive. If you add a house with a market value of $1 million US, you pay between $10,000 and $30,000 US every year. If you're lucky next year, inflation will increase to $2 million US, which is a tax of $20,000 to $60,000 US. Should I laugh or cry? What is there to like about this system? Is there any difference in results? Although Yi Hong is not an economist, he can still calculate accounts. And what should we do with this kind of person? If you don't listen, I can only wish you good luck. There is no use in talking more. Half an hour later, the plane slowly stopped at the Singapore airport. Dad, where is this? Yi Hong's eldest son asked. Singapore. Yi Hong said. How about we play here for a few days? The eldest son suggested, his face full of anticipation. No, Yi Hong said seriously. Dad, just play for one day. The eldest son still wanted to use the usual tricks. Not even for a minute. Come and play again when you have a chance. Yi Hong said. Oh. Seeing his father's unhappy expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. Walk out of the airport. Yi Hong was looking around for someone to pick him up. A big man in a suit walked over. Mr. Yi Hong, just make sure you arrive safely. The plane to the capital will take off in an hour. Once you have bought the tickets, just go and pick them up. You can go back directly. He acted like he didn't know anything about it. Don't you need to transfer to another country? Yi Hong sounded a little excited. He thought he would have to transfer again, such as Thailand or Malaysia. Yes, it's a direct flight to the capital. You still have to keep it secret along the way. We will notify the country after you get on the plane. The soldier said. Thank you. Well, please hurry up and get your tickets and board the plane. I shouldn't stay too long. Okay, goodbye. After saying that, the soldier turned around and left, disappearing into the crowd. Yi Hong also took a whole family to get tickets. Security check. Boarding. The Western-faced soldier who followed was preparing to return to the United States. Someone took over the security work here. This time, 3 Asian-faced soldiers came. One was in the distance, one went up to greet Yi Hong, and the other followed Yi Hong to board the plane. The command room was watching, but nothing unusual was found. To this day, Clark is still wandering around. After boarding the plane to the capital, Yi Hong's family was really relieved. The thought of seeing a familiar city in 6 hours' time. The family was extremely excited, watching the plane take off. Subsequently, 2 soldiers also returned to Thailand one after another, and one was on the plane doing protection work after the journey. Singapore, an extremely small country, really has no place worthy of deployment, so the command room also feels that it is a waste of resources for the soldiers to stay here. Just when Yi Hong got on the plane, the capital city also received the notice. After learning that Yi Hong's family was actually on his own flight, he immediately investigated the registration personnel of that flight. Looking at the information from the 6 people, the bosses were a little dizzy, but they also knew that they had to make arrangements quickly and prepare to pick up Yi Hong's family at the airport to avoid a long night of dreams. P.S. There's still 2 chapters left. Please be patient. After making arrangements for the airport pickup, the bosses of several departments are beginning to have headaches again. It has now been confirmed that Yi Hong is on the plane back to China and will arrive at the Beijing airport in a few hours. This means that the mission is about to be completed. While several people were happy, they were extremely irritable in their hearts. A person who can't figure out the details, even if he is from the friendly camp, can hardly avoid making people feel uncomfortable. Okay, I won't say any more. I still want people to pay close attention to the affairs of this organization. At the same time, we will step up the investigation of who rescued Lu Xun. They are listed as urgent tasks and will be investigated as soon as possible. The boss sitting in the main seat spoke. The people below listened with bitter smiles in their hearts. If it was so easy to investigate, would they still have a headache here? The matter of a website has not been settled before, but now another force has emerged. The situation is getting more and more complicated. This cannot be investigated in a short time. But who said we are just serving people? I can only listen. What about the foundation? Said a person on the left. I'm going to file another report and try to get it done quickly. I'll also ask the bank to prepare the money. Once I receive Yi Hong, I'll send the money to him, the boss said. Lu Xun's things are like gifts. When they express their gratitude, they naturally want to reciprocate the gift. Yes. Also, a new office, codenamed 777, has been established to deal with people from this website. Each of your departments will send a person to join and pay close attention to the news from this website at any time. As soon as there is news, it must be reported immediately. Do you understand? The boss closed his notebook. Understand. Well, the meeting is over. 6 hours later, the Air China plane slowly docked at the Beijing airport. Yi Hong's family looked at the city outside the window and felt warm in their hearts. This is the motherland. The roots of all Chinese people will never be forgotten, no matter how far away they are. Living abroad for such a long time has made them deeply understand the truth. That is, don't expect you to integrate into the society of Western countries, because they never regard you as an equal person. All passengers picked up their suitcases and got off the plane one after another. But Yi Hong, who was reminded by the stewardess, did not get off the bus until 10 minutes after all other passengers had finished getting off. Dr. Yi, welcome back to China. A man wearing 24 cents came up and said with a smile, Brother Qin, long time no see. The two of them grew up in the same compound and later went to the countryside with their parents. They didn't expect to see each other here and hugged each other with tears in the corners of their eyes. Subsequently, Yi Hong's family got off the plane. Several military green off-road vehicles drove out of the airport one after another. At this time, 30 million yuan was also deposited into the website's ICBC account. The matter between Yi Hong and Lu Xun came to an end, and Tang Qing no longer paid attention to it. In the future, Tang Yi would not bother him again. It would be easier to handle with experience. Moreover, Tang Qing also felt like he was redundant. He made the decision and basically did not contribute to the action plan. But who calls us the boss? Ha ha ha. May 8th, Sunday. The conference room of Shengtang Clothing Headquarters. Tang Qing was sitting at the top, and the heads of various departments were also listening to the report from General Manager Yang Kai. Report on the development of the prosperous Tang dynasty during this period. Tang Qing couldn't help but nodded, very satisfied. After several capital injections from Tang Qing, the valuation of Shengtang Clothing has exceeded 500 million renminbi. Although it is a bit fictitious and the fixed assets and brand value are not that high, it is not too outrageous. As of May 8th, Shengtang has more than 150 stores across the country, and it is still opening new stores and recruiting employees like crazy. In addition to paying wages and paying accounts payable, all the money earned from goods has basically been invested in the opening of new stores. Moreover, Shengtang has more than 5,000 employees in total, not counting downstream manufacturers. It is definitely a very big company in Qingyan City. According to the ranking of Qingyan's private enterprises last year, Shengtang is already qualified to enter the top 10. After all, it is just a small prefecture-level city. Real estate is not that crazy. Shengtang's assets will reach the 10th. I don't know what will happen this year, but who cares? This ranking is meaningless to Tang Qing. The assets he currently controls are in the tens of billions, and with the development of the black prison in Myanmar, they are rapidly moving towards the hundreds of billions level. The mentality has long been separated from this low-level taste. Yang Kai's report is very inspiring. Everything is going in the right direction. The prosperous Tang dynasty was full of future. At the same time, Yang Kai has another suggestion. One is that the group headquarters is no longer enough, and he wants to build a new headquarters. Tang Qing thought about it. With the large-scale recruitment of Shungtang personnel, such a small building has become a little crowded. Even the parking spaces are parked outside the yard. It is not that Shungtang employees are making money one by one and quickly buying into the well-off. It is the cars of various partners, upstream and downstream suppliers, and newly recruited executives of its subsidiaries that cannot be parked in the yard. Fortunately, Tang Qing is the boss and still has an exclusive parking space. It's just that Tang Qing won't pay for it. He has money, but there is no need to invest it here. Mr. Yang, I agree to the company's construction of the headquarters. We could buy a larger piece of land near the suburbs and build it ourselves. Make it bigger and better to ensure the company's future expansion land, but this money can only be paid by the company. Tang Qing dragged his head and said, Mr. Tang means a loan. Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He is not stupid, or rather he wants to see if he can get some more money out of the pocket of Tang Qing, the financier. Anyway, it is a fact recognized by everyone that Tang Qing is rich. Yes, if a company has no foreign debt at all, how can it be under pressure? In this case, if the company seeks a bank loan of 150 million yuan, I think there should be no problem. At that time, part of the money will be used to build the headquarters building. I think 50 million yuan is enough, and the other 50 million yuan use it to build a new factory and buy machinery. Didn't you say before that sales are increasing and there are production problems? So the 50 million yuan will be used to build our own clothing production factory, and new equipment. As for the other 50 million yuan, let's spend it on new stores and advertising. Tang Qing slowly changed. I understand, Mr. Tang, but I don't know if the bank is willing to lend us so much. Yang Kai was a little worried. Domestic private enterprises want loans. Even if they are the size of Shungtang, it is not easy to lend 1.5 billion yuan on their behalf. It should be no problem. We have enough assets. Also, if the company is short of money in the future, it can go to the bank for a loan. If it doesn't grant a loan, come to me again. It's not that I don't have money, but why don't you want the bank's money that is almost free, right? Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Tang, I understand. Yang Kai nodded. By the way, how about the founding ceremony of Shungtang Group tomorrow? Tang Qing said after taking a sip of tea. It has been arranged. In Mingfeng Plaza, we have invited several leaders of Qingyan City and some business tycoons to hold a meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The group's characters have also been prepared, and they will be taken down and replaced by then. Mr. Liu from Tianjin Group also asked us if we need any help. Yang Kai replied. Yang Kai felt unreal when he thought of Lu Qian being so fawning to Tang Qing. That's good. I won't go up to cut the speech then. I'll make a toast during lunch to apologize. Tang Qing's identity is too sensitive, especially when the city's TV station is bound to come. It won't be fun if his classmates or people he knows are looking for him. A teenage chairman. It's ostentatious enough in itself. Here, Mr. Tang. I heard that the mayor is coming too. That's what I said. Yang Kai said hesitantly. The city's second-in-command is here to participate in your company's tailoring, but you didn't show up. Is it really appropriate to be arrogant? Don't worry, it's okay. Trust me, just tell them that I have something to do. I believe they will understand. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, as a mayor, he really has no intention of currying favor. As for the other party, what if the other party is careful and gives him little shoes to wear? Then it depends on whether your black gauze hat is that tight. As a fledgling, he could not be afraid of the displeasure of the mayor of a prefecture-level city, whether overtly or covertly, on stage or off. Tang Qing's words really calmed the men present here. A mayor came without even seeing him and asked them to understand. It is true that a calf is not afraid of tigers. However, Tang Qing is by no means mentally retarded, so he must have something to rely on. This also confirmed Tang Qing's speculation that he had a deep background. Many female executives looked at Tang Qing with stars in their eyes. Man, just be so domineering. Okay, Chairman. Yang Kai swallowed and said with a bitter smile. He didn't know Tang Qing's confidence, but he would be the one to say this tomorrow. Yes, just forgive him for laughing. It's not like he's never done it before. Do you have anything else to do? No one said anything. The basic issues have been discussed, so naturally nothing happens. Then let's adjourn the meeting. After saying that, Tang Qing stood up and left. Others also stood up quickly to see him off. Returning to his office in Shangtang, Tang Qing came to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back, looking at the light rain outside and the sharp north wind, and felt a lot for a while. It has been more than half a year since I was reborn, and I've had things and experiences that I could never have imagined before. Money is completely reduced to numbers. Love is coming to perfection. The forces and warriors are slowly infiltrating into every corner of the world step by step, constantly stealing resources and power. As time goes by, he will be a person on this planet who can cover the sky with one hand and stomp his feet to make the world tremble. What's missing? Nothing is missing. Everything is so beautiful. Well, Tang Qing shook his head helplessly. Life is really lonely as snow. Kindness. This is what I want to do in private. Just then, dong dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted Tang Qing's brainless narcissism. P.S. The next chapter will be around 11:30. Thank you for your votes and your support. Come in. Tang Qing turned around and said, with a hint of majesty in his tone, the boss. Just have to be a little domineering. The door was pushed open, and a pretty figure appeared. It turned out to be Qi Yan. It had been so long, but Qi Yan's hair was still dyed purple, and her clothes were a bit unconventional. However, Tang Qing thought it was pretty good. The design was quite satisfactory, but it was really unconvincing. That's pretty cool too. When he saw Qi Yan, Tang Qing's aura of "who else would you rather me?" disappeared instantly. It turns out to be Sister Yan. Is something wrong? Tang Qing said with a smile on his face. At this time, Qi Yan was a little different from usual. She no longer looked so carefree, but she still seemed hesitant to speak. Yes, something happened. Qi Yan closed the door and said hesitantly, Sister Yan, why are you so hesitant to speak? Tell me quickly. Tang Qing said urgently. Little boss, what I want to say is that you gave me too many shares back then, and I feel a little bit unworthy of it. Qi Yan took a deep breath and said, she used to feel a little lucky, and she put in a lot of hard work, so she felt at ease with it. But now that Shengtang's market value has been rising, her shares have naturally increased. She has already fully joined the ranks of multimillionaires. Such a huge number makes her a little sleepy, and she always feels that she has taken advantage of Tang Qing. You said this, it's not much, only 5%. Tang Qing wondered why. In order to win over Qi Yan, he paid 5% of Shengtang's shares and guaranteed that they would not be diluted within 3 years. But is it much? Not much really. Qi Yan's efforts are worth the price. When the company gets bigger, it will drive out the small shareholders. Tang Qing cannot do this kind of thing. Besides, Tang Qing is the absolute controlling shareholder, holding 95% of the shares. In any case, even if the company is listed, although it is impossible at that time, Qi Yan's equity will not be threatened at all. All that's left is to give Qi Yan dividends. Money matters. In Tang Qing's opinion, it was really nothing. Moreover, Qi Yan was the elder who developed the prosperous Tang dynasty from the size of the two of them to the present. But the company's market value has exceeded 500 million yuan, and the value of my shares is more than 25 million yuan, and it should be even higher in the future. I'm a little scared. Qi Yan still insisted. Afraid? Tang Qing asked. What are you afraid of? Afraid that if I have too much, you'll find a way to drive me away. Qi Yan said weakly, changing the momentum of the eldest sister in the past. Tang Qing laughed loudly after hearing this and said, Ha, Sister Yan, what are you thinking? Why did I rush you to leave just for this share? This is 25 million. You will not dilute it for 3 years. After 3 years, it may be 250 million. Qian looked at Tang Qing's glasses and said, although it is a bit exaggerated, it is not impossible. After all, it has only taken half a year to reach the peak of Tang dynasty. Tang Qing had no choice but to say, okay, Sister Yin, I actually didn't expect the company to develop so fast at the beginning, but what I said will be like throwing water and it will not change. As long as you help the company develop well, you are worthy of this share. Even if your shares are worth hundreds of millions, I don't care about this small amount of money. Don't forget to snort at the end. The domineering promise is here. You said you were fat and you're out of breath. Qian glared at Tang Qing angrily and said. After Tang Qing said this, she also untied a knot in her heart. Sheng Tang, to be honest, she didn't want to leave, nor did she want to argue with Tang Qing over money. A matter of interest. We still need to talk openly, otherwise it will be difficult for everyone to do it. Hee, this is the Sister Yin I know. If she is too serious, life will be too boring. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, have fun with me. Gizan Gudatang. Qing's ears and said viciously. No, that's what I said. You don't remember the faults of villains. Tang Qing quickly begged for mercy. For the sake of money, I'll let you go this time. Qian put down her hand and said with great force. Yes, long live Mr. Qian. Tang Qing said, I'm leaving first. I am Busa. Otherwise, I'll be sorry for the treatment you gave me. Alas, I've been so busy during this period that my crow's feet have appeared. Qian sighed. He was already 27 years old and no longer youthful. It's okay, you can't tell with makeup. Tang Qing mu de. What did you say? Qian sneered. I mean Sister Yin looks very good without makeup. Tang Qing said quickly. Of course, I'm a naturally beautiful sister, so she's gone. Qian snorted. He turned around and left Tang Qing's office randomly. Watching Qian close the door, Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. Women are really suspicious. They don't want the shares even if they are valuable, but if you don't want them, I still want to give them to you. It's just so cheesy. So what if my ears are pulled? This is a complete life. The lonely road. Have fun while you're at it. He looked down at his watch. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Qing quickly called Sun Chao to take him home. There are people holding umbrellas on rainy days. Tang Qing still felt a little at ease. It is really an evil materialistic society and an evil inertia. The next day, on Monday, that was the day when the Sheng Tang Group was established. In fact, the establishment of the Sheng Tang Group did not require any ceremony at all. Just change the sign at the gate. Tang Qing didn't want to go to such trouble. However, the Sheng Tang Group was quite popular during this time. Advertisements were being placed all over the country, and stores were being opened everywhere. The reputation was getting higher and higher, and the assets were rising like crazy. When they learned that the Sheng Tang Group was reorganized and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau reported it, the city leaders specifically asked when it would be. Regarding this question, Yang Kai kept a low profile and could only hold it for a while. Moreover, Yang Kai also felt that it was necessary to hold this event so that he could get to know more leaders and facilitate Sheng Tang's future development in Qingyan City. But what he didn't expect was that Tang Qing just gave up and came to have a meal and a drink at noon. The excuse of having something to do was simply the same as I don't have time. Yang Kai was a little bit arrogant. If he said this, he would definitely offend a lot of people. He only hoped that his boss had a deeper background and could even out the grievances of these city bosses. One of the reasons why Tang Qing didn't come to join in the fun was that he had to go to class, and he didn't like to play Tai Chi with these old foxes, which made him feel tired. On the square, it was crowded. The special celebration decoration company had already set up the stage and shed and arranged the chairs yesterday afternoon. Everything was ready yesterday afternoon. Today we just need to check for any leaks and make up for them. Yang Kai came to the square early and checked the process with the host. He also got familiar with the venue and memorized the speech script. Other senior officials from Sheng Tang also came here early to chat with each other. The banner on the stage read a line of large words. Welcome city leaders to the founding ceremony of Sheng Tang Group. Warmly celebrate the establishment of Sheng Tang Group today. Congratulations to Sheng Tang Group for its market value exceeding 500 million. The last two were pulled up with large hydrogen balloons, swaying in the wind. Many people thought there was a program, but after knowing the content, they stopped staying. If there's no good show to watch, why stay here? Busy until 9:30. Yang Kai and the others, who were basically fine, were enjoying the coolness in the shed. It rained yesterday, and the sun was shining brightly today. It looked like it was going to be extremely hot at noon. It was really May. It was promised at 10:30, but it is estimated that the leaders will not arrive until then. Yang Kai was chatting with someone. At this time, a middle-aged man came here with his men. Most employees don't know him, but Yang Kai knows him. Feng Hai, a senior official of Qing municipal law, was one of the leaders he invited and one of the 3 municipal party committee standing committee members who said he would come. Secretary Feng, welcome. I am Yang Kai, the general manager of Shengtang Group. Yang Kai hurried up and extended his hand respectfully. Tang Qing promised to come early, but no, he came early just after the Monday morning meeting. It turns out to be Mr. Yang. Hello. It seems I'm here a little early. Feng Hai said with a smile. With Do Jiao's relationship, Tang Qing is already one of his own. He is also a love house and a black man, and is very polite to Yang Kai. It's very simple. There is a powerful boss behind him. After he returns and knows who Chai Run is, he no longer underestimates Tang Qing. Thank you for your love for our group. Yang Kai came up with complimentary words at his fingertips. Anyway, the only principle is to make the leader look good. By the way, where's Xiao Tang? Feng Hai looked around, but didn't find Tang Qing. Huh? Xiao Tang? Yang Kai asked, unable to figure out who Xiao Tang was for a while. Tang Qing, your chairman. Feng Hai et lai. Our chairman said something happened, so we can only apologize to the leaders at noon. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, but he didn't expect that Feng Hai really knew Tang Qing, and he was relieved. At least he had settled with one of the city leaders. Feng Hai immediately understood that Tang Qing was afraid of trouble, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really Tang Qing style. He had heard Do Jiao say that Tang Qing liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper, and he was afraid of trouble. Unexpectedly, he went to class on such an important day. Never mind. He can also be considered a junior. With Do Jiao protecting him and being very familiar with his son, he had to admit defeat inside and out. Okay, it's okay. He's probably still in school. It's Monday. It doesn't matter. I'll just find a place to sit. P.S. Chapter 3 is here. Please vote. After hearing Feng Hai's words, Yang Kai quickly took him to the shed specially prepared for the leaders. There were fruits, drinks, and wine in it. Considering the hot weather, they directly moved 2 air conditioners. Yang Kai actually didn't want to spend so much money, but the national conditions were like this, and he couldn't afford to neglect it. Secretary Feng, the conditions are simple. Please bear with me. Yang Kai said respectfully. Although Feng Hai looked approachable, he did not dare to really let go. Mr. Yang, you're welcome. There's no need to entertain me. You can go and do your work. Feng Hai waved and said, Yang Kai must be very busy today. He is not without hands and feet. He also brought a secretary and 2 MCs beside him, so there is no need for Yang Kai to wait on him. Well, I have something to do over there, so I'll excuse you for now. After Yang Kai said that, he turned and left. Just walked a few steps. An employee from Shengtang came over. This time, they were all from the sales department of Shengtang Group. Employees from other departments were still working at their posts. Now Shengtang is experiencing great development. Big changes happen every day. Although today is an important day, Yang Kai did not give them holiday. After completing this ritual in the morning, these sales departments have to go back to work in the afternoon. Mr. Feng, Mr. Liu is here, the employee said. Randomly, Yang Kai hurried to greet him. Mr. Liu, welcome. Seeing Liu Qian, Yang Kai trotted over and extended his hand. Mr. Yang, long time no see. The two held hands together. Yes, Mr. Liu's style is still the same. Yang Kai praised, this is not nonsense. Liu Qian is usually pampered, everything goes smoothly, and he boxing every day. His energy is much better than that of his age group. His face was full of red light. Lugan chuckled and said, You are still stupid. You are old, and you're not as healthy as you young people. Where is you, Mr. Tang? After speaking, he looked around and found no sign of Tang Qing. Yang Kai said a little awkwardly, Our boss Tang will probably come here after school. I don't know how many times I have to say this today. To Tang Qing, what else can he say except, the boss is right. Hear the words. Lugan couldn't help but almost laughed. Just came here after school? Lugan didn't know what to say. On such an important day, Tang Qing was busy in class, but there was nothing wrong with him. Tang Qing was still a student. As a student who was about to take the college entrance examination, there was nothing wrong with going to class. That was what he should do, and that was the business. Everything is of inferior quality, but reading is of high quality. Lugan kept looking for reasons for Tang Qing's behavior, to make it easier for yourself to accept. As for dissatisfaction, he doesn't. After getting along for so long, Tang Qing is actually like his junior. If he is a junior, he can be forgiven if he is more willful. If he comes later, he will come later. If he doesn't come, he won't say anything. Okay then, are the leaders here? Lugan asked again. Yes, Secretary Feng of the Municipal Party Committee was a little earlier than you. Yang Kai said quickly. Hearing Feng Hai, Lu Qian had a clear expression. Oh, Secretary Feng, let me go and say hello first. Lu Qian naturally knew who Feng San was related to. He saw Tang Qing and Dou Jiao and Shui Guangming's family eating together at his hotel last time. He knew that the family relationship between Tang Qing and Dou Jiao was quite deep. Feng Hai is also Dou Jiao's background. Naturally, it makes sense for Tang Qing to come so early. In this way, he and Feng Hai can really deepen their relationship. Okay. Yang Kai personally led Liu Qian. Come to that specialized shed. Feng Hai was drinking tea leisurely. This is the benefit of being a leader. As long as there are no meetings, working hours can be arranged at any time. Secretary Feng, hello. Lu Qian came up and said with a smile on his face. Although he knew Feng Hai before, he was not very familiar with him. Mr. Lu, you're here so early. Feng Hai stood up and shook hands. Yes, Secretary Feng, come and have a cigarette. Lu Qian handed over a cigarette. I'll order it for you. Lugan's attitude was very respectful. Feng Hai suddenly asked, Mr. Lu, how long have you and Xiao Tang known each other? He knew how Tang Qing and Dou Jiao met. Dou Jiao had said it, but he didn't know the reason why he was so familiar with Lu Qian. Could it be Chiren? Maybe. We met last year. What happened? Lugan said, What do you think about this child? Feng Hai took a puff of cigarette and puffed on it gently, and said slowly, Asked Tang Qing? Various thoughts flashed through Lu Qian's mind, but the most likely one was that he wanted to understand Tang Qing's personality. After organizing his words, Lugan said in a low voice, Secretary Feng, I don't dare to say anything else, but I still agree with Xiao Tang's personality. Although he is sometimes very direct and naive in all aspects of his dealings, he is principled, steady, and extremely confident. His style is also outstanding. For example, today he would rather go to class than attend his company's ceremony. This is Lugan's true thought, but it is not all. If there is another sentence, it is, his strength and background are unfathomable. He used to think that Dou Jiao was the person behind Tang Qing, but after his trip to the United States and the task of collecting accounts, he knew that the true strength behind Tang Qing was definitely very powerful and terrifying. Hearing Lugan's high evaluation, Feng Hai was also quite surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. Well, that's right. Xiao Tang is still young, and he will need more guidance from uncles like you in the future. Feng Hai said. Lugan quickly said, No, there are many things about Xiao Tang that I can learn from. If I don't teach you enough, I can help each other. Well, that's good. The shopping mall is like a battlefield, full of intrigues. If Xiao Tang encounters confusion in business in the future, please give me more advice. Feng Hai said in a calm tone. This is exactly the tone of an elder. I understand. Don't worry. Xiao Tang's matter is my matter. If I can help, I will do my best to help. Lu Qian immediately promised. But he thought secretly in his heart, Tang Qing wants his help? Isn't this a joke? He asked Tang Qing for help. That's good. Move around more in the future. I heard that you traveled abroad some time ago. Feng Hai nodded and changed the subject. Yes, I went to buy an iron mine in Africa with a friend. Lu Gan admitted. Is everything going well? Feng Hai asked. It went very smoothly. Thank you, Secretary Feng, for your concern. Lu Gan said. Well, as long as it goes well, it will be good. There's a large domestic population. Although the land is vast and rich, per capita resources are in short supply. Moreover, mineral resources are not renewable. Once they are mined, they are gone. I think domestic entrepreneurs should go abroad to acquire these non-renewable assets to serve the country, share the country's worries, and solve problems. Feng Hai said with emotion. Feng Hai couldn't hold back the conversation anymore. Lu Qian said, Yes, I think so too. By then, all the iron or mine will be shipped to the country. That's good. Although Feng Hai and Lu Qian knew each other before, they had never had such a close relationship, and the bond of this relationship was Tang Qing. Having a good friend in common, although there is no interest, can still create a strong sense of intimacy. The two chatted eagerly and strengthened their relationship. Then, many business tycoons from Qingyan City slowly arrived. Some of these are invitations, but most of them are based on Lu Gan's face. Lu Gan's face is a golden sign in Qingyan City. I don't know how many businessmen want to come to curry favor with him. However, Lu Gan is basically in the provincial capital now and rarely returns to Qingyan City. Even if he comes back, he will not let you know if he is not a real friend, let alone meeting him. See Lu Gan coming back. It also gave the Shengtang Group, a rapidly rising business star, a platform to support itself. Everyone came early. After talking to Feng Hai for a while, seeing that Yang Kai was struggling to cope, he said goodbye to Feng Hai and went to help Yang Kai pick up someone. Yang Kai was also in pain at this time. He basically didn't know these people. Except for the representatives of the upstream and downstream manufacturers of Shengtang Group, the others were stupid and couldn't tell them apart. The arrival of Lu Qian also alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassing situation. Mr. Lu, thank you. You have called so many people, and I still need you to receive them in person. Yang Kai thanked him. On a hot day, his forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. What's the matter? It's a trivial matter, Lu Gan said with a smile. Then Lu Gan quickly entered the role. Mr. Wang, I haven't seen you for a long time. I've gained weight again. Aha. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your concern. It's thanks to Mr. Lu that you can make a living by following Mr. Lu. Brothers, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yang Kai, the general manager of Shengtang Group. Mr. Wang, you have to please our Mr. Yang. Maybe it will be difficult for you to meet him in the future. Mr. Yang, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. This is my business card. If you want to buy furniture in the future, please call me and get the cost price. Thank you, Mr. Wang. This is my business card. Mr. Wang, come in and sit down. Let's have a few drinks later. Lu Gan began to pull people inside. Sure, if you're busy, I'll go in first. Mr. Wang is also very sensible. Lu Gan kept introducing the business leaders of Qingyan City to Yang Kai. Finally, Feng Sun saw that the two of them were getting busier and joined them, but he mainly received some government officials. Seeing Feng Sun personally lowering his status to help the company receive this section, the heads of many departments immediately put aside their contempt. Feng Hai's meaning is obvious. This company is familiar to me. In other words, the Director of Industry and Commerce knows the inside story and the relationship between Tang Qing and Feng Hai. This also confirms the previous speculation that Feng Hai is Tang Qing's backer. This is right. People with different thoughts sat in the shed under the rostrum, gathering in a group with each other, chatting, talking, and most importantly, guessing about the background of this company. At this moment, Qingyan City Mayor Zheng Quan and Executive Vice Mayor Bao Xing came over, followed by their secretaries. Old Feng, why are you hosting here? Zheng Quan saw Feng Hai from a distance and thought he had seen it wrong. He was working as a receptionist for a company, which made him a little confused. Mayor Zheng, Vice Mayor Bao, I just saw that there are many people here, so I want to help you. Let me introduce to you, this is Yang Kai, the general manager of Shengtang Group. But their chairman has something to do in the morning, so he can only come to have a toast at noon to apologize. Feng Hai took the stick. If Yang Kai said this, it would be strange that Zheng Quan was not angry, but for him, it was different. This would make the old fox Zheng Quan's mind fill in a lot of things. Obviously, Feng Hai's goal was achieved. Zheng Quan and Bao Xian beside him immediately understood what Feng Hai meant. First, this company had a strong background and the boss was very considerate. Second, this company was related to Feng Hai. Neither of them took it seriously. Anyway, they were told not to pay attention to these small things and not to hold grudges. Zheng Quan smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he make things difficult for this company? The backer of his immediate boss was Chai Ren's family. This time he was just here to show off, but Chai Ren called and asked him to take care of him in the future. How could he dare to say no? Mayor Zheng, Vice Mayor Bao, hello. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Yang Kai said something that made him want to vomit. Hello. I hope you will continue to work hard and contribute to the development of Qingyan City. Zheng Quan's speech was relatively concise. Understood. I promise to complete the task. Yang Kai said, Secretary Feng, please come here. Feng Hai led the way to Zheng Quan. After arriving at the shed, he did not go back to receive him. The mayor was already here, and there were still people who dared to come even later than him. Moreover, he would not overdo it. This time, the biggest boss was taken care of, and the rest was easy. It didn't take long. 10:30. The founding ceremony of Shengtang Group officially began. Dear guests, leaders, and friends of Shengtang Group, I now announce that the founding ceremony of Shengtang Group will now begin. First of all, I would like to invite Mayor Zheng of Qingyan City to give a speech for the pride of our city. Everyone welcomes it with applause. The host said excitedly with a loud voice. If Tang Qing were here, he would definitely say a few words. It's so noisy. The whole ceremony was very formal. Each leader took turns to take the stage to give a speech. Throughout the whole process, Yang Kai and the people in Shengtang were in a state of nervousness, fearing that something would go wrong. The whole process, quite boring, not unreasonable. Yang Kai also understood that Tang Qing didn't want to come here because there was no peeing in the whole process. Listen, the sun is really poisonous. You should finish your sentence quickly. We don't want to continue to supplement calcium. Everyone kept wiping their sweat. With the complete success of the last sentence and the ridiculous ceremony of releasing balloons, the process was finally completed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's so tiring and annoying. It was now 11:15. It's time for lunch. The place for the treat is not far away, just in a large hotel near the square. Everyone took their seats. The leaders sit at one table, the businessmen sit at another table, and the other officials sit at another table. As the general manager of Shengtang Group, Yang Kai, one of the protagonists today, of course sat here with the leaders. Looking at the empty seat next to Feng Hai, the leaders understood that this was for Tang Qing, the real protagonist of this ceremony. P.S. I'm moving today, and I'm very tired. I started typing at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Hi on, everyone. Yang Kai sat next to Lu Qian as if on pins and needles, constantly drinking water in an attempt to cover up the anxiety in his heart, lowering his head from time to time and pretending to glance at his watch casually, feeling extremely anxious. The leaders have all taken their seats, and the cold dishes are about to be served. Tang Qing hasn't come yet. There are so many leaders waiting. It's not appropriate for him to call for the banquet to start, and it would be even more inappropriate to say that he will wait for a while. Tang Qing's phone couldn't be reached, so Yang sent a text message just now, but the reply came within a short time. A while. One exquisite answer. But how long is a while? Yang Kai didn't dare to call Tang Qing and could only wait. It's not just Yang Kai who is nervous. There are also Lu Qian and Feng Hai. Lu Gan was also worried about Tang Qing's behavior. Really talented people are bold. Brother, you should come quickly. Other side, on campus. After the last class, Tang Qing said hello to Wang Yin and left in a hurry, but Li Kai chased after him thinking something good was going on. Old Tang, why are you running so fast? You didn't wait for me for a while. Tang Qing was not walking fast, and Li Kai rushed to catch up with him. Go in a hurry to eat. Tang Qing didn't stop. Li Kai immediately became interested and said with anticipation, I'm going to eat whatever the meal is. Forget it, There are a lot of leaders go and toast. Tang Qing rolled his eyes at him and said, if this kind of boring dinner was not related to his company, he would not bother to go. Everyone acted and got along in a ritualistic manner. Although it was called communication and culture, he still couldn't adapt to it. Therefore, he generally does not attend meals that could be avoided. Li Kai lost interest when he heard it was so boring. He has seen this kind of dinner a lot in his own restaurant. He doesn't feel comfortable eating. No matter how delicious the food is, he won't go there. If it's a cocktail party or something, it's okay, and he can eat comfortably. What, old Tang, I'd better leave such a difficult task to you. I won't make you feel uncomfortable. Li Kai said righteously, as if you had taken advantage of him. Tang Qing curled his lips and cursed with a smile. Get out of here, go to the cafeteria, and eat. Li Kai was like this in his previous life. He had a lot of fun with his peers, was very open-minded, and often went out to play. He was known as the little prince of the nightclub from time to time, but this guy only talked about relationships and then talked about sex. He was also a strange flower in Qingyan City. Li Kai, who loves to join the fun, is really tired of going out to socialize with his father. No, today I will take our Lon Lon to eat delicious food. Li Kai said proudly. Lon Lon, your progress is fast enough. Tang Qing. That's because I have been practicing the boys' kung fu for decades, just to be able to win it one day. Li Kai delivered his speech enthusiastically. Goodbye, Tang Qing said and trotted away. Returned to a child. Why don't you say that your chickens haven't grown up yet? Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. I've prepared the lines for a long time, and there are only 3 more. Li Kai shouted, but he didn't chase him because his own Lon Lon had already caught up with him. Li Kai shook his head in disappointment. Be prepared to say it again next time. Li Kai, what are Tang Qing doing? Lon Lon, whom Li Kai said, walked up to Li Kai and asked, I want to eat. I guess there was some entertainment. Li Kai said, entertainment? What kind of entertainment does he have as a student? You don't know, right? The old Tang family is rich. As for how rich it is, well, building 10 schools is not a problem. Li Kai thought for a while and said, he really didn't know how much money Tang Qing had, and he never paid attention to the market value of Shengtang Group. So many. Of course. Li Kai looked proud. Farewell to Li Kai. Tang Qing quickly walked towards the Audi parked in front of the school. Meet Tang Qing. Sun Chao, holding his hands, hurriedly opened the door. Many students were already used to it. I don't know anything else, but it is true that Tang Qing is a living rich man. Start the car. I didn't speed on the road, but drove at a normal speed. In just 10 minutes, I arrived at the hotel. Today, the entire first floor of the hotel is covered. Several employees of Shengtang Group were checking the invitations at the door to maintain order. Seeing that it was almost time for the banquet to start, they were almost the same as Yang Kai, and they were all very nervous. This pigeon cannot be let go. Seeing his chairman's car arriving, a man immediately went to greet it. Hello, Mr. Tang, this way. Well, hello. Under the leadership of Shengtang employees, Tang Qing walked into the left hall on the first floor. Good guy. There are quite a lot of people there. At least there are more than 20 tables. How much does this cost? Looking at the bottles of Wuliangya on the table, Tang Qing wanted to make wine. Yang Kai, who had been staring at the door, quickly stood up when he saw Tang Qing. Of course, Tang Qing at this time would not be so proud as to wear a school uniform and change in the car. The people here were only a few richer than him, so wearing a school uniform to attack others was a bit too much. Wearing custom-made clothes from the prosperous Tang dynasty, he is still dazzlingly handsome. Seeing Yang Kai standing up, many interested people quickly followed his gaze. Is this the chairman of Shengtang Group? Very young. This is everyone's opinion. The eyes of the guests at other tables flashed with doubts, but Xinquan's table did have a strange look on his face. They had known Tang Qing's age before and that he was in school, so there was nothing surprising. Mr. Tang, let me introduce you. Yang Kai and Tang Qing continued to introduce everyone present. However, there were not many people Tang Qing didn't know. There were only the heads of 2 departments and 3 big businessmen in Qingyan City. Tang Qing knew the rest. As the vice president of Shengtang shareholder Jinji Group, Qi Yin is certainly qualified to sit here. That's right, after the group was established, the title was also changed. Following the trend, Yang Kai became the president, of course. Hello, Mayor Zeng, you're late. Tang Qing stretched out his hand and said politely. Zeng Quan looked Tang Qing up and down and didn't see anything arrogant or domineering. Instead, he was very approachable. He was really worried that Tang Qing was arrogant and wouldn't give him face. Therefore, he had a good impression of Tang Qing. Mr. Tang, you are good, you are young and promising. Zeng Quan said with a smile. Tang Qing said, haha, it's just a small fight. Mayor Zeng laughed at me. Please sit down quickly. Don't be restrained. Restraint. Many people twitched their mouths. You really said it. It's you who should be restrained, right? There are all your juniors sitting here. Those who knew the inside story didn't feel anything was wrong at all. Everyone at the table, except for Tang Qing, were veterans of the alcohol battlefield. How could they make the atmosphere awkward? Under Lu Gan's leadership, the atmosphere slowly became lively, and he started driving within a few words. Hey, be careful. Xiao Tang is still underage. Don't teach the children badly. Zeng Quan stopped Feng Hai before he could speak. The dirty jokes were said when eating with peers to liven up the atmosphere, but Lu Gan and Feng Hai were also sitting there. Zeng Quan saw that Tang Qing was a little helpless, so he quickly stopped the topic. After all, which elder would want someone to play dirty in front of his juniors? Okay, let's just drink today and not talk about sex. If anyone makes a mistake, he or she will have 3 drinks as a punishment. Lu Gan continued. 3 cups of self-punishment is not enough. At least 4 cups. Another big boss noticed the difference and said quickly, no, it's just you who likes to talk about it like last time. If you say 5 more drinks, I bet you can't help it. Didn't you say you won't tell me? Huh, I'll bet you 6 drinks. I don't drive, but I can still brag. In the end, these words were found for various reasons to get a miraculously 20 drinks. This joke can also be made. Tang Qing has also gained experience. When people are bored, they can even play with snot bubbles for a while. It's this group of people I'm talking about. Tang Qing also toasted and thanked one by one. And by the way, he made friends with the political and business leaders in Qingyan City. Seeing that Tang Qing was so famous, everyone was naturally willing to make friends, so they received a lot of business cards in their hands. And Tang Qing would introduce Yang Kai every time. The meaning was very obvious. If you have anything to do, come to him. If you have an emergency, come to me. The big guys in Qingyan City also smiled bitterly. I was despised. Hee. Interesting. It's normal for talented people to have some eccentricities. As he talked, Tang Qing suddenly remembered the content of yesterday's meeting. Mayor Zeng, the office space of our Shangtang group is a bit small now. I wonder if the government can grant us a larger place to build the company's headquarters and factory. The suburbs will be fine, Tang Qing said. If you want to get land, you naturally have to find these officials. You have to find a good place so you don't need it in vain. Although Zeng Quan was a little drunk, he was not someone who was randomly issuing invoices. After thinking about it, he said, no problem, there is a good piece of land over there in the development zone. It is still farmland. It was included in the development zone last month. It has more than 3,000 acres, isn't it, District Chief Sun? After saying that, he turned to ask Sun Qing, the chief of the Economic Development Zone. Yes, Mayor Zeng, there are 3,800 acres in total, and there is a river running through the middle. Sun Qing quickly put down his chopsticks and reported. The results of the development zone were good, so the city leaders decided to expand the scope of the development zone and attract more investment. Well, Mr. Tang doesn't know how much you want. Zhengguan asket Tang Qing da. Oh, is it the land on the right side of Fengqing Road? Tang Qing said with his eyes lit up. A river passed through it and was still on the edge of the development zone. This reminded him of the future urban planning of Qingyan City. The city's center of gravity moved westward, and the area around here gradually developed into an urban area. Because it is close to the river, it is full of high-end communities and villas. It is the second largest commercial district in Qingyan City after the city center. It's quite a gain. Although the river is a bit dirty now, It has returned to clearness after 1 or 2 years of comprehensive environmental improvement. It would be great if it could be taken down. He is not interested in using it to build commercial housing, but to find a good environment for his company. Yes, Zheng Quan asked. I just heard that all these lands can be given to the prosperous Tang dynasty. Tang Qing asked loudly. Have you used it? These are industrial lands and real estate development is not allowed. Zheng Quan said with a frown. The land here is used to build factories and attract investment to increase employment. I know that these are for use by our Shangtang group. Now Shangtang's supply chain needs to be replanned. We must ensure that more than 20% of the clothing is produced by our own factories. So we are preparing to build a large-scale factory by ourselves. It is estimated that it can provide about 3,000 jobs by then. Tang Qing put forward his conditions. When Zheng Quan heard about the 3,000 jobs, he already had the answer. This represents 3,000 families. These conditions are enough. As for whether there will be no more land, just approve a new one at the standing committee. What a big deal. That's it. I've decided to give this land to you. District Chief's son, it's no problem. Zheng Quan said, No problem. If it can provide 3,000 jobs, this place will be no problem. Sun Qing was also very excited. This is Hong Guoguo's political achievement. It's done. Tang Qing and Yang Kai were very happy. Although Tang Qing did not say hello in advance, Tang Qing was the chairman anyway, and it was such a good thing. What else could he say? That's good. Thank you, Mayor Zheng and District Mayor Sunday. Tang Qing thanked him. Mr. Tang, you're welcome. We are all serving the people. Sun Qing said quickly. Mr. Tang, I also hope to support the construction of my hometown in the future. Zheng Quan said, Of course it should be done. When the time comes, you will complete the 3 connections, 1 leveling and land acquisition, and we will step up the construction. At that time, we may also hope that Mayor Zheng will get involved. We, Shengtang, want a loan. Tang Qingyu said another purpose, completely out of line with common sense. Loan? Find me. Zheng Quan was a little confused. He asked for a loan from a bank. Yes, you're the parent officer of our Qingyan city. I want to borrow 150 to 200 million yuan this time. Tang Qing said with a smile. Hear the words. Zheng Quan instantly understood what Tang Qing meant. It was difficult for a small place like Qingyan City to borrow such a large amount of loans. Whether the remaining amount was enough was still a question. But if he comes forward, it will be relatively easier to handle. After all, banks will also estimate the rights of local second-in-commands. You want a loan to build a factory? Zheng Quan asked. Well, there's also investment in branch store construction and advertising, but the most important thing is to build our own strength. Tang Qing said simply. Zheng Quan thought for a while and then said, Hold it. All I can say is to pull the strings. Whether it works or not is your own business. After hearing this, Tang Qing smiled and it was done. There is basically no suspense about this matter. Thank you, Mayor Zheng. Tang Qing thanked him. A loan of more than 150 million must at least guarantee an asset valuation of more than 250 million. Did Shengtang have so many assets? Of course there is, and this is the general consensus among those who do it. What follows is even more lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone at the other tables came to toast, and Tang Qing was naturally one of the toasters. No one who could sit at this table was simple. The wilderness is intertwined, hazy and drunk. But Tang Qing is like a normal person. He drinks wine just like water. He is not afraid at all. He will not refuse anyone who comes. He wants to get me drunk. See if I don't abuse you. You doubt life. After seeing Tang Qing's drinking capacity, everyone gave a thumbs up. This drinking capacity is admirable. Everyone was eating and drinking. An hour and a half later, lunchtime is over. They each said goodbye and left. Some even made appointments for the next show. P.S. Thank you, readers, for the great prizes of How to Be Chic and Love Doesn't Need to Hurt and Running Pegasus. Thank you. That's it for today. There are a lot of things to take care of these days and not much time. But maybe it won't be a few days, so you can just wait for the explosive update of the mouse. Wow, Kaka. After seeing off all the guests at the hotel gate, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As for Tang Qing, who was wearing soy sauce, he was chatting with Lu Gan in the hotel lobby rest area with a relaxed look. Yang Kai could only look at it and smile slightly. Although Tang Qing had shaken off the boss quite thoroughly and quite freely, Tang Qing seemed to have an inexplicable temperament that made people willing to help him do things. So far, the troublesome matter is finally over. After this ceremony, the influence of Shangtang Group in Qingyan City is growing. And by the way, a land transaction of several thousand acres has been facilitated. At this time, Yang Kai is gearing up to prepare for a big deal and slowly implement the ideas that he had in his youth and frivolity on Shangtang Group. Unconsciously, Yang Kai has slowly begun to outline the grand blueprint of Shangtang in his mind, and the more he thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. But luckily, he doesn't have high blood pressure or anything like that. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go to the hospital for a day trip. Other side, Lu Gan and Tang Qing chatted. As one of the hosts, Lu Gan is not just here to get a meal. He also works part-time as a receptionist. But if Feng Hai had something to do, he would leave with Zheng Quan and the others first. After greeting the last wave of familiar guests, Lu Gan and Tang Qing came here to rest. The waiter made 2 cups of tea. "Uncle Lu, I'm really sorry to trouble you today." Tang Qing thanked him. Lu Gan not only helped him receive him, but also helped him hold back the wine. Although he didn't need it, this affection was essential. Lu Gan, who was a little drunk, but still very conscious, smiled and said, "No way. You helped me so much, it's just a small thing." Because of Tang Qing, he got to know Chai Run, and because of Tang Qing, his debt was recovered. Although it is still burdened by Tang Qing's friends, he has clearly received the news that he will get back half of the debt at the end of this month. Even tens of millions of RMB is not a small amount to him. Then I still have to thank you. 1 code equals 1 code. Tang Qing said with a chuckle. Haha, then I will accept your thanks. By the way, if your company needs a loan, you can contact me directly. I'm familiar with several major banks. Lu Gan thought of the loan incident just now. This kind of thing is actually not suitable to talk about at the wine table, but everyone just regarded Tang Qing as a childish person, and Lu Gan thought that Tang Qing did not want to trouble him. "You are a strategic weapon. You must use it last." Tang Qing joked. This metaphor is a bit interesting. Lu Gan felt relieved when he heard it. Everyone has a trump card. Who want a friend to come to you whenever something happens, big or small, whether it can be done or not? This kind of person, no one wants to be your friend. The key person, use it at critical times, and don't go out to show off. Otherwise, there will be many people asking you to do things, and it can't be done. Bye, it's done. The truck card side is also annoying you. In the end, there are too many, both sides are not human. With Mayor Zheng here, I must ask him to help. I bought several thousand acres of land, more than 2 square kilometers, and will create so many jobs. He will naturally have to contribute. Otherwise, if it is just a piece of land, unless it is given away for free, I will feel a little bit at a loss. Tang Qing expressed his thoughts. Although the output value and tax revenue of Shangtang will not be too much in a short period of time, the special nature of Shangtang will make Tang Qing spend a lot of effort and resources to make Shangtang one of the best clothing brands in the world. Otherwise, the domestic market would not be able to use so much land. His goal is the whole world. Based on the principle that companies generally pay taxes in the place of registration, the tax revenue of Shangtang will basically go to Qingyan City in the future. Qingyan City will make a lot of money by then. Even becoming the largest taxpayer in Qingyan City is not impossible. This political achievement, Zheng Quan should at least put some effort into it. Otherwise, Tang Qing would feel a little disadvantaged. Yes. If you want to get a loan in the future, I will help you contact the bank. Lu Gan thought about it. He couldn't give things away for free. As for the land, even if it was given away for free, it was not a very good condition. The policies were similar across the country. Which local government would be short of land? If it was short, it would be expanded to suburban villages and towns. By the way, Uncle Lu, are there any rebates for the loan? Tang Qing suddenly remembered something. This is certain, usually about 3%. It depends on the appetite of the bank leaders. Lu Gan said this with undisguised disdain. Can I not give it? Tang Qing frowned. Lu Gan looked at Tang Qing and said hesitantly, This. Xiao Tang, you also know the situation of the banks in our country. Who do you lend money to? Especially private enterprises. They don't like to borrow money because there are too many closed private enterprises. The law of the jungle is too cruel and there is no protection. The resulting bank bad debts are not as small as those of state-owned enterprises. If it is a state-owned enterprise, they have a lot of assets that can be mortgaged. Coupled with the uniqueness of the state-owned enterprise, the protection of the region and the policy, it is easy for them to borrow money, and they are also very disciplined. They give the money without saying anything, and sometimes there will be unexpected surprises. To be honest, if I were a bank, I would also be willing to lend to the state-owned enterprise. Lu Gan said with emotion. From a risk perspective, the banks have done nothing wrong. These are depositors' money, and the banking industry must ensure their safety. However, it has led to a shortage of funds for private enterprises, and many have been dragged to death. Lu Qian had seen too many cases like this, and he was very distressed. He felt that he was in the same boat. If he hadn't been lucky, he might have died on the road early, and he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Private enterprises are walking on thin ice, and if you are not the boss, you cannot understand the difficulties at all. I understand this money is indispensable. Tang Qing has no solution. Come and threaten? Haha, this is not funny. Yes, even if you're the number one private enterprise in the province, loans will still incur fees unless. Lu Gan said slowly, pausing at the end of the sentence. Unless what? Tang Qing asked wisely. Lu Gan said seriously. Unless you have a very strong background, no one will dare to charge you additional fees. For example, Chai Run, if you want a loan, no one dares to charge his kickbacks. If you don't want to do it anymore, your face will be swollen in minutes. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your teaching. Tang Qing said helplessly. In China, he didn't think he could be so arrogant. His own connections were not enough to form a deterrent within the system. Are you short of money? Lu Gan asked again. Tang Qing shook his head and said, No, I'm not short of money. I just feel that Sheng Tang needs to be self-reliant. If I always inject capital, I will develop a habit of dependence. Sheng Tang needs some pressure. Hearing this, Lu Gan nodded in agreement. Yes, foreign debt can indeed create pressure and a sense of urgency. That's fine. It's already afternoon. Do you want to go to my uncle's house for some tea? Tang Qing looked at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock. Forget it. There will be an important meeting in Shengtang later. I won't go. Let's do it next time. Tang Qing said. Lu Gan didn't ask any more questions and said, Well, you can go quickly. I don't have anything to do in the afternoon. I'm going to catch up with a friend, and I have to go to the provincial capital tomorrow for business. Uncle Lu, please go slowly. I'll see you off not far away. Goodbye, brother monkey. Tang Qing said goodbye. Ha, little slippery guy. Lu Gan said with a wry smile. We will not send it far. Obviously too lazy to bask in the sun. Of course, this is what he thought, because the sun outside is really too poisonous right now, making it hot to look at. After that, Monkey and Lu Gan got into his Rolls-Royce and gradually drove away. At this time, Qian and Lu Gan, who had already finished accounting in the hotel and had been standing for a while, came over. Mr. Tang, the meeting will start in half an hour. Well, let's go back. Afterwards, Tang Qing and Yang Kai came to the training room opposite Shengtang's conference room, which was transformed into a larger conference room. The previous one was too small. Although it is twice as big as the conference room opposite, it is still a bit crowded. Because yesterday was Shengtang's summary meeting, not many people attended, but today is the first meeting after the establishment of Shengtang Group, and there were a lot more participants. At present, Shengtang Group has 3 subsidiaries. Shengtang Fashion Design Company, with General Manager Qi Yin and Deputy General Managers Chun Dan and Xin Yin, has 6 branches located in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Chengdu, and Chongqing. Shengtang Garment Processing Company consists of Qi Yin's factory and 4 factories that were later acquired. The general manager is still Lu Sheng. Shengtang Clothing Company Limited is in charge of sales, training, and other work of Shengtang Group in addition to design and production. The general manager is one of the former deputy general managers of Shengtang Clothing. All procurement, advertising, personnel, and income distribution of the three companies are handled by Shengtang Group. A larger management team naturally filled this room. Tang Qing didn't recognize basically more than half of them, and the new faces were all deputy general managers or above of each branch. After giving him a warm welcome, Yang Kai read out the future layout plan for the prosperous Tang dynasty. The current organizational structure of Shengtang Group is like this, and it will not change in the short term. Now we at Shengtang are still in the stage of rapid expansion. By the end of this year, our goal is to open the 500th store, initially covering all cities above prefecture-level cities in the country, and achieve annual sales of 1.5 billion yuan. In the next 2 years, we will cover all county-level cities in the country, with annual sales of at least 5 billion yuan. At the same time, we must establish and improve the production management system, optimize the supply chain system, complete brand positioning and division, and use the internet for refined scheduling. This task is very arduous because it is not only the efforts of the sales department, but also requires the full cooperation of all departments, including design, production, sales, advertising, and service. Without products and quality, there will naturally be no sales. I hope we can make the group stronger together. Yang Kai started to applaud after speaking. Another round of applause. There are actually only 2 people speaking at this meeting, Yang Kai and Tang Qing. Tang Qing is here to meet with everyone. He doesn't want to participate in the rest of the matter because he finds it troublesome. Yang Kai will have a separate meeting to allocate specific matters, and there are people with sky eyes reviewing and supervising on the side, making it difficult to figure things out. Although there's only one Tianyin employee left in Shengtang Group, who is now the deputy manager of the group's financial department, there is a team of 5 people within Tianyin to analyze and provide services to Shengtang's situation. Now Tianyin has formed a business department within the company. Shengtang Group has a dedicated Shengtang Group business department. It is an absolute holding company, so there are 5 people who specialize in serving Shengtang. Other shareholding companies, such as Mengyan Group, plus the one on site, there are only 3 people. Tang Qing pressed his hands. The room was quiet. Ahem. Hello, everyone. There are many new faces in the work. I am here to welcome you to join our Shengtang Group. Mr. Yang has already said what I should say just now. You will go down to the meeting to decide on the specifics. I will add 2 points here. First, I hope that the brand of Shengtang will not be ruined. I have high hopes for Shengtang. Therefore, each department must do its job well, especially to avoid quality problems. The products we produce at Shengtang must not be said to be high-quality products, but we cannot let out a single defective product. Therefore, quality control is a top priority, and there is no room for sloppiness. Your production department should do a good job in quality control. I will not be lenient if there is a problem. Second, after solving the quality problem, it becomes a market problem. I am not worried about design, nor am I worried about advertising. I could be the first in the country, even if I spend money. What I want to say is the sales department. This is the face of our Shengtang, the face of Shengtang. Therefore, you must keep the service principles in mind and maintain the good image of our group. Well, this is what I want to say today. Mr. Yang mentioned this just now. I want to reiterate it. I hope everyone will remember that when Shengtang has established a firm foothold in China, we will go abroad and face the world. Therefore, we must strictly demand ourselves, demand product quality, and demand service quality. You can rest assured that Shengtang will not treat you badly. Okay, that's all. Tang Qing finished. There was another round of applause. No way. Who said Tang Qing was the chairman? But what Tang Qing said was good and very contagious. Tang Qing doesn't care what the people below think. There are only a handful of people here who really have feelings for Shengtang. The other 3 purposes are just to make a living and make money, or to find a springboard to improve themselves. Whether to change jobs is another question. The most important one is for the ideal of accomplishing one thing. Sometimes it's actually very sad. Even if there are dozens or hundreds of people in a company, if they really want the company to be strong, the only ones who really worry about the future of the company are the bosses, who only have a few hands or even less. All they want to do is increase work experience and make money. In fact, the company is like the boss's child. Most employees just want to make profits. What will the boss think? This is an unsolvable question. No one is right or wrong. Only from the perspective of interests can people accept it. Okay, let's break up the meeting, Tang Qing said. Then he stood up and left. Tang Qing left, but the meeting in the prosperous Tang dynasty was far from over. The specific implementation details may not be completed until dark today. Afterwards, various departments will have internal communication meetings. These days, everyone in Xingdang will basically spend their time communicating and learning from Tang Qing's words and speeches. P.S. Today is a chapter, and I will make up for it in the third update tomorrow. Hi on, everyone. The next day, with the help of Qingyan City Mayor Zheng Quan, Yang Kai contacted the president of Qingyan City Construction Bank. Due to Tang Qing's private explanation, the loan was basically finalized after lunch. The price paid was not much, only a few million. Although Tang Qing was unhappy, he still got Yang Kai to agree. What's a bit ridiculous is that because of Zheng Quan's greeting, the bank only charged a 2% service fee, 3 million yuan. Pay later. As soon as the loan arrives, Shengtang has to give it over. This is Shengtang Yizengquan's greeting, otherwise it will definitely have to be paid first. What else can Tang Qing say about this? Just think of it as a few tenths of a percent more interest. Why do you say it's a few tenths? That's because the loan period is 3 years, and the interest is more than 6% per year. Compared with the 20% or more of private loans, if calculated carefully, this is a completely conscious price. Tang Qing could only comfort himself in this way. In fact, after something happens, it becomes easier to accept it. No wonder many people like to use bank money to make loan sharks. Relatively speaking, the profit is almost 15% or more. If it weren't for the valuation of Shengtang, Tang Qing would want to borrow more, but he is not afraid of not being able to pay it back. Tang Qing thought about it and let it go. There was no need to play like this. 150 million yuan was enough for Shengtang Group to use. In addition, it was to serve end customers, so the money had to go through his own hands. There were also delays in the account period. Simply cutting off the revenue would ensure the rapid development of Shengtang Group. At the same time, Shengtang Group has also signed an investment contract with the Qingyan Economic Development Zone, with a total amount of 1 billion yuan. In the next 5 years, Shengtang Group will invest a total of 1 billion yuan in phases to build these more than 3,000 acres of land. As for the price of the land, it is basically like giving it away. As long as the annual investment requirements are met, the land will be used by Shengtang for free. It is also agreed that after 5 years, the 30-year land use rights will be paid in one lump sum, totaling 38 million yuan. It's quite cheap. So with Shengtang's huge capital injection, the land was quickly surrounded by a fence, and a piece of land was set aside near Mingfeng Road, which was specially used to build office buildings for the group headquarters and various branches, as well as modern factory design and employee dormitories. It was planned to move all the other acquired factories here and manage them uniformly. In addition, there are many entertainment facilities. When Shengtang Group moves in as a whole in the future, this will be a large community of more than 5,000 people, and with the development of Shengtang, the number of people will increase. May 18th, Wednesday, Tang Qing came to this newly purchased land in the prosperous Tang dynasty. The entire land is more than 2 square kilometers. 1 square kilometer is a square of 1 kilometer times 1. It sounds a bit small, but when you stand in front of it, you can feel how big it is. Because the land is irregular, Tang Qing almost didn't see the end. He felt a little bit like he had bought too much. But now that you bought it, let's use it slowly. A group of people followed Tang Qing. There were more than a dozen people from the Design Institute, the person in charge of Party A, the project manager, the supervision unit, and the construction unit. They followed a child, and none of them dared to speak. The boss of the construction unit this time is still Chu Jun, the man who built the Tianyan headquarters. Since he knows him and is a good person, Tang Qing will help if he can. Who should make this money is not for other reasons, but for Chu Jun's personal credit of more than 90 years. Chu Jun looked at the familiar figure behind him in a daze. I thought Tang Qing was a loser before, but now I didn't expect it to be this high. Some time ago, he invested tens of millions to buy land to build the headquarters of one of his companies. This behavior was simply a waste of money. But not long after, he received another big order from Tang Qing, the construction contract for the headquarters of Shengtang Group. One phase of the project worth up to 80 million yuan fell on his company. As long as he continued to work hard and did not cut corners, and if nothing unexpected happened, the next few contracts would probably fall on him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. Looking at the figure walking in front, Chu Jun's eyes were full of gratitude. Yang Kai walked behind Tang Qing, pointing at the busy construction site in the distance and introducing it continuously. Our group's office building is still under design. The plan is to have 24 floors. Considering that we cannot be hasty, the Design Institute has been changing the plan, so it is estimated that the drawings will not be released until the end of the month, so the construction has not started yet. However, the design of the factory and dormitories is not fancy. The Design Institute has adopted templates from other previous projects, so what you see now, Mr. Tang, is that the foundation of the factory is being dug. The factories are all single-layer steel structures, and orders for clothing production equipment have been placed. If the progress is fast, including decoration and equipment installation and debugging, the entire factory will be put into use in 2 months. Yang Kai introduced. Tang Qing nodded thoughtfully and said, Mr. Yang, can the construction of the staff dormitories keep up with this progress? Don't have no place to live by then. Yang Kai quickly said, Mr. Tang, don't worry, this is no problem at all. Since our place is large, we designed the staff dormitories to be 3-story buildings without basements, which reduces the time spent on basics. According to the rate of 1 floor per week at the latest, Mr. Chu and the others can complete the installation of water, electricity, heating, and ventilation in 1 month. Since we are using the canteen model, there is no need to install gas pipelines. With decoration and final drying, the entire production plant will be fully operational in 2 months. However, the relocation of the Shengtang headquarters will probably have to wait until the end of the year. Yang Kai had done enough work before coming. Otherwise, Tang Qing would not be worthy of being the president if he didn't know everything. Can 1 month of decoration ensure safety? The safety of workers is very important. Tang Qing said softly. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. We don't decorate the dormitory like home, and we don't have much furniture or paint. The walls in the dormitory are made of gypsum, and the floor is tiled. The beds are different. Singles live in 4-person bunk beds, and families have special small single rooms. We provide tables, chairs, and benches indoors. We will buy these furniture in advance and ventilate them for a month. There are not many harmful gases, and it can even be said to be completely within the safe range. Yang Kai said, Well, that's good, Mr. Chu. Don't rush the construction period. Don't let any accidents happen because of the deadline. If there are dangers, you can take your time. Tang Qing warned. He didn't want any safety accidents to happen here. Understood. I will definitely pay attention and tell them to be careful. Chu Jun quickly stepped forward and agreed. Yeah. P.S. Thanks to Reader 9915 for the tip. 2 more updates. Only 10 minutes. Tang Qing just looked at this area. The buildings haven't popped up yet. Some of the second phase factory areas still have vegetables. It seems that they haven't had time to pick them. There is really nothing to see. It won't be too late to come and see them after the construction is completed. It's only 2 months, which is not long. While Tang Qing was wandering around the construction site, the gate of the construction site, a police car was parked there. Qin Yugong looked at Tang Qing in the distance, who was regarded as the core by everyone, with a complicated expression. I just passed by here. As the director of the Qingyan City Development Zone Police Station, I naturally know the news that Shengtang Group is going to build a new factory here. This week, the district has basically been focusing on this work. In addition, this is a new development zone. The district also asked their police station to set up a new police station nearby. He came today to see how the construction of the police station is going. When passing by the gate of the construction site, he accidentally caught sight of Tang Qing's figure inside. Although the style of clothes had changed, Qin Yugong looked at his hairstyle and walking posture every day. How could he forget it? So he braked and came to the entrance of the factory. See the police. The person at the door naturally didn't dare to hide anything. After asking around, Qin Yugong found out that Tang Qing was actually the chairman and absolute controlling shareholder of Shengtang Group. The news exploded in his mind like thunder. Tang Qing, Shengtang Group. The two names gradually became connected. Qin Yugong didn't know what he felt in his heart, whether he was happy or angry. The two emotions were intertwined, and his face was full of tangles. "Director, what's wrong?" the subordinate on the side asked. "Nothing. Let's go to the police station first." Qin Yugong came back to his senses and shook his head. After saying that, Qin Yugong left with his men without sounding the siren. But Tang Qing's cell phone had received a text message, and Qin Yugong discovered what happened to him. Therefore, as soon as Chu Jun finished his promise, he left a few words and left in a hurry. This matter must be explained clearly quickly to prevent Qin Yugong from having random thoughts. In fact, he had planned to talk to Qin Yugong during the Chinese New Year, but he got into procrastination and gradually lost his temper, so he couldn't talk it out. "Brother Sun, go to the development zone police station," Tang Qing said after getting in the car. "Okay." Less than 10 minutes. The Audi arrived at the police station in the development zone. It was a 3-story house with gray walls and an eye-catching national emblem that conveyed a touch of majesty. However, Tang Qing met an acquaintance before entering the house. Zhu Wei, deputy director of the development zone police station. As a colleague, I had eaten at my uncle's house before. Tang Qing had also seen a very conscientious policeman. Otherwise, his uncle would not invite him to his home, and his uncle would not be so enthusiastic at all for being a flatterer. "Xiao Tang, are you looking for your uncle?" Zhu Wei's memory is not bad. He recognized Tang Qing at a glance. He was the nephew of his director, but he was a little strange why he came in a car from the Shengtang Group. Why did he know it? Because the Audi car had a pass from the Shengtang Group. Although no one in the company didn't recognize the car, it still wasn't made special. "Yes, hello, Uncle Zhu," Tang Qing said politely. He went down to the police station for inspection. "How about you go to my office and wait for him, and I'll call him," Zhu Wei said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll bother Uncle Zhu." Tang Qing nodded and agreed. "Why not go to Qin Yugong's office? Because he doesn't have the key." Zhu Wei laughed and said, "Why are you so polite? I'm just waiting for you to get the top score in the examination and bring glory to our Qingyan city. Don't let your guard down by then, otherwise your Uncle Zhu won't agree." He knew Tang Qing's results, so there was a strange enthusiasm in his eyes. Being good at reading is not just a talk in the system. "Don't worry, it's no problem," Tang Qing assured. What else could he say if he couldn't get the top prize with almost perfect scores? "Okay, come with me," Zhu Wei said happily. Zhu Wei took Tang Qing to his office and made a cup of tea. Called Qin Yugong. After Zhu Wei explained his intention, Qin Yugong also understood that he had been discovered by Tang Qing and smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't go to Tang Qing, but Tang Qing came to him. If nothing else, his attitude was still very upright. After hastily ending the training at the police station, Qin Yugong rushed back to the Kai District Police Station. Looking at the Audi car at the door, he didn't understand what was going on, so he was really a fool. Sun Xiao was Tang Qing's driver from the beginning to the end. Came to Zhu Wei's office. After thanking Zhu Wei, he called Tang Qing to his office. Tang Qing also let go at this time and looked at Qin Yugong with a smile. Qin Yugong was still confused, pretending to stare at him seriously, but the lethality of his eyes was really limited. Seeing that Tang Qing was not afraid of him at all, his serious look slowly disappeared. He sighed softly. "Tang Ting, you have done a good job in underground work. You have hidden it from us for so long. Tell us what happened." Qin Yugong said, "Uncle, I want to say that the money is for buying lottery tickets. Can you believe it?" Tang Qing joked. Qin Yugong was stunned. This answer was different from what he imagined. "Of course I don't believe it. Did you ask a friend to borrow it again?" "Well, Huh, maybe this is not necessarily true. Qin Yugong smiled bitterly. He wanted an explanation, but Tang Qing said that he didn't want to hear lies. What a dilemma. Tang Qing's face straightened. Uncle, please believe me, this money is all obtained legally, and it is also mine. Tang Qing gave what he thought was the worst explanation. But instead of deceiving, it is better to tell the truth. Hear the words. Qin Yugong said in surprise. What? It's all yours? You. Where did you get so much money? You. Forget it. I don't want to hear lies. Qin Yugong felt a little helpless as he spoke. He wanted to question Tang Qing, but he would probably get a lie, so why bother? Tang Qing smiled and said, That's right. That's why I didn't tell you and my parents that there is no problem with the source of the money, but I can't tell you. So, Uncle, you have to keep it a secret for me and wait until I find a reasonable reason before telling them. Reason? Qin Yugong naturally understood the meaning of this word. Make up stories. Yeah, I'm helpless too. Tang Qing really couldn't find any reason to legitimately explain the source of these hundreds of millions or even more money in the future. Do you really think that stock trading and gambling can get away with it? That's a novel. Okay. Your 6-year-old child came back with 100,000 yuan in cash. If you don't hold a whip and ask for a way out, you're a fool. It's completely unreasonable. Just like what happened at the restaurant last time, Tang Qing's parents didn't care about how much money he had, but where the money came from. They even tried to pay back what they borrowed and gave him a harsh slap. It's really hard to fool around. Qin Yugong took a deep breath. There is nothing he can do about Tang Qing. But as a relative, basic trust is still necessary, and Tang Qing did not lie to him, so he was already very relieved. Okay, I'll keep it a secret for you. Just be careful and don't expose the secret. Qin Yugong thought for a long time, and even thought about Tang Qing's second uncle Tang Kai, and then he felt calm. If Tang Kai's words really made sense. Okay, no problem. If you need help in the future, just ask. Tang Qing said happily after being fooled. You can just say that money is not everything. Qin Yugong said angrily. Then, just say it's money. We don't have anything else but plenty of money. Tang Qing really didn't dare to say that money is everything, but he still dared to say it. You brat, if you have more money, save it. There will be many places to use your money in the future. Tell me what other companies you have. There shouldn't be any need to keep this secret. Qin Yugong turned to ask about Tang Qing's other assets. Tang Qing thought for a while and then said, There's no need to keep this secret. I also have a business consulting company called Tianyin, which mainly helps me manage my industry. What I actually control is Shengtang Group and a security company. There are several companies that hold shares. One is the Mengyun Group that cooperates with Lu Qian. I'm his second largest shareholder. There's also a catering company that cooperates with the Li Jianguo, you know. I hold 49% of the shares. However, the security company has not been integrated yet. It should be almost the end of this month. There's nothing else. By the way, I also cooperated with others to develop a villa area in Shanghai, and I also kept one for myself. Basically, I will not be able to get my money back. It will be better to live in Shanghai when the time comes. After listening, Qin Yugong was a little stupid. He really didn't expect to defraud so many companies at once. The three holding shares, all seem to be small companies with millions of dollars. He did not expect Tang Qing to spread his stall so big. This represents not only money, but also a network of connections. It seems that Tang Qing's network of connections is much wider than his. No wonder. He has figured out many things that he thought were strange before. P.S. There is one more chapter. Please vote. Thinking of the cooperation between Lu Qian and Tang Qing mentioned earlier, it was still the Mengyun Group. How could he not have heard of the Mengyun Group in the province? No wonder Lu Gan was so enthusiastic about their family before. It turned out that it was all because of Tang Qing. He also remembered that the house won the lottery before. If nothing else, it must have been arranged by Tang Qing and Lu Gan. To this, what else could Qin Yugong say? I can only accept it happened. I just hope that Tang Qing will be sensible and not harm himself. But for such a smart nephew, others may not be able to succeed if they want to plot against him. Tang, how many assets do your companies have in total? Qin Yugong couldn't help but ask. He was also very curious about how many assets Tang Qing had. Well, let me think about it. The monthly report statistics of Tianyin last month are worth almost 800 million yuan. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, "These are all conservative estimates. If based on potential, Shengtan's valuation would be more than 800 million yuan. However, he is not prepared to raise financing. There is no need to be too optimistic about his own company. All calculations are based on the discount of fixed assets and current brand value. It is similar to the bank's calculation. It is less than 500 million yuan, and the other companies combined are only 300 million yuan. Otherwise, even $1 billion will not be able to stop it. That's a bit too high. 800 million? Qin Yugong opened his mouth and exclaimed. Even though he was well-informed and calm-minded, he couldn't accept it. This number confused him a little. What is the concept of 800 million? He couldn't think of it for a while. But it's definitely a big, big number. In front of me, my nephew actually has so many assets. With this amount of assets, there is absolutely no problem in ranking among the top 10 richest people in Qingyan City. Tang Qing nodded slightly. Expressed recognition. Qin Yugong closed his mouth, swallowed, leaned on the chair, and slowly accepted this setting. His nephew was a super rich man, and this was only assets, not working capital, but he didn't ask. Alas, ignorance is the happiest thing. He would rather not see anything today. Otherwise, when he thinks about it, his heart will beat faster. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. It's almost noon. Let's go back to eat. You kids skipped class again today and asked if you often do this. How could it be a holiday today on Wednesday? Qin Yugong immediately deduced Tang Qing's previous crimes. But things are different now. Tang Qing's wealth has not expanded, which is already good. Hence the joke in the tone. Hee. Uncle has a sharp eye and saw through my little trick at a glance. I admire him. Tang Qing cupped his fists and bowed. You brat, it seems that my guess was right. Your teacher is also cooperating with you to cover up, right? Qin Yugong said with a smile. No way. Who calls us a genius? Tang Qing said proudly. After hearing this, Qin Yugong couldn't criticize Tang Qing. Tang Qing was right. It doesn't matter whether he gets it or not, especially when the results are basically at the top. Sometimes there must be a lot of things in such a big stall. Tang Qing wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper, but he doesn't want it. He has seen too much of the ugliness of human nature. I have to guard against it. Tang, do you believe the people in charge of your companies? Qin Yugong asked directly. Tang Qing looked like this. Uncle, don't worry. All holding and shareholding companies have people from Tianyin stationed there to review and supervise all management and financial aspects. They have no superior-subordinate relationship, but only supervise. If there is a problem, you can only come to me to solve it. The salary of Tianyin Consulting Company depends entirely on me, and the dividends are distributed from the year-end profits of the affiliated companies. They're not open to the public, and I trust the general manager of Tianyin. You may have heard of her. She is Cui Guangming's granddaughter. Tang Qing said slowly. By the way, he pushed Zhao Jiao out. Hearing what was ahead, Qin Yugong slowly felt relieved. But when he heard Cui Guangming's name, his eyes suddenly widened. Of course, he knew who Cui Guangming was. In the year he changed his career, he was one of the big bosses in the province, and he was still a political and legal person. Even if he retired, he was definitely a presence that could not be ignored. He had also heard from hearsay and knew that Cui Guangming's family was definitely a wealthy family, and their upbringing must be extremely strict. His granddaughter would not be someone who would seek to seize Tang Qing's property. Since Tang Qing handed it over to this person, it represented Tang Qing's trust. What's your relationship with this general manager? Qin Yugong thought of something and suddenly frowned. The glasses stared straight at Tang Qing. Tang Qing shook his head when he saw it. You really know how to think wildly. I'm still underage. Uncle, she's my sister. She already has a fiancé. What are you thinking about? Tang Qing explained helplessly. Qin Yugong felt relieved after hearing this. Haha, professional habit. Qin Yugong was also a little embarrassed, but this was human nature and he couldn't control his instinct to gossip. Then the two got in the car and prepared to go home. Happy today. His nephew suddenly became a billionaire. Qin Yugong felt complicated at the same time, but he was also very happy. This was completely different from Tang Kai being rich. One was a commoner and the other was a junior. Seeing the junior have success, this is what an elder should be happy about. So I bought some cold dishes and drove the car back home. With the donations from Lu Qian and Tang Kai, even if part of it was given to the city, his share as the director was still intact. He was assigned a car and drove it to and from get off work every day. It was inevitable that the bus was used for personal use, but he only reimbursed part of the refueling, so he felt at ease. Back home, Annie has already bought the vegetables and is cooking. The two sisters also went home and were doing homework in their room. Although it was noon, they want to finish the homework assigned in the morning quickly. They could find time in the evening whether they were reading or resting. At this time, Tang Qing had already changed in his school uniform. Dressed like I'm a good student, Qin Yugong looked amused. It was a bit inconsistent for a middle school student to control the livelihood of thousands of people. After lunch, it was rare for Qin Yugong to send Tang Qing to school. Stop at the school gate. Just about to open the door and get out of the car. Tang, with so much money, do you still want to go to school? Qin Yugong asked gently. Tang Qing was stunned, then smiled and said, Of course I want to go to school. Knowledge is power. This is what you told me. I have never forgotten that more money only means that I have the ability and right to choose the lifestyle I want. It does not mean what I have to do. And I want to go to school. This is my choice. It doesn't matter how much money I have. Tang Qing also gave a similar answer to the question asked by his second uncle. P.S. The third chapter is a bit watery, but there will be another 3 chapters tomorrow. Something exciting. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Please vote again. After listening to Tang Qing's answer, Qin Yugong nodded with satisfaction. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He is afraid that Tang Qing will not want to go to school because he thinks he has some money. Oh no, this is not just a little, but many stores, 800 million yuan. Looking at the development speed of Shengtang, it is quickly moving towards 1 billion yuan in assets, and this does not include Tang Qing's possible liquidity. Maybe the total assets now exceed 1 billion yuan. So much money. Most people are already happy, enjoying life, traveling around, or dropping out of school to devote themselves to careers, etc. There are not many people who can stay in school with peace of mind. Haha, there are not many at all. After all, there are too many temptations in this society. Beauty, status, and unrestrained life can all make people addicted. But at least for now, Tang Qing has not been corrupted by those unhealthy tendencies. That's good. Go to school quickly. I will help you hide it. Qin Yugong said, for such a big matter, Tang Qing can't explain the source of the funds, so it's better not to provoke others. Fortunately, he has a strong ability to accept. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't worry about death. Okay, goodbye, uncle. Tang Qing smiled. After that, he got out of the car and walked into the school. Watching Tang Qing walk into the school, the once naive student slowly transformed into a giant in the business world. Qin Yugong always felt so unreal. If he hadn't secretly pinched himself many times, he would have thought he was dreaming. I hope you can keep your heart. Qin Yugong murmured. Finished. Pick yourself up. Qin Yugong drove to work. That's when there was another person who was shocked together with Qin Yugong. That is Tang Kai. When he received a call from Lu Qian just now and learned about the reorganization of Tang Qing's company, he felt very happy. I am pleased with the growth of the younger generation. He was not as worried as Qin Yugong, because he knew much more than Qin Yugong. Understanding Chai Ren's identity and the power of Tang Qing's friends that he accidentally knew made the uneasiness in his heart gradually fade away. On the phone, after talking about Tang Qing, Lu Gan talked about a favor he promised on a last phone call. Brother Tang, you've got your money back. Lu Gan said with a smile. That's right, it's about debt. The two of them were chatting with each other on the phone last time, and they talked about the problem of corporate debts. Lu Gan knew that someone owed money to Tang Kai, so he remembered his debt, and since he was Tang Qing's second uncle, he asked a friend for help. Tang Kai also said with a dubious attitude that his friend owed money and ran away. Lu Gan made some demands, such as huge fees and a 1-month fund transfer period, and Tang Kai readily agreed. This person owed him 40,300,000 yuan worth of Thai baht. It was not a loan, but a partnership between the two of them in the real estate business. The other party donated money and ran away and went abroad without a trace. He also had no news about the other party. Fortunately, the business was good in the past few years, and the money did not drag him to death. Otherwise, ordinary businessmen would have gone bankrupt long ago. But it had only been a short time, less than a week, before Lu Gan said he had found it and would come back. He was a bit confused. Really? Tang Kai stood up in surprise and said, "Yes, half of the money will be transferred to your account in 1 month. You can choose any currency form." Lu Gan said with a smile. If an ordinary person, he would not accept such a task. But what is the relationship between Tang Kai and Tang Qing? His account was upgraded by Tang Qing. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to issue tasks and would only be able to see the currency exchange interface. Get confirmation. Tang Qing was very happy. "Thank you." Tang Kai thanked him. He didn't mention any benefits. As an introducer, Lu Gan might get a commission. But he really wronged Lu Gan. Lu Gan didn't even get a penny of commission, and even lost 100,000 yuan in mission deposits, which would not be refunded. Lu Gan didn't care about this. Just like currency exchange, monetary gains are not the most important. Hidden gains are also gains. "Why are you so polite? Come back sometime," Lu Gan said. "Next month, when Tang Nang has just finished his college entrance examination, I will go back to see them and bring them here to play," Tang Kai said with a smile. "Okay, let's have a drink then." Lu Gan laughed. "No problem," Tang Kai said. After ending the phone call, Tang Kai felt relieved. During this period of time, his business was going smoothly, with a sufficient inventory of jade and jewelry, and his business was getting bigger and bigger, especially with the last batch of zero inventory given to him. He, Chai Run, and others made a lot of money. However, he only thought about this windfall and did not dare to expect it next time. And just yesterday, he received a call from the Zero leader asking him to trade a new batch of mine goods, and he was the exclusive purchaser. Think of this. Tang Kai was filled with excitement. In the past, I was only doing business in one place, and not all of Wei Jun's goods were given to him. It was just that he was the only partner in Thailand, and there were also other countries and retail companies. But it's different now. According to the other party's tone last night, if he wanted all these goods, he could get them all. Compared with the previous transaction volume with Wei Jun's family, this was more than 5 times larger than the previous transaction volume. This is equivalent to a near monopoly on jade jewelry and gold output in 2 large mining areas. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, he will become Thailand's largest jade jewelry wholesaler in a short time. Not one. Tang Kai couldn't sleep at all that night. There was so much good news that he was a little overwhelmed. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Kai set out from Bangkok and drove all the way to Wang Sa's territory with his men. Wang Sa, who got the news at this time, sent people to lead the way when Tang Kai just entered Chiang Mai, Thailand. Military vehicles cleared the way, and the road was naturally smooth, and he jumped in the queue. Night, the gate of Wang Sa camp. There was a man in casual clothes standing, smoking a cigar. Of course, only Wang Sa had the courage to do this. Behind him were 2 rows of straight soldiers. Although it was a bit undisciplined, Wang Sa was the highest officer here. As long as he was not discovered during a major inspection, no one would care about it. Looking at the advancing motorcade in the distance, Wang Sa smiled. The previous transaction between Tang Kai and the other side of the river allowed him to get acquainted with Ling, and he also became a supplier of daily necessities to nearly 100,000 people there. For some reason, the demand for daily goods on the other side was more than 10 times greater than that of Wei Jun's previous territory. Logically speaking, the power of integrating the 2 territories would only be doubled at most. He was a little confused by the current situation, but that's fine. The money earned is more than 10 times that before. No, it's more than 30 times. When Wei Jun's family was here before, the monthly transaction volume was only around 300,000 US dollars, and the profit was over 100,000 US dollars. But this month's transaction volume alone was nearly 10 million US dollars. In addition to daily necessities, The other party wants all steel, cement, and other building materials, machinery, and oil. And this is only for this month. Next month, the other party's order volume will not decrease, but increase, reaching 15 million US dollars. With so much money, he woke up laughing several times in his dreams. The other party never defaulted on its debts. After the bulk goods arrived at the other party's territory, the money arrived in the account within half a day. The credit was quite good. They fed everyone here with the money. He gradually became braver to fight, but he knew the bottom line. He must not touch weapons. This was a red line. Fortunately, the other party never mentioned buying weapons. One of the purposes of welcoming Tang Qing this time was to get him to visit the other side. Although she had established initial trust, she still did not dare to go to the other side's territory to drink tea alone, and the other side had never invited him. Sir Wangsa, long time no see. Your face is glowing. Your life has been very harmonious recently. Tang Qing got out of the car and shook hands and smiled. Wangsa laughed and said, "Ha, Mr. Tang, you too? You have made a lot of money." "Ha ha, each other," Tang Qing said with a slight smile. There was a tacit understanding. Wangsa didn't care whether Tang Qing's last price for the goods was low. After this period of transactions, he and the forces behind him knew one thing. That is, no matter how much money Tang Qing gave to the other party, the money would basically flow back to them slowly. With this thought, they no longer pay attention to the prices of those goods. The more the better. The more the merrier. Tang Qing underreported it. Little things. They are optimistic about the long-term success. Tang Qing looked at the time again and said, "Look, there are still 2 hours before we go to pick up the goods. How about we find a place to sit?" Now it suddenly started to rain lightly, which was not a suitable place for chatting. Wangsa suggested, "Just go to the river." "Riverside?" Tang Qing asked. Of course he knew what it meant. It was the trading place, but there was only one outpost with a lonely house. "You don't even serve me a cup of hot tea?" Tang Qing looked at Wangsa as if he was joking. Seeing Tang Qing's face, Wangsa immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Tang, just follow me." After saying that, Wangsa took Tang Qing and his party to the riverside. Where there used to be only one sentry post, there are now many more buildings, but they are all made of wood and bamboo. They're not permanent concrete buildings. They are quite unique. The sentry post was also demolished, and a sentry tower was built with 5 soldiers standing on it. At this time, there are still many shops open in this place. Looking at the stores one by one, Tang Qing looked at Wangsa suspiciously. Wangsa smiled slightly and explained slowly. "Mr. Tang, as you know, I have done business with Wei Jun and his family before, mainly to provide daily necessities. This time, Leader Ling and I have resumed the same trade, but the transaction method has changed. Before, my car could still drive to Wei Jun and his family to sell goods and deliver goods, but now it can't. They don't allow my car to pass by, and they don't allow my people to enter at will, so I had to discuss with them to build a transfer station here for the handover of goods. In the past, they still purchased in a unified manner, but then they slowly relaxed the restrictions, and their internal people can also do business, so a group of merchants approved by them also came to my place to purchase goods. In order to facilitate transactions, I sorted my goods here and marked the prices. They would come here to purchase and order, and it was very convenient. Don't look at the goods here, but we have built a large warehouse at 5 kilometers. As long as the order is completed here, we can prepare all the goods and hand them over to the other party in 1 hour at most. Wangsa said with a bit of pride. In the warehouse over there are not only common supplies, but also mountains of building materials and equipment ready for delivery. After listening to the introduction, Tang Qing understood this is just a simple border trade port. Seeing some people coming in and out of the store, Tang Qing wanted to laugh a little. Smuggling does this. How interesting. P.S. There are 2 chapters left. Please vote. So high profile. Tang Qing was a little worried about Wangsa, but when he thought about the power of the Wangsa family in Thailand, he slowly gave up the idea of worrying about it. Wangsa's family was not stupid. Since Wangsa was allowed to do this, it meant that it could withstand all the pressure and consequences, or it could also feed other people. That's when the 2 of them turned a corner. Look across the way. Wang Sa said to Tang Qing again, and pointed to the other side of the river. Tang Qing took advantage of the situation and looked around. I saw that the open space across the river was no longer the dirt land before, but the concrete floor had been hardened and was clean and tidy. At the same time, there was a 2-story masonry house standing there, and there was a sign in Burmese on it that said Entry and Exit Cargo and Personnel Registration and Management Center. Tang Qing opened his mouth and looked at everything in front of him. My brain is a bit hard to turn around. I thought it was just a simple smuggling, but I didn't expect that the opposite side actually took it seriously and built a management center. It didn't look like a display, but actually performed their duties. A group of people wearing unknown military uniforms stood upright on the opposite side to maintain order, and a strong aura came from it. Tang Qing couldn't help but guess whether the other party was an official team of Mian Yao, specially sent to perform tasks. And although it is a bit late now, there's still people coming and going on both sides of the river. At the same time, there's a railing on the other side of the river, blocking passing vehicles for inspection procedures. Tang Qing also discovered that at the bottom of the creek, there was an obviously concrete road on the shallow river bottom, used for passing vehicles, about 5 centimeters from the water. Businessmen without cars were wearing rain boots to cross the river. Sir Wang Sa, why don't you harden the ground here? Tang Qing asked, looking at the gravel road under his feet. Wang Sa shook his head lightly after hearing this and said, "We can't. This trading place is not in compliance with the rules, so we have not hardened the ground here. It is all gravel roads, and we have not built brick houses. They are all made of wood and can be dismantled at any time, just to avoid telling the truth." Tang Qing nodded in understanding. Indeed, it's not good to be too arrogant. The opposite side is your own territory. You can do whatever you want, build whatever you want, and no one can control it. But Wang Sa cannot do that. Their family has not yet reached the point where it can dominate the world with one hand in Thailand. Looking at the orderly entry and exit management on the other side, Tang Qing knew this is an ambitious force. He also wanted to go in and see what those people had built inside. "Mr. Tang, are you interested in going there and taking a look?" Wang Sa suddenly suggested. His desire to go in and take a look was not entirely his idea, but also their family's intention to explore the bottom of this force. When a mysterious force suddenly appears next to you, everyone will be curious and uneasy. It is still undergoing crazy construction, and there are more and more mysteries. However, you're not worried about the other party coming over. That is impossible. In this era, national wars are basically out of the question here. If a small force randomly grabs territory and seizes other countries, there's only one word, that is death, and will be strangled by the joint efforts of all countries, because this trend cannot rise. As for the internal ones, there's no problem. Let's just say it. If the other side grabs other Myanmar's territory, they have nothing to do. That is an internal affair. They can also eat melon seeds and watch the excitement, or shout to come on, but if they covet their land, they can't help laughing just thinking about it. How is it possible? This is also one of the reasons why they maintain such a large trading volume. They are not opponents at all, so they could do business. Even if Mian Yao causes trouble to discuss them in the future, it is not impossible for them to sell some weapons or something to discuss them. It's just that they never imagine that they don't sell weapons, and the people on the other side don't look down on his weapons. The weapons in the mall are brand new. There are no defective or inferior weapons. With the mall, who wants your rags? When the mall gradually upgrades, there will be more and more weapons, and I won't want them if you give them away for free, and I don't mind taking up space. During this time, they actually sent people over to collect information, but they all just disappeared. The people who went there were thrown on a rocky beach not far from here the next day, and all the photography equipment was confiscated. After a few times, they didn't dare to mess around anymore. This was obviously a warning. They didn't want to lose such an important partner. They also learned something from the merchants here. That is, they seem to have established a complete household registration management system there. If strangers go there without their ID cards, they will not be able to go very far without being caught. At this point, their intelligence sources are only these businessmen, but Wang Sa is not stupid. He wants you to know everything he wants you to know. This time he wants to go there just as an ice-breaking trip to deepen the relationship. Take a look, Tang Kai asked. He seemed to understand something. Yes, I haven't been there for a long time, and I'm also curious about how their internal construction is going. During this period, they purchased a large amount of cement, steel bars, and other building materials and excavation equipment. I guess the construction must be very good. Wang Sa explained. Tang Kai didn't care whether it was true or not. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Okay, I'll ask later if I can go for a stroll. Tang Kai said slowly, looking across the river. Let's go, it's still early. Let's go get something to eat first. Wang Sa said happily. He and Tang Kai proposed it together. The other party should agree. Well, okay. After saying that, Tang Kai followed Wang Sa to a room, drinking tea, chatting, eating fruits, and game barbecue. An hour and a half later. It was getting dark. It's time for the daily market opening. The light rain in the sky slowly turned into heavy rain. During the plum rain season, the weather here is also unforgiving, and it lasts for many days at a time. And all the shops have closed, and the businessmen have also left here. They're all from Wang Sa, and Wang Sa is doing a monopoly business. These people are employees, living near the warehouse in the distance, and going to work on time every day. It's time to trade. The number of people on the other side of the river gradually decreased. The three-wheelers, carts, or cars that pulled the goods slowly disappeared into the mountains behind the management center. Only those men in strange military uniforms were left standing guard. For a while, it seems very deserted here. Only the soldiers on both sides and them were left. Looking at the two silent warriors behind Tang Kai, Wang Sa felt that they had a similar temperament to those on the other side. Both of them were cold and unusual. Is this also the person opposite? A bold idea came to Wang Sa's mind. If this was the case, Tang Kai was not just an ordinary businessman. He might still be in contact with the other party, or was this the bodyguard sent to him by the other party? Or for surveillance? Wang Sa couldn't figure out the situation for a while. I simply don't think about it anymore. Never mind his business. Eat and drink. Soon, half an hour passed. The sky was completely dark, the rain was getting heavier, and there was even thunder, but no one felt anything. It was just thunder, and there were soldiers all around, so there was nothing scary about it. At this time, Tang Kai, Wang Sa, and others were already standing by the river. Looking at the other side, their men were holding umbrellas for their bosses. The water level of the stream was slowly rising, but only a little. Soon, trucks drove over and stopped on the other side. A muscular figure got out of the car in front. The two recognized each other immediately. That's Zero. Same outfit as last time. Chief Zero, hello, hello. Tang Kai quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand, smiling. Hello, Mr. Tang. Let's take a look at the goods first, or why don't you go to our place to take a look? The soldier also smiled. It's just that the faint camouflage on his face makes Mahakala look a bit scary. Fortunately, Tang Kai is not the kind of timid person. Okay, no problem. Tang Kai agreed immediately after taking a look. Tang Kai agreed as he watched the other side quickly set up a huge shed like magic. You can't look at goods in the rain. There are no sheds here in Wang Sa. Said. Tang Kai and Wang Sa followed Zero to the other side. Under the shed, boxes were brought down one by one, some made of iron and some made of wood. Tang Kai began to slowly inspect the goods, together with the two soldiers. During this period, Tang Kai also discovered that the two bodyguards had strong learning abilities. When he was appraising a jade pendant, he accidentally asked a question. Unexpectedly, one of the soldiers recognized it. After analyzing it clearly, he slowly discovered that these two soldiers were actually proficient in appraising jade jewelry. This is a bit scary. Later, after a little time of teaching and learning, these two warriors became his right-hand assistants, so he did not bring anyone else with him for this appraisal. Only two warriors. Such talent. Tang Kai really didn't know how Tang Qing's friend was willing to send him to protect him and do such a dangerous thing. But that's fine. It doesn't sound like you want it when you get it. It's just a clever idea. Within half an hour, 6 trucks of goods were appraised. 2005, 3001. The two soldiers gave 2 numbers. This means that the valuation of the goods they appraised is in tens of thousands of US dollars. Adding the total valuation of $16 million US that they just appraised, The estimated value of this batch of goods is as high as $72 million US. So much? Tang Kai was a little unbelievable, but the two warriors still had strong professional abilities. This time it was not a package price, but a price negotiation after viewing the goods. Tang Kai looked around again and understood how the valuation of $31 million US came from. It turned out that there was nearly a ton of gold here. Could it be that the other party has increased the mining area? Or a new gold mine was discovered? The specific reason is unknown, but he knows that with these goods, his position in the industry will be more stable. The jewelry business. In stock. Only then can one have status. See Tang Kai after reading goods. Wang Sao wisely walked to the river to wash his shoes. He didn't care about the exact value. Anyway, part of it would eventually flow into his and others' pockets from the other side. Chief Zero, how much do you want for this batch of goods? Tang Kai asked directly. $70 million US. Zero said. This price is acceptable, but Tang Kai will not refuse to make a counteroffer. It's a bit much. How about $65 million? Tang Kai said, pretending to be a little hurt. Then let's make a compromise. The fixed price is $67.5 million US. Ling said with a smile. Tang Kai was extremely happy. I just like such cheerful people. Deal. Tang Kai stretched out his hand and smiled. This price. Not expensive. More than $4 million US were saved, which is tens of millions of RMB. It's a pleasure to work with you, Zero said. Chief Zero, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Follow the old rules, and I will pay on time. Tang Kai said. Okay. P.S. There is one more chapter. Please vote. See, the transaction between the two is completed. Zero's soldiers began to load the truck, and Wang Sa's men rushed over to help. Wang Sa came over. Leader Zero, I wonder if we have the honor to visit your territory. Tang Kai suddenly asked. Finished. Tang Kai stared at Zero's face, expecting something to change, but not at all. It was as if what he just said was not meant for him. It's such a familiar feeling. Yes, but there is a limit on the number of people. You and Chief Wang Sa can each bring one person in. Zero pretended to think for a moment and agreed. This is not a top secret area. Tang Kai can see if he wants. The reason why it was so mysterious before was just to control the floating population, facilitate population registration, and let those in the territory adapt to standardized management. Now that these have been basically completed and the system is almost implemented, there is no need to maintain the previous tense situation. This land, Tang Qing did not intend to make it a closed place. He was not afraid of flies and mosquitoes coming in. The entire territory area was already filled with various surveillance equipment. In addition, there were many soldiers scattered in this vast mountainous area. If outsiders wanted to come in and cause damage, this would definitely be a high-risk mission that would lead to death. Great, when are we going? Before Tang Kai spoke, Wang Sa walked over and said happily. Zero turned around and looked at Wang Sa with a half-smile. See this expression. Wang Sa's face suddenly stiffened, and he felt a little embarrassed when he thought of his men lying on the river beach before. Ling chuckled lightly, turned to Tang Kai and said, Mr. Tang, it's too late today. I'll take you in personally tomorrow morning to visit. I'll entertain you well and send you back tomorrow afternoon. Well, Chief, go back and rest early. Let's make arrangements here first. Tang Kai said. He's not worried about going there now. Well, you two, see you in the morning. Seeing that the goods had been loaded into the truck, Zero said goodbye. After that, he got in the car and disappeared into the mountains with the convoy. The management center also returned to calm. Stand guard. A sentry. A peaceful sight. Mr. Tang, have a drink tonight. Wang Sa said, putting his arm around Tang Kai's shoulders. Okay, but we have to finish arranging the work first. Tang Kai said with a smile. Return to camp in Wang Sa. Tang Kai asked one of the soldiers to take the 2 trucks of goods back to Bangkok, leaving one of them to protect him. Wang Sa also sent 2 military off-road vehicles one after the other to protect the convoy, just like last time. Tang Kai was not worried about what would happen. After all, if something happened, it would be useless for him to be there. There might be one more hostage. And this time the travel expenses were not expensive, only $100,000. Night. Wang Sa arranged a room for Tang Kai, looking at the luxuriously decorated room. Obviously, this is a place specially used by Wang Sa to receive distinguished guests. He did not receive such treatment when he slept here before. Haha, Tang Kai smiled bitterly. It seems that Wang Sa only regarded him as a casual friend in the past. Think about it. A jade merchant may not be considered a distinguished guest in Wang Sa's heart. A night of silence. Tang Kai was not used to living in other people's houses, so he went to bed early, and the soldier also took a nap in the room. But Wang Sa didn't go to bed so early. Returned to the room. Closed the door. Wang Sa made a phone call. Son, what's going on? Came a rich voice. Wang Sa immediately said respectfully, Father, Tang Kai's transaction has been completed just now. The goods are on the way back to Bangkok. We collected 100,000 US dollars. By the way, he also asked Ling to go there for a visit. Ling also agreed. It will be tomorrow morning, but we can only bring one person in. His father is now a senior general in Thailand, with the rank of Chiang Kai-shek, and he has always been jealous of his father since he was a child, so he has always respected and feared his father. Oh, that's good. Go and see what's going on over there. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. Yes, but father, they want more and more strange things, as if they're planning to build a city. They also want a lot of factory equipment, steel bars, cement, and food. If this continues, if they can be self-sufficient, won't there be no place to sell our goods? Why did you agree to this business in the first place? Wang Sa asked doubtfully. He also asked this question at that time, but his father did not say it. Instead, he asked him to take a longer-term view. However, after all this time, he still had not figured out how far the long term was. This is why you can only stay in that small place now. I don't dare to let you out. Son, if you want to move up, you have to think more about the overall situation. First of all, you have to understand a basic logic. Is the other party a friend or an enemy? Obviously, if you are not an enemy or a stranger, then you are a friend. Since you're a friend, if the other party makes a request, it is not too much. Do you do it or not? And if you can imagine it, can they not think of it? Why bother to stalemate the relationship directly? There's a saying that you must keep in mind. The most stable relationship is not about interests or feelings, but a situation of both, which can protect the long-term interests. It's not that they can't get these equipment without us. It's just more cumbersome. Why should we be such evil people? There is no need to be. Second, that is investment. I am very optimistic about this force. It is strong, organized, disciplined, mysterious, decisive, and very measured. It has all the conditions worthy of investment. If we make good friends with them, they're still neighbors. Sometimes we will get a lot of benefits. As for the benefits, I will not tell you. You only need to know what he wants. Apart from weapons, just sell them to them, and it is not without giving us money. Son, remember, if our family wants to be prosperous, money is only a small aspect, and power is the foundation. Remember what you saw tomorrow and report back to me. Okay, father. Wang Sa agreed quickly. After being taught by his father, he felt that he had understood a lot, but it seemed as if he didn't say anything. This IQ, he felt that it was better for him to stay here, as he could easily be beaten to death if he went out. Yeah. He hung up the phone and listened to the beep on the other side. Wang Sa dared to hang up the phone. He breathed a long sigh of relief and made a call. Check all the factory equipment and send it over tomorrow. After that, he hung up the phone. Looking at the heavy rain that was still falling outside the window, Wang Sa kept smoking his cigar and thinking about what his father had just said. It's true when you think about it. I used to be crazy and just think about making money. Early the next morning, Tang Kai got up early. It wasn't that he couldn't get used to sleeping at home, but he also had a bed-loving side. But there was someone earlier than him, and that was the insomniac Wang Sa. Thinking about today's mission and his father, he didn't sleep well all night, so he got up before dawn. Fortunately, he was not old and would not wander around after missing one night's sleep. After breakfast, the sky is still slightly bright. The two of them hurriedly arrived at the port. I had no choice but to forget the appointment time yesterday, so I had better come early to avoid keeping the other party waiting. But looking at the figures on the other side of the river, it was obvious that they were still late. After being sour to each other for a while, The two got into Ling's car, a military jeep that was a bit old but polished. Looking at the old car, Wang Sa was a little proud. This was the difference between regular and noisy. However, due to restrictions, he did not dare to sell any military equipment and vehicles to the other party. If he sells it, he will be in big trouble. The car starts smoothly. We drove into the mountains along the familiar old road. As expected, the road surface has basically been hardened. The thickness of the Tulane cement road is unknown, but it does not look like a shoddy project. Moreover, bridges have been erected in many places, but they are only small bridges. The traffic conditions are much better than the last time they came. The vehicle drove forward quickly, and after a while, it passed through the mountainous area and reached a slightly flat place. Looking at the terrace fields in the distance, the growing rice, and the people working there, Tang Qing also nodded constantly. Just don't plant those kinds of harmful flowers. P.S. Chapter 3, I'm so tired, please vote. There will be 3 updates tomorrow. The climate here in Myanmar is basically in the teens or 20s throughout the year. If you grow rice, you will get 2 to 3 crops a year. Tang Qing is not willing to let go of such a good grain-producing area. This will also become an important grain-producing area for him in the future. However, many of them have not yet been developed and are still in the wilderness. Tang Qing arbitrarily designated half of the land for growing food and cash crops. The other half of the land has many mines, and the mountains and rivers are relatively beautiful, so he decided to retain these natural scenery. It would be good to engage in tourism in the future. Otherwise, it would always feel weird if all the land was planted with food. This isn't a farm. After taking over this place, all the flowers were cut down and the farmers were forced to plant food crops. This did not arouse the resentment of the farmers. Instead, they were very happy. It was very simple. Even if they planted those flowers, the money they could get was definitely not as cost-effective as growing food. It was not even as high as the income from growing food. If you grow food, you can support your family. So very quickly, without any resistance, food and cash crops were planted in the entire territory according to the topography. At the same time, a complete household registration system has been established in the entire territory, and villages and towns have been redivided. The territory of nearly 100,000 people. Since the villages are relatively small and scattered, after the final merger and relocation, just 200 villages were left, with nearly 400 or 500 people in each village. The domestic village-level team and group system was even copied, and the formation and division of these 200 villages was finally completed. At the same time, 2 large plains were set aside to build 2 towns. The town is the highest administrative unit here, but it is still under control. There is no town government or anything, and it is managed by soldiers. The local people accept it easily. After all, it was those with guns who ruled this land in the past. Tang Qing and Wang Sa sat in the back seat, looking at the scenery outside the window and the endless rice fields, feeling extremely comfortable. If you cooperate with such a force, at least you don't have to suffer inner condemnation. Very nice. Along the way, they also saw various bullock carts driving along the roadside. Looking at their convoy, they immediately stood up straight and paid attention. Wang Sa also understands why Ling did not purchase agricultural machinery. It is because this is a mountainous area with terraced fields that cannot be accessed by vehicles. It is better to use cattle. Looking at the morning glory farmer who had lost his left hand, Tang Qing also knew him. He was from Wei Jun's territory. They had seen it when they were walking around. It was said that he was beheaded by Naden's father because he refused to grow flowers. In the end, he fled to Wei Jun and planted a field. What a crime. The road in the mountainous area has twists and turns. Both of them were a little dizzy. After turning a big bend, the sight in front of them made Tang Qing and Wang Sa's eyes widen. What did they see? A town? Oh no, it is a town under construction. Densely packed construction workers and excavation machinery are working on this nearly 20 square kilometers of land, leveling the land, digging and transporting earth, digging high and filling low. There are even architectural models and a few completed 2-story buildings in many places. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. A hot scene. At the same time, on one side of the construction site, a 3-story building that had been built appeared there. It was very eye-catching from a high position. "Chief Zero, what are you doing?" Wang Sa couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at this thing that shouldn't have appeared. "This is a town we are building, called Exinen Town." Zero replied calmly. "Exinen Town," Wang Sa murmured. Seeing this town, he also understood a little bit of his father's intention. Such a pragmatic force did have great potential, and he didn't like the people who killed it. Looking at this town, Wang Sa saw ambition. There's also strength and confidence. The bosses in this place are quite ordinary. If one of them is bad and makes wedding clothes for others, if he dares to do this, he will definitely not be afraid of others snatching him. Of course, Tang Qing is not afraid of others coming to rob this place. The only ones who can come nearby are the other leaders of Mian Yao, and the surrounding threatening forces have basically been infiltrated by the soldiers, and some have already taken high positions. If there is a situation, Tang Qing can guarantee that their people will not have a chance to step into his territory. Even before they set off, they will be in chaos internally. And as long as you have money, you can have unlimited troops and equipment, plus transfer notes, unless there is a national war. Otherwise, there will be no one to rob it, and whoever comes will die. Looking at Zero in the front seat, Wang Sa felt that this was also an opportunity for him. An opportunity for greater power. When we came here, there were more people and vehicles. We saw villagers coming and going to purchase supplies, and the 3-wheeled motorcycles he sold, pulling goods back and forth. It was a busy scene. The road surface has been hardened here, and a steel structure greenhouse has been built for market trade. These transactions are tax-free. It is very simple. When passing by the management center, the tax has been collected, but it is not too much. There are no industries in the local area that require local protection, and we do not expect to live on taxes. It is just a thought, so as not to increase the burden on the people in the territory. They are all farmers. How much money can they have? Tang Qing does not need to earn this money. Even so far, I have been losing money in it. There are also people patrolling the streets wearing weird uniforms like Zero walking around with batons. Chief Ling, aren't they afraid of getting into trouble with their batons? Many people here have guns. Wang Sa asked again. We have completely confiscated all their guns here. Except for our people, no one else has guns. Ling said. What? You have confiscated all the guns, what will they do? Wang Sa exclaimed. The folk customs here are not only tough, but everyone has a strong sense of insecurity. The proliferation of guns is by no means a boast, not to mention widespread, but almost 1 in 2 people has it. When the Wei Jun family ruled this place, there was no solution. He was curious about how these people solved it. They are very supportive. After all, no one wants to live in a place where even children can threaten themselves. In the past, it was because no one believed that the leader of their territory could guarantee their safety, but they trust us to protect them, and trust us to provide justice and equality. Zero slowly said. Previously, the people in Myanmar were unwilling to hand over their firearms, and the soldiers did not directly come to snatch them. However, with the introduction of various policies, perfect household registration management, and the hiring of highly respected people in the village as village chiefs and other management positions, all harmful flowers were cut down, trade volume was increased, and a large number of farm tools were imported and distributed free of charge. In particular, the construction of 2 slightly modern towns was in full swing. Everything shows strong confidence and strength. Coupled with the tens of thousands of workers working on the construction site, the 2,000 young soldiers recruited from various villages, and the persuasion of the village cadres who had obtained status, the handover of all weapons was completed 2 weeks ago. Of course, there's still those who are stubborn and don't believe it, so they can only snatch it by force. Under the overnight work of the soldiers, this matter was successfully completed overnight. As for the private collection, there's basically no one, because the people responsible for collecting from house to house are soldiers. In front of the soldiers, no one can lie. Adults may lie, but children cannot. The soldiers don't care what you say, they only trust the human behavior analysis model in the command room. You are so awesome, Wang Sa said with a bitter smile. He knew how difficult it was, but if the other party could do it, that was a good thing. After a while, the car arrived at the obviously different building. I saw it written above. Xian in Town, Comprehensive Service Center. This is of course Tang Qing's pirated system. And it's very suitable, isn't it? Although this building is not high, it is relatively long, with many gates, and they saw many signs along the way. Xian in Town, Household Registration Management Center. Xian in Town Trade Bureau. Xian in Town Court. Xian in Town Judgment Office. Xian in Town Construction Bureau. In some places, there are 2 or even 3 signs. It feels very formal. After getting off the car, I came to the middle gate. Unlike other places, there were no people coming in or out. Come to the reception room on the 3rd floor. Looking at the indoor overall planning and construction map of Xian in Town, Wang Sa and Tang Qing were shocked. It was really beautiful. Chief Zero, are you going to complete the construction of nearly 20 square kilometers? Wang Sa was surprised for the first time today. This picture makes full use of this flat land. This. How much does it cost? There were little stars in his eyes, unconsciously. Money. Green money. Tang Qing also looked at Ling in a daze. Mr. Tang, Chief Wang Sa, here is the planning map of our Xian in Town. As you can see here, we are going to use all this land to build a modern town. In the future, we may need the help of Chief Wang Sa and Mr. Tang. Ling rarely smiled once. The two didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Zero. Don't know what the other party means. How can they help? Don't you want to rob yourself and make a fortune? Thinking of this, the two of them swallowed unconsciously. Ling said, to build all this, we need 2 things. First, money, and second, materials. As for money, we can only make money from trade with Mr. Tang for the time being. Mr. Tang is probably wondering why I only cooperate with you and don't supply other people with the jade and jewelry we dug up. It's because you are in Thailand and have a good relationship with Chief Wang Sa, but only Chief Wang Sa can provide the supplies we need, and it is impossible to form a stable trade channel in other directions. So we chose you. So Chief Wang Sa, how much money you can make in the future depends on how much Mr. Tang can make. The two of them nodded their heads as they listened. They accepted this reason. P.S. There are 2 chapters left. Please vote.